The man named Gu. In the early hours of the Qing dynasty, gentlemen in old Beijing congregated in a park pavilion to engage in a game of chess. An elderly gentleman clad in a white vest fanned himself gently, a small mustache curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes crinkling into slits as he deftly pinched a chess pie. See between his fingers, decisively pressing it down with a resonant thud. Checkmate. The opponent stared in astonishment, quickly followed by a surge of indignation. Laughter erupted from the bystanders. Meanwhile, approximately 15 meters away, at a CAF lined with windows, a conversation unfolded between a pair seated at the third row. The man remarked, "I've heard that Miss Gu is involved in archaeology, the kind that excavates ancestral graves? It must be quite filthy, surrounded by dirt and decay, not to mention the presence of corpses and bacteria. The salary isn't particularly high, but I understand that some archaeologists manage to retrieve artifacts from their work." Before he could finish, the woman opposite him shifted her gaze from the dessert on the table to the coffee cup he was holding. Her gaze was piercing. "You are drinking coffee made from cat feces." The man was momentarily taken aback, but in the next second, he attempted to retort. "This cat feces coffee is..." Suddenly, the woman elegantly crossed her left leg over her right, her toes playfully bobbing up and down, while her eyebrows arched in amusement. In that fleeting moment, the serene atmosphere shattered, giving way to a more brazen demeanor. Yet, there's a saying, those who are beautiful are perceived as playful, while those less so are deemed unruly. Although this woman presently appears rather uncouth, her visage is undeniably captivating. The man mused that in the future, she could be refined, but such coarseness was unacceptable. "Is that water infused with cat feces?" she added languidly. This was the second option. The man was taken aback, rendered speechless, yet his ire surged, his mouth agape. The lady smiled faintly. "Do you look down upon archaeology? Am I disturbing the resting place of your ancestors?" The man's expression shifted, and he opened his mouth to retort, but he was a moment too late. The woman opposite him rested her chin on one hand, her slender fingers revealing skin as translucent as alabaster, meticulously manicured, incongruent with her appearance as her index and thumb rubbed together. That gesture bore a resemblance to a bank teller counting cash. "But you overestimate yourself. I have only ever disturbed the graves of nobility and lords throughout history, such as Li, Zhu, Zhao, and the Eisenjoro clan. By the way, what is your esteemed surname?" Her smile was disingenuous, her voice frigid, embodying a quintessentially sharp and venomous demeanor. The man, incensed, rose to leave, his gaze lingering on her undeniably stunning face. Contempt, impatience, arrogance. "You, woman, possess a heart as venomous as a serpent, utterly uncouth." He raised his voice, drawing the attention of patrons within the CAF. Chastised by a man in such a manner, the latter's hand momentarily paused, yet she swiftly placed a piece of waffle into her crimson lips. Derision was palpable. As the moment of exposure arrived, the man, adorned in gentlemanly attire, seethed with humiliation and struck downwards. The lady chewed thoughtfully on her waffle. With a swift motion, she raised her hand to block, then reversed her grip, rising to her feet and twisting her waist. Her left leg struck like lightning against his elbow as she seized his arm and pivoted to the side. A resounding crash echoed. In a stunning display, the man, standing at a height of 175 centimeters, was forcefully thrown to the ground. The woman casually rotated her wrist and lifted her hand to grasp her coffee. "Consider this a lesson. You may admire my chest and thighs, but you shall never possess me." Her shoe nudged his abdomen, the pain eliciting a gasp from him as he opened his mouth in shock. She poured the coffee directly into his mouth. The man, in utter disarray, retched violently but dared not provoke her further. He scrambled to his feet and fled. Naturally, he was acutely aware of the embarrassment that awaited him after consuming that spiked coffee. He needed to rush to the hospital. Unfazed, the woman took a tissue to wipe her hands, rolling her eyes in exasperation. With the nuisance gone, her appetite surged. She settled comfortably and began to shake her leg, poised to indulge in the desserts before her. Suddenly, her phone rang. "Hello? A possible Tang Dynasty tomb? Whose? Remains to be seen. Larger than that of Qin Shi Huang. Spare me, even the father of Qin Shi Huang wouldn't have such treatment." However, The playful banter on her face shifted swiftly, for the elderly professor who had taken over the call was not one to jest with her. Her previously relaxed brow furrowed with intensity, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. "I'll head out immediately." With a swift motion, she hung up, retrieving 2 crumpled bills from her pocket and slapping them onto the table, before firmly grasping the dessert platter. With nimble movements and an invigorating aura, the scene unfolded. The waiter instinctively closed his eyes and shielded his face. "Pack it up." The young woman, one hand grasping her trench coat and the other clutching a dessert box, strode away with long, purposeful strides. The waiter, momentarily bewildered, took a while to comprehend the situation. She is Gu Yi. Gu Yi is not entirely unknown, yet her reputation is a blend of both admiration and disdain within academic and social circles. Beautiful, talented, and possessing an eccentric personality, she adheres to her own principles. This is not unusual. Every sphere has its share of such individuals. However, the most significant issue lies in the fact that at merely 28 years of age, she had already been appointed as an associate professor. At that time, a colleague of Gu Yi's, who had failed to secure a position, cynically proclaimed a scandal regarding aesthetic transactions to the media. Gu Yi was present alongside the luminaries of the archaeological community. When a swarm of reporters approached to interview her, she remarked, "He does possess a modicum of discernment. He was only half correct." "Which half?" "I am beautiful." "But so do you think, given what he said about you. I don't know him." Thus, Gu Yi gained notoriety. In the circles, she is referred to as Master Gu, known for her decisive actions and sharp tongue. At this moment, as the celebrity exited the CAF, she swiftly entered a car that had just arrived. The vehicle roared to life. With a sharp sound, the door slammed shut and the young man in the passenger seat turned, grinning with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Master Gu, with your looks and figure, why is it that these men still overlook you?" Speaking of which, Gu Yi is indeed the embodiment of beauty within their archaeological circle. Moreover, she has already established herself among her peers. However, her striking appearance and physique have drawn some criticism regarding her recent promotion to associate PR. Professor, that it is evident that she does not fit the mold of a traditional respectable woman, let alone an academic. Disdainful of me? Gu Yi leisurely retrieved a dessert. "Is this what you find appealing? Then why do you?" One glance at that young man's expression revealed he had been thoroughly chastised by Gu Yi. "This person, you see, is enamored with my physical form, yet indifferent to my intellect. However, he cannot afford the price. The best course of action is for me to approach him myself. Those in finance enjoy pulling off a heist with empty hands." Gu Yi is known for her sharp tongue, which exudes an air of playful sarcasm, causing both seasoned veterans and young men alike to feel a twinge of unease. Nevertheless, she refrained from mentioning the incident where someone had slipped her a drug, as the intermediary was a venerable professor in the field of archaeology who had treated her kindly. Unfortunately, the depths of human hearts are often concealed, and she preferred not to let rumors tarnish the reputation of her elders. "It seems the previous few suitors were also from finance, right? Jie and the others are eager to introduce you to such promising young talents. Why haven't they presented me with a wealthy heiress?" The young man inquired, only to find the supermodel-like figure, with stunning beauty, casually bouncing her leg while indulging in desserts, her luscious red lips glistening with cream. He swallowed hard. "It's quite simple. I am impoverished, yet blessed with beauty," Gu Yi replied with a smile that could rival the most captivating of vistas. The seasoned driver found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Was this person truly impoverished? Externally, he claimed to be solitary, but the reality was that his parents had met with an untimely demise, leaving behind a considerable inheritance. Coupled with his acumen for wealth accumulation, his income consistently surpassed his expenditures, rendering him quite affluent. It was only through an old professor that he learned of this individual's clandestine philanthropy by day. He seemed to navigate life with a meager salary that belied his true wheel. Yet, such knowledge was privy only to a select few close acquaintances. The wolves drawn by his reputation were largely oblivious to these truths. However, the man's beauty was renowned far and wide, a name celebrated throughout the city. Yet, as enchanting as he appeared, his heart was as treacherous as a serpent's. "Would you like a taste?" Gumarin asked with a beaming smile. But you would never grant me that, the young man presumed he had her figured out. Do not be coy after all. You're my most esteemed subordinate, she jested, feigning a retching motion, rolling her eyes in exaggerated disdain. It was a sight too difficult to behold. He had underestimated his superior once again. That tomb is located in Essex. Professor Chun and his team ventured there the day before yesterday. It is rumored that the tomb possesses an aura of malevolence, and the locals are somewhat superstitious. However, the professors have determined that the tomb is quite expansive. It must be excavated. The implication was clear. Orders have been issued from above to unearth this tomb. Yet those elderly gentlemen had encountered many challenging situations in their time, traversing even the most inhospitable terrains. They had dealt with various difficult characters, the obstinate, the ruthless, the avaricious, the ignorant, but the term malevolent had never crossed their lips. Malevolent? Gui pondered this thoughtfully, stroking his chin. She usually appears carefree and nonchalant, yet when it comes to her endeavors, she remains remarkably prudent. After indulging in a long-desired dessert, she swiftly tidied her belongings and boarded the vehicle. Accepting the dossier handed to her by a young man, she discovered it contained crucial information regarding the archaeological project. She meticulously perused the contents. An hour later, she neatly organized the documents, remaining silent. Now en route to Province Essex, renowned for its numerous imperial tombs, Gui had absorbed nearly 100 pages of intricate data within that hour, retaining most of it in her mind. However, her primary concern lay in the information that the documents could not disclose. Whose tomb, already tentatively confirmed to exceed the specifications of the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum, was this? Moreover, the most alarming aspect was that the feng shui orientation of this tomb was directly opposed to that of the Qin Shi Huang tomb. She did not believe that the ancient architects and geomancers would be oblivious to the discord between these two dragon veins. Of course, the term feng shui ought not to appear in archaeological documentation, as the scientific community does not endorse such concepts. The party and the organization would not subscribe to it either. However, every individual in the archaeological profession harbors a certain trepidation towards this term. How was this discovery made? This site could never have been surveyed by our team. Was it perhaps uncovered by some unauthorized scavenger? Indeed, you are astute, Gu. The police apprehended a seasoned individual. What was his name again? He possessed a rather peculiar map, resembling a booklet. I've seen him on surveillance. But after his capture, he vanished without a trace. That fellow is tight-lipped, an enigma. Truly unsettling. Chi Fong possesses a singular flaw. He frequently forgets the names of others, which compels him to bestow nicknames upon them. The moniker Gu Yi was first uttered by him. There seems to be something amiss with that individual. Gu Yi contemplated this, when suddenly the sound of rain beating against the car window drew her attention. She gazed outside, beholding the somber sky, the expansive plains of the highway, and the torrential downpour. A tempest was approaching. An inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over her, and she faintly discerned a terrifying visage among the clouds. Wait, that cannot be right. Why would such thoughts cross her mind? However, this aerial view, the mountains undulated in a cascading fashion, resembling a face. This image seemed almost alive. It morphed into a ghastly grin, baring its teeth at her, and her vision suddenly dimmed. She gasped, instinctively clutching the object concealed beneath her clothing around her neck. What in the world? You mischievous spirit. Her fingertips felt icy, and her tongue was parched. Only after taking a hearty sip of water did she regain her composure, faintly hearing the two individuals conversing ahead. Their murmurs spoke of meager wages and arduous labor, yet they expressed their willingness to endure. As she listened, slumber gradually overtook her. Boom! The thunder rumbled. Gu Yi jolted awake, her eyes fluttering open to reveal the rudimentary wooden beams above, with holes in the ceiling allowing rays of light to filter through. Had she arrived? She had slept all the way to Essex? Chi Fong, Chi. Gu Yi called out weakly, suddenly realizing that her voice had become noticeably higher and more delicate, akin to that of a young girl. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a resounding bang. Before she could fully survey the room, a figure rushed in from outside. A woman with a face of a peculiar yellowish hue. Her fierce countenance bore a menacing glare. Yet upon closer inspection, she was merely a middle-aged woman clad in coarse fabric, reminiscent of a theatrical performer. However, This seemingly dramatic peasant wasted no time. Upon noticing the protagonist had regained consciousness, she delivered a sharp slap across her face. The sound echoed loudly, leaving the protagonist momentarily stunned, her head spinning as she leaned to one side. A surge of indignation welled up within her, but she quickly sensed something was amiss. Were these individuals truly the locals that Chi Fong had mentioned? They exhibited an audacious and cunning demeanor. Yet it baffled her how Chi Fong and his companions could have left her in the hands of such people. Weakened in body and thoroughly disoriented in spirit, she struggled to make sense of the chaos as a multitude of people surged into the room. "You ungrateful wretch! After raising you for so many years and even arranging a marriage for you, you dare to jump into the river in despair? May you meet your demise, you ungrateful creature." The woman raised her hand once more, ready to strike. The protagonist, feeling utterly powerless and frail, was fortunately restrained by those around her, who appeared anxious and were fervently attempting to dissuade the woman. "Stop. If you hit her, it will tarnish her reputation, and she won't be able to marry. She won't find a husband. Hey, did you hear that? The bridal sedan is outside. Hurry and get her ready." The sound of drums and festive music wafted in from outside. Goodness. At last, she comprehended the situation. A bridal sedan? Marriage? Goodness. Had Chi Fong and his companion truly sold her into some remote mountain village? Gui was abruptly seized by a man whose frame was surprisingly light. This farmer, with his raw strength, yanked her with such force that she nearly soared into the air. "Wait!" gagged this little vixen to prevent her from making a ruckus. The man, seemingly pulling a tattered cloth from nowhere, bound Guye's hands and muffled her mouth, before dragging her into a rather shabby and precarious sedan chair. With no means to resist, Guyi merely cast a fleeting glance around her. The sky was somewhat overcast, yet dry. She found herself in a village, ancient and dilapidated. The sparse populace gathered outside the fence, seemingly spectators to a spectacle. The expressions she encountered were perplexing to her, mostly tinged with pity or fear. This situation was perilous. Moreover, she had been startled awake by the sound of thunder, yet the weather was far from conducive to such phenomena, leading her to ponder. "The bride has arrived. Lift!" A voice, grating like a duck's quack, bellowed, causing the sedan chair to jolt violently, resulting in her head striking the rear with a resounding Thursday. D-bang! She lost consciousness. Familiar faces swirled around her. An elderly man rolled his eyes in exasperation, while another gestured wildly with a tombstone, shouting something incomprehensible. The carriage continued to move. A vast, three-dimensional tomb chamber loomed. It seemed to thunder. Boom! The jarring motion of a shoddy sedan chair sent Guye's head colliding once again with the wooden planks, the pain jolting her awake. She gingerly touched her head, feeling a swollen lump at the back. Memories eluded her the moment she tried to recall. A sharp headache ensued, everything becoming a haze, akin to the disorientation of a heavy intoxication. The sequence of all memories is jumbled, intertwining with past experiences, leaving her unable to discern what she has truly undergone. By all accounts, she must have inexplicably arrived at this place after dozing off in the car. Time has become an elusive concept. Gui has painstakingly managed to untie the bonds with her fingers, removing the rag that muffled her voice. The fabric, imbued with a musty odor, evokes a wave of nausea within her, yet the urge to vomit remains suppressed. It is genuinely distressing. She holds back her discomfort, instinctively reaching for the watch on her wrist, only to find it conspicuously absent, her fingers grazing the bare skin, feeling the contours of bow. Without any trace of timekeeping. A sense of disquiet lingers, though she cannot articulate the source of her unease. Her complexion appears somewhat pallid, and she notices the bearers of her palanquin and the accompanying auspicious maiden outside are unervingly silent. The silence is chilling, as if they are avoiding some unspoken truth. Traditionally, such a wedding procession should be filled with merriment. Damn it, what am I even marrying for? Guyi reaches out to lift the curtain and glimpse the world beyond. Yet before she can pull it aside, she finds herself staring intently at her own hand. It appears so diminutive, frail, and emaciated, clearly a victim of malnutrition and prolonged exposure to the elements, a stark contrast to the delicate elegance she once possessed. Guyi swiftly touches her face. The skin feels coarse, and her visage seems smaller than before. Lacking a mirror, she cannot ascertain her appearance, yet it is evident that she possesses the countenance of a young girl, judging by her physique. This is undoubtedly not her own body. What a nightmare! Gui feels her nerves fraying, when suddenly, the sound of the Suona from outside ceases, arriving at the ghost crying forest. Quickly, put it down, let us depart. No, the wealthy Mr. She insisted we must deliver it to his home. Should the bride carry the palanquin herself? Gui couldn't help but think she was incapable of lifting it. However, the bearers and the matchmaker, all from the same village, were now trembling with fear, wishing to retreat and let others face the dangers ahead. Yet, one man at the back cautioned the group. The thought of the consequences of fleeing left everyone with ashen faces. The matchmaker pinched her palms, forcing a laugh. Well, just a little further. Once we pass this place, we will be safe. Beyond the bridge lies Donglu Town. Do you even need to say that? Damn it, you know well that this ghost-crying forest is haunted. Haven't those people ahead? Several bearers wore disgruntled expressions, but dared not speak further. It was taboo. At this moment, Guyi, hidden within the bridal sedan, listened to their conversation, feeling indifferent to the tales of the ghost-crying forest. What troubled her more was the inexplicable switch of bodies. Since she had truly exchanged bodies, it could not be a mere ruse. The individuals outside, seemingly from an ancient era, were likely genuine ancients. Thus, a pressing question arose. In which dynasty and which timeline had she found herself? Regardless, extricating herself was the utmost priority. It appeared that these people were not inclined to reason. This ghost-crying forest seemed to instill great fear in them. Perhaps it presented her an opportunity. Guyi contemplated silently as the sedan chair swayed momentarily before being lifted again, clearly indicating that these individuals harbored a profound fear of that Mr. She. The sedan chair meandered into the eerie woods, a place resonating with the cries of spirits. The atmosphere among these individuals was notably hushed, as if they dared not utter a word while they progressed further into the forest. Guyi, however, sensed a chilling drop in temperature, accompanied by an increasingly pungent odor, reminiscent of decaying flesh. Unconsciously, she rubbed her arm, her fingers surreptitiously lifting the curtain. What greeted her eyes was a desolate woodland, characterized by sparse and withered trees. Was it autumn? Yet the overall ambience of the forest was undeniably sinister. Dear uncles and aunties, may I ask where we have arrived? She deliberately softened her tone, attempting to mask the fact that her true self had been displaced for her original persona was that of a child from the mountains, inherently reserved. She certainly did not perceive herself as licentious. Yet, no one acknowledged her presence. The only sounds permeating the air were those of solitary leaves rustling on the barren branches, stirred by the cold wind. No one is paying me any heed. I would rather you all leave. Anyway, Guyi's gaze shifted downward, landing on the figure the matchmaker positioned next to the sedan chair. This matchmaker bore no distinction from an ordinary woman, save for her robust physique, neither tall nor short. However, her complexion was ghastly pale, with blood trickling from her ear piercings. Guyi tilted her head slightly forward for a closer look. Oh, dear heavens! Blood was streaming from all 7 orifices. Chapter 2. The wedding matron. It seemed that the wedding matron had sensed Guyi's gaze, as she stiffly turned her head at a 45-degree angle and flashed a grin, revealing her uneven, yellowed teeth, from which oozed a thick, dark blood. Witnessing the oozing pus-like blood from this matron, Guyi felt an immediate wave of nausea wash over him. First, the scent of this blood was distinctly not that of the living, but rather that of a corpse. Second, the journey from the village to this place would hardly take more than an hour, and although she had been unconscious, the state of the sky could indicate that it was impossible for a corpse to exhibit such a blood sample and foul odor within an hour of death. Third, even if such a blood sample could exist, how could one still smile like a grotesque caricature while bleeding from every orifice? Though professing to adhere to the principles of archaeology and the tenets of scientific truth, free from taboos, and under the auspices of the party and state, the common folk are well aware that divine beings dwell just above their heads. Naturally, there must also be ghosts. Those familiar with Guyi, particularly the seasoned professors, knew well of his deep-seated fear of the supernatural, especially during his early days in the field, which is why he carried talismans with him at all times, never removing them even while bathing. Yet, after years of exploring ancient tombs and having opened countless coffins. Indeed, numbering in the hundreds, he had gradually dulled that sense of trepidation. Guye's fingers trembled slightly as he held up the curtain. The terror of reversed blood flowing felt like a river. Meanwhile, the wedding matron's lips curled upward. "We haven't arrived at my home yet. Do sit for a while longer." Her tone was gentle, yet there was an eeriness to it. A chill that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. Nearly bereft of her senses, Guyi silently lowered the curtain, then subtly drew back the front one. She caught sight of the two sedan carriers' faces, their gazes fixed upon her. Their visages were deathly pale, thankfully devoid of any grotesque, blood-laced grins. However, their faces were directed squarely at her. They were facing her, an unnerving orientation. How could the men at the fore, still bearing the sedan, possibly have their faces turned towards her? It was a contortion of 180 degrees, a feat of impossible athleticism, a maneuver beyond human capability. Save for the deceased. A chill ran down Guye's spine. She dropped the curtain, her palm instinctively stroking her arm. After a brief pause, her fingers brushed against a hairpin haphazardly thrust into her hair. It was wooden, yet its tip was honed to a keen edge. She plucked it out, clutched it in her palm, took a deep breath, and plunged it into her thigh. The sharp pain jolted her nerves. She glanced at the matchmaker and the sedan carriers. It was indeed a spectral encounter. Guy gritted her teeth. With a sudden flourish, she yanked open the curtain and, with the agility of a cornered fawn, leapt from the low-slung sedan. The impact of landing caused her leg wound to erupt with fresh blood, yet paradoxically, it imbued her weakened body with renewed vigor. A shoe lashed out, aimed squarely at the back of her head. Fortunately, Guyi had anticipated the attack. Instead of bolting, she executed a swift, sideways roll, resembling more a desperate, canine scramble than an elegant maneuver. She certainly wasn't rolling towards the matchmaker. However, as she attempted to rise, her gaze fell upon a pair of embroidered slippers. The embroidered shoes are exquisite, adorned with intricate patterns and remarkable craftsmanship. Any woman would cast a lingering glance at such beautiful shoes, let alone Guyi, a woman who traverses the path of archaeology and possesses an appreciation for beauty. Yet, at this moment, she felt a chill run down her spine, for the shoes hovered in midair, untouched by the ground. Guyi's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the matchmaker. In less than 2 seconds, the matchmaker, who had been standing to the side, had approached her. Bowing her head, she gazed at Guyi with a beaming smile, silent yet seemingly scrutinizing her with utmost seriousness, as if captivated by her face, inch by inch. "You are truly youthful," she remarked. Guyi remained on the ground, uncertain of the matchmaker's intentions or malevolence, and could only respond with a forced laugh. "Sister, you appear quite young as well." Flattery, after all, is a universal language. Guyi was adaptable. "Is that so? But dear old Granny Chun is quite foul-smelling, having gone without a bath for 10 days or more. Her skin is all wrinkled, just look." She extended her hand, her dark, grimy nails grazing the side of her ear. Guyi heard a faint tearing sound, akin to fabric being ripped. The skin beneath her ear and along her cheek was torn away, separating flesh from flesh. The skin was pulled back for her to see, dangling from the matchmaker's fingertips, blood dripping in a steady rhythm. "Isn't it quite wrinkled?" the matchmaker inquired. Guyi stared at the bloody visage, the flesh, and the eyes. Her stomach churned violently. "Yes, rather wrinkled. What I meant to show you is the skin. Why do you gaze upon her flesh?" The matchmaker pouted, resembling a lover playfully complaining. Guyi, fearing to offend this person, was about to obediently observe her countenance, when Xinyang leaned down, her bloodied face directly confronting Guyi. "Your face." Guyi remained motionless, yet her palm gripped the ground, her entire being tense with anticipation. Until, how ugly. She was momentarily taken aback, how utterly repugnant. Ugly. In her entire life, she had never been called ugly before. Xinyang extended her hand, her fingertips seemingly poised to touch Guyi's cheek. Guyi's fingers curled slightly. For a fleeting second, Xinyang's finger lingered just before Guyi's cheek, and Guyi discerned the disdain and hesitation reflected in her eyes. An opportunity had arisen. Guyi abruptly seized a handful of soil from the ground and hurled it vehemently at Xinyang's cheek. "You are ugly indeed." While an ordinary person might have faltered, Xinyang merely smiled coldly, effortlessly casting the dirt aside with a flick of her hand. However, Guyi's other hand, with a swift motion, she yanked the skin hanging from Xinyang's finger and dashed away. Her speed was remarkable, fueled by every ounce of her strength. But her heart thundered within her chest, breathless from the frantic escape. She paid no heed to direction, for she was unacquainted with the forest. She simply sought the broader paths to flee. Behind her, there was an eerie silence, devoid of any sound from the ghostly Xinyang or the bearers of the palanquin. Once it latches onto you, there is no escape, until her legs grew weak and she stumbled to a halt beneath a tree. Gasping for breath as cold sweat trickled from her forehead. Her body felt utterly feeble, leaving her uncertain whether it was due to a cold or some other ailment. Her spirit and body both overwhelmed by a nauseating sense of weakness. No one pursued her. Silence enveloped her, save for the chilling whispers of the wind. Guye's expression hardened, yet she dared not relax, for she could no longer discern her direction. Surrounding trees formed for indistinguishable paths, all appearing remarkably similar. What kind of cursed forest is this? Guye felt a surge of urgency when, suddenly, she heard a cry. The weeping was that of a woman. Faint yet fluctuating, sometimes seeming to echo right beside her. My face, it lamented, murmuring, hauntingly. Guye felt the skin in her hand akin to a scalding potato, an impulse to discard it surged within her. Yet she did not throw it away. Instead, she tightened her grip, gritted her teeth, and chose to flee down the path that opposed the ghostly wails. In truth, she could hardly run any longer. But she sensed this path widening, the trees dwindling, and the ghostly cries fading almost to silence. She was nearing an exit. However, her steps suddenly halted, her expression darkening. Indeed, the withered trees had vanished, replaced by a swamp. In the midst of the mire stood a tree, thin and withered. Swaying in the wind, its form indiscernible yet exuding an aura of terror. Goodness, have I trespassed into someone's territory? Guye turned to flee, but suddenly, a chilling sensation gripped her ankle. This is not good. Crash. The withered vines on the ground tightened their grip, ensnaring Guye's ankle and dragging her across the earth. With her back pressed against the ground, she was pulled through the tangled web of desiccated branches. The pain was unbearable, especially in the dim light. Within moments, she found herself hoisted up onto a tree, her head downwards, gazing at the ground below, blood rushing to her head. The sensation was truly agonizing. Guye nearly retched. But upon catching sight of the entity hanging beside her, it was a bearers of the palanquin, their skin flayed away, their eyes hollow and vacant. They were nothing more than mere flesh, and not just one, but 4 such figures dangled nearby. Looking higher, she noticed several more of these macabre forms. Seemingly weathered by time, their flesh desiccated, the air thick with the scent of dried meat. Among them, one particularly large and grotesque figure was concealed among the branches. And then she spotted the bridesmaid. The bloodied visage of the maid loomed before her, and viewed from below, it appeared even more horrifying. In a haunting whisper, the maid asked, "Where is my face?" Guye smirked, "I have hidden it away." "Hidden? Give it back to me, or else I shall kill you." The maid hissed, the stench of blood on her breath. "You won't. You care deeply about this face, or rather, any face. If you cannot find hers, you will not harm me." A silence enveloped them. After a brief silence, she spoke. "Indeed, I care. You cannot fathom the torment of being faceless, especially for a woman." However, her fingers suddenly pressed against Guye's cheek, applying gentle pressure. "You still have one here, don't you?" Guye had anticipated her intention. "I am unattractive." She paused, then added, "at least for now." With her beauty, she was reluctant to admit that she currently resembled a little yellow monkey. Indeed, she was not appealing, especially in comparison to her former self. The matchmaker seemed to recall something, halting her words. A shadowy expression crossed her cheeks as her fingertips pressed harder against Guye's face. "Ouch!" Guye silently lamented her impending doom, yet exclaimed, "I may not look good now, but I will in the future. Perhaps you could support me until that time comes. Besides, I don't eat much and I'm not picky. Spare me, O noble one." Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the treetops, audible even to Guye. The matchmaker abruptly glanced upward, and with a swift motion, dried vines lashed downwards. But before that, it seemed something had moved a fraction faster. Demonic creature. "Cease your antics and behold my might." A hefty figure, hanging upside down from the treetop, leaped down. Just as Guye was about to discern that the rod was indeed wielded by a brawny man, the weight of his descent carried an extraordinary force, creating a resounding echo as he fell. Truly, a force that could rival mountains. However, Guye's face turned ashen. "You confounded simpleton. You leapt to the wrong spot." Alas, there was no time. Thump! Guye was entirely crushed to the ground by the brute. The matron of honor stood there, her face devoid of any expression, watching the 2 bodies piled upon each other. Her fingers twitched slightly before abruptly slashing across Guye's face. Chapter 3. The brute. The fingernails were not particularly sharp or thin, but rather thick, with grime embedded within, bearing the rustic characteristics of someone who toils in the fields. However, Guye, having witnessed these very nails tear off the matron of honor's face as easily as slicing through tofu, had been wary of them. Thus, before the other party could act, she preemptively and swiftly used her arm to parry. As expected, a sharp pain shot through the back of her arm, where the skin had been torn open in a 2-inch-long gash. The force was indeed immense, and for the first time, she felt as though her arm was as fragile as tofu skin, and that, in the next instant, the nails would tear through her arm and lacerate her face. Already weakened, parrying once was her limit, and she could not even manage to crawl away. It's over. My life is forfeit, just as she lamented inwardly. The collar of her garment was seized from behind. Guye was yanked up and flung away, landing heavily on the ground some 15 feet away. Yet, she felt no pain, as if a force was acting upon her, a skillful force. But then, a chilling aura assailed her from behind. It's coming. Suddenly, the mud-caked brute stood with a domineering posture, his arms like those of a chelan, bellowing, as if assuming a horse stance. A layer of milky white aura surged around him, swirling about his arms with imposing might. Guye's eyes lit up. A martial arts expert? A cultivator? An immortal? I'll give this special effect $1. The man was indeed imposing, exuding an aura of dominance before turning tail and fleeing, sacrificing himself to draw the monster away. A truly noble act. However, confronted with this situation, Guye found herself utterly speechless, her heart weary and her body even more so. Seeing that Guye was now without assistance, the matchmaker grew deliberate in her actions, using withered vines to drag Guye beneath the terrifying tree. Escape? Once you've arrived at my domain, there is no escape. Who could possibly save you now? She caressed Guye's face, remarking, such an unsightly visage. Of what use is it to you? It would be better suited to me. Guye, displeased, retorted with a sense of reckless abandon. Does ugliness grant one the license to be shameless? Besides, it's only temporary. She discerned that the ghostly entity possessing the matchmaker seemed to possess a peculiar patience with her. The matchmaker's hand, too, moved with deliberate patience, caressing Guye's face as if to reconfirm its appearance. Truly unsightly, she reiterated. Guye responded, I sense your inner conflict. Thank you. The matchmaker's gaze flickered, betraying her hesitation. Yet, ultimately, she would. Her fingernails descended upon Guye's left cheek, sending a chilling sensation through her. The stench of decay emanating from the matchmaker seemed to intensify, as if she were steeling herself for a final decision. Guye's breath hitched. If you find my face so repulsive, why force yourself? There is no happiness in forcing oneself. The matchmaker's fingers trembled, as did her heart. No happiness in forcing oneself. The matchmaker's voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with a hint of wistfulness and melancholy. It's surprising that you possess such profound knowledge at your tender age. However, you may be unaware that the facade of every individual in this world is susceptible to decay once it's peeled away. Guye frowned, instinctively glancing at the human skins and mutilated bodies hanging above. So, you replace a decaying one with a fresh one, constantly changing? What do you think? Which one am I? I don't remember. The matchmaker spoke with a serene tone. Guye followed her gaze and noticed the swamp. Are the skeletal remains all down there? Are you stalling for time? The matchmaker suddenly turned sullen. Hee. Rest assured, you won't suffer much. The matchmaker's tone softened, and as expected, her fingernails gently touched the contours of Guye's face, sending a chilling sensation. It's going in. It hurts so much. Guye closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and suddenly spoke. Preservative. I can make the skin incorruptible. The matchmaker was stunned, her hand momentarily halting. There's a chance. Guye opened her eyes, calmed her breathing, and said, I can concoct a potion that prevents the skin from rotting. You can find a beautiful face and never have to change it again. The matchmaker seemed doubtful, skeptical even, but she sneered. Are you suggesting that I kill another beautiful woman to save your life? Despite your youth, your heart seems quite malevolent, Guye remarked impassively, as if you wouldn't seek to harm others without that observation. She turned to the matchmaker. I may be young, but don't try to place too much blame on me. I can't bear it. The matchmaker narrowed her eyes, abruptly seizing Guye's chin with such force that it seemed her jaw might shatter. You're quite astute, but you'd best not trifle with me. That so-called preservative. Look, there's an airplane behind you. Guye suddenly exclaimed. What chick? The matchmaker turned around and was drenched. Screech. The matchmaker emitted a harrowing scream as a dense black miasma emanated from her form. Her mother has finally arrived. Guyu sighed in relief, collapsing to the ground. It's done. That preservative? I deceived you. Guyu's pupils constricted slightly, still finding the notion of ghosts somewhat surreal. But at least it was resolved. However, the man beside her interjected, You shouldn't have said that earlier. What? This black dog blood is diluted with water. It can't destroy her, only restrain her for a short while. So, the female ghost is immortal? But she's doomed. You, sir, a professional con artist. Guyu's face turned ashen. Run. Wait. I can't run anymore. Behind them, the matchmaker's enraged screams echoed. How long can you restrain her? Guyu asked as the large man carried her lithe frame with surprising speed. For the duration it takes to drink a cup of tea. I can down a cup in one gulp. Can you be more specific? The notion that everyone consumes tea at an identical pace seems rather incongruous. I sense a generational chasm. Alas, her conjecture, while unsettling, proved accurate. The spectral woman held her countenance in high regard. Now that it has been absconded with, what ramifications might this have for the female specter? She surmised that this fellow, capable of concealing himself within the arboreal canopy and possessing certain rudimentary abilities, must be acquainted with the arcane arts, or at least not entirely unfamiliar with the profession of exorcism. Thus, she inquired further. Indeed, a wave of elation washed over Guyu. The man nodded solemnly. She is capable of tracking our movements. Guyu felt a constriction in her chest. Why did you not disclose this sooner? You did not pose the question, he replied. Feigning innocence. You. Guyu contemplated discarding the facial skin, but it was too late. She approaches. Vines, withered and desiccated, pierced the tree trunk between their evasive maneuvers. Incinerate the skin with haste. The man possessed a certain degree of discernment. Guyu blurted out, quickly, provide me with a lighter. What foul? The man engaged the encroaching vines in a fierce struggle. A dozen meters away, the spectral bride floated towards them, her gaze fixed upon Guyu with malevolence. The canine ichor had inflicted considerable damage upon her, as though she had been subjected to immolation. Her garments were reduced to ash, revealing a charred, cadaverous form. Yet the embroidered slippers upon her feet remained conspicuous, albeit terrifying and malevolent. What shall we do? Ignite the tinder. Guyu was on the verge of despair, as the spectral bride glared at her with animosity. In an instant, the wedding matron was upon Guyu, her tenderness now replaced by brute force as her stout hand lunged for Guyu's throat. Guyu felt her neck on the verge of snapping, a sense of indignation rising within her. To arrive in this godforsaken place only to meet such a ghastly end. She grasped at the wedding matron's arm, struggling against the possessed crone whose strength rivaled that of an ox. Seeing Guyu in mortal peril, the man cast aside the withered vines, enduring a couple of blows as he sprinted forward, aiming a kick at the wedding matron's face. Instinctively protecting her visage, the wedding matron dodged, causing Guyu to stagger, coughing up blood. The man's expression shifted to alarm, but he was blindsided by a vicious strike from the withered vines, sending him hurtling into a nearby tree. A cascade of withered leaves fluttered down. Darkness crept into Guyu's vision as death loomed. Faintly, she discerned the faces of a man and a woman. Xiaoyi, fear not. You shall live a long and prosperous life. Live on. Live on. Releasing her grip on the wedding matron's hand, Guyu seized the woman's face, tearing at it with savage force. No. The wedding matron's face contorted in a grotesque display of blood and char, her body emanating black miasma as if gripped by terror and anxiety. In a frenzy, she pounced on Guyu, her scorched hand descending like a claw, poised to disfigure her face with a single swipe. The visage of Guyu seemed as though it could be entirely peeled away. The man beneath the tree, hemorrhaging blood, steadied himself and lunged forward, yet the distance was too great, his velocity insufficient. A moment of dire peril. Hark! A thunderous sound descended, resonant with an imposing righteousness. Celestial light seemed to break through. In her dying moments, Guyu glimpsed a ray of hope. Chapter 4. Annihilation. Eradication? Doubtless. Every maiden harbors a dream, akin to that of Zixia Fairy, or perhaps Bai Jingjing. I am cognizant that one day he shall materialize amidst a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. Adorned in golden armor, arriving upon a cloud of kaleidoscopic hues to claim me as his bride. Guyu, however, entertained no such romantic notions, merely wishing to amend the verb claim to rescue. This effulgent glow manifestly imbued her with immense hope. Her eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and then she beheld a bald head radiating the brilliance of a 1,000-watt bulb, a fluttering, floral yellow robe, beneath which sprouted her suit legs, and, the merest glimpse of floral undergarments, gleaming resplendently, owing to the fragmented gold leaf adorning his waistband. A towering, robust figure, 6'3" in stature, with elongated legs, brawny arms, and a gleaming pate. Such otherworldly magnificence. Stunning and captivating, a screen-shattering handsomeness that bedazzled her eyes. Gu Yi was somewhat dazed. Yet as this bald-headed fellow descended from mid-air, he brandished his hand. And what appeared to be golden streamers whizzed forth, striking the procuress, blossoming into fiery lotuses upon impact, a spectacle of considerable beauty, yet to Gu Yi's utter dismay. Accuracy. Accuracy. I am right here. However, Gu Yi was swiftly taken aback, for though some of these fiery lotuses landed near her, and flames grazed her body, they exerted no influence whatsoever, as if mere phantasmal apparitions. She did not comprehend. Yet she could discern the profound apprehension with which the Bride of Joy regarded the fire lotus. While evading danger alongside Gu Yi, she manipulated the withered vines to pierce the flames. However, her desire to flee was palpable. Gu Yi had already been dragged several meters away. You wretched creature. Release that girl, or do not blame me for my lack of mercy. The Bride of Joy floated ahead, her spectral wails echoing throughout the forest. You Taoists, so righteous and dignified, claim to vanquish demons and spirits, yet how many injustices in this world do you ignore and dismiss? The realm of mortals is governed by its own heroes, and matters of these specters and demons naturally fall to us. Release the girl at once. Otherwise, I shall command my disciple to incinerate your lair. Upon hearing this, the Bride of Joy saw a man hanging from a tree, rushing towards the ancient tree. Unbeknownst to her, a small firebox had appeared in her hand. Drawing a stick from it and slicing through the air, flames erupted, threateningly aimed at the old tree. The Bride of Joy was struck with alarm. She had to either save Gu Yi or watch the ancient tree perish, a choice between two dire options. Without a moment's hesitation, she forcefully propelled Gu Yi away. The bald man's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to catch Gu Yi and then flung her aside with a decisive motion, devoid of any tenderness. Although it was a deft maneuver, the implications were harsh. Gu Yi's nose grazed the rough bark of the tree, and a singular thought crossed her mind. Surely, there were no hidden cameras capturing this moment. Meanwhile, the Bride of Joy extended her hand towards the man's chest. Big Bear, the bald man vociferously cautioned. And though the fellow was of considerable stature, his reaction was swift. He promptly tore open his garment, revealing a heartguard mirror suspended upon his chest. The heartguard mirror, an artifact of considerable antiquity, bore peculiar patterns. Even an archaeologist of some repute found herself only vaguely familiar with the, unable to immediately ascribe them to any particular culture. Nevertheless, its efficacy was undeniable. The fellow merely rent his raiment, exposing his broad chest, upon which the lusterless mirror rested. Not far from. The bald man gesticulated with his hands, muttering incantations that resembled, yet differed from, Taoist chants. For reasons unknown, the sound caused profound discomfort, as if arcane symbols were invading her mind. It seemed she had found little respite since arriving in this place. The heartguard mirror emitted a radiant glow, projecting a rotating disk of light. The matchmaker's palm made contact with the luminous surface, igniting a golden conflagration that enveloped her arm. Realizing the mirror's potency, the matchmaker was compelled to abandon the fellow, retreating toward the ancient tree, but felt a sudden chill at her feet. Not again, she exclaimed, incensed. Clung to the tree trunk with the tenacity of a koala, yet one of her feet was being dragged by the withered vine. Clearly, the matchmaker harbored a deep affection for her. This pose was a straddle. Fortunately, she had practiced yoga before. Alas, her strength was insufficient. Watched as her fingers gradually lost their grip on the great tree. No, with a rustle, as Gu Yi was propelled through the air towards the mire. The matchmaker was already half submerged within its depths, yet she remained audaciously defiant. Without hesitation, the bald man unfurled his robe, revealing a sword at his waist. Or rather, it appeared to be a standard 3-foot, 3 3/10" ruler. Indeed, such standardized swords were commonplace in ancient times, but a ruler of this length was peculiar. Furthermore, its material was odd, a dark greenish-black, unlike wood or metal, devoid of any measuring scales, save for some engraved foreign characters. With the ruler drawn, the bald man's figure surged abruptly, leaping over the mire and bringing the ruler down upon the matchmaker. The ruler was not merely used for striking. Though it did not emit brilliant rays, there was a palpable, flowing luminescence, as if specifically designed to suppress the matchmaker. With each strike, The dark aura surrounding her was forced away from her body, driving her deeper into the mire, her head engulfed in dissipating black fumes. Could he truly kill her with a single blow? Guyi was astonished by the bald man's capabilities. However, the matchmaker did not perish. For numerous skeletons emerged from beneath the mire, crawling with countless carrion worms. Typically, carrion worms subsist on decaying flesh, akin to flies, posing no threat beyond their repulsive nature. Yet, these worms were different, elongated, immense, and adorned with a multitude of dense tentacles. Even from a scientific standpoint, they appeared to be a mutated species. Guyi and Big Bear retreated instinctively, overwhelmed by the sheer number of worms, their rapid movements covering several meters in the blink of an eye. The injured bear appeared somewhat disheveled, let alone Guyi. Demon altar. To summon 100 souls as a sacrifice requires immense power. You are a wretched abomination. Your sins are far too grave. The bald man's expression turned sour, while the joyous bride laughed maniacally. To kill one is murder, to annihilate me. Whether 1 or 100 remains the same. What difference does it make? The swamp churned, a foul stench wafting through the air, a scent that was inherently toxic. These demon altars were nefarious entities that no living being should touch. Guyi leaned against a tree, weak yet resolute, calling out to the bear. What are you doing with that fire starter? Ignite the dry leaves. Prompted by Guyi's words, the bear finally grasped the situation, retrieving a small box. Just a couple of sticks? Curse it all. Pour them all in. Guyi, filled with exasperation, felt that despite her youthful form and feeble breath, she had once held a position of authority. Her furious shout resonated powerfully, startling the bear into igniting all the special flames. The fire blazed to the ground, igniting the dry branches, and the flames surged forth, causing the demon altars to screech and squeal like frightened rats, an utterly grotesque and terrifying sight. The heat enveloped Guyi, yet amidst the inferno, she found an unexpected sense of security. The bald man observed everything with a glimmer of dark intrigue in his eyes, but his focus remained unyielding as he coldly scanned the resentful bride. He raised his hand, and a talisman appeared within his grasp. This talisman, crimson and vibrant, seemed far from ordinary. As he swept it across the azure ruler, it dissolved into a fine powder, transforming into light that flowed and seeped into the ruler. With a sudden whoosh, a fiery dragon surged towards the great tree, following the tip of the azure. Upon witnessing this fire dragon, the unexpected figure of Xinyang, lurking in the marsh, burst forth with fervor, charging towards the towering tree. A tempest of dark energy held around them. With a resounding crash, the fire dragon collided with the ghostly essence. The bald man furrowed his brow, yet his gaze remained resolute as he observed Xinyang's form remain unscathed amidst the flames. The azure was drawn forth and plunged deep. Guyi felt an overwhelming chill emanating from the inferno, a tempest of contrasting temperatures swirling, as dust and ashes filled the air. After a while, the charred remains slowly transformed into ash. Dexiang stumbled out from a field of scorched ghostly altars, his expression grave as he beheld Guyi. Is it dead? The gravity of this question weighed heavily. Master, is it dead? Dexiang turned to the bald man for confirmation. Is it dead? Guyi paid little mind to such inquiries, collapsing onto the ground like a boneless chicken strip. Dexiang regarded her with a peculiar look, but she was unconcerned with his odd gaze. She simply knew her life was momentarily spared, and her dignity intact. However, the bald man's countenance suddenly darkened, his eyes fixated intensely on the tree. He turned to Dexiang and inquired, What did you see? What tree? Dexiang responded, bewildered. The towering tree. The master decisively shifted his focus back to Guyi. Just because one vanquishes ghosts does not imply they are devoid of the capacity to harm the living. She was deceased, and these withered roots had been incinerated. Yet it remained unscathed. Guyi gazed intently at the tree, merely voicing her perplexity. Due to her expertise, she possessed associative reasoning concerning interconnected objects within specific environments. After all, the knowledge base for archaeology was quite diverse. At times, upon seeing a chamber pot, she could instantly envision an imperial jade seal. Her train of thought could be quite erratic. However, history was intricately interwoven, and environments were invariably interconnected. This tree seemed incongruous with this environment from the outset, and it seemed somewhat incompatible with this female specter as well. The bald man cast a few more glances at Guyi upon hearing this, but refrained from offering any commentary. He simply uttered a statement that left Big Bear in a state of bewilderment. I dare say, everything we encountered just now was illusory. This is a hallucinatory mirror. Outside, Something even more formidable awaits us. Following his stupor, Big Bear suddenly heard a thud. Turning his head, he beheld the archaeologist having fainted in fright. Chapter 5, Showdown. Administer acupressure to her philtrum. Master, she appears to be on the verge of death. If we administer acupressure, might she actually expire? Didn't you say that excess is as bad as deficiency? I was merely cautioning you against excessive consumption. It's of no consequence. We can simply bury her, and no one will be the wiser. Who will do the burying? Nonsense, you, of course. Then I shall refrain from administering acupressure. Damn it! A man cursed vociferously, while a stalwart fellow muttered feebly, creating quite a din. Finally, damn it, Big Bear, you little rascal. You refuse to administer acupressure. Do you, Master? I'm injured, and I lack strength in my hands. I'm quite weary. Are you emulating your eldest brother's tactics? Unattractive. Studying felt akin to a depletion of vitality. Well, I shall cease my endeavors. The man bent down, his broad palm pressing against the acupoint of a fainted girl. It proved futile, Master. Remove her socks. What for? Let her take a whiff. Thus, the archaeologist swiftly regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open to meet the bemused gaze of the bald man. Damn, that old man, Gu Yi, who had been feigning unconsciousness, initially hoped to evade this situation, to rest a while and contemplate her current predicament with these two unconventional rugged men. Little did she know, the bald man was quite shrewd. Age brings wisdom, indeed. He appeared to be in his 40s. Gu Yi, feigning weakness, looked at the two benefactors, asking where they were and what had just transpired. Gu Yi was known for her remarkable ability to adapt and perform, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she slipped into character. De Xiong momentarily believed that the previously commanding girl had succumbed to some malevolent influence. They were in the ghostly weeping forest. They had just saved her life, and now she was poisoned, requiring her to undertake a task to dispel the toxin. Poisoned? A jolt of fear surged through Gu Yi, silently wondering if this bald man was attempting to deceive her. Panic set in. Poisoned? Am I poisoned? She glanced at herself. Your hands and face bear the marks left by this female specter. The venom has entered your body. Do you think you are unscathed? The bald man observed Gu Yi with a leisurely demeanor, and she sensed his cunning nature, realizing he was not to be trifled with. Was he beginning to suspect her? Thus, Gu Yi concealed any trace of suspicion, instead pleading anxiously, Benefactor, your mastery of the Tao is unparalleled. Surely you possess a means to save me. I am still young and do not wish to perish. She felt the bones of this true form, estimating her age to be around 15 or 16. A time when one is often filled with helplessness and timidity. Am I not saving you? I require you to undertake a certain task. Gu Yi hurriedly inquired. What task? I shall do anything within my capacity. The bald man, should he deceive her? There lay numerous corpses below. His tone was so casual. What the hell? Even with her foreboding and wariness, Gu Yi was still taken aback. Go down. Retrieve? What exactly am I to retrieve? She inquired weakly. Bones. He replied. Me? Yes, it is you. The bald man gazed intently, his expression benevolent. It is you indeed. Pray tell, benefactor, will retrieving them alleviate the poison? Gu Yi continued to question timidly. This is not some century-old ginseng soup. Perhaps a bone broth would suffice. Of course it will work. You have been afflicted by ghostly and venomous energies, and the principle of counteracting poison with poison applies. His words were firm, reminiscent of an esteemed professor lecturing in the hallowed halls of Peking University. Had she not glimpsed Li Dayong's utterly bewildered expression, she might have been swayed. Is that so? Benefactor, my education is limited. Please do not deceive me. Gu Yi bit her lip, looking pitiable. Alas, at my age, my heart is weary. Deceive you? The bald man planted his green staff into the ground, chuckling, though the laughter bore a chill. Since I have saved you, why would I wish you harm? Or do you fear that I might? This truly is a predicament. It appears this fellow harbors doubts about me. Gu Yi, feeling quite dejected, has just arrived and is unaware of her own appearance. Indeed, she cannot engage in a battle of wits or strength against this bald man, for her physical prowess is a significant disadvantage. Since my benefactor has declared that my life belongs to you, I shall comply even if you command me to die. Gu Yi spoke these nonsensical words while attempting to rise to retrieve a bone, yet her frail body betrayed her, rendering her incapable of even standing. As she fell, a fleeting glance revealed that Li Daxiang possessed a kinder disposition, feeling somewhat reluctant about the situation. Master, she truly appears weak. Perhaps we should let it go. What? Little bear, do you wish to show pity? No, Master, the senior brother has said that pity for beauty refers to lovely women, and she is not particularly attractive. Oh, you are aware of beauty and ugliness. I thought in your eyes, women were no different from monkeys. Monkeys? Li Dashing scrutinized Guyu closely and then solemnly asserted, Master is correct. Compared to the senior brother, this girl does indeed resemble a monkey to some extent. The bald man retorted, Look at what you are saying. At least she is a girl. However, the monkeys behind the mountain are indeed more pleasing to the eye. Guyu interjected, One day you will both be beaten to death. The wind rustled, and leaves drifted. Guyu observed the two of them. The bald man gazed at her, and the big bear also regarded her. 6 eyes among 3 individuals created an atmosphere of silence. At last, Guyu, can you two pull up your clothes? I am not yet 18. The screen appears somewhat cracked. Both the master and the disciple reacted. No wonder I felt cold, De Xiong murmured to himself as he adjusted his clothing. But I am not your benefactor. So what manner of person are you? The sudden question rendered the atmosphere tense once more. Guyu met the sharp gaze of the bald man, noticing that he had tightened his grip on the green rod. They had vanquished the ghost, yet did not lower their weapons. It seemed they were waiting for her. Guyu pressed her lips together and propped herself against a tree. I am not human. Indeed, a monster. The bald man casually swept the green rod in his hand, while De Xiong assumed a horse stance. Guyu had never quite understood the necessity of such a stance. I am a monkey. Guyu's expression remained impassive. The two master and disciple were left speechless. Impressive, my girl. You possess quite the temper, do you not? The bald man, seasoned as he was, felt a tinge of embarrassment at the girl's forthright retort. He cleared his throat, and his disciple, ever perceptive, immediately chimed in. Master, is she a monkey spirit? This left the master at a loss for words. The girl wore a mocking expression. So you are aware of this? My surname is Sun, and I am called Wukong. Guyu, having decided to abandon all pretense, retaliated with abundant sarcasm. Li Daxiong furrowed his brow, quickly catching on. No, you are called Wang Xiaoya. You are deceiving me. Guyu. She was more concerned about the name Wang Xiaoya. Wang Xiaoya? Oh, she truly heard nothing just now. This, indeed, embodies the path of you monks. Guyu emphasized his words, resonating with strength. Unperturbed by Guyu's aggression, the bald man retorted, That depends on who you truly are. If you are a demon, whether human or demon, you shall discern the truth through my actions. Come, let us inflict harm upon each other. Guyu declared, brandishing a branch towards the bald man. If I so much as frown or blink, I shall cease to be human. A standoff ensued. The bald man's gaze flickered, while Guyu stood resolute with her weapon drawn. Li Daxiong fell into a brief silence before remarking, Wang Xiaoya, you just blinked twice. You truly are a monkey. Get lost. Guyu ignored him, maintaining her focus on the bald man. If you possess the courage, either kill me or... If you fail, I shall ensure that the underworld knows what sort of individuals you and your master are. This girl, at times gentle as the breeze, at other moments fierce and imposing, now exhibited an indomitable spirit. One need not fear an encounter with the bold, but rather, the fear lies in confronting those even bolder. At this moment, Guyu was resolutely defiant, refusing to yield. Li Daxiong's expression grew awkward as he turned to his master. What are you staring at me for? The bald man asked. Master, Li Daxiong replied hesitantly. The bald man continued, from the sincerity in your furtive glance, I can see your resolve. Truly, you are a worthy disciple. Now, go. What? Li Daxiong questioned, bewildered. Back to the matter at hand. Go down and retrieve the bones. Do you not wish to leave? This illusion is rooted in the ancient tree, with the marsh serving as the array and the bones of the deceased as the source of the malevolent energy. As long as the malevolent energy persists, this formation will remain unbroken. Do you wish to perish in this place? Li Daxiong's expression shifted, revealing his reluctance. Yet the command of his master could not be defied. Thus, Li Daxiong donned his protective mirror and removed his outer robe. Meanwhile, the bald man smiled amicably at Guyu, saying, My disciple has always revered his teachers, though he can be rather straightforward at times, often speaking without much thought. I hope I haven't amused you too much, young lady. Guyu replied, I haven't laughed. You may lower your measuring rod, otherwise, I can't shake the feeling that you intend to extinguish me. The bald man's gaze flickered as he chuckled and set aside the green measuring rod. Both Guyu and Li Daxiong exhaled in relief. There is a saying that those who wield power also command authority. Fortunately, the atmosphere had become amicable. Guyu had indeed wagered correctly. Though the bald man and Li Daxiong appeared fierce and imposing, they were, in truth, defenders against evil, not inclined to take her life. Since killing her was off the table, she pressed forward, and they had no choice but to concede. Speak quickly. About what you mentioned earlier, allowing the monkey know? Having her accompany me down. Does that still stand? Weren't you previously unwilling? At that moment, she realized that if she did not go down, he would have to. Given the current situation, it made sense for them to descend together. As a man, shouldn't you maintain some integrity? What about your principles? Chapter 6. Retrieving the corpse. Guyi rolled her eyes. Thankfully, the bald man seemed somewhat impatient. Why waste words? She had hardly any flesh on her bones. Going down would merely be a feast for the spirits. By the way, hand over the scallion pancake you've been hiding in your pocket. I'm absolutely famished. So, you were merely testing me all along. What was there to test, and what was the purpose? Harboring suspicion, Guyi found herself both amused and exasperated, inwardly remarking that neither the elder nor the younger was particularly virtuous, despite their having saved her life. Consequently, she settled upon the ground to rest. Having relinquished the scallion pancake, Li Daxiong appeared utterly despondent as he descended into the malodorous swamp to retrieve skeletal remains. Guyi surmised that either his constitution was uniquely resilient or the mirror he possessed was remarkably potent, capable of withstanding the putrid miasma emanating from the pool, and even causing the ghoulish entities to recede somewhat. Alas, having abruptly transmigrated from the 21st century to this precarious realm of the supernatural, where life and death hung in the balance, she felt utterly drained, her spirits flagging, until, crunch, 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 a mere 2 meters away, a bald-headed man sat upon a stone, audibly masticating a scallion pancake. In the distance behind him, Li Daxiong extracted fragments of corpses from the swamp, meticulously stacking them one upon another. As he did so, a rhythmic patter accompanied the crunching sounds. The overlapping sounds and juxtaposed images created a strangely harmonious tableau. Guyi initially sneered at the 2 rustic brigands, but in the next instant, her stomach rumbled, not subtly. The bald man paused in his consumption of the scallion pancake and gazed at her. Guyi returned his gaze, earnestly explaining, I've been poisoned. It's a consequence of the poisoning. She was not so base a person, truly. The bald man paused for a moment before inquiring, would you partake? Guyi's lips quivered. At that moment, she surmised that this body had either drowned or starved to death. She was ravenous, her stomach cramping. But could she yield? Before Guyi could resolve her internal conflict, the bald man leisurely remarked, none for you. Guyi, why do you ask? Bald man, just asking casually. Guyi watched as this fellow decisively shoved the other half of the scallion pancake into his mouth. Damn, bald guy, is this a scallion pancake? Oh, you could smell it? Do you really want to eat it? But I won't spit it out for you. However, eating too many of these pancakes can lead to bad breath and cause bloating. Do you know what bloating is? Just by looking at your expression, it's clear you have no idea. Guyi intended to use modern knowledge to outwit this bald man. With remnants of scallion pancakes still in his mouth, the bald man chewed thoughtfully and said, well then, please enlighten me about this bloating. Before he could finish, a disturbance arose from the swamp, mud erupting. A certain diligent disciple emerged, looking disheveled, clutching 2 human femurs in his hands. Guyi smirked. This is it. Li Daxiong himself carried a low-combustion firecracker. Whether created by this world's peculiar sorcery or some special material, it always left traces upon him, coupled with the heavy methane in the swamp. If Daxiong were to pass gas, boom, the result would be just like that. Vengeance was served. Guyi found her hunger had diminished. Despite the explosion, the iron-hearted, ruthless master forced Li Daxiong to retrieve all the bones. This bald man truly had some skills. He affixed talismans on them, set them ablaze, and muttered something. Guyi watched from the side. Which temple do you belong to? She curiously asked Li Daxiong. Temple? No, not at all. Aren't you monks? Is he not performing a ritual for the departed? No, listen closely, Guyi urged. After several attempts to comprehend, she remarked, why hasn't your sect collapsed yet? With a disdainful expression, Guyi added, the smoke has reached me, forcing me to change my position. Li Daxiong found himself at a loss for words. Naturally, compensation was expected. After all, they needed to eat. Curiosity piqued, Guyi pondered the monetary system of this world. She had perused various chaotic time travel novels. Yet the historical contexts varied immensely. Some were fantastical, others more serious. But then again, with a ghostly figure present, could this truly be classified as serious? A chicken? What? Gu Yi paused, her expression morphing into one of bewilderment as she fixed her gaze on Daxiong. Daxiong felt a chill run down his spine under her intense scrutiny. I mean, what sort of vile thoughts are you harboring, little monkey? No, little girl? When I mentioned a chicken, I was referring to a clucking chicken. Gu Yi replied innocently, That is precisely what I meant. What other kind of chicken could there be? Daxiong, feeling exasperated and blushing, finally admitted. Those people are destitute, they cannot afford to pay. My master declined their request, yet they knelt for an entire day. We had no choice but to come here. Please, do not speak of this outside. Otherwise, some may refuse to pay in the future and end up kneeling. What is there to announce? Once we leave here, we shall go our separate ways, Gu Yi retorted, her tone irritable as the incantation reached its conclusion. The bald man possesses considerable skill. After incinerating these skeletal remains, the illusion before Gu Yi indeed transformed. He perceived the scenery around him fading and shifting until the desolate, withered forest appeared no different from an ordinary woodland. The swamp transformed into a serene lake, and the trees exhibited the hues of autumn. Yet the tree remained. It had truly become a grand tree, still adorned with human skins, its immense leaves curled inward. If the tree had seemed peculiar within the illusion, it now appeared eerily out of place amidst the seemingly normal autumnal forest. Bear, climb, commanded the bald man, directing Li Daxiong. Emerging from the swamp, Li Daxiong grimaced at the words. Master, it's quite high. The primary concern was the tree, which instilled fear in him. He had previously lurked atop it for an extended period, enduring considerable distress. I taught you lightness skills. It is your own lack of diligence and training that has led you to be incapable of jumping up this modest height. Do not blame me. Reluctantly, Li Daxiong began to ascend. Master, the leaves are made of human skin. It appears to be facial skin, he exclaimed as he grasped the sturdy branches. Suddenly, someone below called out to him. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a branch being tossed upwards, revealing Gu Yi. This monkey seems rather competent, Li Daxiong thought, smiling gratefully as he used a small twig to prod at the curled facial skins. As he pried them apart, two objects fell with a thud, landing squarely on Gu Yi's head. Reacting instinctively, he caught them. They were eyeballs. Gu Yi stood completely frozen, her skin, flesh, and even her eyes rigid with tension. The bald man strolled over to her, stroking his unshaven chin, murmuring to himself as if he had reached some conclusion yet remained shrouded in doubt. Deliberately avoiding the revelation of his thoughts while casting a seemingly casual glance in her direction, although initially subtle, Gu Yi sensed from the very beginning that he harbored suspicions about her. Her innate perceptiveness enabled her to capture this unsettling awareness. A heavy feeling settled in her heart as she contemplated that this bald man either doubted her authenticity or harbored ill intentions towards her. It was imperative that she distanced herself from them. But first, she needed to escape this accursed forest. With a plan forming in her mind, Gu Yi maintained her composure. The bald man had retrieved a small cloth bag from the voluminous sleeves of his garment. Upon opening it, he revealed a collection of items, perhaps a small tuft of hair or some used trinkets like a comb or chopsticks, arranged neatly upon a white cloth. Each labeled with names like Li Si from Li Family Village and Zhang Long from Zhang Family Manor. It seemed these items were offerings from the deceased relatives. What purpose could they serve? Intrigued, Gu Yi watched as the bald man produced a bundle of incense, methodically inserting each stick into the already displayed belongings of the deceased. The scene possessed a certain ceremonial gravity. Was it a rite of worship? Once he completed this task, the bald man rose, his hand reaching into a small pouch hanging from his waist, seemingly retrieving something, which he then flung to the side with a flourish. A cacophony ensued. Grains of rice, like luminous streaks, shot forth. Though enervated, Gu Yi's eyesight proved remarkably keen, discerning at a glance that the white specks were, in fact, rice grains, no fewer than 50 in number. The bald man, with even greater alacrity, preempted the rice grain's descent. His fingertips danced through the air, a lightning-fast display. As his lips moved in what Gu Yi perceived as an incantation, the peculiar sonic undulations washed over her. With a series of sounds, red dots shot from his fingertips, landing upon the rice grains. The grains ignited, and as they burned, they fell precisely beneath the 10 incense sticks. The rice grains turned to ash, yielding a white flame, which, in turn, ignited the incense. As the incense smoke rose, ethereal and meandering, it snaked through the air, tendrils reaching toward the great tree. At this juncture, Gu Yi understood. This was a form of corpse identification. Chapter 7. Who are you? The scene unfolding before her was unequivocally fantastical. It truly was a transmigration. It was indeed corpse identification, a practice for those who wouldn't rest until the remains were found. Oh, and no chickens. Monkey, catch. All right. Guyi instinctively moved to comply, then balked. Catch what? I'm too young to handle this. Guyi declared righteously. Then why have you been clutching that eyeball? Guyi, realizing her actions, felt the slickness in her palm and experienced a surge of nausea, her scalp prickling. Resisting the revulsion, she placed the eyeball beneath the seasoning. Guided by the white smoke, the bald man, casting a glance her way, raised an eyebrow and smiled, a smile tinged with lechery. Guyi warily sidestepped, refusing to acknowledge the mentor and apprentice duo any further. After toiling for the better part of an hour, the distribution of the remains was finally complete. With their belongings gathered, the two were poised to depart from the haunted forest. Guyi inquired, "Are these remains simply to be left here?" "Indeed, they are to be left," the bald man retorted, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Did you expect to carry them away?" Guyi offered a forced smile. "I am as slender as a monkey. I could scarcely manage it." "You jest, benefactor. However, I suspect the families of the deceased would be hesitant to venture here, though they proclaimed their desire to seek justice for their kin. When faced with matters of life and death, few are willing to risk their own lives. Otherwise, why would no one safeguard these remains? After all, not all relatives are." Guyi's brow furrowed slightly as she averted her gaze, fixing it on one side of the forest. "Of course, not those cowards. There are specialized corpse drivers who will come, but—" The bald man habitually spoke in half-truths, tantalizingly withholding information. Guyi, however, did not fall for it, changing the subject instead. "Ah, so we are to depart now? I would be grateful if you could lead the way, benefactor. However, I seem to recall you mentioning that a more formidable evil spirit lurked outside. Why have we not encountered it?" It was not that Guyi wished to encounter it, but rather that she found it peculiar. Could it be that he had merely been speaking idly before, deliberately attempting to frighten her? Encountered what? You. The bald man turned to face Guyi. "Do you know who casts no shadow? Not the dead, nor the living, but—" He gripped the handle of the cyan ruler at his waist. The word shadow echoed in Guyi's mind. She had no shadow? Li Dishiong held his hand up like a blade, a look of awkwardness on his face. "Ah, my apologies. I have struck the wrong acupoint. You scoundrel. Is it possible for her to simply say it's all right? Are these two masters intent on killing her?" Guyi's thoughts barely had the chance to filter through when, suddenly, bang, the second strike landed accurately. Guyi collapsed instantly. How many times had she fainted today? Li Dashiong appeared visibly awkward, glancing at his master, while the bald man, expressionless, drew forth a green dagger, its sharp tip aimed at Guyi's brow, poised to stab. In the tranquil and serene village, where paths crisscrossed and smoke wafted gently, one could find a small courtyard. There, the tall and robust Li Dashiong was sharpening a knife, while the equally imposing bald man busied himself with scrubbing a pot. Passers-by dared only to steal a few glances before fleeing in terror, for they had heard the clanking of chains within that house, and upon seeing the lewd expressions on the faces of these two burly men, their eyes gleamed with a sinister light. Oh, heavens above, what sins have been committed? Indeed, there were others inside the house. You sat upon a mat? Observing the bamboo framework constructed within a meter's radius, square and three-dimensional, yet with a dozen or so intersecting strands forming an odd character. Nevertheless, she grasped the situation. This was, without a doubt, a prison. Her wrists were shackled with handcuffs, chained to the bamboo structure. Guyi tugged at the handcuffs with a cold smile. Truly, this was akin to a tiger being bullied in the plains. How had she endured such humiliation in her former world? The clanking grew louder as she made more noise. The door swung open, and the bald man entered. He sat in the chair, pouring himself a cup of tea. After 10 hours, as a demon, you certainly possess the ability to slumber deeply. Your words hardly flatter me. They bear an insinuation. Guyi, however, had regained her composure. A demon? Is that a rank above a ghost? Her cold laugh was unmistakable, as if mocking his expertise. The bald man, slightly irked, set down his teacup with a huff. Truly, you are a stubborn duck, unable to justify the mere shadow you are. Yet, the system suddenly informed her, "Darling, you are not a player. You are merely a minor monster destined for obliteration." Oh, how unfortunate. However, one must not concede defeat. Having gone too long without nourishment, the shadow had grown thin as a lightning bolt, hardly discernible to the naked eye. Is that not a valid excuse? To his astonishment, The bald man found himself at a loss for words. Oh, I am but a mortal. I cannot perceive your lightning. My fault. Even if the shadow posed no issue, there remains a matter you cannot explain away. The bald man lifted his teacup once more. Wang Xiaoya Guyi narrowed her eyes. She is a fool, you see. A fool. Is that not synonymous with being intellectually challenged? Guyi was taken aback, utterly astonished. At last, she comprehended where her defeat lay. She was too intelligent. Indeed, too intelligent. Cleverness could be a vice. Nevertheless, the initial state of this quest was utterly abysmal, a pitfall of monumental proportions. Seeing Guyi rendered speechless, the bald man reveled in his triumph, his eyebrows dancing with delight as he sipped his tea, smacking his lips audibly. He added nonchalantly, moreover, she is mute. The glint in his eyes and his expression conveyed that she was simply too verbose. A decisive blow. Enraged, Guyi retorted with a cold smile. Is it not permissible to be afflicted with foolishness or muteness? Even if one's cerebrum and larynx were not excised, it seems one remains obstinate until faced with irrefutable evidence. The bald man found himself in a rather precarious situation. The fact that I am not immediately extinguished suggests either my utility is preserved for a later purpose, or perhaps there exists within you a degree of uncertainty regarding my true nature, whether I am indeed a specter or some other supernatural entity. This hesitancy leads you to confine me within this cage, a decision that reeks of trepidation. Your proficiency is, to put it mildly, substandard. After a brief pause, Guy fixed her gaze upon the bald man, asserting that if he possessed the courage of his convictions, he would either dispatch her or release her forthwith. Her declaration was imbued with confidence, for she was certain that the bald man harbored no desire to end her existence, implying he had ulterior motives. However, her current confinement displeased her immensely, and from this discontent arose a formidable aura. The bald man's hand trembled slightly, as he now perceived the young girl as a truly formidable adversary. For a fleeting moment, the tension in the air was palpable. Then, with a creak, the door swung open, and Master Li Daxing entered, a blade in his grasp, stained with blood. Guye's eyes widened in response, and she uttered a single phrase, "Pray, let us engage in rational discourse." The bald man remained silent. "Master, the fowl has been dispatched. Shall we stew it, or perhaps roast it?" Li Daxiong inquired. "Has it been defeathered?" Li Daxiong responded with a touch of embarrassment. "I found myself reluctant to do so." Gu Yi and the bald man exchanged glances, both thinking, is this individual intellectually deficient? What is there to be reluctant about? However, the bald man disregarded his simple-minded apprentice and cast a glance at Gu Yi, who, in turn, ignored Li Daxiong. Gu Yi scrutinized the bamboo cage, inquiring, "Is this some form of arcane enchantment employed by your sect? A mere cage woven from bamboo? It is aesthetically displeasing. I have dedicated a decade to perfecting its construction. Too ugly. Waking up early and toiling away. Too ugly. Practicing countless times. Too ugly. Well, you win." Li Daxiong, wielding a kitchen knife, wore a face of despair. Yet, one cannot deny its remarkable effectiveness, as exemplified by this character. Gu Yi paused. Glancing at the intersecting bamboo branches Li Daxiong pointed at. "Oh, this is a character I didn't notice." Li Daxiong raised the kitchen knife and turned to the bald man, asking, "Master, may I slay her?" The bald man replied, "Of course. I've been curious to see if she is human. The blood and flesh will reveal the truth. However, there is no need to test it, as Gu Yi has already extracted one of the nodes from those branches with 2 fingers, pulling it out, unraveling it. With an expressionless face, she twirled the branch between her fingers. Even practitioners of sorcery can have shoddy craftsmanship." Li Daxiong exclaimed, "Master, don't stop me. I must slay her." But the bald man paid him no heed. "Well, since the master doesn't stop me, I suppose I won strike after all." The bald man fixed his gaze upon Gu Yi, his eyes gleaming, and after a prolonged silence, he said, "Since you have emerged, it's time to pluck some feathers." "What?" Gu Yi was taken aback. "Pluck feathers from a chicken? Ha! Since I am neither a monster nor a ghost, why should I heed your commands? What can you do to me?" As Gu Yi stepped away from the scattered bamboo strips, she prepared to leave. "You may certainly depart, but the question is, once you step outside, you will either be regarded as a monster or be merely a vessel for a spirit." Gu Yi halted her steps and turned to look at him. "I have previously stated that a person devoid of a shadow can never be whole. Now that it has been established that you are not a specter, there are only 2 possibilities. You are either the true essence of this body, yet have lost a fragment of your soul, rendering you incomplete and susceptible to possession, or..." The bald man poured another cup of tea. asserting that you are not the true essence of this body, but rather the soul that has intruded upon this mortal vessel. Guye's gaze flickered momentarily. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that you mostly belong to the latter category. This raises a question, since you are not the true essence. Your affinity with this body is notably diminished. Even the weakest of spirits could overpower you, either banishing you from this form or consuming you entirely. Indeed. It was apparent that the young girl's expression had turned quite distressing. The bald man swirled his teacup, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Who, then, are you? Chapter 8. The Pursuit of Gold? Guyi had ceased her futile struggles. She was not one to be oblivious to the circumstances. She had gleaned a semblance of the bald man's boundaries and principles, and it was time for transparency. If I were to claim that I inexplicably found myself in this young girl's body after a slumber, would you believe me? The master and apprentice fell silent. Guyi continued unabashedly. I was once strikingly beautiful, with a splendid figure, a veritable heartthrob. Their incredulous expressions irked her. The synchronized eye roll from the master and apprentice left her quite dissatisfied. Goodness, in this day and age, even honesty fails to garner belief. I simply felt that your emphasis was misplaced. Shouldn't you elaborate on your past, your origins? As for beauty, the past is inconsequential. The crux of the matter is your current lack of it. I detest your bluntness. Guyi deflated, dispirited. How am I to know what predicament I've stumbled into? Indeed, I seem to have forgotten certain events, yet I vaguely suspect they're linked to my venture into an ancient tomb, though I remain uncertain if I truly embarked on such a journey. Her words were somewhat muddled and disjointed, undoubtedly beyond Li Duxiong's comprehension, prompting him to scratch his head in silence. The bald man, however, appeared thoughtful. An ancient tomb? Of what era? The Warring States period? I don't know. I've forgotten. Guyi was genuinely at a loss, recalling only that the data suggested a Tang Dynasty tomb, but she couldn't divulge such information to these two. She wasn't daft. After all, by the way, what dynasty is this era supposed to be? Judging by the attire, it seems roughly akin to the Sui or Tang dynasties. Given the meager value of the information Guyi provided, the bald man remained silent, sharing Guyi's profound skepticism regarding the tomb. So, monkey, it seems you're in the same line of work as us. No wonder you appear so uncouth, barbaric, and unafraid of filth. Who the hell is uncouth, barbaric, and unafraid of filth? Guyi cast a chilling glance at Li Duxiong, who had a knack for offending people with his words. I generally only welcome compliments on my beauty and intelligence, and furthermore, I am not a monkey. Guyi's murderous gaze was indeed quite potent. Li Duxiong touched his nose and fell silent. The bald man, with a gleam in his eyes, remarked, ordinary people would never venture into a tomb, unless the deceased is connected to those who handle the belongings of the dead. Are you a tomb raider or a mountain mover? Or perhaps an excavator or a grave robber? Confused, Guyi recalled a book titled Tomb Raiding Notes. Indeed, to the ancients, tomb robbers were not merely thieves. In their eyes, it was an esteemed craft. The four schools of tomb raiding, Mok Jin, Banshan, Xiaoling, and Fho, were well recognized. Clearly, this bald man assumed she belonged to the ranks of tomb raiders. I am a certified expert in cultural relic preservation, committed to upholding the teachings of the party and the organization, dedicated to safeguarding the essence of traditional Chinese culture. In simpler terms, she was a Mok Jin. Yet she could never disclose her identity as a state-sanctioned grave robber. What if there truly exists such an organization within the realm? Even if it does not, the blame would surely fall upon the previous dynasty, making such a fib difficult to retract. The choice to adopt the guise of a tomb raider was also strategic. Practitioners of Mok Jin often stood apart from established systems, making future inquiries into her background more challenging. Ultimately, the primary reason was that the protagonist of Tomb Raiding Notes belonged to the Mok Jin school. The protagonist possessed an aura of invincibility, and she hoped to bask in a fraction of that fortune. Indeed, you are a Mok Jin, yet this must be your first descent into a tomb. Huh. You're surely courting death. The two mentors laughed derisively at Guyi, who felt a wave of frustration yet chose not to clarify her position. Very well. Since this is the clandestine art of tomb raiding, albeit lacking in decorum and shrouded in secrecy, it can be regarded as a profession of sorts. It often intersects with our line of work, so do take a moment to stay with us. Please assist me in restoring the shadow of Guyi directly. The bald man chuckled as he scrutinized her, saying, let's first indulge in some chicken. After all, did you not claim to be as famished as lightning? Guyi, feeling resigned yet curious about the bald man's intentions, accepted her fate and agreed to accompany Li Daxiong outside. While sipping tea, the bald man overheard the following exchange outside. Guyi, let me do it, let me peel. Li Daxiong, oh, I had no intention of competing with you. However, did you not express a reluctance to remove the feathers? Guyi, not at all. Who said that? Li Daxiong, no, you indeed do not wish to. Is there some advantage to peeling feathers? Guyi, you truly are something else. I assure you, I will do it. Li Daxiong, not so fast. Unless you clarify your stance, I shall not permit you to proceed. Guyi, you? Well, let me tell you, in our treasure-seeking sect, plucking chicken feathers is believed to ward off evil spirits. After all, when it comes to exorcising malevolent forces, chicken blood proves to be effective, particularly that of a grand rooster, colloquially referred to as the phoenix of the ground. One can hardly downplay the value of a phoenix's plumage. All right, that's about all I know. Please step aside. Li Daxiong, no way. Monkey, you are far too fragile, and besides, you are a girl. How could you possibly handle such rough work? Allow me to take over while you rest on the side. Subsequently, the weakened Guyi was forcibly relieved of the task of plucking chicken feathers by a robust man through sheer strength. Inside the room, the bald man nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens upon encountering this so-called treasure-seeking technique. A local chicken is just a local chicken, if it were truly a phoenix. Would you dare to pluck its feathers and still expect it to ward off evil? The most terrifying part is that his good disciple actually believes it. It was too much to bear. The beleaguered Guyi sat on the threshold, wearing a look of grievance, gazing up at the sky, occasionally glancing at the empty space where her shadow should be. Birds flew overhead. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness, solitude, and desolation in this world. As the bald man stepped outside, he caught sight of a little girl resembling a monkey, enveloped in an aura of emptiness and coldness. The atmosphere was palpable. He furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of compassion flickering in his eyes, just as he was about to utter something. Whoosh! That lonely little monkey darted out, swiftly embracing the large water tank in the yard, feeling it, inspecting it. Round, solid, smooth to the touch, exhibiting craftsmanship at its finest. How splendidly preserved this water tank is. Oh, what exquisite craftsmanship adorned with intricate patterns. It must surely date back to the Tang Dynasty. And behold, it still contains water, and even fish, alive. Li Daxiong, who was plucking feathers from a chicken, stood there in astonishment. The bald man was equally dumbfounded. Has the touching gold sect fallen to such dire straits? Master, should we inform the monkey that, in truth, Li Apo's grandson often relieves himself in there? Never mind, as long as she is happy. Chicken, roasted to perfection. Why not stew it? Li Daxiong claimed it was because they could not afford other ingredients. They couldn't even procure goji berries or red dates. Why is your sect so impoverished? Not impoverished, merely frugal. Li Daxiong leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, Master is miserly, miserly to a fault. We have never had oil in our vegetables. We simply eat them after boiling in hot water. Oh, is that so? That miserly master of yours is right behind you. It seems I must reflect upon my own actions. It matters not if I live in frugality, but it would be unacceptable to let my disciples starve. Daxiong, Master, I will feast on chicken while you subsist on soil. I absolutely cannot allow you to go hungry. I acknowledge my mistakes. The bald man wore a broad smile, his head gleaming brightly. Li Daxiong clung to his leg, weeping bitterly, his heart wrenching in despair. Meanwhile, Guyi remained composed, tending to a fire in the courtyard with dry twigs. After all, it was none of her concern. Rather I perish than my comrade, eh? Yet even roast fowl requires kindling and victuals to be palatable. Bald fellow, fret not, for thou art to have none. By Jove, a day shall dawn when thy disciple shall smite thee down. Famished, Guyi regarded the bald man's acrimonious mien with ire, yet his formidable arm quelled her spirit. Very well, what if I were to contribute honey? Pray, have you ever savored honey-glazed wings? The eyes of the two masters glistened with avarice. Is this dog collar a unique artifact of your sect? Guyi strolled along the village path, caressing the bracelet adorning her wrist. The material was pliant, yet its appearance was far from comely. Her neighbor once kept a dog with a similar adornment. Hence, she vehemently refused to wear it around her neck. Fortunately, that bald rascal manipulated it such that it could be contracted upon her hand. Nay, it is named the Phantom Ring. Master must have incinerated effigies within it, capable of conjuring phantom shadows. Aye, quite intriguing. Your sect possesses a wealth of treasures, even those dedicated to manipulating shadows. Guyu mused that her circumstance must be exceedingly rare. Yet, she could not fathom why, upon her soul's transmigration, Wang Xiaoya's corporeal form had lost its shadow. She was no specter, nor was Wang Xiaoya herself a phantom. Even in death, her physical form should cast a shadow. From a scientific perspective, wherein light upon an object invariably casts a shadow, this was quite uncanny. The bald fellow, whether by design or oversight, neglected to mention it. Guyu bore this matter in her mind. However, as she observed the village, she found it strikingly similar to Wang Xiaoya's former village. The terrain appeared to belong to the same region. From the previous conversation between the master and apprentice, it seemed that several of the wrongfully deceased were indeed villagers, and the chickens had been brought by a few families from this very place. The phantasmic ring was originally designed to obscure one's silhouette, yet the master had mentioned that everything possesses duality, and with a touch of skillful manipulation, one could transform a paper figure into a shadow. Nevertheless, this shadow. Li Daxiong could not resist casting another glance at the swaying silhouette behind Guyi. The master's craftsmanship had truly improved. This monkey-esque shadow bore a striking resemblance to you. Silence, Guyi replied, her expression unyielding. Very well, Li Daxiong fell silent, but not for long. Hey, monkey, where's the honey you mentioned? At the eastern end of the village, just ahead. The dance of the bees possesses a language of its own, guiding you to their hive. Ah, can it be seen from a distance? I must admit, I was unaware of that. One must read more when one is not conventionally attractive. Wouldn't you agree? Is that a reflection of you? Li Daxiong once again fell silent. Chapter 9. The adult, by the way, do you enjoy eating dates? Guyi casually inquired, prompting Daxiong to joyfully rush off to pick some dates. In this village, the date groves were generally open to villagers for casual foraging. Rural customs permitted such simplicity, akin to travelers plucking a few melons to quench their thirst. It was, indeed, a manifestation of pure-heartedness. Meanwhile, Guyi stood beneath a tree, gazing up at the beehive suspended above. The beehive was neither too large nor too small, yet it appeared to be quite old. This aged honey was indeed nourishing. Guyi contemplated for a moment, gathering some dry grass from the side, eagerly awaiting Li Daxiong to arrive and smoke the hive. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the cluster of cottages by the creek at the village's edge. Hey, monkey, Li Daxiong exclaimed. Guyi replied, I will watch by the creek. You handle the bees with the smoke. Though Li Daxiong found it perplexing, the words of this petite, slender girl always seemed to carry a certain wisdom. However, he preferred the robust task of retrieving the beehive over the meticulous chore of washing jujubes. So he readily handed the jujubes to Guyi, climbed the tree, and lit the dry grass with a fire stick, directing the smoke towards the hive's entrance. Guyi, cradling dozens of jujubes in her coat, made her way to the creek, washing the fruits while glancing across the water. There stood 4 robust horses by the entrance of a nearby cottage, their appearance suggesting they were of Tang Dynasty quality, complete with saddles and whips far beyond the means of ordinary folk. She was unaware of the situation within the courtyard, but faint cries and shouts echoed through the air. Could it be officials of the court? Guyi's curiosity piqued as she washed another 4 or 5 jujubes. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the wall, crashing to the ground with a pained cry. Shadows darted from the courtyard, vaulting over the wall with a flourish of dark ropes. With a swift motion, they struck the man in the abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. The youth, adorned with a traditional headpiece, swiftly drew a slender and sharp blade from his waist. The weapon, though not lengthy, possessed an exquisite sharpness, its edge finely honed. As he unsheathed it, the air sliced through with a sound reminiscent of fabric tearing. In an instant, the blade curved, descending in accordance with his wrist movement. With a resounding clang, it pierced a gray stone beside a man, causing it to crack. The man's eyes widened in shock, and a foul odor arose from between his legs. The youth furrowed his brow, his demeanor icy. A commoner daring to speak disrespectfully to a gentleman is already an affront. Should you transgress again? I shall take your head for such insolence. Not far from the scene, Guyi was equally startled. Having come from a world of peace, she understood that while the military often wielded considerable power in various dynasties, the disregard for human life seen in ancient times was starkly different. It was as if this youth, of official lineage, was genuinely prepared to execute a civilian for perceived disrespect. Such actions would be unthinkable in the 21st century, where one's ancestry could be exposed in an instant. Thus, Guyi was indeed taken aback but felt no fear. Rather, her curiosity piqued regarding the gentleman the youth referred to, and the formidable skills of his associates, which surpassed even those of exorcists like Li Daxiong. Of course, it was clear that Daxiong followed a path of demon slaying, distinct from the martial prowess displayed here. The blade wielded by the youth was reminiscent of those from the Tang Dynasty, leading Gu Yi to contemplate that she had indeed traversed back to that era, connecting her circumstances to the ancient tomb. Moments later, sounds emanated from within the courtyard. Qingyu's voice was faint and carried a cool detachment, echoing across the stream to the opposite bank with an air of indifference. Gu Yi washed 2 more jujubes and soon noticed a young man emerging from the courtyard. He appeared to be in his early 20s, youthful, yet possessing a stern and noble countenance. His tall and handsome figure resembled that of a slender bamboo, adorned in dark garments embroidered with gold, and his hair was bound beneath an official cap. This cap was distinctly different from that of the previous young man. It was a high headscarf reserved for the nobility of the Tang Dynasty, crafted from fine black gauze, coupled with the exquisitely tailored robe. It was evident he hailed from a prominent family. Regardless of his official rank, his lineage alone marked him as someone not to be trifled with by mere commoners. It was no wonder that his youthful attendant displayed such ruthless decisiveness. Clearly, there were powerful figures behind him, unafraid of bloodshed. Yes, my lord, the attendant Qingyu rose, sheathing his sword with a cold glare directed at the bloodied man. The elderly and young individuals within the room, who had initially been rather obstinate, now resembled quails in their compliance. Is it truly a man-eating forest? The young noble furrowed his brow slightly. But what if we were to venture in and discover the remains? Upon hearing this question, the expressions of those present turned awkward, and the old man, wearing a pained expression, replied, "That is indeed a forest known for consuming men, inhabited by malevolent spirits. How could we dare to enter? Wouldn't that be akin to courting death?" His words were delivered with righteous conviction. The countenance of Qingyu and the attendants grew even colder, while the noble youth appeared unperturbed. Then why did you not seek compensation from the Shi family after their demise? Given their temperament, it was inconceivable that they would not demand an explanation and restitution. Indeed, upon uttering this inquiry, the expressions of these individuals grew even more peculiar, their gazes evasive. It was the possession of your land deeds by the Shi family that drove Zhao Qi and the others to such desperate measures. And it is because of these deeds that you dare not seek retribution from the Shi family, correct? Indeed. The faces of these individuals were etched with the awkwardness and humiliation of being exposed, mingled with resentment. Master Shi is a local magnate in these parts. The people of the neighboring villages are either indebted to him through land deeds or burdened with insurmountable debts. If we do not provide a bride for his family, our entire families will starve. Sir, it is not that we are heartless, but the emotional appeal reached its zenith, yet the young man remained unmoved, coldly interrupting the old man's lament. Since the white cloth is hung, the body has been found? Qingyu scoffed. Was this individual a renowned demon hunter? Or perhaps a Taoist priest? Not quite. The master appeared more like a bandit. He hastily corrected himself. Oh, pardon my words. I misspoke. But the master was indeed formidable. You place your faith in the words of such charlatans? This remark displeased the crowd, for to the common folk, while the court held supreme authority, these sorcerers were associated with the divine. Sensing the potential for widespread anger, the noble youth cast a glance at Qingyu, who lowered his head and retreated a step. That sorcerer is currently in this village, is he not? This young man possessed an uncanny perception, as if he could see through all deceptions. Sir, how did you know? The old man pointed at Gu Yi with his finger, extending an effusive invitation. Young lady, come here, come here. This sir wishes to see you. Damn it, did he say that? No. Why did you have to be so loquacious? Gu Yi now fears being embroiled in this matter. Little did she expect that merely washing jujubes and enjoying the spectacle would lead to such trouble. Had she foreseen this, her curiosity would have been quelled. The group of young men naturally glanced over, spotting the frail little girl crouched by the stream, appearing quite young and slender, akin to an ordinary village girl, thus failing to pique their interest. Yet, how could such a girl possibly be involved in this case? Just as Qingyu was about to call Gu Yi over, a sudden, piercing scream erupted from beneath a tree several meters behind Gu Yi. In the next moment, a robust figure leaped forth, sprinting towards her like a wild beast. Run! Monkeys, monkeys, quick! He shouted as he dashed forward. Before Gu Yi could comprehend the situation, she was already being whisked away by Li Daxiong. Hot on their heels was a veritable swarm of frenzied bees. Gu Yi felt utterly exasperated. This multitude of bees could easily leave her swollen for days. What have you done? she demanded. I just have a delicate stomach, and then I let one rip. Was it possible she had offended their queen bee? Guyi was rendered speechless, yet upon seeing the individuals on the other side of the news, she could only resign herself to fate. Stop! Qingyu called out, a note of urgency in his voice. He and another attendant executed a graceful leap over the stream. Their movements so effortless they evoked admiration, but they landed precisely where Guyi had just been, only for the young men behind to call out to them. The bald-headed man in the courtyard rolled his eyes upon seeing their disheveled appearance, as if already knowing they were bound to fail. Come, quickly eat. Guyi and the other man were speechless. Li Di was unaware of what was happening across the stream. Guyi hesitated but decided not to mention it. Unfortunately, there was no honey or anything else, only dates. Unwilling to be mocked by the bald man, and finding the dry roasting rather meager, Guyi entered the house. Fortunately, the old house had been inhabited before, and the kitchen wasn't too dirty. After searching, she found some salt and a small string of peppers. Guyi sat there roasting the chicken, with the two burly men squatting beside her, watching intently. When the young officials arrived, they were met with this scene. It was quite comical, exceedingly so. They had been standing there for quite some time. Even the blind would have noticed. Yet, the three individuals continued to stare at the roasting chicken. Annoyed, Qingyu cleared his throat. Only then did the three look up. Upon seeing the aristocratic youth, Guyi inwardly exclaimed, realizing they had arrived too quickly. Before Qingyu could speak, the youth bowed from outside the courtyard and said, I am Lu Yizhi. Due to some official duties, I need to visit the senior to inquire about some matters. Lives are at stake, so I beseech the senior for assistance. The bald-headed man had long noticed their presence but had simply been too lazy to acknowledge them. Now, seeing their unusual desire and recognizing the hidden meaning in their words, he cast them a second glance. Luigi? He did not recognize the name. Instantly, the four attendants drew their swords, their blades gleaming with a sharp, cold light. With a slight shake of his hand, Guyi steadied the roast chicken. Indeed, food is of utmost importance to the people. Chapter 10. The Lu family of Fanyong and Guye's perception. Qingyu and his three companions naturally belonged to the privileged class. With two master and disciple figures of such mysterious prowess preceding them, it was hardly surprising that they possessed martial skills. However, compared to her own lack of martial ability, it was still a source of pressure. As she turned the roast chicken, she cast furtive glances at the tense quartet, her gaze settling on the young man among them. This individual possesses a profound depth. Are all young men of ancient times so astute? As Guyi appraised him, he seemed to sense her scrutiny and turned to meet her gaze. She quickly adopted a shy demeanor, lowering her head as she continued to tend to the chicken. The young man regarded her for a brief moment before gently gesturing for the Qingyu quartet to sheath their blades and step back. He advanced a couple of paces, his long sleeves fluttering gracefully in the breeze. I am committed to governing with both civility and martial prowess. Yet, with malevolent forces rampant, disturbing the peace of the people, it is inevitable that extraordinary individuals will emerge in times of adversity. With the esteemed halls of Yutong, Shunshao, Qingwei, and Beatty standing firm, alongside the likes of Maoshan and other sects rescuing people from peril, the emperor, recognizing this path beneficial to all, has established the Tang Dao Academy in the capital to cultivate fresh talent to assist in governance, purging malevolent entities from the land, honoring both Dao and Buddha without prejudice. Thus, I humbly beseech the esteemed elders for assistance. To be frank, Guye's initial impression of this young man had been one of aloofness and coldness, with a mind steeped in depth. Yet, she had not anticipated such a righteous and noble outlook. A true civil servant of the Tang Dynasty, indeed. Though it may seem like mere platitudes, this individual possesses an undeniable charm, articulating thoughts with clarity that is pleasing to the ear, while he exudes a certain coldness. It is not overbearing. The bald man, upon hearing these words, relaxed his brow and gently patted his own bald head. I must say, young sir, you are quite remarkable at such a tender age. Your discerning eye is commendable. However, my apprentice and I are merely rustic sorcerers, hardly comparable to the likes of the northern emperor of the Jade Hall. The bald man truly is quite shrewd. Qingyu and the others felt a subtle aversion. Yet Lu Yizhi remained unperturbed, merely inquiring about certain matters, still unaware of the elder's name. My surname is Kong. It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kong. Just as Lu Yizhi began to speak, a cough erupted from the village girl, Gu, who had just been fed a date by Li Daxiong. Her distress palpable and causing the master and apprentice to wear anxious expressions. My apologies, Guyi managed to say after regaining her composure. Meeting the curious gazes of Lu Yizhi and the others. I am unwell, too frail, and I must beg your pardon. This person is indeed astute. Having noticed that Gu Ye's recent discomfort was somehow linked to the name Master Kong, could he have perceived the amusement hidden in her eyes? Upon catching sight of the bald man's narrowed gaze, Gu Yi turned to roasted chicken again. If I were to tell you, my lord, that I actually know even less than what you have uncovered, would you believe me? It is indeed rare for someone of a lower social standing to respond to Lu Yizhi in such a manner, especially when the interlocutor is merely a village girl. Lu Yizhi retorted, is this related to your inherent foolishness? Foolishness. The words escaped the lips of an ancient individual, startling Gu Yu to the point where she nearly believed that this person, like herself, had traversed time. However, upon scrutinizing the individual's gaze and demeanor, analyzing their subtle expressions and behavioral qualities, she discerned that this person was not of the modern era. Yet, the utterance was decidedly discomforting. I am uncertain. They claimed that I was as naive as a blank sheet of paper, but after being frightened by that female specter yesterday, I have become rather astute. This village girl is somewhat shameless, thought the four companions quietly. A female ghost? Lu Yizhi feigned ignorance and inquired further. Guyi recounted the superficial details regarding that female ghost. This is all I know. As for other matters, you may consult Master Kong, a benefactor, after all. For he is an expert in capturing ghosts and vanquishing malevolent spirits. Is this a tactic to ensnare me with flattery? The bald man scoffed, stating, in matters of the supernatural, how many truly possess comprehensive knowledge? Our line of work primarily involves capturing spirits and exorcising demons, contingent upon encountering them. Investigating cases is not our forte. It seems, Mr. Liu, that you do not strike me as someone who would come to this rural locale for investigative purposes. To put it plainly, the deaths of a few villagers would hardly warrant the presence of someone of Luigi's caliber. There are only two possibilities. Either he happened to be here, meddling in affairs that do not concern him, or he indeed bears an official mandate. Though his intent is certainly not to uncover the truth behind the demise of these rural inhabitants. My ancestral home lies in this very location. The other day, I happened to attend a wedding at the Shi family's residence, accompanying my elders for a drink, yet the bride never arrived. He paused momentarily, casting a glance at Guyi. Although the bride was absent, 7 individuals had perished within the Shi household, including servants, maids, and guests of all ages, both male and female. Their deaths were most tragic, stirring unrest among the locals of Donglu town. The Shi family. Guyi pressed her lips together, remaining silent, while the bald man, more forthright, boldly declared, the Shi family is haunted. Haunted? Lu Yizhi's gaze flickered, sharing the same sentiment. Indeed. Young Master Lu. Please elaborate. Do you partake in chicken? It was evident he sought to usher them away. If I were to say yes. Lu Yizhi certainly did not wish to partake. Yet the moment he caught sight of the fiercely determined expression on the face of the village girl accompanying the two masters, he chuckled. Since Senior Kong has extended such hospitality, I shall not be rude. What a shock. This is not quite proper for a civil servant of the Tang Dynasty, he mused. Guyi had lost track of how long she had been hungry. Her stomach had grown numb, yet the aroma of roasted chicken made her ravenous. However, there were 2 rather boisterous men nearby. If a few more were to join, Guyi felt she might truly end up eating dirt. Thus, she remarked, "O benefactor, our roasted chicken lacks any seasoning, and is rather rudely prepared. How could we dare to have you sample it?" The bald man instantly understood. I believe so too. Li Daxiong chimed in, I second that. These 3 rustic fellows were displeased. They were well aware of the exquisite delicacies their master had savored, and wondered why he would be interested in such a mere roasted chicken. There's no harm. Qingyu, go buy a jar of honey. Yes, my lord. Qingyu turned and left. Lu Yizhi maintained a calm demeanor. Is that feasible? In this era, honey is considered rather extravagant for an ordinary household. Most farmers reserve it for medicinal purposes or sell it to affluent families, seldom indulging themselves. Lu Yizhi's nonchalant suggestion to procure a jar would undoubtedly cause the eyes of the 3 thrifty, cash-strapped villagers to gleam with excitement. Indeed, we can have this. Moral integrity? None whatsoever. Once honey is added, the flavor becomes rather complex. The main ingredient is the fresh free-range chicken, which feeds on greens and wild jujubes. Its meat carries a fragrant essence, enriched with jujube paste and a hint of spiciness. When combined with honey, the taste is intricate yet surprisingly palatable. Lu Yizhi was somewhat taken aback, yet he only sampled a small portion, as that was all he was offered. To be frank, these three individuals are rather miserly, particularly that village girl. He had distinctly sensed her hesitation while tearing the chicken pieces moments ago. However, she consumed even less than he did. Hey, monkey. You were faint from hunger earlier, yet you're only eating this little bit? Li Daxiong gnawed on the chicken leg, embodying his nickname, Big Bear. Gu Yi, at this moment, was sipping water. I was hungry for too long. Consuming too much at once is unwise. I must take it slow. How pitiful. Save some for me. Li Daxiong swiftly devoured large mouthfuls of the chicken leg. Haha. However, Gu Yi was not averse to eating. Rather, his stomach had just experienced a slight cramp. It seemed his body was afflicted with some form of gastric ailment at such a tender age. One could only wonder what trials he had endured. Gu Yi felt a twinge of discontent as Lu Yizhi, having finished his meal, bid farewell. Upon exiting the courtyard, he faintly overheard a conversation. This chicken is truly delectable. Indeed, it is. Thankfully, we triumphed over that female specter. Though we may have won, we are still alive. That forest. We cannot capture ghosts nor vanquish demons. To enter merely to retrieve corpses is tantamount to courting death. The dialogue was mundane and unremarkable. As they ventured further, the four members of Qingyu noticed Lu Yizhi pausing by the river, gazing into the distance at the Weeping Ghost Forest. Master, that is the Weeping Ghost Forest. May I venture in for a brief exploration? Qingyu was certainly not a proponent of atheism, for in this era, the existence of ghosts was officially recognized by the court. Thus, despite perceiving the bald man and his disciple as somewhat counterfeit, they dared not allow Lu Yizhi to take unnecessary risks. Master, do you think he will enter? What is your opinion, monkey? He will not, and refrain from calling me monkey. Gu Yi, feeling his stomach settle somewhat, resumed his leisurely consumption of chicken, savoring each bite. Why did he hold such a belief? The bald man seemed to harbor a hint of skepticism towards Gu Yi. Gu Yi was unperturbed. She had always believed that those of value deserved to thrive. If she wished to earn the bald man's regard and assistance, she certainly could not appear foolish. Although the four individuals hailed from official backgrounds and possessed items allocated by the court, their demeanor towards him was not that of subordinates to a superior. Rather, it resembled that of servants. Thus, it can be inferred that these four were likely his personal guards. To have four retainers who hold official titles signifies that this individual must possess a distinguished lineage and typically hold an official position himself. Observing his youth, appearing to be in his early 20s, he is either someone who has gained favor through connections despite lacking substantial ability, or he possesses exceptional talent. Should he belong to the former category, it is likely that his subordinates would suppress him from taking risks. Conversely, if he belongs to the latter, regardless of his intentions for participating in this matter, he would not dare to act recklessly, especially after we have cautioned him. Li Daxiong nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning quite sound. Can you guess what official position he holds in his background? The bald man inquired with a somewhat indifferent tone. Gu Yi had formed a conjecture in his mind, but lacked certainty. Just a glance at the bald man's expression revealed much. Master, do you know? Li Daxiong asked while gnawing on a chicken wing. Fanyang Lu Clan, Minister of Justice, the bald man replied casually, causing Li Daxiong to drop the chicken wing in astonishment. Gu Yi lowered his gaze, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. In the annals of history she studied, the Lu clan of Fanyang stands as one of the most distinguished aristocratic families of the Tang Dynasty. Their lineage, tracing back to the Wei and Jin dynasties, enjoyed an extensive period of prosperity. Hailing from Fanyang, they were the preeminent clan of the northern Zhou, particularly prominent during the Tang era, producing numerous scholars, top scholars, and even imperial mentors across generations. Notable figures included Lu Xiaolin, one of the 4 talents of early Tang, and Lu Bian, one of the 10 talents of the Dali period, among others. Gu Yi, however, was uncertain whether the historical trajectory of this world aligned with the official records. Yet it was indisputable that the Lu clan of Fanyang constituted a major aristocracy during the Tang Dynasty, as evidenced by the reactions of the 2 mentors and disciples. Nevertheless, could historical figures truly be intertwined in such a manner? It seemed that the historical accounts did not mention Lu Yizhi, the Minister of Justice. Could it be that she was merely uninformed? After all, he belonged to the Lu clan of Fanyang, making him a significant figure in their region, a local sovereign. Li Daxiong's eyes widened like a bear's, which provoked Gu Yi and the bald man to roll their eyes in exasperation. A local sovereign? Such words, if overheard by the court or the Lu clan, would lead to immediate silencing. It was a taboo. In this era of a powerful sage, who ascended to the supreme throne at a tender age, central authority was paramount, leaving no room for anyone to challenge his dominion. Even the prominent clans such as the Longxi Li, the Zhao Jun Li, the Boling Chui, the Qinghe Chui, the Fanyang Lu, the Xingyang Zhong, and the Taiyuan Wang dared not defy him. However, as history had shown, the true fear lay in rebellions from below. The bald man, while gnawing on a piece of chicken, suddenly heard Gu Yi casually interject a remark from the side. "Do you all feel as though that bird has been watching us?" Li Daxiang pondered aloud. "It can't possibly be eyeing our chicken, can it?" As he spoke, he instinctively shielded the dwindling supply of chicken before him. Yet, upon noticing Gu Ye's disdainful gaze, he felt a pang of embarrassment and chuckled. But it's not as if it has transformed into a spirit. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so audacious. No sooner had he uttered these words than the bird, resembling a young eagle, took flight, swooping over Li Daxiang's head. A droplet of bird droppings landed atop him. Enraged, Li Daxiang found himself powerless against the creature soaring above. This was a mountain owl, swift beyond compare. Even with practiced stealth, one could hardly hope to catch up with it, let alone seize a feather. The bald man scolded his apprentice for his folly, but abruptly changed his demeanor, his expression darkening. The Shi family's lineage has long been esteemed for their affinity with mountain owls, a noble endeavor that has led to their prosperity, he remarked coldly. Gu Yi furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the owl. Owls are inherently wild creatures, belonging to the realm of forest fowl. To tame them is no feat for an ordinary landlord. Alternatively, it suggests that the Shi family possesses formidable talents. "Have you ever visited the Shi family?" Gu Yi inquired. Li Daxiang shook his head. "No, we have only engaged with the villagers. It wouldn't be appropriate to venture to the Shi estate." Gu Yi continued. "What if, for instance, the Shi family were to present you with 100 chickens and instructed you not to investigate?" Li Daxiang nodded. "Indeed, that would be quite a predicament." The bald man delivered a playful rap on Li Daxiang's head with a chestnut. "Enough of your nonsense. Once we've had our fill and gathered our belongings, we must relocate." "Where to, master?" "To Xiaoyang village." The response naturally came from Gu Yi, though it was phrased as a question. The bald man turned to look at Gu Yi, his gaze piercing. "Do you know? How can you be certain that we must go to Xiaoyang village? Cannot I venture out to trace the specter of that woman?" Gu Yi smiled slightly. "Because when you mentioned leaving, you glanced at me. Given my current appearance, it is highly probable that your gaze was drawn to me due to my connection to that place. It is merely speculation, yet I have guessed correctly." The bald man fixed his gaze on Gu Yi for a moment and said, "Now I am genuinely curious about the origins of your tomb raiding sect. However, I must inform you of something." Gu Yi, having already discerned that he was inclined to assist her in resolving the matter of the shadow, felt quite pleased and replied with a smile, "Please, go on. Currently, you are unattractive, and you will remain so as you grow." The bald man continued. "According to my analysis, the disappearance of Wang Xiaoya's physical shadow, or perhaps the vanishing of her true soul, is likely linked to her falling into the water. After all, it was only after she submerged that I acquired this body, so it would be prudent to investigate the site of her fall first. Yet, having two burly men by my side makes the situation much more secure, especially after having consumed some chicken. I feel considerably better than before the wedding procession. Nevertheless, Gu Yi couldn't shake the feeling that the bald man's occasional glances at her were rather peculiar. She could not quite decipher it, only sensing that there was something unusual about her that he had noticed but chose not to reveal. Her heart felt somewhat heavy. This chapter was proving difficult to unravel. Xiaoyang village appeared more dilapidated and desolate than the others, yet the inhabitants, driven by poverty, seemed increasingly fierce, or rather, desperate. When Gu Yi appeared at the village entrance, unscathed, the villagers were initially taken aback, their expressions shifting rapidly to anger and unease. Particularly, the elderly woman who had once slapped Gu Yi was incensed to see her back, still resembling the same scrawny girl from before. In her fury, she seized a broom from nearby and charged toward Gu Yi. Where one villager went, many followed, a throng of irate faces converging upon her. "Do not strike. Do not strike. Take her to Master Xi's home." A chaotic tug-of-war ensued, yet the fierce old woman was unyielding, her intent to land another slap upon Gu Ye's delicate face palpable. However, Gu Yi remained motionless, bracing herself for the blow. "Stop!" Li Daxiang, witnessing the old woman's menacing demeanor from a neighboring yard, was taken aback. He hurriedly shouted and, like a bear, lunged out to block the impending slap with his arm. Glaring at the old woman, "Madam, you smack." The old woman retaliated, striking Li Daxiang with the broom. This is what you get for protecting that little brat. Her ferocity was overwhelming. Guyi had hoped that accompanying Li Daxiong would afford her some safety, yet it seemed she might need to prepare for his demise instead. In a bid to avert such an outcome, and with the villagers advancing toward her, Guyi decided to take action. Stop! A chilling voice resonated from within the courtyard. The bald man stepped forward. As someone accustomed to confronting spirits and demons, he carried an air of authority. His commanding shout instilled a sense of retreat among the fierce old woman and the other villagers. In truth, it was primarily the resplendent gleam of the bald head beneath the azure sky that reflected the light, akin to a divine backdrop heralding the arrival of a Buddha. Alas, the monk's beard, paired with his robust arms and legs reminiscent of a mythical Qilin, along with his fearsome countenance, was indeed quite intimidating. Who are you? The elderly woman tightened her grip on the broom, her words stumbling forth with unusual hesitation. The bald man, unusually composed, flicked his sleeve and replied nonchalantly. I'm the Taoist of Quishan. The villagers were taken aback. Who? Never heard of him. He seems like someone from the street performances under the stone bridge in Donglu town. Damn it. Both master and disciple felt a surge of anger. Li Daxiong seized a hefty stone from the ground, weighing at least 4 or 5 pounds, and hurled it fiercely at his chest. Bang! The stone shattered into pieces. The villagers turned pale with fright. Guyi also felt a tremor of alarm. The villagers, quaking like quails, were met with the bald man's satisfaction at such a display of effects. Nevertheless, he flicked his fingertip, igniting a small yellow talisman in his palm. Flames erupting at his fingertips. This was indeed a formidable weapon. Only then did the villagers realize that these two rugged men, resembling bandits, were in fact exorcists. It is noteworthy that such exorcists are a rarity. The truly capable ones congregate around the imperial capital of Luoyang or wander far and wide to vanquish demons, seldom venturing into the impoverished mountains of their Fanyang territory. There is simply no profit to be had. In the realm of Quishan, nestled within the boundaries of Fanyang, we have long been adept at vanquishing malevolent spirits. Just recently, we undertook the task entrusted to us by Lady Li Xinyang and others to investigate the sinister occurrences in Ghost Crying Forest, which fortuitously led to the rescue of the young Miss Wang Xiaya, who was perilously close to meeting a tragic fate in her bridal sedan. Today, we return to delve deeper into this matter. The bald man keenly observed the fleeting discomfort and veiled apprehension in the eyes of the villagers. As one burly man approached to seize Guyi, a sharp crack echoed as Li Daxiong shattered another stone. However, the residents of this village were not easily intimidated. With a furrowed brow, the bald man coldly advised, I implore you not to harm Wang Xiaoya. Just moments ago in Li Family Village, we encountered officials from the government who are already investigating this incident. Wang Xiaoya is the sole survivor. Should you contemplate any ill intentions toward her, how do you think the authorities will perceive your actions? The age-old fear of government authority lingered in the hearts of the villagers, and it seemed that these individuals harbored their own secrets. Upon hearing his words, their expressions shifted, and they dared not act recklessly. Instead, they retreated, murmuring amongst themselves, a sight that was quite unsettling, particularly that of the elderly woman. Guyi narrowed her eyes, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Were it not for her current physical limitations, she would have relished the opportunity to deal with these miscreants herself. Chapter 12. Into the water, seaweed soup? Yet, Li Daxiong expressed sympathy for Guyi, exclaiming, Monkey, I never imagined you would endure such hardships. These people are truly despicable. Have your parents perished as well? It was well known that Li Daxiong's emotional intelligence was lacking, and Guyi, indifferent to the sting of his words, retorted, What was that you just did? The legendary technique of shattering stones with one's chest? Indeed, this is the most pliable of the pine needle stones. Guyi picked up a fragment of the previously shattered stone and, with a forceful grip, crushed it. Li Daxiong flushed. Any other stone would be the same. I am still very much a man, but monkey you are also quite manly. Guyi responded, Is that so? I usually take a more artistic approach. She then discarded the brick she had picked up earlier. The bald man scoffed and proceeded forward, followed closely by the two men behind him. Drowning themselves would certainly not involve jumping into a small stream. Have you ever heard of someone committing suicide by jumping into a small stream? This little Yang village only has one river, or rather, a small lake. Guyi has never been fond of rainy days. With a furrowed brow, she was about to walk to the lakeside when she suddenly felt a twitch in her left ankle, causing her to stagger. What's wrong? Li Daxiong asked in surprise. Grabbing Guyi, I don't know, suddenly a leg cramp. Perhaps I'm about to grow taller, Gu Yi said casually. The bald man was already standing by the lake, surveying the surroundings. His expression deepened. Master, Li Daxiong walked to the bald man's side, his face also somewhat grave. Did you feel it? Yes. Li Daxiong touched his arm, so cold. The tone and actions were reminiscent of a delicate young lady. Gu Yi found it rather off-putting. Wang Xiaoya, come over here. The bald man called Gu Yi over and asked if she had any recollection of this place. Gu Yi glanced at him and said, I am not her. How could I possibly have any memories? Besides, she is not called Wang Xiaoya. Ah. It appears you have completely expelled her. Firstly, the term expulsion carries a significant connotation of agency, while I have been entirely passive. In fact, I would not accept such a thing even if it were offered freely. The bald man believes this. After all, Wang Xiaoya's appearance and situation are indeed dismal. The reason likely resides in the water and is perhaps connected to that female specter. It seems that the specter holds a peculiar interest in you. Perhaps she recognizes you. Gu Yi pondered this and indeed recalled that the female ghost had exhibited some lingering hesitation towards her, either reluctant to harm her or driven by some other motive. Recognition? Surely she recognizes Wang Xiaoya. Thus, Wang Xiaoya's demise and her lost shadow may be intertwined with this specter. This implies that the lake in which Wang Xiaoya drowned is likely connected to the ghost. I have an inkling that the ghost harbors considerable resentment, yet her demeanor towards Wang Xiaoya seems rather enigmatic. Therefore, you should prepare yourself and descend. Gu Yi was taken aback. You want me to go down? Certainly. Is it not you who should descend? The bald man chuckled, a cold laughter escaping him. Your life is yours. Why should I go down? Moreover, the one who tied the bell must untie it. You are the only one who has encountered the strange occurrences beneath the water. Only you can truly grasp your own experience and resolve this mystery. So, Gu Yi, so you cannot swim. The bald man's expression stiffened, and before he could respond, Li Daxiong nearby exclaimed in surprise, Indeed. Monkey, how did you know? My master is a complete non-swimmer. What the hell? The bald man, stripped of all dignity, seethed with rage, declaring that one could simply descend. But to what end? The prospect of becoming a shadowy figure, a hapless girl met with a brutal demise, left Gu Yi with no choice. My constitution was already frail. And should there be any malevolent spirits lurking below, how could I possibly contend with them? Nevertheless, she attempted to negotiate, perhaps hoping to extract some treasure from the clutches of this bald fiend. Thus, I resolved to have Daxiong accompany you. Li Daxiong, master, your words suggest a disregard for my life in favor of a lost comrade. Bald man, you are my apprentice. Your demise is inconsequential. Such is the coldness of human nature. Gu Yi and Li Daxiong, with no other recourse, reluctantly descended into the water. It was autumn, and while the temperature was somewhat chill, it remained bearable. Gu Yi harbored concerns about her ability to swim, not due to her own skills, but fearing her physical form might falter. Fortunately, she encountered no significant issues. Once submerged, the darkness enveloped them, yet after a brief moment, her eyes adjusted to the murky depths, revealing that the lake was not exceedingly deep. Gu Yi signaled to Li Daxiong, who nodded in acknowledgement. The two of them swam closely together, not out of fear of ghosts, but rather, to be candid, out of sheer cowardice. The soft sound of bubbling water accompanied them. Initially, both Gu Yi and Li Daxiong felt at ease, but as they approached the lake's bottom, an unsettling chill coursed through Gu Yi. They could no longer breathe underwater. The sounds of gurgling and swallowing water were inexplicable. Gu Yi felt increasingly uneasy. Suddenly, she sensed something tugging at her sleeve. My goodness! As Gu Yi prepared to deliver a punch, she realized it was Li Daxiong. He seized her wrist, glared at her, and gestured toward the bottom. Confused, Gu Yi followed his gaze and observed the lake bed, which resembled a chaotic pile of stones. No, it was more accurate to say that within a 2 to 3 meter radius, numerous rocks were scattered haphazardly. Long, thread-like seaweeds emerged from the crevices of the stones, appearing akin to nori or kelp, dark and straggly. Oddly enough, they only grew among the rocks. Li Daxiong flashed a smile, one that carried a hint of lewdness, especially as he mimed cooking with his hands, then made another gesture as if drinking. Gu Yi rolled her eyes. Realizing there was no need for the second gesture, she understood his intentions. Kelp soup indeed. Noticing her eye roll, Li Daxiong became slightly annoyed. Yet he had already plunged into the water, attempting to grasp the seaweed. Suddenly, Gu Yi sensed something was amiss. Seaweed. Was he that found in the ocean? What was it doing in the lake? Alarmed, she reached for Li Daxiong's left arm, but he had already grasped the seaweed with his left hand. It felt soft, slender. and dark. In the first moment, Li Daxiong thought the seaweed was of excellent quality, but in the next, his expression froze. This texture felt wrong. Hair. Guye's face turned pale. Women's hair. It had to belong to that female ghost. My goodness, brother. Are you planning to use her hair to make kelp soup? However, Li Daxiong, being a man of action, had already exerted force when he tugged at it earlier. Thus, following the momentum of Guye's pull, the hair was forcibly extracted. A meter and a half. Heavens! Startled, Li Daxiong flung away the meter and a half of hair and, together with Guye, frantically swam upwards. Yet, like ducks desperately flapping their wings, they were inexplicably unable to ascend even an inch, their ankles ensnared. Guye suddenly realized why she had experienced a cramp by the lake earlier. It was likely that this body harbored a fear of the lake's depths, or perhaps the original owner still had some lingering soul fragments within this body, instinctively feeling dread. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The gurgling sound that had previously unsettled Guye resurfaced. From beneath the crevices of the rocks, bubbles emerged, as if someone were breathing beneath the stones. I knew there was something sinister about this place. There was too much hair. Simultaneously, they turned over to tear off the hair from their ankles. But it was densely packed, and the more they pulled, the more there seemed to be, the hair beneath the stone crevices like a bottomless abyss. Gurgle. This time, Guye and Li Daxiong felt it in their own breath. They couldn't hold it any longer and had to open their mouths. This won't do. Both of them were struggling to breathe and would drown in a moment. In the midst of their struggle, Li Daxiong suddenly saw Guye abandon trying to tear the hair from her ankles, instead charging towards the mass of hair. Monkey, are you courting death? Li Daxiong exclaimed in alarm, thinking Guye had been bewitched, and hastily followed to pull her back. Guye, originally frail, seemed to have fallen entirely into the abyss of dark hair, as if devoured by a monstrous maw. The sight was terrifying. However, in the next instant, Li Daxiong witnessed Guye grasping a stone that pressed upon the hair, exerting all his strength to pry it loose. Indeed, beneath lay a mass of scattered white bones, from which a profusion of hair sprouted, yet one particular area bore the thickest tresses, the largest stone. As Li Daxiong saw Guye beckoning him, realization struck, and he descended to join Guye. Together, they exerted their strength to shift the immense stone. With a resounding thud, the stone rolled aside, releasing a deluge of mud that mingled with a nauseating scent of blood. Once the murky water subsided, they beheld the ghastly sight of a shattered skull. The cranium was ensconced in a tangle of hair, yet the visage, despite the multitude of bones beneath, this skull remained grotesquely attached to decaying flesh, resembling a mass of putrid mire, particularly the face, which still clung to a nose and mouth, an utterly repulsive sight, with even the brain matter distinctly visible. Both Guye and Li Daxiong were overwhelmed with revulsion and dread, for the hair atop the skull seemed to thicken, as if intent on enveloping them both. Her face. Guye struggled for breath yet managed to indicate the countenance of the corpse to Li Daxiong. Indeed, the female ghost was most concerned with her own visage, thus revealing her vulnerability. Understanding dawned upon Li Daxiong as he divested himself of his garments. Retrieving the mirror concealed within, his face flushed crimson, he desperately channeled his vital energy. Meanwhile, strands of hair coiled ever tighter around Guye's neck. Chapter 13. Sunken corpse beneath the waters. Guye had long been aware of Li Daxiong's imperfect mastery of the arts, relying primarily on brute strength. However, he possessed redeeming qualities, such as his penchant for disrobing, precisely what she admired, a predilection for undressing before female specters. The mirror, at long last, emitted a radiant glow, dispelling the frigid of the water's depths and causing the hair to recoil from the pair. With practiced efficiency, Li Daxiong swiftly ensconced the severed head within his discarded clothing. However, both Guye and Li Daxiong were sorely deprived of air, unable to indulge in further reflections. They exerted themselves to ascend towards the surface. With a resounding splash, the duo emerged from the water, collapsing like spent fish upon the lake's edge, feigning lifelessness. Good heavens! I observed your prolonged absence and surmised you were engaging in aquatic recreation, the bald man remarked. Aquatic recreation, my foot. Indeed, aquatic recreation it was. We even procured seaweed and shellfish for your evening broth, Guye retorted, her voice weak. The bald man, taken aback, scrutinized her. Did you imagine I would fall for such a ruse? Guye paid him no heed, nor did Li Daxiong. The bald man cast a lingering glance at the bundled clothing, his fingers fidgeting, before succumbing to the urge to unwrap it. Upon its unveiling, a torrent of hair cascaded towards him. The devil! with a fire talisman in his left hand and a green ruler in his right. The bald man expended considerable effort to subdue the head's malevolent nature, emerging somewhat disheveled. He glared fiercely at Gu Yi and Li Daxiang. "You two scoundrels, your comeuppance awaits." Indeed, there is a certain satisfaction in their presence, for the bald man perused the skull for a while and remarked, "No wonder she is so concerned about her face." Gu Yi had regained some strength. During her previous archaeological endeavors, she had extensively studied ancient corpses. However, the tombs she had excavated were predominantly those of nobility, where the preservation of remains was meticulously executed. Only a few tomb owners exhibited peculiarities, such as decapitation, dismemberment, or poison-induced demise, perhaps secrets concealed within the annals of history. Nonetheless, instances of such a gruesome fate were exceedingly rare. This piqued her curiosity, prompting her to crouch beside the remains for further examination. Although Li Daxiang harbored no fondness for such artifacts, the sight of the two engrossed in their investigation stirred his intrigue, leading him to approach for a closer look. We observed beneath the rubble some disordered stones that had fallen upon her, fracturing her bones, suggesting that her body had been crushed post-mortem. Notably, her skull was nearly shattered, held together solely by strands of hair. Li Daxiang, his composure unwavering, pointed at the hair protruding from the decayed flesh, revealing the white bone beneath. "Monkey, are you implying that her hair not only grew outward but also inward, intertwining with the sutured skull and facial skin?" His voice trembled, and the hefty figure quivered with unease. The bald man cast a disdainful glance at him, retorting, "If you're scared, then keep your distance. Why inch closer?" With a grin, he regarded Gu Yi. "You certainly possess a remarkable audacity." Gu Yi feigned a smile. "It's quite ordinary. After all, I am merely digging up graves." The bald man also forced a smile. "Then I shall trouble you to continue retrieving the remaining bones." Gu Yi rose. "Alas, it seems it may rain. I just remembered that I left the laundry at home. You all carry on. I must take my leave." Half an hour later, all the bones had been transported to the lakeside. Gu Yi and Li Daxiang, drenched to the bone, sat side by side, wearing expressions of utter desolation. The sky was shrouded in a gloomy haze. The pitiful skeleton lay in a bizarre posture upon the withered grass, its neck and below entirely skeletal, the skull alone, with its pitch-black eye sockets staring vacantly at the heavens. "Monkey, have you noticed something peculiar about her corpse?" Li Daxiang inquired weakly as he crouched beside Gu Yi. "The eyes are gone, and the skin has been flayed. No wonder those who perished in the ghost-crying forest met such fates." "Is this revenge?" Li Daxiang asked. Gu Yi exchanged a glance with the bald man. Sitting cross-legged, Gu Yi cast a glance at the mangled skull beside her, contemplating, flaying, gouging out eyeballs, hanging corpses, and the remains sinking into the mire. All these corresponded with her own manner of death, indicating a profound desire for vengeance. Moreover, she must have endured torment prior to her demise. "How do you know?" Li Daxiang questioned. "Look at the muscle atrophy on her face. If the skin was removed post-mortem, the muscles wouldn't have degenerated so severely, nor would the blood flow present itself in such a manner, unless it occurred while she was still alive." Gu Yi spoke with a tone of indifference, while Li Daxiang's countenance darkened considerably, and the bald man's expression turned grim. "Who could have harmed her, and who is she?" Li Daxiang scratched his head. Gu Yi flicked away a few strands of hair clinging to his garment and gazed towards the direction of Xiaoyang village. "I suppose we must inquire with the villagers." Indeed, the demeanor of the villagers was quite peculiar. Firstly, they surely possessed some knowledge regarding Wang Xiaoya's demise. Secondly, the lake was in close proximity to the village. Could it be that no one would be aware of a woman meeting a tragic end in its waters? Unless, of course, the body was disposed of under the cover of night. Nevertheless, Gu Yi and his companions regarded the villagers with heightened suspicion. However, it appeared that the villagers were rather fierce. It seemed unlikely that anything useful could be gleaned from them unless they were coerced. Yet, such a course of action would be inappropriate. Li Daxiang had refrained from confronting that elderly woman previously because their group held a strong aversion to resorting to violence against ordinary people. Should word of such an incident spread, it would invite censure and ostracism from their peers in the community, which was why they had endured such a humiliating defeat. Thus, at present, if they were to interrogate these obstinate villagers, they clearly lacked the necessary leverage. Both masters and disciples felt somewhat conflicted when suddenly a monkey spoke in a rather indifferent tone. "They only fear those who can harm them, such as officials." "Officials?" The bald man keenly followed Gu Ye's gaze. Over by the lakeside adjacent to the village, 5 individuals stood there, with Lu Yiji's cold, piercing gaze fixed upon them. 5 individuals gazed upon 3 others. One bald man and a character from a Chinese script crouched beside a ghastly skeleton, which, while unsettling, did not evoke much alarm. The true source of concern lay with the village girl, who clutched a branch as if to prod the cranium of the deceased. Just 2 or 3 hours prior, that same hand had been busy roasting a chicken. The countenance of Qingyu, who had fortuitously sampled a piece of chicken wing, appeared somewhat pale, as he furtively glanced at his elder. Yes, the elder's expression was equally uneasy, as 8 pairs of eyes met. There was no need for the bald man and his companions to elucidate further. Lu Yiji extended his hand, and Qingyu retrieved a pair of white cloth gloves from his waist pouch, also kneeling to inspect the scene. However, the quartet of Qingyu was somewhat apprehensive, having noticed several talismans affixed to the remains, along with evidence of sorcery, a clear indication that this skeleton was tainted. To the layperson, a skeleton is often considered ominous and impure. Yet for the officials of the Dali Temple, who regularly handle mysterious cases, such remains are commonplace. Their true fear lies in encountering a corpse that harbors ghostly energy, a so-called ghostly corpse. Such entities are rare. Not every deceased individual transforms into a ghost. After all, only those burdened with profound resentment or situated within specific circumstances may become spirits. Given the presence of a ghostly corpse, those tasked with unraveling human mysteries must exercise caution, particularly for the safety of Lord Lu. Consequently, the 4 individuals, who had previously shown indifference toward the bald man and his apprentice, now treated them with unexpected courtesy. Wait, how do you know she was? Li Daxiong did not finish his thought, but his curiosity was piqued. Just then, he observed the 4 from Qingyu displaying expressions of disdain and superiority. Goodness, monkey, you take it from here. Guyu rolled her eyes, dismissing the matter with indifference. However, the gaze of the 4 from Qingyu mirrored her sentiment. What does this have to do with you, village girl? You know nothing. Their surprise was palpable. Lu Yiji regarded her with a calm demeanor, perhaps finding her perspective somewhat peculiar, yet he had already discerned that this village girl was far from ordinary. Thus, he felt no particular astonishment. Rather, he countered her assertion. How do you know her appearance is remarkable? Those who are unattractive have no need to disguise themselves. The 7 men present wore expressions of utter disbelief. The 4 from the Dali Temple were utterly bewildered, while a subtle glimmer of insight flickered in Lu Yiji's eyes. The bald man seemed to ponder whether there existed a teacher in the field of archaeology or if this individual inherently possessed such keen observational skills. Moreover, she had the audacity to make such observations. Impressive, my village girl. The corpses hanging from the tree were all male. Did she truly harbor a deep-seated hatred for men? It appeared she suspected that the one who harmed her was a woman. Lu Yiji approached the matter from a different angle, sensing Gu Ye's implicit predictions, while the bald man focused on his own observations, prompting him to challenge Gu Yi with a question. The 2 exchanged glances after posing their inquiries, clearly recognizing that they were both grappling with unfamiliar concepts. This divergence in their suspicions added an intriguing layer to the discourse. The response to her inquiry was met with a mere chuckle and silence. Very well. The corpses are predominantly male, indicating that she has indeed suffered male violence. And the number is considerable, which explains her profound resentment towards men. However, this does not imply that her primary tormentor is male. Rather, it suggests that it is a woman, one whom she once feared to the extent that she dared not resist even after death. We might boldly speculate that she continues to be manipulated by this individual. This hypothesis, while audacious, aligns with the current circumstances. Could the one aiding the female ghost beyond the illusion be the original instigator? A woman? In Chapter 14, how many stones were cast? Regardless of what the remains or the horrors within the ghost-crying forest reveal, it requires validation. The villagers represent a significant source of information. Without needing the bald man to inquire, Lu Yiji will also interrogate these obstinate peasants. When he removed his gloves, he seemingly nonchalantly asked Gu Yi, "Are you the only one at home?" Gu Yi replied, "I do not know." The court physician Wang Pu once mentioned that although the symptoms of madness can be treated with medicine, due to the concentration in the brain, one must proceed with cautions. Therefore, the effectiveness is generally limited. Nevertheless, historical records indicate that many have recovered from such conditions after significant stimulation, which either dissipated the blood clots in the brain or resolved their mental blockages, although this often results in the loss of all or part of their memories. It appears that Miss Wang is such a case. Ah, how fortuitous it is that a pillow arrives when one is drowsy. Gu Yi, who initially harbored apprehensions towards these bureaucrats, suddenly found them much more endearing. Yet, she still feigned ignorance, casting a glance at the bald man. How pretentious. The latter chuckled coldly within, yet remarked outwardly, who knows? In any case, when we rescued her, she had already fainted from the fright instilled by the female ghost. Upon waking, she was like this. Indeed, it is a case of fortune and misfortune intertwined, Lu Yizhi said softly. Yes, she already looks like a monkey. If she were also dim-witted, that would be truly unfortunate. You old codger. Gu Yi, standing aside, wore a sullen expression. The beauty, suddenly reborn as a yellow-haired girl, found this the most difficult aspect to accept. As for the change in the backdrop of the world, it mattered little. There was no one from her previous life whom she cared for particularly. Perhaps, her absence would make no difference. Gu Yi felt somewhat unwell. Leading the bald man to assume his words had been too hurtful. Meeting Li Daxiang's disapproving gaze, he inwardly grumbled, damn it, who was it that spoke without restraint? And now, they blame me. Ordinarily, Gu Yi and her companions would not be permitted to attend the Dali court as proceedings. But, Miss Wang. Lu Yizhi called to stop Gu Yi. She lifted her gaze to him. You are a survivor of this case and have ties to this village. We kindly ask you to join us. Do you notice the bald man gesturing towards her, and she felt indifferent, harboring a curiosity about how this Wang girl had met her demise. The five led the way, while the bald man and Li Daxiang lingered behind to handle the remains. With Gu Yu standing nearby. Suddenly, she spoke. I still do not understand why her shadow has vanished. The bald man had been pondering this question as well. But out of respect for Lu Yizhi and the others present, he refrained from discussing it. Are there any other mysteries below? No. Everything that could be salvaged has been retrieved. There is nothing particularly unusual about the stones. Gu Ye's voice was somewhat subdued, revealing a hint of pallor on her face. Yet, you exhibit a commendable audacity, far surpassing that ineffectual fellow, De Xiong, when he first entered. Merely guarding a morning hall terrified him to the point of losing control. Li Daxiang, suddenly exposed, turned crimson with shame and indignation, exclaiming, Master, I was only 12 at the time, and Monkey is not at all brave. Look at how her hands tremble. Oh, the bald man, who had previously focused on the remains, now noticed that Gu Ye's hands were clasped within her sleeves, subtly quivering. The pallor on her face stemmed not solely from weakness, but also from fear. Indeed, she was afraid. If that were the case, why remain silent? The bald man was genuinely astonished and somewhat uneasy. After all, she was a woman. If she truly feared ghosts, he would not compel her. It was simply that he had regarded her as anything but ordinary from the outset. When it concerns one's life and death, one must confront their fears. Nothing is more paramount than my existence. She did not glance at the two, but instead gazed at the overcast, rain-laden sky. It began to rain. Confrontation? Unruly commoners? The moment Qing Yu produced the official seal of the Dali Temple, and one of his attendants unsheathed a sword to sever the thick tree in front of the old lady's courtyard, the scene became harmonious. In a harmonious atmosphere, Lu Yizhi stood at the threshold, observing the 20 or so villagers in the courtyard. Among them were Gu Yi and two others, who noticed the villagers occasionally casting fierce glares at Gu Yi. He leisurely adjusted his sleeves, while a relatively benevolent elder from the village personally offered him tea. Qing Yu intervened, wary of the possibility of poison in the beverage. However, Lu Yizhi, unfazed, accepted the tea and glanced at the elderly man with white hair and beard. Uncle Wang? He inquired. Wang Rujin, a humble villager, hastily replied, I dare not presume to address you so, my lord. The title was of little concern. Our dynasty has always honored the elderly, unless they are wayward and unruly. This statement was not without weight. Wang Rujin, a shrewd man, understood the implied threat and felt his countenance shift. I am wronged, my lord. I do not grasp your meaning. The very fact that you claim to be wronged suggests guilt. Lu Yizhi's words were casually delivered yet carried the weight of authority. This left Wang Rujin stammering. For even the most cunning of villagers would yield before an elite of the Tang Dynasty like Lu Yizhi. Under pressure, he found himself flushed and flustered. Observing their usually domineering leader in such a state, the other villagers felt their bravado dissipate. After all, their arrogance stemmed from the brute strength of farmers. Faced with Qing Yu alone, they would struggle, let alone against 4 elites from the Dali Temple. Backed by the mighty Tang Dynasty, any semblance of resistance could be deemed rebellion. Who would dare to provoke such consequences? Consequently, they cowered like quails, trembling with fear. Truly formidable. Gu Yu had to concede that Lu Yizhi's display of authority was executed with finesse. However, Your Honor, we are all honest and law-abiding citizens. What exactly is it that you seek to investigate? Has this hussy been filling your ears with falsehoods? The one who spoke was none other than the boisterous and fierce matron. Li Dexiang, still shaken by her presence, cautiously observed whether she was still wielding her broom. Hussy? Such language is unrefined. Luigi frowned, his noble sensibilities offended by such coarse expressions. However, her voice, though youthful, possessed a remarkable resonance. To everyone's astonishment, Guyu added with crystalline clarity, furthermore, according to the laws of our dynasty, premeditated murder, especially repeated premeditated murder, warrants execution. Li Dexiang was dumbfounded, and the bald man stared fixedly at Guyu. The 14 you were already in a state of shock. None of them could have imagined that this seemingly impoverished and frail young woman would suddenly deliver such a blow. All right, although we witnessed her extraordinary side by the lake, it pales in comparison to the astonishment we feel now. Has she not lost her memory? How does she remember that these people harmed her? Could it be a deliberate act of vengeance? The 14 pondered in this manner, never imagining that their brilliant and formidable Lord Lu would actually say, "Since there is a complainant reporting a grievance, this official must naturally accept the case," coupled with the tragic death in the family village. That is why I have come to investigate today. This thoroughly alarmed the villagers. Wan Xiaoya, you are spouting nonsense. Utterly preposterous. When did we ever harm you? Wan Xiaoya. A throng of individuals erupted in a cacophony of curses, their anger palpable, with some even advancing towards Guyi with the intent to strike. However, Guyi stood her ground, a cold smile gracing her lips as she retorted, "I leapt into the river because of your relentless coercion. Am I not correct? Indeed. I survived the plunge, only to be forcibly bound to a bridal sedan. Is that not so? After being placed in the sedan, I nearly met the same grim fate as the 4 from Li village, almost skinned alive. Wouldn't you agree? And you all were well aware that entering the ghostly weeping forest would spell certain doom. Is that not also accurate?" 4 pointed rhetorical questions hung in the air, undeniable in their truth. Who amongst you would dare claim I am in the wrong? Let us draw the line and swear an oath, invoking heaven and earth. Should anyone lie, may they face divine retribution, suffer the indignity of lacking proper amenities, and witness their loved ones perish tragically, doomed to a life of solitude henceforth. Such a vow was unbearably vicious. It momentarily silenced the rowdy crowd, even rendering the typically fierce matron somewhat uneasy and timid. In this unpredictable world, who would dare disrespect the divine and the spirits? To swear an oath carries a heavy price, especially for those harboring guilt. No, you are not Wang Xiaoya. Wang Xiaoya is a fool. You are a female specter. You must be that female ghost. A previously silent Uncle Wang suddenly cried out. Cunning. Li Daxian glared at the old man with resentment, realizing the deviousness of his ploy. By labeling Guyi as possessed by a ghost, whatever she said would be rendered irrelevant, and they could eliminate her in one fell swoop. The villagers began to grasp the situation, their outrage swelling. Now it seemed the time had come for our Dali temple to intervene. The 4 from Qingyu thought as much. Suddenly at a disadvantage, Guyu nevertheless stepped forward, her gaze cold and piercing. The frail figure seemed to radiate an infinite, solitary killing intent as she approached the crowd, her tone chillingly grave. Indeed, it is I. The water in that lake is frigid. There are so many large stones pressing down on me, and I cannot find my courage. Do you know how much I long for your company? Upon closer inspection, some noticed a small fragment of bone protruding from beneath Wang Xiaoya's sleeve. Oh, in that instant, a woman cried out, and even the men turned pale, their legs trembling. Collapsing to their knees. Wang Jing, do not blame us. We never intended to harm you. It was not us, truly. With a snap of her fingers, Guyi dispelled the chilling aura, remarking, "Very well, esteemed one. Please continue your inquiry. I shall remember this recompense." Lu Yiji nodded in acknowledgement, leaving the crowd bewildered. Chapter 15. Read more books. Only the bald man, meeting the naive and eager gaze of his apprentice, smiled. There's no point in explaining. You wouldn't comprehend it anyway, so why burden yourself? Li Daxiong stormed out in anger. The villagers were well aware they had been deceived. Yet when faced with Gu Ye's enigmatic smile and unfathomable eyes, they felt a twinge of fear. Could it truly be that the ghostly Wang Jing was not a mere specter? When did this fool become so formidable? Uncle Wang San also recognized that the situation had turned dire and could only confess honestly. Wang Jing is one of the most remarkable young women in Shaoang village, possessing both beauty and skill, which endears her to many. However, she is an orphan, with no one to guide her. Initially, Uncle Wang San and others intended to play matchmaker for her, yet she vehemently resisted, often threatening to take her own life. with no other options. They could only watch as she languished into her late teens. Guyu could not help but lament that in ancient times, turning 19 or 20 was indeed seen as a wasted youth. In contrast, in modern times, women in their 30s and 40s who remain unmarried are plentiful. Yet they face societal scorn. Nevertheless, during the prosperous Tang Dynasty, the expectations for women were far less stringent than in other eras. It was common for women in their 20s to remain unmarried, and divorce was relatively prevalent, especially among the nobility and bureaucratic classes. In this extraordinary period of Chinese history, women even held official positions. Guyu pondered that this era, with its mystical practices, must surely be preferable to one where women were bound by foot binding. However, Shaoling village, being insular, bore little difference from other feudal-era settlements, as evidenced by the shameful gazes cast upon Wang Jing. This made her feel quite uneasy. And what happened next? The details remained unclear. Rumors circulated that she had found a beloved, and everyone was eager to celebrate her marriage. Yet when questioned, she remained silent, and soon after, she inexplicably disappeared. Later, Uncle Wang San pointed towards the lake, recounting a night when shadowy figures were seen carrying large cloth bags and casting them into the water, followed by stones being thrown in. This was the climax of the tale. Luigi remained utterly unmoved, while Guyu leaned against the door with her arms crossed. Not far from her, a bald man rummaged through his belongings and tossed a wild fruit to Guyu, and the two casually indulged in their snack. The onlookers exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze towards the elderly woman. "It is I," she declared as she stepped forward. Her name was Xin Yang. Guyu understood that in ancient times, women seldom used their given names after marriage, often referring to themselves by their familial ties. Xin Yang. It sounded rather gentle, yet, regrettably. Guyu scrutinized the elderly woman, suddenly taken aback as her gaze lingered on the wrist concealed beneath the woman's sleeve, her brow furrowing in contemplation. "Where do you reside?" "At the eastern corner of the village, behind that osmanthus tree." Time, location, and specific details, such as how many stones those individuals cast into the lake, were recounted. "Approximately 7 months ago, the night was exceedingly dark, and I could only see." It was indeed a formidable challenge to expect these rustic folk to articulate an event with precise terminology. Their account was rather akin to what Uncle Wang had provided. The crux of the matter was that the night had been too obscured. They had witnessed figures in dark clothing carrying a large sack, which they subsequently hurled into the lake, along with numerous stones. Upon concluding her statement, Xin Yang seemed at a loss for words, and the remaining villagers echoed her uncertainty. Qing Yu observed as Lu Yizhi pointed to a specific location where a person had vanished. His gaze flickered momentarily before he nodded and stepped outside. Just as he exited the courtyard, he overheard Lu Yizhi inquire, "Through? Are you certain it was thrown?" Xin Yang blurted out, "Sir, did you not inquire about how many pieces were thrown?" Suddenly, she froze as she spotted Wang San's shoe. "Oh. My question regarding how many pieces were thrown surely implies that they were indeed cast away. What I wish to know is what you witnessed. However, sir, this pertains to you." Xin Yang was indignant. With a resounding crash, the teacup shattered on the floor, startling everyone present. "If I declare something, it becomes truth. I assert that all of you were present that night, and that Wang Qing was not crushed at the lake's bottom by stones, but rather, she was brutally murdered by your hands with stones at the lakeside, her body then submerged and weighed down with rocks, ensuring her remains could never surface, forever bound to the lake bed. What say you to that?" Luigi's words struck like a thunderclap, exposing the concealed sins of all gathered. Their faces bore expressions of terror and malice. The house behind the osmanthus tree appeared somewhat desolate yet impeccably clean, with scarcely any fallen leaves upon the ground. Guyu stood beneath the osmanthus tree, suddenly sensing the presence of someone behind her, trailing her. A fleeting glance revealed a long shadow cast against the earthen wall, creeping closer with each step. Suddenly, it lunged from behind her. "Huh, a monkey." Bang. Li Daxiang crouched on the ground, covering his eyes, utterly aggrieved. "You did that on purpose." Guyu retracted her fist, feigning innocence. "What do you mean? What brings you here? Have you not come to witness the punishment of those who bullied you? It's only worth seeing when heads roll. What is there to behold now?" "Monkey, you have quite the peculiar taste." Li Daxiang found himself at a loss for words, yet his gaze fell upon the courtyard. "Ah, this must belong to that elderly woman. I recognize her broom." A sense of trepidation washed over him as he noticed that formidable weapon propped against the wall. What business does the monkey have here? Is it to cause trouble and retaliation? Indeed, I contemplate revenge. Would you care to assist me? Ah, that may not be wise. Have you ever tasted sweet and sour spare ribs? How might you assist? Speak. Guyi was hoisted by Li Daxiong to the wall's edge, allowing him to behold the scene within the courtyard. Li Daxiong needn't climb, for he could simply stretch his head to see. Consequently, Guyi became the subject of his teasing, being called a little monkey. What do you think of this courtyard? It is tidy. And then, it does not resemble the home of that elderly woman. Indeed, given her boisterous and unrefined demeanor, how could she maintain such cleanliness in her yard? Not only is it clean, but it also possesses an unexpected elegance, imbued with a touch of femininity. What if this is indeed her residence? Oh. Li Daxiong tilted his head in contemplation, ultimately concluding. It suggests that another individual has tidied it up. Yes, and it must be a young girl. Could it be Wang Jing? Your imagination is quite vivid. Guyi was left speechless. If it were Wang Jing, then that elderly woman would truly be a figure of cinematic prowess. Wang Jing was the one they had slain. Guyi remarked coolly. Li Daxiong was taken aback. How could this be them? He had just followed Guyi out, and had only heard Wang Sanshu's impassioned narration about the fourth lady behind him. That lake has long been neglected, with overgrown weeds along its banks. The bamboo grove has not been touched for ages, indicating that the villagers harbor a superstition regarding this place. They must know that Wang Jing perished in the lake. Those who are aware fall into one of two categories, witnesses or the perpetrator. If they are witnesses, then the fourth lady should not have lied. She could have simply stated the truth. Did she lie? Examine the orientation of her home. The inner room is in that direction, while the lake lies over there. What lies in between? Trees, osmanthus trees, several of them, closely clustered. Even under the brightest moonlight, it would be impossible for her to see. No. If those individuals were carrying Wang Jing from the edge of the village to the lake, she might have caught a glimpse. Yet, even so, considering the autopsy of Lu Yizhi, it was determined that Wang Jing was still alive at the time. What kind of mindset would allow the murderer to brazenly parade a still-breathing victim through the village? It must stem from the knowledge that the villagers are under their control, free from fear of resistance or exposure. But for a leader, nothing is more effective in asserting dominance over their subordinates than involving them in a crime. Is it not said that they are all grasshoppers on the same strand of rope? Li Daxiong pondered for quite a while before murmuring to himself, so that individual orchestrated the villagers to murder Wang Jing, making everyone a perpetrator. This way, they need not fear being reported, and it serves as the most profound vengeance against Wang Jing, for these villagers are her own kin and elders. The Wang clan in Shaoyang village is intricately connected, both near and far. This presents a rather terrifying hypothesis for Guyi, if it were false. And if Xin Yang indeed did not witness the event yet lied, the implications would still lead back to her, or implicate the entire village as murderers. They would have collectively disposed of the body, conspired to conceal the truth. But then, why did Wang Jing not seek retribution against them? It seems that no one in Shaoyang village has perished, except for you. No, except for Wang Xiaya. Setting aside the matter of Wang Xiaya for now, your statement is indeed to the point. Yet I had previously conversed with the deceased bald man. What was discussed? Li Daxiong tapped his head, recalling. After Wang Jing transformed into a female ghost, she remained under that person's control, and Wangjia village was likewise under his dominion. All part of the same nest, rendering direct confrontation impossible. Consequently, this led to several tragic deaths in the neighboring villages, while Shaoyang village appeared relatively unscathed, which misled many into believing that this incident bore little relevance to Shaoyang village. Nevertheless, he still found the situation profoundly unsettling. Upon reflection, the night in question was shrouded in terror for Wang Jing. What truly transpired in that serene village? Adorned with numerous osmanthus trees? Even more chilling is the query. How does the monkey possess such extensive knowledge? Is it merely through diligent reading? What sort of literature could possibly enlighten one who digs up graves? You pondered. Should I reveal that I transitioned from a sophomore in criminal psychology at the police academy to the archaeology program at a neighboring university, becoming the catalyst for a rivalry between two esteemed professors? Certainly, should a resurrection occur, I might assist in uncovering the cause of death to save my own life. Though I scarcely comprehend the subject, it appears rather impressive. What is the title of the book? Jade, Reed, and Tuan. However, Jade, Reed, and Tuan only emerged in the Ming Dynasty, with its 3D version being a modern invention. Such a dynasty did not exist in antiquity. Li Daxiong silently committed this title to memory, resolving to master its contents to avoid future ridicule from his mentor. During their conversation, Guyi abruptly inquired, "Is your technique for the Mount Tai press generally inaccurate? How much does it typically deviate? Li Daxiong hesitated briefly, gesturing to indicate, about this much. Very well, then. Go ahead, Gu declared, suddenly tearing off a clump of mud from the wall and tossing it aside. Li Daxiong reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping from the wall like a colossal black bear. Behold my Mount Tai press, he exclaimed. 3 to 4 meters away, a shadow hidden beside the cottage looked up and saw. Boom. Chapter 16. The Utterly Solitary. It is said that among the young talents within the Dali Temple, Qingyu has always believed that, apart from the court masters entrenched in the official system and the reclusive hermits of the martial world, his skills could allow him to traverse the vast Tang Dynasty alone. However, as a bear, a Taoist man, and a half-hearted practitioner of other arts, yet one who particularly relishes the weight of Mount Tai upon his shoulders. He is a man who nearly crushed a ghost. Yu sat atop the wall, her eyes flickering, and then she beheld the once arrogant Qingyu, who had looked down on her from a 60-degree angle. Heh! She leaped down from the wall and approached Qingyu, who was helplessly pinned beneath Li Daxiong. After surveying him for a considerable time, her expression radiated delight. Oh dear bear, what are you doing? You're crushing him. It would be quite unfortunate if you harmed him. Ah, I didn't exert much force. Qingyu's face turned ashen as he glared at Gu Yi. Get him off me. This fellow, known as Daxiong, seemed to have been nourished on something extraordinary, for his entire being resembled a colossal weight, making it impossible for Qingyu to rise. Despite the overwhelming pressure, it curiously did not injure his bones or organs, which is indeed strange. Could this be a Taoist secret technique? Daxiong was also reluctant to pin this man down, yet he turned to Gu Yi. Gu Yi leaned down with a smile. Then you must tell me why you were following me. Qingyu fixed his gaze on Gu Yi but closed his eyes, choosing silence. Gu Yi felt a slight headache. She knew that the individuals from these ancient special departments were no different from those in modern times, stubborn and unpleasant, much like a stone in a latrine. Particularly, this young man seemed to harbor a deep loyalty towards Luigi. All right, Daxiong, you may rise, Gu Yi said, her enthusiasm waning, and a sense of wariness creeping in towards Luigi. The bald man was aware of some of her background, and while suspicion was one thing, Luigi. Qingyu rose, his hand resting on the hilt of the sword at his waist, prompting a flicker of tension in Li Daxiong, causing Gu Yi to narrow her eyes. Given that this village fell under the influence of that individual, one could not dismiss the possibility of lurking dangers, especially concerning you. Wang Xiaya, that person might very well be watching you from the shadows. Qingyu's words served as a reminder to Gu Yi. Why were the villagers so insistent on her riding in the bridal sedan, and with such urgency? Moreover, monkey, you have yet to mention who the girl living with Aunt Xiong is. The fabric of Xin Yang's clothing was coarse, yet the delicate embroidery reflected a tender heart, clearly showing her admiration for her. Each stitch was made with care, cognizant of Xin Yang's rough nature and her frequent toil in the fields, which resulted in sleeves that were loose and convenient for movement. Who could fulfill such a role better than a daughter? Qingyu could hardly endure Li Daxiong's brazen foolishness. A daughter? Li Daxiong's mind conjured an image of a younger, fierce, and ruthless version of himself. Where is she? How come I haven't seen her? Is she at home? Li Daxiong's inquiry mirrored the suspicions of both Gu Yi and Qingyu. In this village, it seemed there were no young women to be found. At this moment, dusk has descended, casting elongated shadows. In the corner of the wall by the abode of the fourth miss, a dark figure peeks out, observing Gu Ye's departure. The courtyard is shrouded in a pallid gloom. Uncle Wang San and the others appear ashen. Yet Gu Yi is taken aback to see that Lu Yizhi and the bald man also wear troubled expressions. Alas, it seems that Wang San and his comrades cannot escape the sin of conspiring to murder Wang Jing. But they have indeed failed to disclose the identity of the person Lu Yizhi and his companion are most eager to know. Lu Yizhi possesses considerable influence in this Fanyang. Shortly after releasing a homing pigeon, the local authorities swiftly mobilized, efficiently apprehending the villagers and transporting them to the government's prison. The village, already sparsely populated, became desolate in an instant. As Uncle Wang San and the others were about to be taken away, Gu noticed a piercing gaze directed at him. The look was profoundly unsettling, mirrored by the other villagers. Who exactly are you? Uncle Wang San inquired. Then tell me why? The exchange of these two questions seemed quite reasonable. From the moment of your birth, chaos reigned at midnight. Your grandparents perished suddenly, and 3 years later, your father was devoured by a mountain wolf while hunting, leaving behind only remnants. Your mother, in deep sorrow, succumbed within 2 years. During the funeral, a wandering hermit passed through our village, saw you, and uttered a single phrase. Guya's expression remained impassive, responding only with a faint remark. Li Daxiang understood that this individual was not the genuine Wang Xiaoya, and remaining unaffected was quite natural. Nevertheless, this Wang Xiaoya truly is. The bald man's gaze flickered. Rendered in simpler terms, suggests that the young girl, Wang Xiaoya, is a harbinger of misfortune, destined to bring adversity to those closest to her, such as her parents and kin. While many in modern times might still believe in such omens, in ancient times, this would have been tantamount to a death sentence, capable of plunging a vulnerable girl's life into the abyss. Moreover, she was already dwelling in such a state. Li Daxiong was unaware of the trials Wang Xiaoya had endured. Yet he was suddenly struck by the notion that her demise might not have been the result of foul play, but rather a self-inflicted act, absolving them of any culpability. Uncle Wang emphatically added this sentiment, with the rest of the villagers echoing his conviction. Therefore, there was no need for them to know my identity. With the villagers gone, only Gu Yi and her companions remained. Wang Xiaoya's dwelling was dilapidated, bearing the desolate hallmarks of a solitary existence. Li Daxiong examined the tableware, finding 5 sets in total, all meticulously cleaned. Perplexed, he wondered why there were so many when she lived alone. Was she perhaps feigning the presence of 4 others? Li Daxiong's eyes welled up with tears as he stepped outside. The bald man glanced at him, pursing his lips, while noticing that Gu Yi was more composed than ever, meticulously examining the contents of the house. She finally remarked, utterly impoverished, not a penny to be found. Bald man. Given the village's resemblance to a ghost town, the trio had no intention of lingering. With Donglu Town being the nearest settlement, they set out before nightfall, arriving just in time for dinner and seeking refuge in a noodle shop. It is not to say that the noodles of ancient times were unpalatable, nor is it a matter of disparaging the chef's skills. Rather, it is merely a reflection of someone's frugality. Observing the sign hanging on the wall of the noodle shop, akin to a modern-day menu devoid of images and limited to mere text, one can discern a modest selection of noodle varieties, a few side dishes, and a scant choice of beverages, as it is merely a small-town establishment. However, just as Guyi stepped inside, contemplating his choice of noodles, a certain bald man swiftly and adeptly placed his order. Boss, 2 bowls of scallion oil noodles. Guyi interjected, I don't eat scallions. The bald man retorted, boss. Can we have 1 bowl without scallions, perhaps at a discounted price? Both the boss and Gu Yi were expressions of sheer indifference. Li Daxiong chuckled heartily. Patting Gu Yi on the shoulder, monkey, you must learn to adapt. Master, if you are having noodles, what shall I eat? Noodles. What kind of noodles? Noodles without scallions. Share a bowl with her. After all, she eats like a monkey, with a small appetite. The 2 of you will suffice with 1 bowl. Anything more would be wasteful. But I have a big appetite. Will you eat or not? I will. The bald man, under the boss's disdainful gaze, leisurely took a seat. Gu Yi smiled. Daxiong, you must learn to adapt, and by the way, I will endeavor to eat a bit more. At least half a bowl. Li Daxiong sighed in resignation. The noodles were tender, imbued with the aroma of wheat, and possessed a subtle spiciness. Gu Yi had already sensed something peculiar in Li family village. It was rather astonishing that chili peppers existed in the Tang Dynasty. Yet, upon contemplating the existence of ghostly figures and bald men, she found it difficult to steadfastly uphold the notion of a historically accurate Tang Dynasty. Thus, during mealtime, she casually engaged in conversation with her 2 companions, while simultaneously eavesdropping on the discussions of other patrons in the establishment. Gradually, she began to comprehend the general landscape of this world. It bore resemblance to history, aligning with it to about 70 or 80%. Yet several figures did not correspond accurately. For instance, 2 pivotal characters who traversed the entirety of the Tang Dynasty, Emperor Taizong Li Shimin and Empress Wu Zetian, had transformed into Emperor Yuan and Emperor Yin in this realm. Emperor Yuan, the founder of the Tang, represented the very genesis of the dynasty. However, the flourishing era of the Tang encountered a remarkable, almost defiant turning point due to a woman who ascended to the throne, declaring herself the Holy Emperor. In this realm, she did not alter the state name but rather continued the glory of the Tang Dynasty, referring to herself as a sage, a title that has been passed down through generations, honoring the sage in place of the emperor. The title of sage carries its own significance, as illustrated by the conversations at the adjacent table. Alas, the Shi family is truly beset by misfortune. What began as a joyous occasion has swiftly turned into a lamentable affair. If it were merely the Shi family's sorrow, it would be one thing. But the tragedy extends to the entire town, which must collectively mourn. It is indeed a dire situation. The state of the corpse suggests malevolent forces at play. Oh, why have there been so many supernatural occurrences in recent years? Who knows? It is said that the peak of these spectral happenings occurred during the reign of the Yin Sage. Hush, are you seeking death? A group of individuals conversed aimlessly, and Gu Yi, feeling unfulfilled, directed her attention towards the bald man, who was evidently listening but wore an expression of disdain. During the reign of the Yin Emperor, chaos plagued the court, with many dissenting voices leading to widespread bloodshed. Naturally, where there is carnage, malevolent spirits abound, a notion that should not be surprising. The bald man remained unfazed, and Gu Yi concurred with this reasoning. Nonetheless, whether in her era or this one, the martial Yin Empress stood unrivaled throughout history, having ushered in the pinnacle of the Tang Dynasty. They referred to her as the Holy Yin. Why then, in this context? Is she merely called the Yin Emperor? The bald man fell into a contemplative silence, and after a lengthy pause, consuming a generous mouthful of noodles, he spoke. In our philosophy, a sage belongs to the realm of the divine. The Yuanzong established the Tang Empire, creating an unparalleled epic that could stand alongside the gods. Yet his words trailed off, as if he found himself incapable of articulating his thoughts, ultimately succumbing to a stoic silence. Observing his demeanor, Gu Yi refrained from further inquiries, as it seemed that a certain bear would soon devour their remaining noodles. Just then, they noticed someone rushing hurriedly down the street. Oh no. The Shi family is haunted again. Chapter 17. The Shi family. The twilight was already shrouded in darkness, and the curfew was fast approaching. However, the Tang Dynasty was known for its open-mindedness, with many people still dining and engaging in conversation outside, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, this vibrancy resembled water heated to 70 or 80 degrees. The moment a highly heated element was introduced, it could instantly reach a boiling point, much like the pale-faced man who appeared alarmed and distressed. Upon his exclamation that the Shi family was haunted, all patrons of the tavern, tea house, and restaurant rose in unison, hastening to inquire further. Some audacious souls had already set off towards the Shi residence. Gu Yi and his two companions, still holding their chopsticks and slurping their noodles, exchanged glances before placing their utensils down in synchrony. Should they go or should they not? Li Daxiong suggested, perhaps we should finish our meal first. Gu Yi countered, that would be rather inappropriate. Exorcising spirits and subduing demons is your sacred duty. Therefore, noble benefactor, you should proceed ahead, and I shall join you shortly with Daxiong. That is indeed a feasible plan, Li Daxiong replied. As a healer dedicated to saving lives, it is only fitting that I uphold the exemplary conduct of our kind. Curse it, you two rascals. The bald man glared at them but, with a hint of resignation, set aside his fragrant scallion noodles and made his way to the Shi residence. Gu Yi and Li Daxiong exchanged knowing looks and clapped their hands in excitement. Huzzah! However, they quickly finished their meal and followed the crowd towards the Shi family estate. The Shi family was indeed a local magnate. Although they could not compare to the opulence and elegance of the grand residences of the Tang nobility, their estate was considerably more substantial than that of a typical commoner, rivaling the combined properties of a dozen or 20 ordinary households. Donglu Town, situated in Fanyang, could only be considered a remote corner, neither thriving in commerce nor agriculture. Yet, the Shi family's mountain hawks were sought after by the wealthy and noble of Fanyang, thereby invigorating such industries. As a result, Donglu Town was not excessively impoverished. In fact, a significant portion of its wealth, at least 50%, was concentrated within the Shi family. With such affluence, it was no wonder they wielded such influence. Although Li Daxiong envied their riches, he also harbored disdain for the Shi family's lack of benevolence. After all, had not Wang Shaya suffered at their hands? Though she had gained a companion in the form of a monkey. Li Daxiong had just approached the gate of the Shi family with Gu Yi when they were unexpectedly halted by a guard exiting the premises. It was indeed unfortunate for them. Earlier, amidst the chaos, many guards had ventured into the estate, leaving the main entrance unmonitored, allowing numerous individuals to enter freely. However, after their leisurely meal, the two found that by the time they arrived, the Shi family's guards had already regained their vigilance and were poised to intercept them. Unable to enter through the front, Li Daxiong felt a twinge of regret. Had I known, I would have abstained from that bowl of noodles, he lamented. Gu shot him a sidelong glance, exuding an air of indifference. Well, it seems I still enjoy my food. Li Daxiong scratched his head sheepishly. All right, follow me. Gu instructed, leading Li Daxiang towards the back entrance, the usual route, scaling the wall. In matters of wall climbing, the location was of utmost significance. Firstly, one required the cover of trees. Just as Guyi had managed to hoist Li Daxiang onto the wall, a creaking sound emanated from a cluster of small trees nearby. Adjacent to a secluded side gate, it was opening. Someone was there. Guyi, caught off guard, realized that climbing up would certainly generate rustling sounds. At that moment, Li Daxiang had just ascended and was about to leap down, but Guyi grasped his sleeve. Turning, he observed Guyi deftly sliding down the tree trunk and disappearing into the underbrush. Hearing the commotion, Li Daxiang followed suit, albeit with a larger frame, nonetheless. Having been trained by the bald man, he proved to be remarkably agile, swiftly nestling beside Guyi. As dusk descended, shrouding the surroundings in a dim veil, the two crouched beside the wall, concealed by the shadows of the foliage, making it even more challenging to discern their surroundings. They could hear hurried footsteps approaching along the narrow path beside the wall, urgent and heavy, as if the individual carried something substantial. Drawing nearer, Guyi's gaze flickered. While Li Daxiang's nostrils flared, his expression tinged with distress. Guyi cast a glance at him, but remained silent. The two of them huddled, awaiting the furtive approach of the group bearing the cadaver. Abruptly, the sound of their footsteps ceased. An apprehension gripped the hearts of Guyi and Li Daxiang. Had they been discovered? What was amiss? I seemed to detect a faint scent of scallion oil. Pray, cease your prattle about scallion oil. I partook of scallion noodles this very evening. Haste now. I am seized with trepidation. Manifestly, a sense of unease pervaded the group, their voices betraying a tremor. Thus, they departed. After a brief interlude, Guyi and Li Daxiang emerged from the thicket. Li Daxiang, still unnerved, pinched his nose and inquired in a hushed tone, "Monkey, did you perceive any peculiar aroma?" "Indeed, somewhat." Guyi inhaled deeply, uttering a single word, "Cadaverous?" She had previously observed his countenance when confronted with the myriad corpses within the ghost-weeping woods, mirroring his present distress. His olfactory senses appeared to surpass those of ordinary individuals, rendering the stench all the more potent. His woeful expression was, therefore, unsurprising. Li Daxiang grimaced, far more fetid than those within the ghost-weeping woods. Those are rather desiccated, whereas this exudes more effluence. Guyi interjected. Li Daxiang hesitated. "Could you perhaps adopt a more refined parlance, monkey?" "Daxiang, partake of this scent." Guyi scraped the ground with a twig, presenting it to Li Daxiang. "What is that?" "I cannot discern the scent." "A chicken leg?" Li Daxiang quickly approached to take a sniff. "Indeed, it reeks of putrefaction, having decayed for approximately 5 to 6 days, and it had even been submerged in water at some point. Alas, this individual possesses a nose sharper than a dog's. Truly, he resembles a celestial hound. The Shi family harbors a corpse that has been dead for 5 to 6 days. It is evident that they are not a respectable household." Li Daxiang's unfavorable impression of the Shi family was deeply ingrained, and Guyi shared a similar sentiment, both of them grimacing in disdain. However, could the haunting of the Shi family be attributed to this deceased individual? Surely, Wang Jing would not be found within the Shi household. That remains uncertain. Guyi hesitated to make any guarantees for the actions of that mountain bandit, who repeatedly coerced the Shi family to carry a bridal sedan into the ghost-crying forest. Were indeed suspicious. Even if he were not the puppet master, he could not escape culpability. With this thought, the atmosphere of the grand residence felt increasingly ominous and perilous. "Let us seek your master. We must also inform Lord Lu, who is bound to arrive." Guyi's suggestion was met with agreement from the timid Li Daxiang. Previously, they had observed the townsfolk congregating in the front hall, and now they could naturally make their way outside. "Is the corpse within? 5 to 6 days? Ghosts, ghosts." The members of the Shi family attempted to subdue him, but it was evidently futile, for upon the timely arrival of Lu Yizhi, a mere wave of his hand prevented the Shi family from entering. At this moment, everyone remained outside, while Lu Yizhi stood at the threshold, closest to the interior, with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the elder inside as he descended into madness. After a while, he turned to the elegantly attired Shi Yuanwei standing beside him and inquired, "Who is this person possessed?" Lu Yizhi glanced at Shi Wenlong. "Implying that you believe this case is the result of malevolent spirits?" The county magistrate found it peculiar, as it was quite evident to all. Beside him, Shi Yuanwei remained impassive, merely murmuring in a low voice, "The misfortunes of our family have attracted these malevolent entities, causing you distress, and I am truly remorseful." It is noteworthy that few in this place recognized Lu Yizhi. Most were unaware of his background, yet they assumed he must be a person of official standing. For how else could the typically haughty county magistrate behave like a submissive lapdog? The magistrate dared not respond. For not only was the Dali the highest judicial institution in the Tang Dynasty, but the identity of this Liu family scion was not one to be taken lightly. Oh no, you jest, esteemed official. You are a master of case adjudication. Even if this matter involves supernatural forces, it shall certainly not escape your discerning gaze. His words made it seem as though Liu Yizhi were akin to Erlangchen. Since you have stated it so, let us invite a professional to discern what malevolent force is at play. Liu Yizhi, with a nonchalant demeanor, noticed a slight shift in Shi Yuanwei's expression, raising an eyebrow as his gaze drifted to the bald man. Master, I beseech your assistance. Ah, you truly elevate my status. The bald man appeared satisfied and, refraining from contradiction, nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, allow me to examine the situation. He stood there in silence for a moment before suddenly speaking. The mind is clouded, filled with nonsensical utterances. One is either genuinely haunted by spirits, frightened into disarray, or, what could it be? An air of tension enveloped the crowd. Liu Yizhi caught a fleeting glance exchanged with Qingyu. He turned his face away, noticing the impassive expression on Shi Yuanwei's face. This individual seemed perpetually calm, as if he were neither surprised by Liu's presence nor by the arrival of Master Kong. Perhaps it was the case that you were possessed by a ghost. The bald man's proclamation stunned everyone outside, causing many to instinctively ponder the possibility. As Gu Yi and Li Daxiong arrived, they overheard the statement, with Li Daxiong exclaiming in astonishment, another case of possession? Could it be Wang Jing? He hurriedly rushed forward to investigate, while Gu Yi sensed something amiss. For the bald man's subtle expressions indicated that he was merely putting on a show. Chapter 18. Silverfish without needing a reminder from Qingyu. Liu Yizhi was already aware of Gu Ye's presence, for neither Li Daxiong nor Master Kong would leave Gu Yi unattended. With Li Daxiong now here, it was certain that Gu Yi was present as well. Indeed, at the back of the crowd, the young girl appeared disheveled and inconspicuous. Yet her eyes shone brightly in the dark, fixed intently on the bald man. Had she sensed something? As Liu Yizhi contemplated this, he suddenly caught Gu Ye's gaze. Their eyes locking, she smirked slightly. This subtle gesture was not lost on the perceptive Liu Yizhi. Her expression could easily serve as a meme. Just then, both heard a commotion ahead. Turning to look, they saw the bald man, after delivering his thunderous statement, beginning to remove his clothing, stripping, shedding. Why on earth was he undressing? As the bald man bared his chest, the onlookers were left utterly bewildered. However, he was swiftly taken aback by the subsequent action. Drawing the ruler, he brandished it forth. Bang! The verdant ruler struck the coffin directly. Thud! The coffin resonated with a sonorous yet muffled tremor. It was as if Shi Wenlong had been struck by lightning, his entire being shuddered. Gu Yi could discern the black smoke emanating from his head. Subsequently, he fell backward, collapsing onto the ground. Yet, the bald man deftly caught the nape of his neck and the back of his head, with a sweep of the verdant ruler. The black smoke dissipated and faded into the air. A veritable demon. Heavens, the Shi family has been subjected to retribution from that malevolent spirit. How dreadful. One of the local gentry couldn't resist inquiring of the bald man, Master, has that fiend been vanquished? The bald man replied with an innocent mien, Nay. It has merely concealed itself, presumably still lurking here. Yet, fret not, for as long as I am present, it shall remain fearful. It may, however, seek out vessels to possess and escape along with them. Within a mere 3 breaths, the throngs of onlookers who had gathered to watch the spectacle had vanished entirely, fearing that the demon might seize them and possess their bodies. Indeed, it was now tranquil, devoid of the cacophony of 300 ducks quacking in unison. With the departure of the crowd, only the Shi family, the officials, the bald man, and naturally, Gu Yi remained. Initially, the Shi family's guards intended to drive her away, as she was the sole individual who had not departed. However, Li Daxiong intervened and prevented them from doing so. During the stalemate, neither Liu Yizhi nor the bald man uttered a word. Gu Yi surmised that the 2 men were attempting to gauge the Shi family's disposition. She may remain. Master Shi suddenly interjected, after all, she is the betrothed of Fenger. Upon hearing this, both Li Daxiong and Gu Yi were taken aback. It would seem that if the Shi family possessed even a modicum of perspicacity, they would seek to sever ties with Gu Yi to distance themselves from the Ghost Cry Forest incident. Yet, they were now clinging to her. Seemingly quite familiar with Gu Yi, otherwise, they would not have recognized her at first glance. Gu Yi found this somewhat thorny, as her initial expectation was that they would disregard her. This was indeed unexpected. Before Guyi could hear the bald man's words, she knew what he was up to. Seeing the man's gleeful and fawning expression. Wife, through thick and thin, save. Keywords, Does that mean we need to grease the wheels a bit? The nouveau riche master was indeed perceptive and promptly bowed. I was originally concerned that this daughter-in-law would be unable to enter my she family's threshold. Fortunately, the Grand Master's arcane arts are unparalleled, rescuing her from the clutches of that malevolent female ghost. I am truly moved to tears. Please, you must stay for a humble meal this evening. We've already eaten. Guyi intended to say, but, excellent, excellent, I haven't eaten yet. Master, you ate a large bowl of scallion oil noodles. Li Daxiong's face-slapping skill was activated once more. I didn't finish it. Kong Shifu attempted to retort. Oh yes, there were 3 noodles left, and you drank all the broth. The face-slapping professional, Guyi, also joined in. This was somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Master Shi pretended not to hear anything, smilingly inviting everyone to the banquet that evening. In truth, Guyi and Li Daxiong felt awkward. The Shi family was still in the midst of a white funeral, and their younger brother was still mentally unsound. How could this person still invite people to a banquet? I have a lingering suspicion that the Shi family harbors a rather profound scheme. Fortunately, Master Shi is preoccupied with his affairs and must attend to his younger brother. During a lull while awaiting their meal, Guyi and Li Daxiong found themselves meandering to a pavilion. This lake is quite captivating. Guyi was taken aback upon observing the shimmering silver beneath the water. Could it possibly be silver? Li Daxiong scoffed, his expression boldly declaring, Silver, you say? That's merely luminous sand. Guyi, possessing a modicum of knowledge, recognized that this luminous sand was an exotic import, exclusive to the affluent nobility of the Tang Dynasty, particularly in grand cities like Luoyang. It is a luxury only the aristocrats can indulge in. Mere wealth is insufficient. The Shi family indeed possesses extensive connections, even reaching overseas. Guyi mused. Look at those fish, so large and plump. Guyi remarked. Daxiong, can you not aspire to something greater? She rolled her eyes. Yet her gaze was drawn to the magnificent koi, gliding gracefully under the glow of the luminous sand. They are indeed quite fat. A delightful dish of spicy fish head. Suddenly, Guyi felt her mouth grow parched as she noticed the glint in Li Daxiong's eyes. What are you trying to say? What do you wish to do? They both queried simultaneously, bursting into a mischievous laugh. Let us catch one. There are so many. And the Shi family is notoriously unkind despite their wealth. We could easily snatch one away before we depart. Oh, that sounds splendid. They exchanged a knowing glance. And Li Daxiong prepared to step off the pavilion to fish. Guyi took on the role of lookout. What are you two up to? Suddenly, a voice, as elegant as it was aloof, interrupted Li Daxiong, who was already rolling up his pants to wade into the water. She calmly turned to the embarrassed Li Daxiong and said, Daxiong, what are you waiting for? Catch it. Li Daxiong felt a flutter of panic in his heart. Catch. Indeed, wasn't it agreed that this fish was a celestial being descended from the heavens, transformed into spirit upon entering the water? It silently observed the myriad occurrences of this world, yet it did not speak. I could communicate with it, coaxing it to reveal the secrets of the Shi family. Guyi recounted this with an unwavering demeanor. If it weren't for that fleeting moment of lewdness during their eye contact, he might have almost believed her. Li Daxiong sincerely admired Guyi, his face brimming with respect. Yet he glanced at Lu Yizhi, who remained composed with his hands clasped behind his back. Descended? Lu Yizhi inquired. Yes, precisely, Guyi affirmed. I almost misheard you. I thought you said descended for a meal, Lu Yizhi remarked. Your hearing is remarkably sharp. Does your mother know? Guyi retorted. But since you were able to communicate with the fish, then catch it, Qingyu, lend Daxiong a hand. Qingyu, exasperated by Guyi, found this a rather peculiar situation. As soon as Qingyu descended, she delicately skimmed the water's surface, swiftly spearing the plump koi fish. With a deft hand, she grasped it. Meanwhile, Guyi had prepared a wooden bucket filled with water. When did she manage that? With a splash, the fish was submerged in its new aquatic home. Lu Yizhi glanced at Guyi and said, Come, communicate with it. Guyi felt as though he was mocking her, yet she remained composed. She squatted beside the water bucket, staring intently at the fish. After a while, she lifted her head and remarked, What a pity, this fish is mute. Qingyu was taken aback. This girl. Her audacity is more formidable than the walls of the Luoyang imperial city. However, he was surprised to see his usually stoic companion actually smiling, though it was unclear whether it was an amusement or exasperation. Not to worry, there's still another one. Indeed, Lu Yizhi remained unfazed as Li Daxiong pulled up another fish, the largest one. Goodness, should I commend you, Brother Daxiong? Qing Yu nodded, indeed. By the way, have you all finished watching that Qiwen Long? Yes. Is he dead? Not yet. He is perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Lu Yizhi's words carried a deeper implication. Gu Yi noticed Qing Yu putting the plump fish into the basket and, feeling delighted, casually remarked, he is fine, but the others might not be. Lu Yizhi furrowed his brow. What did you see? Indeed, he was perceptive. Gu Yi then recounted her previous encounter with the Shi family, who were carrying a corpse. Are you certain it was a dead body? Lu Yizhi directed his gaze at Li Daxiong. Of course, I would stake my life on it. Damn it. Lu Yizhi remained prudent. With a mere glance, 2 of his 4 attendants were dismissed. Li Daxiong harbored a deep-seated loathing for the Shi family, while Gu Yi was indifferent. Yet Lu Yizhi intervened. Let them stay. Why? In the absence of your master, the 2 of you shall meet a dire fate. Lu Yizhi remained unperturbed, while Gu Yi and Li Daxiong were seized by a sudden chill. They had forgotten that if the Shi family truly harbored treachery, they might not hesitate to resort to sinister measures, particularly Gu Yi. Previously, the Shi household had exhibited such cordiality, which could have easily concealed ulterior motives. It was no wonder that the bald man chose to linger. In this moment, remaining within the Shi family's domain was indeed prudent, as it served to avoid suspicion. Esteemed guests, the meal is ready. Please follow me, announced a maid from the Shi household, prompting Gu Yi and her companions to comply. However, the bald man, with a hearty appetite, indulged himself alongside his disciple, while Lu Yizhi exchanged a few perfunctory words with Mr. Shi, the conversation lacking in depth. After a brief interval, a voice from outside proclaimed, Madam and young master have arrived. Mr. Shi rose to apologize. I sincerely apologize. My son has always been in delicate health, and my wife often tends to him, causing our tardiness. The madam of the Shi household and the young master. Li Daxiong exchanged knowing glances with Gu Yi. Your husband has arrived. Blast it. Chapter 19. The Joy of Fortuity. Gu Yi shot a glare at Li Daxiong, but was soon enchanted by the melodious sound of approaching footsteps, accompanied by a gentle cough. Turning around, she beheld a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in modest attire, supporting a young man as they gracefully approached. The woman radiated an alluring charm, appearing barely in her 20s at first glance. Yet, she was guiding her son, who was already in his 20s. Were it not for her hairstyled in a mature fashion, one could scarcely believe she was the wife of Mr. Shi, having surpassed the age of 50. Indeed, this young Master Shi's constitution leaves much to be desired. He becomes breathless after only a few steps, and his complexion is rather pallid. However, he possesses remarkable good looks, with rosy lips, pearly teeth, and bright, clear features. He could be considered a prime example of youthful attractiveness. Gu Yi cast a glance at the somewhat unsightly Master Shi and then at Madame Shi, musing that young Master Shi's reincarnation had been fortuitous, at least in terms of the direction of genetic inheritance. The arrival of Madame and young Master Shi was naturally welcomed by Baldy and the others. Lu Yizhi glanced at Madame Shi and rose to offer a respectful bow. Madame Shi responded with a gentle smile. You are too kind, young master. I have long heard of the sagacious young master of the Fanong Lu family. Seeing you today, I can attest to your reputation. After a slight pause, a trace of sorrow crossed her face as she addressed Baldy. Our Shi family is currently plagued by evil spirits. We must trouble you, master, to exert yourself. Baldy's eyes flickered as he took a swig of wine, chuckling. It is our sworn duty. If we were not to capture ghosts and subdue demons, we would be left without a livelihood. His words seemed to imply that he was almost eager for families to be haunted. However, Gu Yi remained silent until the madam's gaze leisurely settled upon her. Jingfeng. Gu Yi turned her head to meet the refined, scholarly, and delicately frail Shi Jingfeng, who, upon noticing her gaze, offered her a gentle smile, appearing very cultured and tender. Indeed, such a man, with such a family background, would be an immense temptation for any young girl in a small town, even with his poor health. Upon hearing these words, everyone seated at the banquet table put down their chopsticks. Lu Yizhi raised his eyes to look at the young, almost monkey-like girl across from him. Her eyes were shining, filled with an almost manic delight. Is it veritable? Have I genuinely been joined in wedlock with young Master Shi? This is exceedingly felicitous. My very hands tremble. It is scarcely bearable to gaze upon. Such a maiden, even common families would scarcely deign to accept. Yet the 3 masters of the Shi family, evidently not lacking in perspicacity, remained impassive, the married couple especially radiating benevolence and affection, as though no bride could be more delightful to them. Rather unnerving. Following the conclusion of the wedding banquet, upon entering the inn, Li Daxiong promptly declared, "I sense something amiss." Gu Yi concurred. "Who doesn't?" The bald fellow interjected. "Expound upon what feels amiss." Li Daxiong retorted, "Even if this lass were to offer herself gratis, no one would desire her. That young master she possesses comeliness akin to a pretty boy, and his family is affluent. Why would he be so imprudent?" He retorted, "You two may abscond forthwith." The two did abscond. Yet they coaxed Gu Yi to the kitchen to prepare chopped pepper fish head. A midnight repast was thus initiated. Gu Yi, naturally disinclined to undertake the task herself, for the piscine odor was too pungent, instead provided guidance to the two disciples as they busied themselves. Fortunately, the two disciples, driven by their gluttony, disregarded all decorum and paid no heed to who performed the labor. Engaged in a flurry of activity, Gu leaned against the wall and posed a question to the bald man. "How can you tell that Shi Wenlong is feigning madness? His condition either suggests possession by a spirit or sheer fright. If it were the former, I would have been able to discern the malevolent entities clinging to his shadow after applying the peach blossom essence to my eyes, yet I saw nothing. As for the latter, I examined the acupoints on the back of his head and neck, even if he could not fully recover. There should have been at least some reaction. However, he displayed no response whatsoever, merely pretending to be possessed by a ghost in response to my musings. Nonetheless, it is indeed true that his wife has perished. What advantage could pretending to be mad and spreading rumors of ghosts in the Shi family bring him or the Shi household? Perhaps Shi Wenlong is deliberately causing trouble for the family, but I suspect that Shi Yuanwai is certainly in the know. They must be in cahoots. Today, those guards seemed rather complicit. Otherwise, they would not have allowed so many people to enter. At that moment, the bald man finished preparing the two fish heads of the large carp and glanced at Gu Yi. "What are your thoughts on the three heads of the Shi family?" Li Daxiong, who was tending the fire, raised his head and remarked, "I am aware of this. The most inscrutable is Shi Yuanwai, the youngest is that lady Shi, and the weakest is their son." The three Tas highlight the peculiarities of these individuals, marking them as the most conspicuous aspects. First, regarding Shi Yuanwai. It is unusual for someone with such profound depth to remain so composed in the face of such domestic turmoil. Even when expressing his grievances, his gaze remains remarkably calm, indicating that everything is merely a fade. Either these events do not shake his cold resolve, or he has everything firmly under control. Then there is Lady Shi, a woman of unparalleled perfection, seemingly devoid of any flaws, yet exceedingly youthful. Lady Shi's origins remain shrouded in mystery. She wed Mr. Shi 30 years ago when she was merely a blossoming maiden in her teens. Now, having crossed into her 40s, her youthful visage is indeed peculiar. For most women after 30 begin to exhibit the signs of aging, their skin and physique succumbing to the inevitable passage of time. Suddenly, Luigi appeared at the door, speaking with an air of indifference, provoking a sharp retort from Gu Yi. "Lord Lu, you may not be aware that some women, with proper attention to health, diligent self-care, and appropriate exercise, can effortlessly appear as if they are in their 20s well into their 40s. Moreover, certain naturally beautiful women, even without such efforts, can maintain their youthful allure." Gu Yi was not referring to herself, yet as she approached 30, her physical condition indeed bore no distinction from that of an 18 or 19-year-old, owing to her consistent focus on self-maintenance. Although Luigi's remarks were not entirely unfounded, she found his tone rather irksome, as if to suggest that women were merely ephemeral beings. Everyone was taken aback by Gu Ye's resolute response to such a trivial matter, especially considering her present striking appearance. Luigi gazed intently at Gu Yi, and as Qingyu and others frowned in contemplation, he conceded, "I apologize. I was indeed narrow-minded. As you rightly pointed out, I have encountered women who, despite surpassing their prime, remain stunningly beautiful, particularly within the Taoist community. However, I mistakenly presumed that a place like Donglu Town would not be home to such women." Upon hearing this, Gu Yi paused, then turned to the bald man and inquired, "Is it true that the cultivation methods of your Taoist sect can preserve one's youth?" Bald man, "Indeed, there is." "Gu Yi, is there still a lack of people?" Her eyes shimmered with a vibrant green. If her previous demeanor towards Shi Jingfeng was merely a facade, then her authenticity at this moment is undeniably 24K pure gold. Women. Ah, wait a moment, we have digressed. Li Daong, I believe his implication is that only someone of your caliber can emerge from such a small place. Someone like her is simply unattainable. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed sir. Is her background untraceable? It cannot be traced. Do you suspect anything? Not at all, just a casual inquiry. Moreover, is this not a part of your Dali Temple's investigation protocol? Guyi unconsciously integrated contemporary investigative procedures, neglecting the reality that the ancient world was not as rigidly defined by identity as the modern one. Even in the Tang Dynasty, individuals of obscure identity and origins roamed freely, and the methods for tracking someone's whereabouts were rather limited, lacking both surveillance and the omnipresent scrutiny of the vast online populace. Naturally, Guya's astonished tone rendered several Dali Temple officials somewhat uncomfortable, a sense of shame washing over them. Were they being ridiculed? Luigi shared this sentiment, however. His composure was remarkable, keeping his emotions in check. It was merely a part of the procedure, albeit one that currently fell short of expectations, rendering him a source of amusement for Miss Wang. This person is doubting her again. No, I am not laughing. By the way, does that Shi Jingwen suffer from some ailment? He paused, gazing at Guyi. Your little wife is quite captivating. Guyi, with a stoic expression, what are you trying to imply? To bring good fortune. Marrying Guyi is intended to bring good fortune. Good fortune? It seems that my fate has been marked by the underworld as a solitary star, yet Guyi remains undaunted. However, the bald man, upon tossing aside a rag, uttered a statement that sent chills down Guyi's spine and momentarily darkened Lu Yiji's expression. Little do you know, there exists a sinister art in the underworld known as extreme overcoming. He grinned at Guyi, but unfortunately you are precisely that. Chapter 20. The night raid. Everyone fell into silence. After a considerable pause, Guyi finally spoke, his voice somewhat feeble. Just reaching the age of maturity. Do you mean I have barely turned 15? Am I truly that young? There was a hint of joy in his tone, as if he were asserting that this youthful exterior still held some merit, at least in its youthfulness. Your focus is rather peculiar. Do all women think this way? The bald man rolled his eyes dramatically. When you fainted, I examined your bones. Although you appeared pale and somewhat unattractive, you are indeed quite small. At 15, one can already bear children. The bald man huffed, then turned to Luigi. Have the remains been located? Luigi nodded. Are you planning to eat first, and then go see? Or will you look first, and then eat? Does that even require deliberation? Naturally. It should be. Are the remains disgusting? Guyi inquired. Then let us go after we eat, came the reply. Isn't it customary to look before partaking in a meal? Why inquire then? What if the remains are repulsive and cause us to vomit what we have consumed? That would be such a waste. In truth, you have successfully revolted us, my dear bear. You have proven to be quite remarkable, my village maiden. Ultimately, the outcome was that they did not eat, leaving the food to simmer in the pot. Moments later, the trio, comprising Li Daxiong, Guyi, and the bald man, found themselves at the coroner's office after a rather unpleasant encounter. They stood around the female corpse, each positioned at a different angle. Guyi gazed upon the lifeless form on the table, and after a prolonged silence, turned to Lu Yiji, inquiring, do the officials of Dali Temple always speak so subtly? This corpse has decayed to the point of rivaling the most grotesque zombies from a horror video game, rendering the term disgusting utterly inadequate. And yet, you claim it is not repulsive. Luigi remained remarkably composed, responding, to me, the deceased retains a visage that is both beautiful and serene, even in death. It is the complete cessation of life that truly evokes discomfort. Thus, this state is, in fact, rather acceptable. Guyi retorted. That is merely because this world lacks the filtered perfection of selfies enhanced by photo editing apps. One must ponder the complexities of modern forensic science, with one hand employing Photoshop and the other observing through a giant's lens. Nevertheless, Daxiong, did you not mention that this individual has been deceased for approximately 4 to 5 days? Yet, examining this body, you contemplated the extent of decay, silently concluding that such decomposition could not have occurred in less than 2 weeks unless under specific conditions. Li Daxiong scratched his nose, concerned about losing face before Qingyu and his companions. Indeed, it must have been 4 or 5 days. The aura of death cannot deceive. The aura of death? The 4 members of Qingyu were all from Dali Temple, each possessing distinct skills. Qingyu, being the most proficient in martial arts, excelled in combat, while the others specialized in tracking, forensic examination, or other esoteric practices. Those skilled in forensic examination naturally employed scientific methods, whereas the concept of death belonged to the domain of Taoist expertise. However, both sides possessed their own pride and advantages. The young man glanced at Li Daxiong and remarked, The deceased body has undergone severe decomposition. Such a level of decay would require at least half a month to manifest, 4 to 5 days at minimum. If we assume both of you are correct. Luigi cast a look at the two, who were momentarily taken aback. The latter pondered for a moment before saying, if submerged in water, and subsequently placed in a relatively warm environment, the decomposition would accelerate significantly. But where is there a warm place now? It is autumn, crisp and refreshing. Artificial? Artificial? A baking oven? It is unfathomable to think that the murderer would deliberately place a girl's corpse in an oven to facilitate rapid decay. Does the Shi family possess such a place? By the way, why is her clothing missing? Gui's abrupt inquiry prompted all the men present to think in unison. We would be embarrassed to address this matter before you, yet you have broached it so considerately. Nevertheless, since Gui was unreserved, coupled with her youth. After all, the bald man did not regard her as an ordinary woman. Few delicate maidens emerged from the tomb-raiding profession. Was she violated? He pondered. Luigi frowned. Given the condition of the body, it was nearly impossible to ascertain whether she had been violated, as the Tang Dynasty lacked forensic science. However, it was generally believed that if a woman's clothing was removed, it was likely that. Why do you all think so sordidly? The village girl expressed her utter innocence and confusion regarding their discourse. The men replied, removing clothing could also be an attempt to conceal. Luigi scrutinized the corpse intently. In the realm of the Shi family, death typically befalls two types of individuals, outsiders and members of the Shi clan. Should an outsider perish within the confines of the Shi household, regardless of the circumstances surrounding their demise, 3 salient points emerge. Firstly, those connected to the deceased are likely to seek retribution. Secondly, the Shi family would not allow the body to linger in their abode for an extended period. And thirdly, the remains of an outsider are relatively easier to dispose of, rendering the need for prolonged residence unnecessary. Gui nodded in understanding, recognizing that many criminal acts are often driven by a psychological need for concealment, discarding the exterior while hiding within, striving to eliminate traces within the boundaries they can most readily control and that bear no personal connection. In contemporary society, it is not uncommon for individuals to murder their relatives or friends and subsequently conceal the bodies within their homes or in familiar locales. Conversely, when it comes to those with whom they share a tenuous relationship, the prevalent choice is to abandon the body. Cases of hiding a stranger's corpse within one's residence remain exceedingly rare. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. However, in ancient times, where each household constituted a world unto itself, the likelihood of a corpse remaining undisturbed within the Shi family for several days, if indeed it were an outsider, is exceedingly slim. This inevitably points to the likelihood of an internal member being the deceased. Nevertheless, Gui's insights were somewhat unconventional for the ancient listeners, who grasped the essence of his words yet found themselves unaccustomed to such reasoning. It seemed to them that such reflections ought to originate from someone seasoned in the intricacies of law and punishment. The individuals within the household can be categorized into 2 distinct types, the masters and the servants. All members of the Shi family are present, with the exception of the deceased wife of Shi Wanlong, whose remains I have witnessed firsthand. There is no doubt about it. The demise of several servants within the grand estate is hardly a matter of consequence. However, here, the esteemed Minister of Justice is conducting a thorough investigation. Assuming she has not been harmed, the removal of her clothing would not pertain to her person but rather to the garments, which could reveal her identity. For instance, the maid. Gui exchanged a glance with Luigi. They must investigate the identity of the missing maid from the Shi family to determine her association with one of the 3 masters. It seems, fundamentally, that the 3 masters of the Shi family are embroiled in some form of trouble. This is merely an intuition. As the 2 apprentices moved about unperturbed, Gui naturally followed their lead. However, Luigi trailed behind. Initially, all seemed well until he accompanied them all the way to the inn. Unable to endure any longer, Gui furrowed her brow slightly, while Li Daxiong bluntly inquired, "What are you following us for?" Luigi remained silent, and Xingyu scoffed, "We are also staying here." And this and as part of the Lu family's holdings, this revelation rendered the situation somewhat awkward. Li Daxiong paused for a moment before the bald man interjected. "Can we get a discount?" Gui responded, a pertinent question indeed. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Gui completed her evening ablutions and lay upon her bedding. After a moment of silence, she reached into her collar and retrieved a pendant that hung around her neck. Her fingertips caressed it, and ultimately, she clasped it tightly, closing her eyes. The cold wind whispered through the window, the night grew darker, and her breathing became steady. Had she drifted off to sleep? As slumber enveloped him, he silently drifted to the bedside of Gu Yi. There, he beheld a girl, resembling a monkey. Curled up with a blanket, her sleeping posture decidedly ungraceful, a true depiction of a village maiden. The blade he wielded was as sharp and cold as a knife's edge. He fixated on Gu Yi for a fleeting moment before raising his weapon, aiming directly at her heart. With a swift motion, he plunged. Bang! A foot suddenly emerged from beneath the bed, striking his calf with surprising force. However, it was but a fleeting blow. His agility was remarkable. As his calf was struck, his gaze flickered, and his body evaded like a shadow in the night, retreating with lightning speed as the blade swept through the air. Li Daxiong, who had surged from beneath the bed, was momentarily startled at the sight of the knife. He quickly bent and rolled on the ground, springing back up. Yet, the man's reaction was astonishingly swift. With a sidestep, the blade sliced through the air, targeting Li Daxiong's neck with lethal precision. It was a flash of speed, accuracy, and terror. Gu Yi, now awake, observed Li Daxiong inadvertently presenting his neck to the blade. Her eyes widened in horror. Bang! The door was violently kicked open, and Qing Yu rushed in, drawing his sword with a metallic clang. Hey, come on, you're a man after all, Gu Yi exclaimed, delivering a kick that sent Li Daxiong sprawling. On the ground, Li Daxiong rolled like a donkey, seizing a chair, like a mountain crashing down. Li Daxiong's strength lay in confronting evil beings. Without it, he was merely a robust physique, far from a match for this formidable assassin. However, with Qing Yu taking the lead, he served a complementary role, though his accuracy. Bang! A flower pot shattered. Qing Yu exclaimed, "You idiot. You missed by such a wide margin." Chapter 21. To be or not to be. However, the oppressive force descended with ferocity, causing the assassin to hesitate. As footsteps approached from outside, evidently indicating the arrival of additional subordinates, he swiftly turned and leaped through the window. Outside, beneath the window. Boom! The sound of an explosion resonated, prompting Li Daong to glance downward. Torches ignited as two other subordinates unsheathed a concealed mechanism from their waists, skillfully unfurling a slender iron star chain from a rotating mechanism. The chain's end bore a spiked iron star, which ensnared the assassin's waist and right arm. After wrapping around, the iron star's sharp edges pierced through the chain's holes, securing him tightly. The bald man had already struck down upon the opponent's leg with a green staff. Bang! The assassin knelt upon the ground, illuminated by the fiery glow of the surrounding torches. Luigi stood at the entrance of the inn, observing the assassin's encirclement. Yet, he suddenly furrowed his brow, for the atmosphere seemed to have grown considerably colder. "Master Kong," he exclaimed urgently, but the bald man had already sensed the danger. "Retreat," he bellowed, causing the subordinates in the descending Qing Yu to instinctively pull back. At that moment, all the torches extinguished, only to erupt instantaneously into an eerie green flame, casting a bewitching and chilling light. The scent of an overwhelming stench filled the air. "She has arrived." The bald man's expression shifted slightly as the green staff spun in his grip. Truth be told, he had previously entertained the notion that Wang Jing might seek out Gu Yi, but instead, a singular entity. A living person had appeared. Thus, neither he nor Lu Yizhi had anticipated the emergence of this female specter. Moreover, a murderous intent. The bald man suddenly felt his entire body engulfed in an icy grip. An excruciating pain surged through his eyes, compelling him to shut them tightly. However, he soon realized with a sense of dread, and upon opening his eyes again, he beheld a spectral figure of a woman, illuminated by an eerie green flame. The apparition was decayed and pressed against his face, its icy, viscous substance chilling him to the core. A profound terror enveloped him as the noxious essence swiftly infiltrated his being. Lu Yizhi and the others were struck with horror. This was dire. The bald man's complexion turned an unsettling shade of green. At first glance, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a ghoul, instilling fear in all. Shadows of phantoms danced around them. Although the two subordinates wielding chains were audacious, their faces paled in the presence of this true female specter. The green flames flickered, touching their skin, not igniting but imparting a dreadful chill, accompanied by a slimy sensation. Instantly, their hands felt numb, followed by an incessant itch. The chains fell to the ground. The assassin cast aside his chains, his face obscured, yet his eyes glinted with a frigid menace as they swept over the window. Gu Yi, this person. Gu Yi felt a surge of suspicion, but suddenly noticed Wang Jing fixating on him. If the female ghost had shown him some leniency in the forest at this moment, it was a palpable and unequivocal threat to his life. What the hell? What have I done? Gu Yi was utterly bewildered, yet he could see the ghostly figure advancing towards him. Terrified, he hastily grabbed hold of Li Daxiong. Big Bear, let us go. I'm not going. You've stripped your clothes off and still want to go. Not going. The two ruffians, terrified like frightened dogs, instinctively slammed the window shut. However, as they each grasped a window sash, Wang Jing's hands and feet had already latched onto the window bars. Strangely, her posture resembled that of a cat, and with her gaunt figure, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a ghostly feline, her gaze fixed intently upon Gu Yi. As Gu Yi felt a chill run down his spine, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. It seemed that, what are you staring at? Li Daxiong yanked Gu Yi back just in time to evade the ghostly hand that Wang Jing had summoned. The window was tainted by the spectral appendage, smeared with a viscous, greenish fluid that hissed ominously, corroding the glass in an instant. Oh no, it was already hideous enough, and if it truly gets contaminated. Ah! Gu Yi and Li Daxiong screamed in unison as a blaze of light suddenly burst through the window, accompanied by the imposing silhouette of a figure. It was the bald man. With a swift motion, he brandished his jade-green staff, and the flames resembled a dragon. Caught off guard, Wang Jing was struck against the wall by the staff, and a torrent of foul liquid splattered forth. Why didn't you? Her voice emerged from her lips, though her mouth remained closed. Huh? Do you think your little tricks can harm me? Dream on. The bald man scoffed, twirling the staff in his hand. Its jade glow starkly contrasted with Wang Jing's ghostly green light. Wang Jing, aware of his formidable abilities from previous encounters, was unwilling to suffer another defeat and swiftly bolted through the window. The bald man leaped after her with astonishing speed, springing off the eaves with grace. Gu Yi initially believed this to be a customary display of the demon hunters in this world, but at that moment, as the bald man ascended, something suddenly fell from his waist, a trio of objects seemingly strung together. However, Gu Yi's attention was quickly drawn back to the jade staff as she heard a faint sound. Was that a talisman? The bald man's lips quivered as a series of arcane incantations resonated faintly in the air. Suddenly, one of the patterns on the azure ruler illuminated with a vibrant glow. Heavy momentum, exorcism. Boom. Wang Jing was struck by the ruler, her visage consumed by the flames emanating from it, disintegrating before their eyes. Indeed, it was not her true face. This woman had claimed another life. Gu Yi had previously found it peculiar, for Wang Jing possessed neither a face nor eyeballs. Yet now, as her ghostly figure manifested, she appeared with eyes, a mouth, and other features, albeit in a grotesque manner, as if hastily assembled. Moreover, the gash in her visage appeared freshly made, as though the skin had been recently flayed. The sight was particularly horrifying, but for Gu Yi and his companions, it merely resembled the familiar countenance of Wang Jing's corpse, a woman devoid of a face. Suddenly, the assassin burst through the encirclement. This is bad. He intends to flee. Qing Yu promptly led his team in pursuit. Wang Jing screamed beneath the flames. Her cries were filled with anguish and despair, as she disregarded the scorching light of the azure ruler and charged forward with reckless abandon. Qing Yu encountered Wang Jing face to face, and in a moment of terror, unsheathed his blade. With a swift thrust, the corpse-as fluid sprayed forth. Avoid it, shouted the bald man, who had caught up from behind, but it was too late. The viscous substance splattered upon Qing Yu and his companions, eliciting screams of pain from them. Meanwhile, Lu Yizhi observed the assassin darting down the street from the inn's entrance. His expression remained impassive as he suddenly surged forward, bending low, and grasped the iron star chain at his waist. With a swift motion, the chain ensnared the assassin's left leg. The assassin, caught off guard, was flipped over, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, and swiftly turned the blade. Clang! The iron chain remained unbroken, prompting the assassin to seize it and pull Lu Yizhi closer, raising his knife for a fierce strike. Yet, in the minds of Gu Yi and others, Lu Yizhi was merely an affluent young man known for his intellect, and they had never anticipated he possessed any martial prowess. The assassin, having already been struck in the calf by Li Daxiong and subsequently battered by the bald man, found his movements hindered and became entangled with Lu Yizhi for a brief moment, although the situation was still far from favorable. However, the female specter was approaching. Damn it! The bald man, unable to pursue Wang Jing, hastily retrieved a gourd from his waist pouch. He uncorked it and poured out a small amount of liquid, delicately tapping the liquid with his fingertips, akin to sprinkling water from a flower. Drops of the liquid fell onto the areas of Qingyu and the others that had been corroded by the corpse's fluids. "Don't mind us. The master is in danger." Qingyu cried out in pain, but the bald man merely rolled his eyes. "You lot are of no concern. The Lu family of Fanyang is one of the 7 foremost families of the Tang Dynasty. Surely, they possess treasures for warding off evil and preserving life." Indeed, with a resounding hum, golden light erupted from Lu Yiji, radiating with the unique protective glow of Buddhism. Wang Jing found herself ensnared. However, the assassin was not a specter. He cast a glance back before leaping away, melding into the shadows of the night. Within the Buddhist radiance, Wang Jing's form appeared on the verge of disintegration. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed, "An owl!" Guyi turned to see a night owl perched atop the flagpole in front of the inn. The sound it emitted seemed to carry an eerie power, causing the golden light enveloping Lu Yiji to tremble. Wang Jing let out a wretched scream as her body rotted and split apart, with only a streak of azure light shooting forth. The bald man was taken aback, swiftly casting the green measuring stick towards the night owl. It missed, and the night owl soared into the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lu Yiji's expression grew grave. Such an intense battle late at night had yielded no captures, whether human or ghost, which was indeed disheartening. The situation for Qingyu and the others was particularly precarious. The bald man and Lu Yiji, without hesitation, sought the assistance of Master Kong. Meanwhile, the flames below grew ever brighter, likely indicating that the ambushing officers had finally mustered the courage to emerge, while the townsfolk cautiously lit their lamps. The long street was ablaze with light, yet a profound silence enveloped the scene. Within the inn, Guyi and Li Daxiong felt a profound sense of relief at having narrowly escaped death, recalling the terror that the previous encounter with Wang Jing had instilled in them. Was there truly a ghost unafraid of death? Such a notion sounded peculiar, yet only those who had experienced it firsthand could grasp the underlying horror. If even ghosts were unafraid of death, how could one possibly fight them? It appeared that Wang Jing had been consistently shielding that assassin, whose sole purpose today seemed to be the elimination of the monkey. Li Daxiong, unusually serious, noted the somber atmosphere among the group. As Qingyu and the others were still being treated by the bald man, leaving only Lu Yiji, Guyi, and himself together. His words were directed at Lu Yiji. Lu Yiji nodded in agreement, pondering the identity of the individual in question. He turned to Guyi, inquiring, "Who do you believe it to be?" "The Shi family." Guyi replied. "The Shi family?" Li Daxiong interjected, unable to contain his surprise. Weren't they the ones seeking the monkey? He too was perplexed by the sudden shift in intentions. Suddenly, Xin Gai recalled, "Previously, when he sought to take my life, I paid little heed. However, later, when Wang Jing attempted to do the same, their methods and motives appeared strikingly similar. Could it be that they are in cahoots?" "Heart?" Lu Yiji inquired. "To extract the heart?" "Indeed, his blade was aimed at my chest, yet it struck the periphery. Typically, in acts of murder, a direct thrust to the heart is most effective. Yet, with his skills, it seems implausible that he could not locate my heart's exact position. Why then? Did he choose to strike at the edge? Unless he harbored no intent to damage my heart, merely desiring to extract it, which Wang Jing also seemed to pursue. Is this a new tactic? What purpose does heart extraction serve? Given the monkey's unseemly appearance, her heart must be equally unsightly. "Brush!" Guyi exclaimed, reiterating his thoughts as he unsheathed the blade resting on the table, directing its edge towards Li Daxiong. Li Daxiong promptly fell silent. Lu Yiji, initially in a foul mood, found himself amused by their antics, yet the notion of heart extraction lingered in his mind. If there is a demand, there must be a utility, your heart. There are myriad methods to utilize it. A master could employ her to bring good fortune, establishing a matrimonial contract on the wedding day, registering in the underworld, and subsequently using her life to sustain his own. This method is the most potent and beneficial, though there exist lesser alternatives, such as merely extracting the heart for practical use. The bald man opened the door, wiping his hands as he spoke. "Practical use, what does that mean?" Guyi inquired, her tone seemingly indifferent, prompting Lu Yiji to cast a few more glances at her. "What are we eating?" "Ah." Guyi and Li Daxiong simultaneously pressed their hands against their chests, and I was taken aback. "Look at your pitiful expressions. There are countless bizarre incidents in this world. In ancient times, certain tribes waged war against one another, and the vanquished would have their hearts extracted and consumed by the victors. However, in your context, the meaning may be somewhat similar." Lu Yiji remarked, "You must be referring to the Rin tribe." whose tradition indeed involves heart extraction and consumption, a tribal custom that carries a deeper connotation, to gain strength and vitality through the consumption of another's heart. The bald man took a sip of water and continued, "It is the same. The extreme fate of the Shalak is to undermine others while their own fate remains resilient. This is why ancient people spoke of hard fate overcoming others. As for fate, the pulse resides in the heart, which is the essence of a person. Monsters are particularly fond of consuming human hearts. I observe that Wang Jing and that assassin desire your heart, which undoubtedly indicates that someone requires your formidable fate. For instance," Lu Yizhi interjected, "Shi Jingfeng." Yi responded, "That weak little pretty boy?" Li Daxiang asked, "Was that assassin just now Shi Jingfeng?" Yi replied, "Though your imagination often runs wild, this time you might actually be onto something." "No way. That gentle and refined Shi Jingfeng could be the cold and ruthless assassin we just encountered?" It was he, the young man, who emerged from within the room, supporting himself as he bandaged his wounds. He remarked, "During mealtime, I observed his hands. The calluses on his palms struck me as incongruous with the delicate persona he portrayed. The elder has also remarked that this individual is far from being as simple as he appears." Lu Yizhi nodded in agreement, recognizing that a truly frail and sickly person would not wield chopsticks or lift wine with such ease, even if he had attempted to disguise his true nature. There remained an undeniable peculiarity about him, further compounded by the insincerity in his gaze. Yet, there was a fleeting moment of authenticity when he exhibited that particular demeanor. Guyi pouted in distaste. He found it repugnant yet endeavored to maintain his facade. There was an ulterior motive at play, and he could not simply endure the prospect of marrying such a woman. If other options were available, why should he be compelled to tolerate it? Thus, he resolved to delve deeper into the matter. As for Wang Jing, a woman who would go so far as to return from the grave for a man, it was evident that this young master from the Shi family was indeed the object of her unwavering affection. She must be residing within the Shi household at present. "Master, you must hurry and capture her." The bald man rolled his eyes. "Do you suppose your master is a deity? While it may be manageable to confront her alone, the formidable figure who commands the night owls is evidently present in the Shi household, and your master lacks the capability to contend with him. In truth, had it not been for Lord Lu's presence tonight, we might have been unable to subdue her." "Ah, indeed, Lu Yizhi, this individual, who is not even a practitioner of the arts, possesses such remarkable abilities. Could it be that he is adept in both internal and external disciplines?" Lu Yizhi, unfazed, proceeded to reveal the jade guanine pendant he wore around his neck. "This is the jade guanine, consecrated by Master Chen Yi, which my mother obtained from Jingming Temple after a decade of devotion. It is said to possess the power to dispel malevolence and avert evil. A mother's love can surpass all, especially when— My heavens! Is that Master Chen Yi? The master spoken of by my grandmaster, the extraordinary monk. It is rumored that everything he touches can ward off evil." Li Daxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Guyi, standing beside him, rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What does he mean by having touched a chamber pot? He is not you." Ahem, the bald man felt his disciple was truly embarrassing himself, after all. It was merely Chen Yi. "By the way, young Master Lu, it turns out your mother knows Master Chen Yi. Will she need a carriage driver next time she visits Jingming Temple?" Guyi, having rolled her eyes enough, returned to the main topic, stating that she would not be at the Shi residence. Originally, the bald man and Lu Yizhi had planned to set off for the Shi residence, but upon hearing this, they paused in surprise. Lu Yizhi looked at Guyi, asking why. It seemed that, for some time now, this nobleman had frequently sought Guyi's opinion, seemingly indifferent to the distinctions of gender and rank, despite their significant social disparity. However, it was not that he was dependent on Guyi, rather, he had long since recognized her keen insight into case observations. What he valued was her unique perspective, especially regarding the nature of the human heart and mind, particularly her understanding of women's thoughts. He was not unaware of the esteemed individuals within the Shi family, and given his own severe injuries, she was not foolish. "Are you implying that I am foolish?" Li Daxiang glared at Guyi with indignation. Lu Yizhi possessed an extraordinary power of observation, yet he struggled to comprehend the intricacies of a woman's heart. He could only infer from Guyi's demeanor and tone, perhaps due to the inherent differences in male and female thought processes. Guyi scoffed. Women's intuition. The men exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Several members of Qingyu, burdened by grievous injuries, were unable to participate in field work, leaving Li Daxiang responsible for their care. Consequently, only the illustrious Lu, armed with his formidable spiritual artifacts. And the bald man were left to embark on the mission. Why is Daxiong staying behind? Gu Yi inquired. The Shi family can afford luminous sand. Their connections are formidable. And they have surely ensnared the authorities. The fact that he can pinpoint your whereabouts indicates that someone from the officials has leaked information. Thus, it is imperative to retain a trustworthy individual. Very well, but why must I be taken along? In truth, I have no desire to accompany you. The night was desolate as Gu Yi followed the two men out of the inn. Is it truly this cold in the Tang Dynasty at night? I would rather remain indoors and seek repose. You can assist us, they replied. You can serve as bait, they added. Gu Yi chuckled bitterly. You must be jesting. On a frigid night in the Tang Dynasty, pursuing a ghost? Had anyone foretold that Gu Yi would find herself in such a predicament, she would have laughed. For in modern times, she was never one to stay up late. Women cannot endure such trials, even when faced with pressing tasks. She would prefer to forego meals and restroom breaks to accomplish her work during daylight. An eccentricity, indeed. Yet now, clad in a skin resembling a yellow-haired monkey, she trailed two men to chase a female specter. In the present moment, at the entrance of Donglu town, Gu Yi squatted beside the steps adjacent to the town's chessboard, observing the bald man standing in the luminous moonlight with his hands clasped behind his back. What is he doing? Gu Yi inquired. I do not know, replied Luigi. Those from the Taoist sect are enigmatic. He must be awaiting the peak of the moon's spirit. The so-called peak of the moon's spirit refers to the time when the moon shines its brightest, a moment imbued with the most ethereal energy during the night. However, this phenomenon possesses a dual nature. When the moon's spirit is at its zenith, the yin energy is also at its most potent. Why not just say it plainly then? Gu Yi retorted, noticing Lu Yiji's expression of intrigue, reflecting on the village maidens. Were they all like this? So enchanting and transcendent, deviating from the ordinary path. Fortunately, the bald man did not allow Gu Yi to ponder for long. As he suddenly sprang into action, he reached into his waist pouch, produced a piece of red paper, and then retrieved a pair of scissors, commencing to craft paper figures. Gu Yi felt utterly exasperated. In the dead of night, a grown man was engaged in the delicate art of paper cutting under the open sky. Gu Yi shivered, feeling goosebumps rise on his arms. Suddenly, a long robe appeared before him. Gu Yi was taken aback, glancing at Lu Yiji, who said nothing but swiftly accepted the garment. Lu Yiji was surprised. He had anticipated that the man would decline the offer. It was not that the maiden was bashful. Rather, she possessed little awareness of modesty, primarily because she was not particularly fond of herself. This was evident from the very beginning. After all, the clothing was not for her use. It must have been brought from the inn, and if she did not wear it, he would merely be left holding it. I am merely alleviating your burden, Gu Yi explained, noting the expression on the other's face. With unwavering conviction, Lu Yiji inclined his head. Many thanks. It is my pleasure. Gu Yi responded casually. Meanwhile, the bald man had completed his task and turned around. Bald man, our paper spirit kite from Mount Kuei can trace spectral energy. He was quite proud. Gu Yi, good heavens. This is the first time I've seen a kite that looks like a duck, and a pregnant one at that. She feigned astonishment. The bald man glared at Gu Yi, brandishing the paper spirit kite. Come over here. If I don't go over, you'll beat me to death? No way I'm going. We just need to extract the residual spectral energy of Wang Jing from you. Oh, is that all? You should have said so earlier. Chapter 23. The haunted house. Gu Yi extended her hand, which had been injured by Wang Jing's grasp. The wound was still there. Lu Yiji, standing nearby, caught sight of the palm-sized wound on Gu Ye's arm, quite gruesome and scabbed over. Suddenly, he frowned, instinctively glancing at the bald man. The fellow seemed completely oblivious. Or perhaps, he was already aware. It's scabbed over, the bald man remarked. Yes, we need blood. What should we do? It's simple. The bald man pinched Gu Ye's wound, forcing blood to flow. Gu Ye's face turned green. You brute. The bald man smeared the blood from the wound onto the crimson paper spirit kite. The crimson turned to a dark red. After chanting a spell, the paper spirit kite seemed to come alive, taking flight. How wondrous. Gu Yi watched the paper spirit kite ascend, not very high, just above the bald man's head. It flew to Gu Ye's side, seemingly verifying the aura on her body. After circling 3 times, it flew southeast. Success. Mount up. With a sharp call from the bald man, the 3 mounted their horses. As Gu Yi mounted, Lu Yiji cast a lingering glance her way. Wang Xiaoya, however, was unversed in horsemanship. Gu Yi was acutely aware of the thoughts occupying Lu Yiji's mind. Yet, she had long grown weary of living under the guise of Wang Xiaya. Despite the inherent risks of exposure, it was preferable to a life shrouded in deceit. Moreover, attempting to conceal her identity from Lu Yizhi would prove futile. Thus, rather than expend energy on fruitless endeavors, she chose to embrace transparency. With an impassive demeanor, he grasped a large porcelain vessel from the table and poured out its contents, blood, thick and viscous, seemingly steeped with other elements, faintly resembling a heart. Ignoring the heart, he poured the blood into a bowl and consumed it. As the sanguine liquid coursed down his throat, his emaciated frame, almost skeletal, suddenly regained vitality. Footsteps echoed nearby. Injured again? I warned you against entangling yourself with that wretched girl. Her misfortune will surely ensnare you. Wretched girl. Wang Xiaya? You mean Wang Jing, don't you? That insufferable girl. Mother, do you truly hold such affection for her? Shi Jingfeng smirked, provoking laughter from the graceful woman beside him. Affection is but a means to an end. The day you marry is the day you liberate yourself from this frail fate. Surely you can endure a moment longer? Shi Jingfeng closed his eyes. I have endured for 25 years, bearing all burdens, yet I cannot abide the thought of my dignity being tethered to such a foul girl. He opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Madame Shi. You did not inform me that after marrying her, to eternally possess her essence, one must forever bind oneself to the matrimonial contract. I, Shi Jingfeng, shall be her husband for all eternity. Madame Shi squinted her eyes and replied with a hint of indifference. In any case, she is deceased, and you need not face her daily. In the future, you may indulge in any woman you desire. I know you have a penchant for beauty. Indeed, I am aware of my attraction to beautiful women. My mother even caused harm to Wang Jing. Shi Jingfeng's voice was faint, carrying an air of detachment. She is indeed beautiful, but akin to a fox. I fear she may bring you misfortune. After all, those who appear thus are seldom virtuous. She extended her hand, caressing Shi Jingfeng's cheek, bending slightly to whisper, a mother would never harm you. This is the truth of life. Once Madame Shi departed, Shi Jingfeng rose and opened the concealed door in the dark chamber. Upon opening it, he beheld a young woman curled up on the stone bed, her attire scant, her eyes reflecting both fear and despair. She had overheard far too much. This mother and son duo had never concealed their discussions, not out of affection, but rather because her demise was inevitable. After pursuing for nearly half an hour, they had already departed from the vicinity of Donglu town. However, it was not too distant. At least the bald man was still familiar with the terrain. This must be the old residence of the Yin family. The three individuals, along with their steeds, halted before a stretch of reeds. Amidst that thicket, an old house stood, neither too large nor too small, yet evidently a traditional family dwelling. Was there a significant background to this place? Gu Yi surveyed his surroundings. This place was quite remote, yet nearby lay a lake, and not far off were poplar trees, adjacent to a thoroughfare, with a small village in proximity. Once, this location must have been a fine residence, but how had it fallen into such desolation? The Yin family had suffered a tragic massacre a decade ago, with all 12 members brutally slain. Lu Yizhi, a native of Fanyang and an investigator, though young at the time, had later perused the case files and gained considerable insight into the matter. The authorities had conducted inquiries, but found no leads, leaving them uncertain whether it was a vendetta or something else entirely, and ultimately, the case faded into obscurity. Reflecting on this, Lu Yizhi could not help but acknowledge the incompetence of the local magistrate. The case records were a chaotic mess. Subsequently, tales of hauntings emerged, causing immense distress to the neighboring villages, prompting the inhabitants to gradually vacate the area. Since 7 years ago, it had become a desolate wasteland, yet coincidentally, it was situated at the heart of Donglu town and nearby villages like Shaoyang. The bald man dismounted. They were now close to the old residence. If Wang Jing was indeed hiding within, bringing the horse too near might alert her. The heart of it all, Gu Yi secured the horse and, unable to restrain himself, remarked, "Do you believe there is a connection? When we investigated the ghostly weeping forest, I had come here beforehand, but during the day, I found nothing. After all, countless souls perish unjustly in this world, and tales of hauntings are not entirely authentic. Misinformation spreads like wildfire, frightening countless individuals. However, tonight seems different." The bald man gazed at the ominous old residence under the moonlight, his expression steeped in contemplation. Lu Yizhi suddenly remarked, "Miss Wang is waiting outside. Let us both enter." The bald man turned to him, a smirk playing on his lips. Are you, Lord Lu, showing tenderness towards a delicate flower? Luigi replied. A man should indeed act thus. Guyi added, I believe Lord Lu speaks wisely. Do as you wish. In any case, we cannot capture Wang Jing. Once she regains her strength, she will undoubtedly return with vengeance. Guyi conceded, You have won. Pray tell, what would you have me do? She was not foolish. At this moment, she must be hiding within, ready to flee the moment we enter. Your task is to step inside and draw her out. She desires your heart so fervently that she will be compelled to take risks. I seek only to preserve my life. You shall not perish, the bald man scoffed, producing a talisman and offering it to Guyi. This is a fire talisman. Even spirits fear fire, especially since she perished in the lake. Rendering her half a water ghost, she will dread flames. With this, you will be safeguarded once. Acquire more than one. Only one, no more. Ultimately, they settled on 3 talismans. Guyi inhaled deeply, caressing the pendant around her neck, and fell silent for a moment. Damn it. May you be cursed to a lifetime of solitude. Forever relying on your left and right hands as companions. With that, Guyi stepped inside, her shoes crunching against the reeds, producing a rasping sound. Gradually, she approached the dilapidated door and pushed it open. Creak. As the door swung ajar, a gust of cold air, laden with dust and decay, struck her face, a chilling blast reminiscent of an ice cavern, accompanied by a faint metallic scent of blood. It was as if the horrors of a decade past still lingered in the air. Guyi's teeth chattered in trepidation. If she discovers which scoundrel lured her into this haunted realm, he will surely meet his end. Once upon a time, she would hide behind the curtains while watching Lin Zhengying's horror films. Upon entering, one would find a spacious hall, immaculate and devoid of dust. Not even a single cobweb in sight. The walls were simply walls, and the chairs merely chairs. However, Guyi would have preferred this place to be cloaked in dust, for at least that would indicate it had been uninhabited. But now, with its pristine cleanliness, who could possibly reside here? No one at all. Guyi coughed lightly and timidly inquired, Is anyone here? After a prolonged silence, there was no response. Guyi let out a sigh of relief, grateful for the solitude. Until she heard a cough. It was frail and aged, followed by several more. With each cough, the candles affixed to the walls flickered to life. Guyi's nerves tensed as her gaze swept the room, ultimately resting upon the main seat. An elderly man sat there, coughing as though he were on the brink of death. Guyi stood frozen in place. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Father, what has happened to you? A middle-aged man rushed forward, supporting the elder's back. Soon, several men and women, along with children, approached, expressing their concern. Guyi pondered, surely, these must be spirits, devoid of shadows? Instinctively, she glanced behind the group. The candlelight danced, elongating the shadows cast by their bodies. Yet, the shapes of these shadows left Guyi momentarily speechless. Although many stood upright, their shadows lay flat upon the ground, some bent over, while others remained perfectly straight. The shadows of the children intertwined, creating a haunting tableau. It appears that Guyi swallowed hard and suddenly spoke. Wang Jing, I know you are here. Do not feign mystery. If I have the audacity to come, it is to discuss business with you. At that moment, everyone abruptly turned their heads. The previously tense and worried expressions transformed into faceless, decaying flesh. They all spoke in unison. Business? You have come merely to lure me out. That bald man must be lurking outside. Their voices overlapped, creating a cacophony. Guyi blinked, striving to avert her gaze from their grotesque visages. That bald man is nothing but a petty criminal, always shedding his clothes when he encounters ghosts. An old lecher. How could he possibly contend with you? The real threat is that pretty boy with the surname Lu, but he is of noble birth. Why would he come to rescue me? Guyi's words struck a chord with Wang Jing, who already held a grudge against the bald man. Upon hearing Guyi's reasoning, she hesitated to kill her immediately. Do you know why I want to kill you? Guyi tilted her head and replied, jealousy, and perhaps, the heart. At the mention of the heart, Wang Jing fell silent for a moment. You are indeed clever, yet you are mistaken. You are not worthy of my jealousy, looking so unattractive. In a flash, Guyi grasped the underlying implication of those words, suddenly unafraid of the haunted house or the terrifying specters. As if you are far more beautiful than I am. Do not forget your own face. No sooner had she uttered these words than a chill enveloped her, followed by the sight of Wang Jing's face. As her hand abruptly clasped Guyi's neck. Once again, Chapter 24, The Method of Breaking Illusions. Oh, what a familiar sensation. What extraordinary strength this woman possesses. In the blink of an eye, Guye's face turned bruised. Yet, this was the moment he had been awaiting. With a sudden motion, Guye retrieved a fire talisman from his bosom, tearing it apart. "Burn you, female specter," he bellowed, only to find himself at a loss. Was tearing it not the correct method of activation? How embarrassing. Guye's complexion oscillated between green and pale, while Wang Jing smirked, her subordinates applying even greater pressure. "You bald brute, your grandfather." Guye's thoughts erupted with such a line. "Here I come." The bald man charged in, wielding his azure staff, flames flickering fiercely, striking head-on. Wang Jing hastily dodged. However, from behind, Luigi entered. The jade guanyin hanging from his neck emitted a brilliant Buddhist light upon entering this wicked, sanguinary domain, illuminating the entire room. Wang Jing was taken aback. She had not anticipated that such a noble gentleman would venture here. After all, his bodyguard had been injured by her. And without their protection, how could these aristocrats dare to risk themselves? Wang Jing, relying on this understanding, was in no hurry to flee despite knowing the bald man was outside. But now, with a sudden crash, she dashed toward the window. The bald man anticipated her escape. With a thrust of his azure staff, the light elongated, piercing forward. Wang Jing was impaled. Her ghostly form immediately weakened significantly, collapsing into a cloud of black smoke. "Halt! Seal!" the bald man commanded, pressing his palm downward. To his surprise, a small, square box had appeared in his palm, seemingly a mechanism, with one side already opened. Pressing down emitted a white light accompanied by a resonant hum. The ghostly essence of Wang Jing was entirely ensnared within the radiant light, unable to escape. "Is it done?" Guye inquired. The bald man nodded, almost. Guye plopped down onto the ground, resolutely avoiding the pristine chair, prompting Luigi to observe the seats and remark, "It seems someone actually resides here." "Indeed. I just caught a glimpse of their ghostly shadows. I cannot ascertain whether they were conjured by Wang Jing or if they were always present. Nevertheless, Sister Wang, your penchant for cleanliness remains unwavering." With two individuals present, Guye felt emboldened enough to tease Wang Jing, only to discover that Wang Jing's visage was directed toward her. "Not me. Not you." Guye gasped, bewildered. "What on earth? That's not Wang Jing. That is not good." The bald man suddenly shouted. Time was of the essence. Bang, bang, bang. All doors and windows abruptly slammed shut. Guye was taken aback. Astonished by this turn of events, she sprang forward, attempting to force the door open. Luigi was also pushing against the window. "No use, mine is blocked too." "Do not waste your efforts. It is an illusionary barrier." "An illusion? If it is merely an illusion, why does it feel so tangible? It should be breakable." In the realm of gods and spirits, Luigi realized he was quite naive. From the moment we entered this room, we had already fallen victim to that person's illusion. Being ensnared within, it was inherently unbreakable unless aided by external forces. At this juncture, what external assistance could possibly arrive? Guye lamented the precariousness of her survival. Yet, what could he possibly intend by confining us within? Before long, Qingyu and Brother Daxiong are bound to arrive. Luigi harbored an ominous premonition. Guye casually remarked, "Could it be that they intend to trap us and then incinerate us?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than all three detected a peculiar odor, somewhat oily. Suddenly, a flash of fire illuminated the surroundings. Both men turned their gazes sharply towards Guye, who appeared visibly embarrassed. Indeed, it seemed they did wish to roast them alive. Guye felt disheartened. What should they do now? Would they be transformed into roasted pigs? "You'd be lucky to end up as a roasted monkey," mocked the bald man. Observing Guye's demeanor, he added, "It appears you have an idea." Guye perked up with renewed energy. If humans are not feasible, perhaps the mice will suffice? He pondered. Just as curiosity peaked among the two, the bald man rummaged through a bag, retrieving a small pouch containing several black pellets that emitted a rather nauseating fragrance. He tossed them onto the ground. "These are muskrat balls. Mice are particularly fond of them. They're more effective than anything else." As flames raged outside, thick smoke billowed into the room, and the trio found themselves unable to open the window or door, trapped within. "Wait!" Guye exclaimed, scurrying around the room before retrieving 3 damp cloths. "Cover your mouths. When will the mice arrive?" "They are not afraid of fire," he mumbled, pressing the cloth over his mouth. "They come from the rat holes. Here they come." Even the finest residence harbors rat holes, especially ancient ones, which are nearly impossible to guard against. This haunted house was no exception. Rats and cockroaches are the most pervasive creatures in existence. A swarm of rats emerged, making a beeline for the musk rat balls, devouring them indiscriminately. It is quite absurd. Guyi finds nothing more repulsive than rats. At that moment, she momentarily averted her gaze, but could not help but inquire, "What next?" The bald man responded with a lewd grin. "Rats are exceedingly filthy. Their filth is applicable to any formation or illusion, regardless of whether it is righteous or malevolent." And so, Guyi and Luigi soon beheld a sight that filled them with revulsion. The rats had defecated and urinated. What now? Surely we shan't be expected to consume this rat excrement? As soon as Guyi uttered these words, Luigi fixed his gaze upon her. A flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Ah, to evoke such worry in Lord Lu, one must truly fear the prospect of ingesting rat droppings. Someone, with their ill-fated words, declared, "There is no need for such gravitas. Monkey, come here and smear this filth upon the door." At this, Guyi rolled her eyes and collapsed onto the chair, exclaiming, "Am I dizzy from the smoke?" The bald man chuckled coldly, while Luigi found himself in a state of bemusement. Naturally, it was unacceptable for the scions of the Lu family to come into contact with such impurities. One must understand that the nobility of the Tang Dynasty could not even allow their garments to be sullied by dust. They required a retinue when venturing outside. Luigi, being associated with the Dali Temple, was somewhat lenient, but had it been another of the Lu family, the standards would have been exceedingly high. Thus, the bald man feared future repercussions from the Lu family. Observing Guyi feigning unconsciousness, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. After driving away the rats, he collected their excrement and smeared it upon the door. The force that had sealed the door indeed dissipated. With a powerful kick, the door shattered and flames surged in from the outside. The bald man swiftly extinguished the fire with his coat, while Luigi and Guyi fled from the smoky confines, emerging into the fresh air to breathe deeply. Initially, I found the deep night too frigid. Yet now this refreshing chill feels rather invigorating. Guyi once again plopped down onto the ground, while Luigi maintained his gentlemanly composure, nearly brushing off the ash from his attire and casting a glance towards the bald man controlling Wang Jing. Indeed, Wang Jing appeared exceedingly weak, devoid of the strength even to flee, her demeanor now one of silent detachment, as if indifferent to the unfolding events. Is that person still present? No longer. They set the fire and fled. The bald man wore a solemn expression, while he was not a figure of great prominence. Being targeted by this individual twice was indeed vexing. The cold wind was desolate. Guyi, seated on the ground, slightly raised her gaze to meet the eyes of the two. "So, shall we examine the shoe prints left in the muddy ground?" Wang Jing suddenly lifted her head. These three. After a brief respite, the trio extinguished the flames outside the residence. Guyi and Luigi made their way to the back courtyard, and indeed, they discovered shoe prints in the muddy pit. These prints did not belong to Shi Jingfeng. Guyi, being an archaeologist, had dabbled in such traces and was particularly familiar with the styles and sizes of clothing. She had memorized the style and size of the boots worn by Shi Jingfeng during their meal and the subsequent assassination attempt. However, merely observing the shoe print was insufficient for confirmation. Yet, this size did not resemble her mother's. Could it belong to Shi Yuanwei? Further comparison is necessary. Once the others arrive, I shall have them make a rubbing, Luigi remarked, glancing towards the bald man not far off. "Master Kong, it seems you harbor some doubts regarding this residence. Do you not share in that suspicion? Concerning those who perished back then, their remains were never recovered." The bald man stroked his chin, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Jing. "You possess knowledge of this, don't you? Come, share a few words." Wang Jing remained unresponsive. With a frustrated tch, the bald man found himself at an impasse. Luigi possessed the skill to interrogate people, yet he was powerless to interrogate spirits. As for Guyi, "Don't look at me. She has already throttled me twice." Guyi declined the task. "However, there's no need to inquire. I am aware of the location of the bodies." Indeed? 3 hours later, as dawn broke, Li Duxiang arrived with Qing Yu and others, who had regained much of their strength. Naturally, Qing Yu had also mobilized some troops. These were not direct subordinates of the Lu family, as their base was too distant to provide immediate support. However, with numerous affiliated factions under their command, commandeering a few dozen or even 100 capable men with a Lu family insignia proved effortless. Consequently, the haunted residence was encircled. Subsequently, Guyi, who adamantly refused to sleep in the haunted house, was forcibly dragged from her bed at the inn by Li Duxiang and brought to the spectral abode. Now that the young lady Wang was unwilling to speak last night, is she amenable now? Lu Yizhi inquired with refined manners. The initial sternness had softened after sharing a night of tribulations. 100 taels, Gu Yi responded with a subtle smile. Qing Yu glared, astonished that she would request payment. Lu Yizhi, seemingly prepared, instructed his attendant to bring forth a pouch of silver. A mere 100 taels is but a drop in the ocean for him. Li Dexiong also stared, amazed that she could actually procure money. Gu Yi accepted the money, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the gleaming silver. Genuine, authentic, bona fide silver from the great Tang Dynasty. Ahem, someone coughed lightly. Chapter 25. The corpse in the wall. Gu Yi, with a serious demeanor, remarked that they were likely sealed within the wall. That night, he recalled seeing their shadows cast upon the surface, their postures not mirroring their true forms, but rather resembling a state of death. Thus, he speculated that they aimed to convey to him that their bodies had been concealed within the wall after their demise. Lu Yizhi was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps during the Tang Dynasty, such a method of handling corpses was rare due to its cumbersome and laborious nature. However, on Earth, it was rather commonplace. Gu Yi had considered this at the time and now felt a significant degree of certainty. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Qing Yu and others began to demolish the wall, revealing the remains of over a dozen corpses within. Lu Yizhi and the bald man collaborated to examine the findings. With a fleeting glance, Lu Yizhi remarked that he was investigating the Shi family, not anticipating that it concealed individuals of a nefarious nature behind it. Let us proceed. It is time to visit the Shi family, he declared. The bald man did not inquire about Lu Yizhi's intentions regarding the Shi family, presumably recognizing that the local tyrant was not as straightforward as he appeared, likely entangled in court secrets that warranted Lu Yizhi's personal involvement. The bald man sneered coldly. Gu Yi observed intently. The corpses, having been interred directly within the wall, remained remarkably preserved due to the low reactivity of the lime-like material and the absence of oxygen, resulting in minimal decomposition. Consequently, one could discern a blood-stained handprint on the shoulder of a female corpse, indicating that the individual had once grasped her shoulder with a bloodied hand, leaving behind this haunting mark. The man, scarcely 18 at the time, is now likely in his late 20s. He was a resident of the vicinity, having once been acquainted with the Yen family and even more so with Miss Yen. Subsequently, he meticulously plotted against the Yen family, intentionally spreading rumors of hauntings to frighten away the local villagers, allowing him to frequently dwell in the area unbeknownst to outsiders. Thus, it is plausible that his true residence lies nearby, belonging to one of several villages. Lu Yizhi turned to Gu Yi, who pouted and glanced at Wang Jing, stating, "He is familiar with you, as well as with me, and even with individuals like Li Si. He has also had dealings with the Shi family, albeit on the surface, making it difficult to raise any suspicions among us. Moreover, he has surveilled me in Li family village alongside Li Daxiong," Gu Yi added. Wang Jing fell silent. No need for further elaboration. These clues are sufficient to identify that individual. Investigate, Lu Yizhi commanded, rising from his seat. Gu Yi observed as skilled individuals surged forth, leaving her and Wang Jing alone in the hall, likely a deliberate act by the bald man. She pondered for a moment before asking Wang Jing, "Why has my shadow vanished?" The expressionless Wang Jing lowered her gaze in silence. "You wish to protect Shi Jingfeng," Gu Yi remarked to herself. "However, history has shown that men often prove to be ungrateful. You may sacrifice everything for him, yet do you truly know how he regards you? Tell me, do you believe you are merely," Gu Ye's fingers delicately pinched, a pawn easily discarded? Wang Jing remained silent, so quiet that Gu Yi feared the weight of her anguish rendered her speechless. "You do not comprehend the outcome." She uttered such a sound, her face a blurred mass of flesh, devoid of mouth and eyes, as she said, "You do not understand." The tone was prolonged yet faint, imbued with a hint of tenderness. Gu Yi was taken aback, yet he remained silent. "Miss Wang, come with us," Lu Yizhi called out as he entered, while the bald man placed Wang Jing into that small box. Gu Yi, intrigued, inquired about this treasure. "A puppet, perhaps? It is indeed from my Mount Kuei, but puppet is apt. It is the treasure for subduing demons from Mount Kuei. Impressive, isn't it?" Gu Yi chuckled, though he was internally astonished, secretly contemplating that Mount Kuei seemed quite formidable, necessitating several magical artifacts. It must be a prominent sect of Taoism, he mused. The sound of hooves echoed as a group departed from the haunted house. The Shi family continued to mourn, draped in white, for 7 days. Despite the haunting, the Shi family held immense prestige, or rather, it could be said that the majority of Donglu town relied on its control over the economic lifeline. Thus, even though the townsfolk feared the supernatural, they steeled themselves to pay their respects. Shi Wenlong had recovered, and the townspeople greeted him with a mix of reluctance and inquiry, claiming that the Shi family had summoned a master to heal him. A master? Is it that bald man who resembles a bandit leader? Few dared to approach Shi Yuanwei, for he was known to be cold and brooding. Yet, as for his wife, even after numerous encounters, the townspeople could not help but whisper in their hearts that she was far too young and beautiful to be wed to such an old and unappealing man. Such beauty could surely attract high-ranking officials and true noblemen. Though these thoughts lingered in her mind, she dared not voice them aloud. The crowd greeted Madame Shi warmly, observing her every graceful expression, even as her demeanor remained dignified and sorrowful, reflecting on her frail and ailing only son, whose life was perpetually on the brink of demise. It was a heart-wrenching sight. The magistrate has arrived. A voice called out from outside, and no one was surprised. After all, the Shi family had long been entwined with the local authorities, and it was only fitting for them to pay their respects during such a time of mourning. Mr. Shi and his wife appeared composed, preparing to step out and receive their guests, only to find that they had already entered. Yet, Lu Yizhi was among them. The couple paused momentarily, but quickly resumed their natural demeanor to welcome him. Mr. Lu, esteemed magistrate. The magistrate's expression turned slightly awkward, and he remained silent. His presence seemed almost an affront, akin to neglecting to mourn the passing of one's own aunt. My son is weak. He fell ill this morning. Mr. Shi's words brought a glimmer of tears to Madame Shi's eyes, evoking deep sympathy. Lady Shi, I apologize for causing you any embarrassment, young Master Lu. It is only natural for a mother and child to share a bond. However, I must admit that your accent resembles that of someone from Tanzhou. Lady Shi, I hail from humble origins, which may have imparted a slight rustic accent, yet I am not from Tanzhou, but rather from within the borders. It appears I have misjudged. Lu Yizhi remained non-committal as those present found the atmosphere rather pleasant. However, he entered to pay his respects with incense. Shi Wenlong's face flushed with pride, feeling immensely honored. A mere commoner like myself could elicit such regard from you for my family. I am overwhelmed with apprehension. The members of the Shi family nearby displayed expressions of surprise and astonishment. After placing the incense, Lu Yizhi turned to him. I merely pity her for having been betrayed by her own partner, forced to endure 7 days of pretense. A chilling silence enveloped the Shi family, permeating the gathering of guests both inside and out. Shi Yuanwei and Lady Shi exchanged no words, for the multitude of gazes upon them was too intense. It was as if they were silently declaring, indeed, this Lord Lu comes with ill intent. Lu, young Master Lu, what do you mean by that? I am but a humble person, trembling in fear. Shi Wenlong, who typically held sway over the village, now appeared genuinely frightened, an expression of innocent victimization upon his countenance. Yet, most present were well aware of his transgressions, rendering his demeanor both discordant and somewhat amusing. Could it be that he truly murdered his wife? Several individuals present inwardly censured, yet were promptly interrogated by the gaze of Master Shi. Young Master Lu, are you suggesting that is implausible? Mistress Shi Wenlong was purportedly slain by a malevolent spirit. Indeed, we were all present during the haunting. Louis retorted, the demise of an individual occurs either through the dissolution of the soul or the expiration of the corporeal form. Malevolent entities possess the capacity to obliterate the soul or inflict harm upon the physical body. Inspector Kong examined the deceased remains and ascertained that her spirit had already traversed to the netherworld. Pausing for effect, he scrutinized Shi Wenlong with an ambiguous smile. Master Kong divulged to me that upon death, regardless of the circumstances, a soul typically lingers in the mortal realm for a mere week. Yet, the second mistress perished less than 2 days prior, and the haunting transpired no more than 2 days ago. Why, then, did her spirit so swiftly descend into the underworld? Unless, of course, she had already met her demise several days prior. Shi Wenlong's gaze flickered as he retorted, his voice strained. It was manifestly the doing of a vengeful female spirit, who, in her malice, dragged her soul into the underworld. You err, Louis countered. Vengeful female spirits who linger in the mortal realm and perpetrate wickedness are most fearful of entering the netherworld, for they inherently contravene the laws of the underworld. By forcibly remaining in the mortal realm and committing malevolent acts, they invite annihilation at the hands of King Yama. Therefore, the vengeful spirit Wang Jing possesses no such ability. Shi Wenlong's assertions grew increasingly vehement, yet he suddenly perceived the acutely piercing gaze of Master Shi across from him. He faltered, vaguely realizing that he had misspoke. His words, though softly spoken, resonated with deafening impact. Chapter 26. Attic's Secret Chamber, the Court of Judicial Review. The sound is imposing. Yet who does not know that those who are captured rarely emerge unscathed? Moreover, as it is directly governed by the royal authority, one could be disposed of within its confines without a soul to intervene. Thus, even a high-ranking official of the Great Tang would regard that place with utmost trepidation. The members of the Shi family were utterly paralyzed with fear, yet there were those accustomed to lawlessness in Donglu Town who harbored a delusion of invulnerability, believing that eliminating Lu Yizhi would render them free from concern. Of course, this was contingent upon. What are you still doing? Do not forget that you are implicated as well. In a sudden fit, Yu Wendong brandished a knife, directing his ire towards the county magistrate, causing the magistrate's face to flush crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? To eliminate the Lu family here? You must be mad. My entire family, spanning 18 generations, would be turned upside down by the Lu clan. Such is the nature of a rustic fool. Ridiculous. We, the Shi. Before he could complete his thought, Yu Wendong's hand trembled, the knife clattering to the ground. He gazed down in disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest, wishing to turn and see who had dealt the fatal blow, though deep down he already knew. It was himself. With a sickening sound, the knife was withdrawn. Shi Wendong collapsed, his eyes wide with incredulity, yet he was destined never to witness the indifferent countenance of the figure behind him. Such familial misfortune, daring to brazenly raise a weapon against a minister of the court, was a capital offense. I implore Lord Lu to adjudicate this commoner's crime of murder. A chilling realization enveloped the air. He is indeed your own brother, yet even in the name of righteousness. Lu Yizhi stared intently at him. It seems you have taken your brother's life to protect me. This sin is difficult to assess. Some perceptive individuals sense something amiss, secretly concluding that Lu Yizhi's target was not merely Shi Wenlong, but the entire Shi family. However, Mr. Shi acted preemptively, swiftly eliminating his own brother. Mr. She handed the knife to a servant and took a handkerchief, leisurely wiping it, unhurried, for Lord Lu is known for his astute judgment and will undoubtedly find a way. His words were left unfinished as Qing Yu brought in a bucket, which thudded to the ground, splashing water. Lu Yizhi donned white gloves and reached inside to retrieve the contents below. Such exquisite sand. Mr. Shi narrowed his eyes and remarked coolly, "Night glow sand, young Master Lu, coming from a noble lineage, should be familiar with it. Is there an issue?" "The connections of the Shi family are indeed commendable," came the response. "A mere triviality. Hardly worth mentioning. What I refer to is this sand. Its cost is exorbitant." Lu Yizhi slowly turned the white glove. The water-soaked night glow sand lacked luminescence, appearing stark white instead. The powder of human bones mixed with the night glow sand. Should I commend Mr. Shi for his extraordinary taste or marvel at your ingenuity? Bones, powder? These are indeed bones. Everyone was taken aback, some gasping in terror. Mr. Shi lowered his gaze, his expression serene. "Is Lord Lu certain these are bones?" "Huh. Are you attempting to test my expertise as the Minister of Justice?" The term professional level is one he has absorbed from that little girl and has now seamlessly incorporated into his vocabulary. Clearly, he possesses the means to ascertain whether the white powder is derived from human bones. For instance, I find myself at a loss. Are you jesting with us, handsome? Murder, the extraction of bones, the grinding of those bones. Human bones are remarkably resilient, not easily reduced to powder by ordinary means. The very act is a monumental endeavor. Such a heinous deed would surely be most securely conducted at home. The gentleman may command an investigation into my family, the Shi family, but I am confident nothing incriminating will surface. This is due to the cautious habits of the gentleman, as this affair was executed elsewhere. However, transporting such materials into the Shi household is no trivial task. It undoubtedly requires a cart, which would leave behind traces. As fate would have it, my associates have just extracted numerous bloodstains from a coal transport cart hidden behind the Shi residence. Lu Yizhi rose, observing the somber countenance of Gentleman Shi, contemplating how to extricate himself from this predicament. The gentleman may need to spend some time in the cells to reflect on this matter. Hey, monkey, do we truly need to seek out that wicked woman's daughter? I hope this is merely a fabrication. Gu Yi emerged from the luminescent white bone sand pool, wringing out his clothes, and gazed at the conflicted expression on Li Daxiang's face. The group dispersed to pursue their respective tasks. Luigi would confront the she couple, while the others sought to retrieve the white bone-luminescent sand. Once the task was complete, there would still be matters to attend to. After all, that deceased bald man was your master and held my life in his grasp. Despite their internal grievances, both understood the significance of locating the daughter of that fearsome matron. It is evident that Aunt Xiong is also under some form of control. Only by holding her daughter hostage could one compel a mother to act recklessly. Perhaps both she and her daughter have had prior contact with that enigmatic figure behind the scenes. Why? It is conceivable that they are directly manipulated by the Shi family. The three members of the Shi family have seldom been seen in the villages of Shaoyang and Wang. Observing Shi Jingfeng's demeanor reveals a disdain for these rural settlements. As everything is delegated to subordinates, the patterns of their activities do not align. Yet here we stand, being monitored outside Aunt's residence. Who do you suppose it might be? Naturally, it must be that elusive master of sinister illusions. Currently, the three members of the Shi family are already in plain sight, while this individual remains shrouded in secrecy. Until he is unmasked, our peace of mind remains elusive. Where shall we seek that girl? Do you recall the deceased maid? Ah, yes, I remember. She was in the service of Shi Jingfeng, a man who surely has an affinity for beauty. Indeed, it seems he holds you in low regard. Li Daxiong learned his lesson well, daring only to grumble internally. Shall we venture to Shi Jingfeng's abode? His martial prowess is formidable. Let us not forget he is gravely injured. Li Daxiong clenched his fist and nodded. Guyi turned her face, squinting her eyes. Surely, after just one night, he could not have recovered completely. That bald brigand would not betray her, would he? In truth, the two of them could wait for Lu Yiji's men outside to thin their ranks before seeking the girl. However, in this critical moment, one fears that the adversary, driven to desperation, might harm the girl. Thus, the only two individuals who were relatively unoccupied yet possessed some capabilities, Gu Yi and Li Daxiong, were entrusted with this task. The residence of Shi Jingfeng was not difficult to locate. It exuded tranquility and elegance, possessing a unique charm. Gu Yi and Li Daxiong stealthily concealed themselves behind the banana trees, observing the serene loft. The atmosphere here was remarkably quiet. Not a single maid or servant was in sight. This was, by all accounts, unusual, considering that Shi Jingfeng was ostensibly a convalescent. Even from a distance, they could detect the faint scent of medicinal herbs. Upon entering, Guy found the aroma of medicine intensified, mingled with a trace of blood that no remedy could mask. The wind stirred gently, causing the curtain to flutter slightly. Guy had already determined that no one lay in ambush outside, and he stealthily approached the window. The silence within was palpable. Is anyone here? Guy inquired silently as he peered through the window, only to find an empty space. The rooms within the loft were almost seamlessly integrated. The study and bedroom lacked distinct separation, merely obscured by sheer curtains. Guyi had a clear view, yet no one was in sight. Not here, he pondered, perplexed. For prior surveillance conducted by Lu Yiji's men had confirmed the movements of the three principal members of the Shi family. Earlier that morning, a maid had delivered meals to this residence, and there had been no reports of Shi Jingfeng venturing outside. This was simply implausible. With a sense of doubt lingering in his mind, Guyi slipped through the window and alighted inside. Upon inspection, he entered the bedroom, which was immaculately tidy, almost exhibiting signs of obsessive cleanliness. The table was adorned with numerous precious medicinal herbs and vials, seemingly prepared for Shi Jingfeng's use over an extended period. No one. Guyi mused as he scrutinized the herbs on the table, picking one up to examine its scent. Angelica, Chuanxiong, white peony, and Rehmannia. These are all tonics for replenishing blood. It seems that the individual is indeed gravely injured. However, where has Shi Jingfeng gone? Did he flee? Li Daxiong has encircled from the opposite side. As Guyi turned her head, she caught sight of this fellow with a metal pot atop his head, clutching a brick. Could he have been raised on substandard milk powder? There isn't any such product in the Tang Dynasty. He probably hasn't escaped. The ground is too immaculate, as if it has been scrubbed, particularly from here to there. Guyi bent down, her fingers tracing the surface, and, alas, this area has evidently been mopped. If only there were modern forensic tools. She could ascertain in an instant whether there were bloodstains on the floor and where they led. However, the people of ancient times lacked the counter-surveillance skills of the modern era. Guyi's gaze shifted to the wall. There is a concealed chamber. Li Daxiong suddenly displayed remarkable wit, surprising Guyi. Is this counterfeit milk powder? If only her senior brother were here, He excels in such matters. If there were indeed a hidden room, he wouldn't need to touch anything. One glance would suffice to reveal its presence. So impressive? Guyi felt a flicker of curiosity towards that senior brother, yet now was not the time for inquiries. The secret door should be within the wall. There must either be a groove or a mechanism nearby. Guyi and Li Daxiang searched separately, following the conventions of television dramas, vases, and whatnot. Guyi turned over a vase and noticed Li Daxiang, that fool, fiddling with those jars containing medicinal wine. Are you hungry? Against her better judgment. She couldn't resist touching them. Is he daft? There's no way. Guyi rolled her eyes, only to hear a distinct click. A bottle, casually chosen by Li Daxiang, triggered a mechanism when he picked it up, causing a hidden door in the wall to abruptly swing open. A lewd grin spread across Li Daxiang's face. Guyi remained expressionless. As the secret passage revealed itself, Guyi took the precaution of scratching a mark on the wall, a signal for Lu Yiji's men. This would serve as a beacon, guiding them to the hidden chamber should anything befall the pair. Holding their breaths, they cautiously descended the steps. Below, candles flickered, casting a soft glow. Yet, the space was devoid of any presence. What's going on? Guyi and her companion exchanged puzzled glances. A metallic tang of blood permeated the air. Chapter 27. Madame Li Daxiang stroked his nose, casting a knowing glance towards Guyi. Aha, the rascal must be down here. The implication was clear. More bottles awaited below, only of a grander scale than before. Li Daxiang, ever the gourmand, upon realizing the absence of danger, immediately set about the task of locating sustenance. While consumption wasn't guaranteed, his innate instincts and professional dedication as a food connoisseur dictated that he must first seek out provisions. He swiftly seized a large bottle, the largest of them all. Beaming with excitement, he looked at Guyi, as if to say, "Watch me conjure another secret passage for you, dear sister." Guyi scoffed. Then, as one, they beheld the contents cascading from the bottle. A torrent of crimson blood, mingled with fragments of minced flesh. With her expert eye, Guyi immediately recognized it as a portion of a human heart. The viscous fluid carried a distinct aroma of medicinal wine. A chilling sensation crept over them both. How does one consume this? Pickled human heart? Li Daxiang's hand trembled, nearly causing the bottle to slip from his grasp, but fortunately, Guyi's quick reflexes allowed him to catch it just in time. However, their commotion drew another sound to their attention, what seemed to be a scream emanating from within the wall. Indeed, there was a hidden door. It was a woman. The stakes were high. Guyi exchanged glances with Li Daxiang. Wait, jump to a distance of 1 yard to my left. Guyi commanded. Do you not trust me? I can jump accurately. Li Daxiang retorted. Huh, Guyi replied. All right then. Li Daxiang swiftly positioned himself by the wall. Following the same method, Guyi mentally calculated the previous arrangement of the medicine bottles and locked onto a corresponding one here. With a crack, the hidden door swung open. A shadow suddenly lunged forth, swinging a knife towards Guyi, who stood before the table of bottles. What the hell? Wasn't this person supposed to be gravely injured and weak? Despite Guyi having mentally prepared for the worst, she never anticipated that this individual would be completely unscathed. What a misfortune! Would Li Daxiang, the habitual blunderer, betray her now? Just then, Li Daxiang, who was pressed against the wall, leaped forth. As if a mountain were crashing down, Guyi held on to a glimmer of hope. In the front hall, Shi Yuanwei closed his eyes and murmured, Perhaps my brother has lost his mind, disregarding humanity. He chuckled softly. Is it not absurd to attribute all blame to a dead man? This is not mere madness. Burying bones in the sand, the koi in the water. This method is referred to as the silver technique in the cults of Tanzhou, believed to ensure abundant wealth and reverse familial fortunes. Such an extraordinarily ruthless method. I fear your not-so-bright brother could never conceive it. Is Lord Lu subtly implying that I am the mastermind behind all this? I am Mingji. The atmosphere suddenly condensed for a fleeting moment. Then, Mr. Shi chuckled softly, asserting that young Master Lu was undoubtedly unaware of the phrase a cornered dog will jump over the wall, which signifies that when a jackal faces life-threatening peril, it disregards the identity of its opponent. At worst, it can kill and then vanish into obscurity. The mountains may rise again. This statement had become overtly evident. No sooner had he spoken than Mr. Shi waved his hand. With a flurry, numerous figures clad in black, wielding knives, surged into the room. Tension crackled in the air, signaling an imminent clash. Indeed, the brothers shared the same bloodline. Although there were few on Lu Yiji's side, the normally submissive constables suddenly erupted with a terrifying bloodlust. drawing their swords and swiftly severing the heads of several assassins. The gruesome spectacle of bloodshed instilled an immediate fear in the previously aggressive attackers. The disparity between the two factions was akin to the difference between buyer and seller showcases. The initial unveiling appeared similar, yet the outcome transformed drastically upon wearing the guise. The moment they drew their blades, the distinction was palpably clear. However, something seemed amiss. These local constables, typically cowardly, were now exhibiting an unexpected ferocity. As if they had been invigorated by some potent elixir. It was rumored that the Liu family possessed extraordinary talents capable of crafting human masks, enabling them to assume myriad identities, thus rendering their intelligence network extensive and elusive within the domain of Fanyang, leaving others clueless as to who among them were indeed members of the Liu clan. Clearly, the constables present were not the original lot, but rather an unknown contingent summoned from elsewhere. They aimed to strike first, dispelling the enemy's morale. The members of the Shi family were not as cowardly as one might assume. Just as Qing Yu and his companions believed they had subdued their foes, a multitude of night owls suddenly soared from the courtyard. Their eerie calls resonated with an intensity that surpassed the norm by several times, reaching a deafening crescendo, accompanied by an unsettling sense of vertigo. It dawned on Luigi that the assassins from the Shi family seemed to have something stuffed in their ears. With the aid of the night owls, Luigi staggered slightly but swiftly made a gesture. Capture the leader before the minions. Qing Yu and his companions reacted with remarkable agility and resilience, darting forward to unsheath their blades. They initially believed this leader would be easily dealt with, merely an elderly man. However, with a flick of his sleeve, Shi Yuanwei unleashed a flurry of small leaf darts that shot forth with precision. As he charged toward Luigi, it became evident that he possessed formidable martial prowess, and his speed was beyond what Qing Yu and the others could have anticipated. Before they could fully register the danger, his hand, akin to an eagle's claw, lunged for Luigi's throat, so swift. Yet, there was no trace of fear on Qing Yu and the others' faces. Logically, their foremost duty was to protect Luigi. If he were captured, wouldn't they? Luigi's gaze sharpened, his hand deftly moving to his waist. The belt, possessing an ancient silver sheen, concealed a remarkable surprise. In an instant, a silvery flash erupted, akin to a dragon or lightning. A severed hand flew through the air. With a precise strike to a vital point, Shi Yuanwei found himself immobilized, his body rendered incapable of movement, as Qing Yu and the others pinned him to the ground. The leader had been captured. The members of the Shi family were instantly thrown into a state of confusion. Qing Yu snatched the owl bell from Shi Yuanwei's wrist and handed it to Luigi. Luigi retrieved a small white pouch from within his sleeve and carefully enveloped it. Suddenly, the night owls in the sky fell silent. It was peculiar, yet Luigi appeared unfazed, meeting Shi Yuanwei's profound gaze with a calm demeanor. It seems you were indeed prepared. One can only say that you have been overly audacious in recent years, to the point where it is difficult for you to remain unnoticed. Luigi chose to disregard him, but soon furrowed his brow, a concern that did not escape Qing Yu's notice. This was troubling. That person was missing. Bang! A resounding noise echoed in the dimly lit chamber. Guyu leaned against the table, witnessing Shi Jingfeng being accurately pinned down by Li Daxiong. Well, that was impressive. Guyu chuckled. Big bear. It appears this is how we shall proceed in the future. She approached, bending down to regard Shi Jingfeng. So, how does it feel, young Master Shi? Quite a surprise, isn't it? Guyu observed that this individual was clad solely in a loose outer robe, lacking any inner garment. Thus, Guyu's expression shifted slightly. Beast. Li Daxiong, feeling quite pleased with himself, suddenly heard Guyu's chilling remark, leaving him bewildered. Hey, monkey, why are you scolding me? Just as Li Daxiong was about to voice his discontent, his expression froze. Guyu was poised to retort, yet she found herself silenced as she noticed Li Daxiong's gaze desperately shifting towards his shoulder. Guyu caught sight of a hand resting delicately upon his shoulder, long and graceful. Impeccably maintained. A woman's hand. Was it Guyu's? Clearly not. Guyu's hand resembled a chicken's claw. Therefore, Guyu's expression was slightly bashful as he addressed the extraordinarily beautiful Madame Shi, who stood behind Li Daxiong. Madame Shi, what a coincidence that you were here as well. Madame Shi responded with a subtle smile. As a mother, one can sense when her son is in danger. Both Guyu and Li Daxiong were well aware that the Shi family of three were not to be underestimated, particularly the remarkably youthful Madame Shi, who now appeared to be the most formidable adversary. At that moment, this formidable figure was present. A rustling sound emerged from her wide sleeves, revealing a swarm of tiny, black insects that crawled out and began to traverse Li Daxiong's shoulder towards his neck. Guyi was uncertain of the nature of these dark creatures, but he recognized their lethality. A cold sweat broke out on Li Daxiong's forehead as he implored the beautiful lady, "If you release your son, I assure you, aside from me and my son, no living soul has ever left this place." "Madam," she smiled faintly, her beauty unparalleled. Guyi and Li Daxiong exchanged glances, and in a swift motion, Li Daxiong twisted his waist and delivered a fierce kick toward Madame Xi's head. However, like a serpent, Madame Xi evaded the attack, and the black insects surged forth from her sleeves, lunging towards the two men. Alas, this was the queen of the insects. Guyi and Li Daxiong hurriedly retreated. But the speed of the black insects was astonishing, and they bypassed the prostrate Shi Jingfeng, heading straight for their targets. "This is life-threatening." Li Daxiong, in a frantic state, realized that the mirror on him was utterly ineffective against the insects. "Here, take this and use it quickly." Guyi suddenly produced a talisman and handed it to Li Daxiong. She had previously torn it, rendering it useless, but this fellow should be capable of employing it. Indeed, Li Daxiong demonstrated his prowess, and after a stroke of fortune, Guyi observed a white aura enveloping his large hands. In an instant, flames surged forth, driving away the insects, which are notoriously fearful of fire. Seeing this, Guyi hastily grasped the collar of Shi Jingfeng's shirt, intending to drag him over as a hostage. However, to her dismay, she found herself unable to budge him. Straining with all her might, she felt utterly powerless. What was she to do? Internally, Guyi cursed her predicament. Meanwhile, upon witnessing her actions, Madame Xi exuded a chilling aura, her hand slicing through the flames toward Guyi's face. Bang! Li Daxiong delivered a powerful punch. His strength was commendable, yet Madame Xi, like a serpent, swiftly evaded and in the blink of an eye was at Guyi's side. Guyi instinctively recoiled, only to have her shoulders seized by her. Oh no, this is the end. Chapter 28. Sacrificing for the nation. However, Li Daxiong managed to seize Shi Jingfeng, constraining his neck. "Release the monkey. Otherwise, I will end your son's life." It was a standoff. Guyi could hear the icy breath of Madame Xi. "Humph, those of the Taoist sect adhere to many rules, you wouldn't dare." She spoke languidly, and Guyi noticed the hesitation in Li Daxiong's eyes, causing her to grow anxious. This fool was far too honest, but that wasn't certain. Shi Jingfeng was no saint. He had harmed countless individuals, and according to the principles of Buddhism and Taoism, eliminating him was hardly a breach of conduct. Moreover, it was for my salvation. Guyi's words bolstered Li Daxiong's resolve. "Indeed, I am doing this to rescue the monkey. She is, in truth, merely a gaunt monkey, both unsightly and diminutive. What purpose would there be in her demise? Let us exchange her instead. You old fool, I shall remember this." Madame Xi found no way to bewilder Li Daxiong, and remained unperturbed, casting him a chilling glance as she proclaimed, "Very well, let us make this exchange." Both Guyi and Shi Jingfeng were acutely aware that they were at a disadvantage, for this woman possessed formidable prowess. Her form was serpentine, twisting and turning in a most sinister manner. Should Shi Jingfeng fall into her clutches, they would possess no leverage whatsoever. Yet, was there not a more advantageous strategy? As Guyi and Shi Jingfeng were propelled forward, Guyi suddenly reached out, grasping Shi Jingfeng's wrist and twisting it. Seizing Shi Jingfeng would indeed render them more advantageous. However, they were met with the ghostly apparition of Madame Xi. Good heavens! What specter is this? Guyi had no time to retreat, as Madame Xi seized both Guyi and Shi Jingfeng with a hand, intent on fleeing. It dawned on Li Daxiong, of course. Guyi was merely bait for her son. How could they possibly kill her? She desired both of them. Cursed be this deception. Li Daxiong was unable to give chase, watching helplessly as Madame Xi prepared to escape through the hidden door. Suddenly, from beyond the door, a flurry of flying daggers shot forth, swiftly sealing off Madame Xi's escape route. Madame Xi, with both captives in tow, dodged backwards just as Li Daxiong seized the opportunity to strike with a punch from behind. At that moment, Qing Yu and his companions burst into the fray. The sheer number of adversaries rendered the confined space of the hidden chamber chaotic in the ensuing battle. Guyi was thrown aside, crashing against the wall and nearly losing consciousness. Madame Xi indeed proved formidable, effortlessly holding her ground against 5 adversaries, and the insect had re-emerged. Daxiong, Guyi, gritting his teeth, hurled the last talisman, but Madame Xi was prepared. With a swift motion, she tore it in half. This was disastrous. The insect scurried frantically towards the group. Damn it, the insect! Li Daxiong exclaimed, hopping in agitation. However, the torch had arrived. As it swept through the air, the insect emitted a high-pitched squeal, retreating into the shadows. Lu Yizhi, wielding the torch, skillfully manipulated his soft sword, its blade shimmering like falling snowflakes, leaving Gu Yi astonished. This Lu Yizhi was unexpectedly powerful. Indeed, Lu Yizhi surpassed Qin Yu and the others by a considerable margin. His swordplay resembled Hollywood special effects. Slicing through the air with a whoosh, Madam, she was being suppressed, and victory seemed imminent. Stop, or I will kill her. What? Everyone turned in shock. Lu Yizhi noticed Gu Yi, suddenly held hostage by Shi Jingfeng, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Indeed, she was exasperated. Why was she always the target? Fortunately, Lu Yizhi and the others halted their actions. Though Madam she was trapped, she maintained steady breathing, evidently still strong enough to withstand the situation. With Gu Yi captured, the previously advantageous position of Lu Yizhi and the others had now turned disadvantageous, especially since they seemed quite fond of the village girl monkey. Without need for further words, Shi Jingfeng clearly intended for Lu Yizhi to let them escape with Gu Yi, the crucial ingredient for his plans. Disagreement is inevitable. Let us perish together. Li Daxiong turned to Lu Yizhi, acutely aware that this individual possessed far greater intelligence than himself. Thus the resolution of this predicament rested upon Lu's handling. Your mother is a criminal I must apprehend, Lu Yizhi pronounced slowly. And this young lady, Wang Xiaoya. Li Daxiong's face turned ashen. Gu Yi also smirked slightly. Lord Lu, this is rather inappropriate. After all, we have shared a meal of chicken together. Lu Yizhi retorted. Then let us raise 2 banners in celebration. You scoundrel. Lu Yizhi's resolve was unwavering, and naturally, Qin Yu and others continued their assault on Madame Shi. Shi Jingfeng's expression darkened, tightening his grip around Gu Ye's neck with increasing pressure, only to relent moments later. In truth, Gu Yi understood that he was reluctant to harm her. Thus, he had no choice but to take her away. But what of his mother? Wind, you must leave at once. Suddenly, Madame Shi charged toward Qin Yu and the others. Disregarding her own safety in a fierce onslaught, Shi Jingfeng gritted his teeth, retreating with Gu Yu towards the hidden chamber. Surely, there were mechanisms or passages within. If it were a mechanism, it would undoubtedly be designed to target them. If it were a passage, escaping would make pursuit exceedingly difficult. And Wang Xiaoya would surely meet her demise. Lu Yizhi furrowed his brow, his swordplay swift as he pursued them. Gu Yi had already been pulled into the door by Shi Jingfeng, fully aware that their lives hung in the balance. She could not afford to consider anything else. She reached out and grasped the edge of the door, refusing to let go. Shi Jingfeng let out a cold laugh and delivered a fierce strike to Gu Ye's elbow. Pain surged through her. Gu Yi gasped, his heart sinking as he witnessed Lu Yizhi and Li Daxiong rushing forward. The concealed door began to shut. It was over. Gu Yi felt tears welling up. Bang! The door slammed shut. Monkeys. No, it was controlled by a mechanism. Li Daxiong darted toward the bottle, but Lu Yizhi was swifter. How he discerned the mechanism's location from that bottle was beyond explanation. He had observed the mechanism bottle in the previous room and could deduce its counterpart here. However, it was futile. The internal locking mechanism could not be accessed from the outside. Lu Yizhi's expression darkened. Monkeys. Li Daxiong, filled with fury, struck the surface with his fist, blood splattering as if he intended to break through the heavy door. But it was in vain. The dark door was immensely thick, composed of an exceedingly hard material. Even someone of Lu Yizhi's martial prowess could not budge it, unless they collectively exerted brute force. Yet, there was also Madame Shi. Upon seeing her son succeed, Madame Shi reveled in her triumph, laughing heartily, but she was not inclined to linger. She feigned a move before attempting to flee. Li Daxiong, consumed by hatred, would not allow her to escape. In Lu Yizhi's moment of shock, he unexpectedly launched a decisive blow from behind. Madame Shi felt a gust of wind at her back and attempted to evade, but Qin Yu and the others had already drawn their blades to block her path. She could only turn and strike fiercely at Li Daxiong. Boom! The force of her palm struck his chest, yet he retaliated, sending Madame Shi crashing to the ground. A tremendous sound echoed. Inside the dark door, Gu Yi too heard the resounding commotion and Li Daxiong's roar. Yet her attention could not be drawn to the outside world, for she was acutely aware of the metallic scent of blood. There were also the faint sounds of sharp objects piercing flesh, along with the momentary instability of Shi Jingfeng's breath. The withdrawal and repenetration occurred with alarming frequency, imbued with an indelible hatred. Thud! Shi Jingfeng collapsed to the ground. Gu Yi, bracing against the wall, turned around in astonishment to gaze at the scene, lifting her eyes to behold the girl who clutched a hairpin, her complexion pale, her attire tattered and inadequate. The hairpin was stained with blood, and her hand trembled incessantly. Indeed, in comparison to the grotesque visage of the yellow-skinned figure she held, this girl, a delicate blossom of 17 or 18, embodied a refreshing and ethereal beauty. Gu Yi observed her briefly, contemplating the unexpected twist of fate. Shi Jingfeng could hardly have anticipated that the forbidden fruit he had so often disregarded would be the instrument of his demise. The girl remained motionless, her gaze fixated on Gu Yi, a peculiar expression in her eyes, as if, "Little one," she murmured, seemingly unable to believe, yet tinged with joy. "Do you cast her a sidelong glance, Wang Qiwan, is it? Put down the hairpin." With that, she removed Shi Jingfeng's outer garment and tossed it to Wang Qiwan. However, the robe fell to the ground as Wang Qiwan stared at it, her gaze laden with significance. A person is one thing, and clothing is another. After a brief pause, Gu Yi continued, "There are many people outside." This served as a reminder. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Qiwan relinquished the hairpin and donned the robe, concealing her delicate form. As she fastened her shoelaces, she noticed Wang Xiaoya, who had been forcibly brought in by Shi Jingfeng, scanning the dimly lit room. In her recollection, Wang Xiaoya was not like this. She was usually taciturn, somewhat awkward and timid, rather than, goodness, a complete piece of Ukiln celadon. So smooth, so exquisite. Gu Yi darted past Shi Jingfeng's lifeless body to stand before the celadon, caressing it with fervor. The gestures, the gaze. Wang Qiwan instinctively tightened her grip on her hairpin. Is this really Wang Xiaoya? It was as if she had transformed, though the chamber was small. The artifacts within were remarkably refined. Porcelain, murals, and teapots, each of considerable value, rivaling those of noble families. It seemed the Shi family had amassed quite a fortune over the years. Yet despite their wealth, the economic conditions of the people around Donglu town remained modest. Even with their efforts to extract wealth, there was little to be gained, especially considering that the visible livelihoods in Donglu town were reasonably maintained. There must be other schemes at play. Perhaps this was the very reason why Lu Yizhi had ventured here. Gu Yi touched the mural, suddenly interrupted by the sounds of a fierce struggle outside. Oh, how could she almost forget that, madam, she was still out there? She exchanged a glance with Wang Qingwan. Indeed, Wang Xiaoya had changed. Gu Yi struggled to drag the corpse towards the door. It was incredibly heavy. Suddenly, she felt a slight relief in her burden. It was Wang Qiwan, whose strength was limited and rather feeble, yet she still assisted Gu Yi in lifting Shi Jingfeng's body. Xiaoya, she called softly. Gu Yi raised an eyebrow. I understand you wish to use him to provoke her, but be cautious. She is formidable, very formidable. These 3 words are rather vague. Yet Gu Yi discerned fear in her eyes. Chapter 29, Assassination. A girl, driven to desperation, killed Shi Jingfeng with a hairpin, yet she was so terrified of that woman. Thus, this statement served as a reminder to Gu Yi to use Shi Jingfeng's corpse to provoke Madame Shi, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. After some contemplation, Gu Yi resolved to adhere to this strategy. Otherwise, that woman would be exceedingly difficult to contend with, and they might all perish in this dim chamber. To bring about her downfall, one must first drive her to madness. Let it begin. Gu Yi signaled with her gaze, and Wang Qingwan had no choice but to press the mechanism lock. Bang! The secret door swung open. Gu Yi released Shi Jingfeng's corpse, which thudded to the ground. Previously injured by Li Daxiong, who bore the weight of the world upon him, Madame, she kicked Li Daxiong away with force, sending him crashing toward the wall where a chandelier awaited, adorned with sharp spikes. Lu Yizhi hurriedly dashed over to catch Li Daxiong, yet Madame Shi, with a swift motion, sent forth her sleeve, her inner power like a tempest, extinguishing the torch in an instant. With another flourish of her sleeve, swarms of dark insects surged toward the crowd. In the blink of an eye, 2 attendants were bitten. Their skin darkened, their weapons clattered to the ground. This is dire. With 2 individuals rendered ineffective in battle, Madame Shi grew even more formidable. Her gusts of power were fierce, and Qingyu and Lu Yizhi could scarcely contain her. Li Daxiong relied solely on brute strength, and it appeared that they were all destined to perish here. The door swung open, and a figure collapsed. Madame Shi turned to see her son. She froze, then was overcome with inconsolable grief. Fenger, with her abilities and perception, how could she fail to discern the difference between the living and the dead? He is gone, Her son is gone. Who is the murderer? Naturally, it is someone within the dark chamber. There are 2 women present. She is aware of this. Wretched creature. Regardless of who it may be, kill, kill, kill. Madam, she has gone mad. The intensity of her attacks has increased, yet her vulnerabilities have multiplied significantly. Qingyu and Lu Yizi are both skilled swordsmen and swordswomen, adept at exploiting weaknesses. Madam Xi's agility is unparalleled. Her body is frail yet supple. Her internal martial arts are formidable, and coupled with her mastery over venomous creatures, it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary experts to contend with her. However, in her frenzy, her flaws suddenly become apparent beneath her ribs. Lu Yizi's gaze flickered, signaling discreetly. Qingyu understood. Swiftly shifting her sword to strike at Madam Xi's lower body, Li Daxiong, receiving the cue, launched a powerful punch from behind. Yet, Madam Xi's extraordinary agility allowed her to evade it in a fleeting moment. Just as Lu Yizi prepared to thrust his sword, he noticed the cold smirk at the corner of Madam Xi's lips. This is bad. The woman has not entirely lost her sanity. He promptly retracted his sword's momentum, opting instead to evade. Indeed, the black insects under her command lunged towards the very spot he had just occupied, with a silent grace. Lu Yizi's movements were as beautiful as a solitary swan in flight, yet Madam Xi's speed was nearly equal, already closing in, and aided by the insects. Young master, Qingyu and the others were anxious. In a critical moment, look here. A monkey suddenly appeared at the doorway, abruptly shouting, diverting everyone's attention immediately. Moreover, it clutched a vase, gripping the neck and aiming it at Xi Jinping's head. No. Madam Xi has gone mad. Bang. The vase shattered, and blood erupted from Xi Jinping's head. All mothers in this world are likely to embody such sentiments. Even if the entire world believes her child to be deceased, she possesses an unwavering conviction that he may still be alive. This belief transcends notions of right and wrong, identity, and all else. However, when her son's head is wounded, she succumbs to madness, rushing forward to embrace him. An opportunity arises. Lu Yizi moves with unparalleled swiftness, drawing his sword, its cold gleam like a flash of lightning. Thud. The blade pierces through Madam Xi's side from behind. It penetrates, and a viscous liquid, fragrant like floral essence, oozes forth instead of blood, thick and greasy. Madam Xi clutches Xi Jinping, and her body contorts violently, her cheeks twisting as well. Gu Yi, facing this woman, initially felt a complex mix of emotions upon witnessing a mother's sorrowful anguish. Yet in the next moment, the enchanting visage of this beautiful lady morphed into something grotesque. As if the very essence of her vitality had been drained away, her once youthful apple cheeks withering, wrinkles and age spots appearing with alarming rapidity. By age, Madam Xi should be in her early 40s, yet she now resembled an octogenarian. This transformation horrified Gu Yi. Lu Yizi and the others were equally taken aback. There is a saying that true cruelty lies not in destruction, but in the obliteration of beauty. Such a stunning woman, reduced to an ugly crone in the blink of an eye. Within the prison of Gu Yi's expression, she glimpsed her own reflection, already steeped in grief and madness. She was now further consumed by despair. It is all you're doing. It is all you're doing. Her claw-like, emaciated hand lunged menacingly toward Gu Yi's heart. Indeed, a heart extraction. She still harbored the delusion that by ripping out Gu Yi's heart, she could revive her son. The glint of the sword flashed silver. In an instant, that hand was ruthlessly severed by Lu Yizi. Blood sprayed forth. Li Daxiong was overwhelmed from behind, like a mountain pressing down from above. She needed to flee. They were in pursuit. Lu Yizi and others swiftly followed. Gu Yexin was terrified by the glance that the old witch had cast upon her, sending a chill down her spine. If she truly managed to escape, it would mean a life hanging by a thread in the future. Thus, Gu Yexin hurried outside to witness the outcome. Outside the attic, Mrs. Xi, clutching Xi Jinping, moved with an uncharacteristic swiftness. Her tall stature suddenly diminished as she struggled with a burden several sizes larger than herself. Originally, Lu Yizi was anxious that they might not catch up with Mrs. Xi. But just as he leaped from the attic onto a wooden post, he beheld Mrs. Xi, collapsed, unconscious, frothing at the mouth. In a shock, he heard the haunting call of an owl. Looking up, he saw a night owl, twice the size of an ordinary one, circling in the sky. Its talons bound to a small bamboo tube the thickness of a thumb. It soared away. Yet, Mrs. Xi lay lifeless. This sudden turn of events left everyone in utter bewilderment. Gu Yexin gazed at the night owl, her heart devoid of joy, only burdened with gravity. Was it that person? Speaking of which, wasn't he supposed to be Speak. Where is the headquarters of Lu Yuan? Lu Yizhi demanded, grasping Mrs. Shi and pressing for answers. Mrs. She opened her mouth, blood seeping forth. Lu Yuan. Flowing wind like water, the man is heartless. The kite sacrifices blood. That person. She laughed, a wild, unrestrained laughter. Then her neck tilted, and she breathed her last. Gu Yexin still wished to inquire about the shadow of Wang Xiaoya. But with Lu Yizhi present, she refrained from rushing forward, never anticipating that Mrs. Shi would perish so swiftly. She has succumbed to death. The toxic effects of the poison evident as her mouth foams with a viscous substance, accompanied by an unusual sour aroma. Observing her dilated pupils, it is clear that she has indeed passed away. It is astonishing to witness such an end. Monkey, you are still alive. Lu Yizhi's expression darkens as he suddenly turns to Gu Yi, intending to convey something, yet he finds that the village girl, the monkey, is already enveloped in a bear's embrace, the bear weeping profusely. The monkey rolls its eyes. Are you touched? Are you joyous? Let go. Let go. I can't breathe. Lu Yizhi, unable to bear the sight, reminds Li Daxiong. Oh, my apologies, I was too excited. Li Daxiong chuckles bashfully, scratching his head. But Gu Yi notices bloodstains on his chest and furrows her brow, discomfort evident in her voice. All right, hurry and go tend to your wounds. She entrusts him to Qing Yu and the others. By the way, that girl is still inside. Little girl, it is fortunate you are unharmed. Gu Yi inquires. Were we very familiar in the past? Before the woman can express her astonishment, she responds. I nearly drowned once, surviving against all odds. Upon awakening, I found I could speak and had become more astute. Thus I am not the same as before. Concise and clear, even though there were previous suspicions. The woman remains silent for a moment before uttering. Is it because of my mother? It appears you are familiar with Gu Yi, who, with a pursed lip, observed the woman, who, feeling a twinge of shame, lowered her gaze. My mother is suffering because of me. That man threatened her when he seized me. Many in the village were deceived by my mother. Then why not end it all? Gu Yi's sudden remark seemed utterly irrational and chillingly cold. Yet the woman fell into silence. Who is that man? Your mother is under his control, isn't she? He uses her to threaten you. The woman looked up, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Gu Yi. He is. Gu Yi uttered a name, causing her to be even more taken aback. After a prolonged silence, she finally replied, It is him. You have indeed become more astute, so intelligent now, unlike before. Gu Yi had always detested discussions of the past, despite this corporeal form belonging to Wang Xiaoya. As their conversation unfolded, a voice called from outside. Miss Wang, is it convenient for Mr. Lu to enter now, or shall you both step out? Such gentlemanly conduct. He likely sensed the girl's discomfort. Gu Yi exchanged a glance with the woman, who bit her lip and offered a wry smile. There is nothing left to conceal. My disappearance over these past days leaves no room for justification. My reputation lies in tatters, with life and death at the mercy of others. What value does reputation hold now? Do as you wish, Gu Yi casually remarked, allowing Lu Yizhi to enter. Lu Yizhi entered, seemingly indifferent to the graceful and gentle woman before him. With a slight bow, he turned to Gu Yi and said, I must visit your master now. You and Brother Daxiong should accompany me. I fear there may still be lurking dangers. Indeed, with a master like Madame Shi being quietly eliminated, who could ascertain what other treachery lay behind? Chapter 30. The prison. Gu Yi valued his life as well, and the bald man ventured alone to confront the illusionist, the outcome of which remained uncertain. After a brief gathering, with some remaining to investigate the Shi residence, Lu Yizhi departed with the corpses of Madame Shi and her son, accompanied by Gu Yi. Monkey, I truly did not anticipate your resilience, Gu Yi remarked, initially believing that Li Daxiong had sustained fatal injuries from Madame Shi's fierce blows. However, before long, Daxiong was robustly clapping Gu Yi on the shoulder. Gu Yi shot him a sidelong glance, muttering to himself about the ruggedness of this man. It seemed the bald fellow had a knack for selecting apprentices, and Li Daxiong was no ordinary individual. Is it that those who are less pleasing to the eye tend to endure longer? Daxiong quipped, unabashedly engaging in banter. Their repartee flowed effortlessly. However, Lu Yizhi began to feel somewhat uncomfortable, as the two ruffians synchronously turned their gaze toward him, their expressions hinting at a shared jest about his good looks. Oh, where are we headed? Li Daxiong blurted out unexpectedly. What a foolish question to pose at this juncture. To the Yamen, as previously mentioned. That individual will undoubtedly head to the prison, Lu Yizhi replied. Daxiong pondered silently. Had this been stated before? When exactly? Was it during their meal? He certainly did not listen, and this cannot be attributed to him. Murder to silence, Gu spoke indifferently, already catching sight of the government office ahead. Next to her. Wang Qingwan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing those four simple words. In the dungeon of the government office, the villagers of Wangjia village languished in their cells, each one appearing listless. The dungeon was dimly lit, with scarcely any windows, and those that existed were tightly sealed to prevent jailbreaks. Naturally, it was quite dreary and damp, significantly colder than even the most dilapidated houses in their village. Wang Xinshu, Wang Rujin, wore a gloomy expression, while the others, who had initially shouted their innocence, had resigned themselves to their fate within just a couple of nights. The only one who remained consistently silent was Wang Xinyang. The others harbored resentment towards her, placing the blame squarely on her shoulders. Strangely, however, few dared to confront her, one reason being her formidable presence, and the other. Wang Rujin glanced at her and spoke in a low voice. That person will come to rescue us, won't they? Wang Xinyang, with her gaze lowered, briefly displayed a look of derision on her face. Though Wang Xinshu usually appeared cunning and profound, he too harbored delusions of hope. I wonder. Wang Xinyang murmured to herself, torn between desiring that person's arrival and wishing for their absence. Observing Wang Xinyang's demeanor, Wang Rujin's expression darkened further. Unable to restrain himself as he said, "Why don't you plead for her? Qingwan is still with him." The implication of his words was clear, and many from Wangjia village were watching with keen interest. Wang Xinyang's complexion changed dramatically. What kind of good life could Wan Er possibly have at the Shi family? Only a mother would feel pity for her. These people, who usually spoke so freely, now approached her with such solemnity. Just as Wang Xinyang was about to erupt, a clanging sound echoed, reminiscent of iron chains rattling. Suddenly, the voices of the guards outside fell silent, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie stillness. In this profound silence, the clinking of chains and the sound of footsteps broke through. He has arrived. A glimmer of joy flickered across Wang Rujin's face. Instinctively, Wang Xinyang clenched her fists. He was coming. Yet, as he descended the staircase, he remained shrouded in the shadows, his footsteps ceased, and once more, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Wang Rujin sensed an ominous premonition, or perhaps the dungeon felt colder than before. With a sudden motion, Wang Xinyang sprang to her feet. What has happened to Wan Er? What have you done to her? Rest assured, she is well. The voice of the man was somewhat hoarse, blending ominously with the dungeon's atmosphere. You promised that as long as I helped you accomplish those tasks, you would grant her freedom. Wang Xinyang articulated each word with precision, as if to etch them into memory. Indeed, you performed admirably in the past. Yet there was one matter in which you faltered. He spoke leisurely, causing Wang Xinyang's face to pale. Wang Xiaoya, how could I be blamed for that? Who could have anticipated she would choose to drown herself? No. The error lies not in her death, but in why she lived to tell the tale. The implication was clear. When Gu Yi was rescued, she should have ensured Gu Ye's demise. With so many of them present, could they not silence a mere girl? Such a series of unfortunate events could have been avoided. Wang Xinyang found herself at a loss for words, yet her heart was as ruthless as ever. If you release me, I will surely kill her, but you must let my daughter go. Otherwise, I will haunt you even in death. Her words dripped with venom. Yet the other party merely chuckled, their laughter resonating with a somber undertone. Haunt. I revel in the very essence of hauntings. An immediate chill swept over the crowd. Wang Qing, transformed into a malevolent spirit, remained under this person's control. Yet this individual had come today. Surely, you are here to rescue us, right? Rest assured, once you free us, we shall ensure that wretched girl meets her end. Yes, indeed, we shall kill her. Please, hasten our release. The group clung desperately to what they believed was a lifeline, oblivious to the fact that this lifeline was nothing more than mere straw, and indeed, it was not straw but a scythe poised to reap. No need, he stated, the one I truly wish to eliminate is not her, but rather those who recognize me. He finally emerged from the shadows, his visage illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window. Though he basked in the light, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the others, as if they had beheld death itself. The expressions of everyone from Wangjia village contorted in fear, retreating in horror, while Wang Xinyang's eyes widened, fixated upon him. You intend to silence us? Previously, she had deemed Qingwan astute while considering her mother to be foolish. However, it appeared that the latter was not entirely devoid of wit. As he spoke, he extended his hand, revealing a broad palm that emerged from his sleeve. devoid of the hardened calluses typical of a laborer's hands. Instead, his skin appeared delicate, yet his nails were long and thin, resembling blades. His hand, like a mere silhouette, slowly approached Wang Xinyang's cheek. Yet, the movement was languid, almost lethargic. Despite Wang Xinyang being filled with fear and resentment, she exhibited no signs of resistance. Nor did the others. They seemed entranced, as if under some enchantment. In this realm, he was the sovereign of their fates. In this rural area, there were but two clever girls, Wang Jing and Wang Qingwan. Which girl does not cherish beauty? I intend to teach them. Qingwan was reluctant. Once I reveal your skin to her, she shall comprehend the exquisite nature of this endeavor. With a mere flick of my nail, Wang Xinyang's skin could be severed from her flesh. However, a larger hand suddenly grasped his wrist, accompanied by a robust and boisterous voice. You are mistaken. There are actually 3 girls. One of them is Yen Yu, the daughter of a prominent family in the town, renowned for her beauty and talent. She garnered the affection of many young men from the town and surrounding villages, yet she was particularly close to a boy from the neighboring Li family village. They often played in the reed marshes, and as they grew, the girl was destined to marry. Tragically, one fateful night, her entire family perished, and she was flayed, her remains entombed within a wall. Indeed, she endured unimaginable torment in her final days. Pausing for a moment, the owner of that hand, an ordinary man from Li family village, regarded the man opposite him. There were indeed numerous individuals who met those criteria. It need not necessarily be Li Ming. Yet, Qing Yu's people had discovered shoes in the deserted home of Li Ming, and after comparison, they tentatively concluded that he was the mastermind behind it all. After deliberating with the bald man, Luigi ultimately decided to infiltrate the Li family. Thus, we witnessed the current scene. Li Ming found himself ensnared by the bald man's grip, yet he remained unperturbed, merely observing him. I had anticipated that you would suspect me, but I did not expect it to happen so swiftly. Had we acted with a bit more deliberation, these individuals would have met their demise at your hands, leaving no witnesses and no evidence, not even a footprint. Indeed, it was a close call, the bald man sneered. Not regrettable, it merely means one more life taken. Li Ming replied, his gaze suddenly sharpening. A tumult of emotions surged within him, hatred, anguish, and shame, eventually transforming into resentment. Wang Xinyang's visage contorted with rage as she grasped Shi Jingfeng's throat, declaring, You bully my daughter. I shall fight you to the end. Wang Xinyang. Wang Rujin felt the tightening grip around his neck and struggled desperately, grappling with the chaos surrounding them. The others, bewildered, engaged in fierce altercations, each fiercely attacking the other. Until, hey, everyone, wake up. The bald man shook his wrist and bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, rousing those who had lost their senses. Li Ming's expression shifted slightly. How could you? He noticed the bald man adorned with a string of flint beads. Flint, a unique stone of the fire element, was historically used as a fire starter, yet such pure flint is a rarity. In Taoist practice, it is also considered a material for warding off evil. Clearly, the bald man had procured this exquisite string of flint beads from an unknown source, effectively countering his opponent's illusions. How could one discern that your illusion fears fire? The cult of Lu Yin originated in the region of Jiannan Dao, where it is rumored that the main sect emerged beside the water. The members of this sect are adept in the art of poison and skilled in utilizing water shadows to conjure illusions. Whether in the marshes of the weeping woods or the lakes of the ghostly reeds, water is omnipresent. Yet, you fear being recognized for employing Lu Yan's illusions, deliberately using fire to create a fade. How could someone from Lu Yan set fire to their own illusory abode? Indeed, I initially overlooked Lu Yan. However, you are still quite young, my lad. The bald man scoffed. After all, you exterminated the Yin family and confined them within their own walls for a decade. Such cowardice seems uncharacteristic. Why would you flee instead of remaining to collect the remains of us few? It is solely because, during the conflagration, you yourself are terrified of flames and could not approach. You kept your distance, and only upon witnessing the flames extinguished did you realize the tide had turned, prompting your intent to silence us. If one's secrets are unraveled and their proud abilities rendered impotent, their emotions may swell, magnifying either their fury or their fear. Li Ming was likely engulfed in rage, yet he had not succumbed to folly. In the blink of an eye, he surged toward the staircase, attempting to escape. The bald man, having been outsmarted by this youth on 2 prior occasions, could not let this opportunity slip away. After all, one must eradicate the roots to prevent a resurgence when spring returns. The bald man pursued him. Chapter 31, Li Ming. As a few individuals shouted, Li Ming swiftly seized two of them with his hands and hurled them into the air, delivering a powerful strike to their backs. With a thud, the two constables found themselves unexpectedly incapacitated, propelled towards the bald man. Cursing under his breath, the bald man could only catch the two, sealing their acupoints to prevent internal injuries from blood pooling in their hearts and lungs. This was Li Ming's most cunning tactic, to leave them half dead and hanging. The bald man cursed vehemently. By the time he sealed their acupoints and desperately pursued, he had already fallen behind, fearing that this scoundrel might escape. However, to his astonishment, he witnessed Li Ming collide with a group led by Lu Yizhi as he dashed out of the yamen. "Stop him!" the bald man bellowed. Lu Yizhi and his companions were already aware of Li Ming's role as the mastermind, and upon spotting him, they sprang into action, while Gu Yi and Li Daxiong promptly took cover at a safe distance. Their movements were remarkably synchronized and harmonious. The two bandits, of course, did not forget to call over the delicate and enchanting Wang Qingwan to join them in their retreat. Gu Yi rolled his eyes at this. "It's him." Although Gu Yi had learned from Lu Yizhi that the man they were after was named Li Ming, he was still taken aback upon seeing him in person. "Hey, do you know him?" "No, it's just that the day we were collecting honey, I happened to see Li Ming being thrown out of the courtyard by Qing Yu while I was washing jujubes by the stream. At that time, he looked no different from a ruffian. Who would have guessed he was the one pulling the strings?" Li Daxiong's expression grew serious. "You were washing by the stream? You mean, without any clothes?" "Presumably, there's no audience, and if there were, it would be quite alarming," Gu Yi, with an impassive countenance, remarked. "The jujubes you consumed were cleansed with my bathwater. Did you find them palatable?" Li Daxiong flushed crimson. Wang Qingwan, upon hearing Wang Xiaoya utter Li Ming's name in the concealed chamber, had entertained doubts as to whether Gu Yi had truly forgotten everything. After all, these young individuals had been acquainted in their youth, with Wang Xiaoya standing out due to her tender age and apparent mental deficiency. However, upon hearing Gu Ye's words to Li Daxiong and observing Li Daxiong's apparent belief, her doubts began to dissipate. However, a seasoned female archaeologist of 21 years was already considered an elder stateswoman in the online community. She had effectively rendered a man and a woman speechless. Drat. Lu Yizhi averted his gaze, but Qing Yu and the others were ensnared. Li Ming darted away, attempting to flee. "Halt! Your granddaddy is here." The bald man had caught up, and his flint necklace shattered the illusion. Lu Yizhi and the others awoke, drawing their swords and lunging forward. Thwack! A sword pierced his flesh, and blood trickled from Li Ming's lips. With grim resolve, he spun around, delivering a forceful blow towards Lu Yizhi. In his palm was a dark pellet, a poison pill. "Young master, retreat." The bald man was also petrified. This Li Ming was truly ruthless, choosing not to attack him, but instead targeting Lu Yizhi. He knew that if Lu Yizhi were killed, the Lu family would undoubtedly hold all those associated with him accountable. And even Qing Yu and the others would have to atone. A double whammy. How malicious. The bald man could only seize Lu Yizhi and pull him back. But he suddenly realized his belt had loosened. "Blast it, my pants are falling down?" No, it was the pouch that Li Ming seized, causing its contents to spill out chaotically, revealing various Taoist implements. But the true objective lay within the effigy. Li Ming snatched the effigy, its malevolent energy permeating the air. And within it, a radiant glow began to pulse. With a crack, it opened. Wang Jing emerged. Goodness, Gu Yi felt utterly unwell. "Wang Jing, Shi Jingfeng has already been slain by these individuals. You must hasten to avenge him," Li Ming shouted as Wang Jing emerged from the effigy, her eyes still clouded by confusion. However, at Li Ming's call, she naturally caught sight of the two corpses being carried not far away, one of which belonged to Shi Jingfeng. Jingfeng. Wang Jing stood frozen for a moment before descending into madness. Yes, one had witnessed the frenzied state of Madame Shi, but she was merely human. Wang Jing, now transformed into a vengeful spirit, had her fury escalated to that of a malevolent ghost. Gu Yi recalled a mobile game from the previous world, where the ghostly bosses bore such characteristics. To be frank, in broad daylight, Gu Yi felt that the spirits in this realm seemed unperturbed by the sun, boldly striding about. Did they possess no principles whatsoever? After Wang Jing's transformation into a vengeful spirit, not only did the sunlight seem ineffective, but the entire precinct was engulfed in a chilling aura of ghostly energy. The temperature plummeting significantly, accompanied by the familiar stench of decay, reminiscent of swamps, ancient trees, and hanging corpses. Damn it, she had become a vengeful spirit. With no regard for kin, The others quickly withdrew. The bald man, anxious to the point of sweating profusely, had sharp eyes and noticed that two bandits were already making a swift escape towards the entrance. One, a gaunt figure resembling a monkey who specialized in grave robbing, was of little concern, but the other was his apprentice. This ungrateful wretch was betraying his master. The bald man seethed with barely contained rage. The situation was dire, and urgency hung thick in the air. Qing Yu and his companions were ready to lay down their lives to protect the young master, while the other officials were desperate to escape. Li Ming sneered as the bald man shed his garments, his fury palpable despite the absence of a crown. Yet, it mattered little. No one anticipated that the conclusion would be the formidable Wang Jing, who without a moment's hesitation spirited away Shi Jingfeng's lifeless body. Monkey! The bald man bellowed. It was too late. Gu Yi grasped the entrance of the official residence, but Wang Jing, transformed into a swirling tempest, enveloped her. Li Daxiong grasped Gu Ye's hand, yet it was futile once more. With a crash, Gu Yi was swept away. Wang Qingwan's face turned ashen. She too had failed to grasp Gu Yi in time. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Wang Jing! Li Ming roared. Boom! The bald man struck Li Ming's chest with a ruler, vowing to end his life. However, it merely incapacitated Li Ming's limbs without claiming his life. And in the blink of an eye, he morphed into a shadow, darting towards the doorway. He was not dead. What nonsense was this? Follow me, the bald man cursed. And Li Daxiong hurriedly trailed after him. My lord, we. Qing Yu initially thought Lu Yizhi would assist, but instead, he waved his hand, indicating it was unnecessary, as Master Kong was unwilling for them to proceed. Why? Qing Yu pondered, beginning to grasp the implications. Li Ming, why did you seek to kill Madame Shi? Lu Yizhi understood that the bald man's severing of Li Ming's limbs had nullified his illusions, thus posing no further threat to them. He approached to inquire. However, Li Ming abruptly lifted his head to gaze at him, his expression a fleeting mix of confusion and contemplation. Yet there was no time for further inquiries. A smile emerged on Li Ming's lips, blood trickling from the corners. Qing Yu swiftly advanced, prying open his mouth to reveal the poison concealed within his teeth. Now shattered, the venom coursing down his throat. He was not yet dead, but salvation was beyond their reach. They could only watch as the toxin wreaked havoc within Li Ming's body. His complexion grew increasingly sallow, yet his smile blossomed ever brighter. What is life? What is death? Those who betrayed me ultimately fell into my grasp. Those who looked down upon me have perished. I am worth it, worth it. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Sister A, you did not betray you. Wang Qingwan leaned against the wall, visibly weakened. Did she not? You women are always like this. Coveting gleaming silver, enamored with that pretty boy's visage. What talk of social standing, what apologies, merely excuses, excuses. You act this way, and you are no different. Li Ming scoffed, blood spilling forth from his laughter. Wang Qingwan closed her eyes, contemplating a revelation she had initially withheld, even in light of his treachery against her. Yet, she learned from them that his entire family had suffered at his hands. Since you fear not death, I shall ensure you die the most agonizing death. Pausing, she locked eyes with Li Ming. This time, he could not ensnare anyone with his illusions, for the manifestation of such sorcery required both eyes and limbs. Now, he possessed only his eyes, his mouth, and his ears. 10 years ago, you traveled to the county for the martial arts examination and offended a few ruffians along the way, did you not? Li Ming froze in surprise. You repelled them, yet remained oblivious to the resentment they harbored in their hearts, trailing you to the town. Naturally, they also followed you to the reed marshes where you often frolicked with Sister Au. One day, as you prepared to practice martial arts, you neglected to inform Au, who waited for you there for an extended period, but you never arrived. They made their appearance. Wang Qingwan closed her eyes, her lips quivering slightly. She had been victimized. No girl wishes to present such a self to the boy she cherishes. She contemplated ending her life. Yet fate intervened with the Shi family proposing marriage. You are well aware of the Shi family's reputation. For you to encounter such a predicament was inherently unspeakable, and suicide was out of the question, for the Shi family would inevitably investigate, and should the truth be unearthed, it would tarnish the entire family's honor. She sought an audience with Madame Shi. Do you know what Madame Shi said? She replied that it was of no consequence. Although Yu was bewildered by the reasoning, she had no alternative but to acquiesce to the marriage proposal. Do you understand why I am aware of this matter? Because Madame Shi disclosed it to Shi Jingfeng, who then shared it with me. Have you never questioned the Shi family's involvement in this affair? Have you never suspected that those individuals were indeed sent by the Shi family? Did not a Yu's family's assets eventually fall into their hands? Li Ming appeared dazed. And you had never spoken of it. Wang Qingwan opened her eyes. At that time, I was still young and initially unaware. Later, I came to understand. Yet I found myself unable to escape that dark chamber even a single step. Is this not largely your doing? You harbor animosity towards everyone, yet remain oblivious to the fact that you are the most foolish of all, the most foolish indeed. Li Ming's eyes widened as the toxin spread throughout his body. He let out a hearty laugh, forcing all his vital energy out. Young master, be careful. Luigi and the others stepped back, watching the man self-destruct. Flesh and blood were scattered everywhere. This time, Luigi felt little anger. He merely adjusted his clothing and remarked coolly, indeed foolish, but not deserving of sympathy. Young master, yet he is dead. The matters we need to investigate. Some truths do not require them to speak for us to know. Their silence has only solidified my certainty. Rising, he gazed towards the direction of the ghost-crying forest. She lifted her eyes towards the prison. Chapter 32. Always on the road in the past. Guyi was seldom at ease. She had few friends, yet many acquaintances. Is it contradictory to say this? Not at all. She had very few individuals she considered friends. Her acquaintances were numerous, but few entered her heart. Regardless of the depth of connection, they all had a penchant for one thing, calling her. Their opening line was invariably, Master Gu, what are you up to? If anyone were to ask Guyi now, Master Gu, what are you doing? She would undoubtedly reply, once again, I find myself on the path of being taken hostage. It had happened multiple times, in less than 5 days, averaging 2 hostage situations daily. Her heart felt weary. Guyi took a moment to steady her emotions and ponder how to extricate herself from this predicament. Would the bald man and Li Daxiong come to rescue her? How could she place her hopes on 2 total strangers? Even with a vague intuition, she would never resign herself to inaction. Therefore, self-rescue. Sister Wang Jing. Guyi called out, a hint of shyness in her voice. In the next second, poof. Her calf was pierced by Wang Jing's fingers, confronting the writhing flesh on Wang Jing's face. Guyi shut her eyes, falling silent. Had she merely disturbed a few ancestral graves? Was such misfortune truly warranted? With a thud, Guyi was thrown to the ground. She felt the sting of pain and opened her eyes, dazed. Had she fallen asleep? Wang Jing sinisterly remarked, No, not at all. It was merely a momentary lapse. Guyi was not genuinely lacking in awareness to the point of slumber, but rather overwhelmed by exhaustion. Perhaps it was the ghostly winds from Sister Wang that were simply too warm and comforting, devoid of any jarring sensations, offering a pleasant experience of transit. Allowing her to relinquish all worldly troubles, and then, attempting to buy time, Wang Jing tightened her grip around Guyi's neck. You damned. Not again with the choking. Guyi truly rolled her eyes this time, feeling an involuntary physiological reaction. Wang Jing, on the other hand, was utterly unrestrained, for she was determined to kill Guyi and seize her heart. She sought to resurrect Shi Jingfeng, and Guyi, even with her toes, could deduce this woman's intentions. Thus, amidst her struggles, she managed to utter a few words. Ah Jing. Sister Ah Jing. Wang Jing paused in surprise. Guyi's address was reminiscent of Wang Qingwan calling Yin Yu, Sister Yu. She pondered that the young Wang Xiaoya must have been familiar with both Wang Qingwan and Yin Yu, and thus the form of address was likely similar. This suggested that Wang Jing had previously harbored a semblance of compassion for Wang Xiaoya, indicating that her humanity had not entirely faded. Whether this was applicable in the present moment remained uncertain. Fortunately, Wang Jing's momentary distraction was seized upon by Guyi. Nonetheless, Guyi remained apprehensive. After all, this woman had already become ruthless. Even the fleeting warmth from Gu Nian would inevitably deteriorate. I understand your desire to save your beloved. But akin to his mother, such malevolent methods would only exacerbate her sins. The transformation from a beautiful maiden to an ugly crone is merely a matter of time. Thus, wrongdoing inevitably invites retribution. Of course, I do not intend to admonish you, dear sister. Rather, I wish for you to liberate yourself and, in turn, grant freedom to those you cherish. So, tell me, what should I do? Wang Jing fell silent, her tone becoming tranquil. This is promising. Guyi pondered for a moment before declaring with righteous fervor, put down the knife and become a Buddha. It seems a certain archaeologist had to sift through gut-wrenching experiences to unearth such a warm-hearted platitude. However, Wang Jing refused to partake. Her palm gripped Guyi's neck, abruptly lifting the significantly shorter Guyi. Become a Buddha? I have never committed a wrongful act. Yet this is how the heavens have treated me. Do you know what I endured that night? There is no fairness in this world, much like you. Despite your newfound cleverness, do you recall how you were once bullied? Become a Buddha? If merely laying down the knife could lead to enlightenment, then where would the demons of this world come from? And why would we need Buddhas? With her legs dangling, Guyi struggled for breath. Moreover, even if one could truly attain Buddhahood, what then? Suddenly, Guyi found herself on the ground, dizzy and disoriented, her fingernail tearing through her garment. Reminiscent of that fateful night, the blade was poised near Guyi's heart. All I desire is for him to live. This was a fixation. The sharp edge of a nail pierced the skin, blood oozing and spreading, warm to the touch. Guyi's pupils dilated as she caught the metallic scent of blood coursing through her heart and neck, a sensation both familiar and unsettling, accompanied by the echo of warm breath and whispers. Shall you survive? Her eyes suddenly filled with tears of rage as she seized a stone from the ground and hurled it with all her might at Wang Jing's face. However, Wang Jing was a malevolent spirit, impervious to the feeble attempts of someone like Guyi. Yet, unexpectedly, she felt a finger pierce the edge of her heart, a fierce force pushing her back. A violet light surged along the finger, rapidly consuming her ghostly essence, leaving her momentarily stunned. Just as the stone struck her face with a resounding thud, blood and flesh crumpled, splattering onto Guyi. She collapsed, a sharp pain radiating through her chest. Meanwhile, Wang Jing, clutching her face, shrieked in fury and seized Guyi's head, intent on twisting it off. The azure spear sliced through the air with the precision of a blade, piercing Wang Jing's arm. The burly figure of the bald man stood tall, his weight barely disturbing the delicate branches beneath him. The leaves trembled slightly as he wielded the azure spear, summoning a gust of wind, the azure light illuminating the scene with an imposing presence. The leaves upon the ground stirred silently. Wang Jing seethed with anger, her ghostly aura pulsating. It was that bald man again, thwarting her plans. Gurgling sounds erupted as a torrent of dark, gray miasma surged towards the bald man and Guyi, as if alive. However, the bald man wielded a green, forcing Wang Jing to retreat 3 meters from Guyi. With a swift motion, he positioned the green before him, emanating a brilliant azure light that formed a barrier spanning 2 meters, isolating the miasma beyond. Yet, Wang Jing pressed forward. The bald man shouted, his left hand pinching 3 yellow talismans between 2 fingers, raised before his lips as he silently chanted an incantation. The talismans ignited. Daxiong, come. Come now. Just in time, Li Daxiong burst forth, shedding his clothing and assuming a protective stance with the heart shield, gripping its edges with both hands. Meanwhile, the 3 yellow talismans at the bald man's fingertips were hurled away in a swift flourish, unleashing 3 beams of yellow light that ignited, converging towards the heart shield. Regardless of the underlying principles, Guyi, lying on the ground in a haze, could only perceive a blinding white light and flames. Boom. The flames from the 3 yellow talismans suddenly expanded 34-fold, merging into 3 colossal fireballs that surged towards Wang Jing like a great furnace. This fire was not merely ordinary. It radiated a brilliance akin to the sun, saturating Guyi's vision with its luminescence. She vaguely observed the countless malevolent energies surrounding Wang Jing being consumed and dissipated in the embrace of that white flame, her ghostly form twisted within its grasp. Ultimately, as the white light faded, the flames spread, incinerating the dried leaves on the ground and searing the earth, which had accumulated blood over many years. The air was thick with the scent of charred iron. Yet, what was this red and pink hue? With her cheek pressed to the ground, Guyi noticed the protruding veins of the earth exuding a sanguine essence amidst the flames. Ascending from those roots was a hint of green. Green? The scene before her darkened, and Guyi closed her eyes. Oh, monkey, how could you have perished so soon? We had promised to share fish and chicken together. Stop your lamentations and rise. You are not dead yet. The bald man kicked the sorrowful Li Daxiong aside and pulled up the fallen Guyi. Noticing that her clothing was soaked in crimson, revealing the edges of a wound near her heart, is it over? Has she truly departed? It cannot be. It has only been a matter of moments. The bald man frowned, suddenly realizing that there seemed to be little blood spilled on the ground, but rather it flowed along the fabric. He extended his hand, fingers grasping a slender red cord around Guyu's neck, intending to retrieve the pendant below. Suddenly, a much smaller hand grasped his. Well, look at that. You are still alive, and yet fear I shall snatch your belongings? I am not one of those grave robbers who delight in the remnants of the deceased. The bald man chuckled and released his grip. Yet he caught sight of the object that had been extracted. It was a white, tower-like pendant. Initially, it was merely a casual glance. But then his expression shifted slightly as he focused on the pendant held by Guyi. A bone tower? Guyi's expression also altered. She pursed her lips and replied coolly, "It is made from the ashes of my parents and relatives, a keepsake. Is that not acceptable?" Li Daxiang was bewildered. Yet as he gazed upon the bone tower pendant that Guyi held, he could not help but wonder, who would fashion jewelry from the ashes of the deceased? Typically, only those of sinister practices would engage in such a macabre artifice, yet the monkey was not of that ilk. The bald man observed Guyi, who appeared to be on the verge of collapse, yet remained remarkably composed, his gaze flickering. "Do you know what a bone pagoda is?" he inquired. "Yes, I do," Guyi replied. "It's a tower made of bones. Such structures are quite common in my hometown. They have bone rings, teeth, earrings, and so forth." The bald man fixed his gaze on Guyi and, after a prolonged silence, remarked, "You haven't died." "Indeed," Guyi responded with an innocent expression. "Several times now. Aren't you aware that you've been poisoned several times by Wang Jing, yet you show no reaction to it?" Guyi was momentarily at a loss for words. "By the way, it's no wonder that Lu Yizhi has looked at you with such peculiar eyes. He must have sensed your uniqueness." The bald man harbored doubts in his mind, but had only now voiced them. "Furthermore, your fingers have clearly penetrated 3 inches into your heart and lungs. Yet your wounds have begun to clot," he continued, speaking to himself. "And there's one more thing that strikes me as particularly strange." What was it again? Chapter 33. Suspicion. Li Daxiang could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Are you referring to this white pendant? It's rather beautiful." "Monkey, is this from Wang Xiaoya's parents?" he asked. The bald man slapped his thigh. "Yes, that's the one." Guyi felt a cold sweat break out on her brow. How could she have overlooked such an obvious and bizarre occurrence? If she had traversed souls, why would this bone pagoda chain have come along? Moreover, it had settled around Wang Xiaoya's neck. Either this chain accompanied her soul, or Wang Xiaoya's physical form was, in fact, her own. Guyi was initially apprehensive about the ambiguous morality of the bald man, but now she felt overwhelmed. This chain undoubtedly belonged to her, and it had no connection whatsoever to Wang Xiaoya's parents, nor to Wang Xiaoya herself. She held this conviction with unwavering certainty. But why? Li Daxiang also felt his intellect waning, when suddenly, a thought struck him. "You are, in fact, Wang Xiaoya, are you not? However, you have transformed from simpleton to sage, believing yourself to be another person. What is that called again?" "Master, the ancestors once said," "Ah, yes, it's called epilepsy? Or perhaps it's the fox spirit dance." "Dance of the fox spirit, indeed." Guyi pouted, gripping the white bone pagoda, meeting the bald man's gaze. "I know what the white bone pagoda signifies." Her words were light, yet laced with restraint. The bald man nodded. "It is well that you understand. Its significance is profound. Perhaps your presence here is connected to it. Or perhaps it has saved you." His gaze towards Guyi grew obscure, shifting from suspicion to a deeper contemplation, as if he were troubled by something. Guyi paid him no mind, lost in her own thoughts. She was all too aware of what the white bone pagoda represented. Yet it seemed insufficient to facilitate her temporal transition or soul transmigration. Rather, it merely offered her protection. It had always been her guardian. Guyi lowered her head, her eyes stinging with emotion. "It must have been something within that ancient tomb that led me here and endangered my life. It saved me and accompanied me into Wang Xiaoya's body." This single possibility consumed her thoughts. The shadow of Wang Xiaoya had vanished. Could it also be due to that same entity? What entity? What entity? The bald man stroked his chin, now adorned with stubble, remarking on the rarity of the situation. Expressing a desire to capture him, Guyi immediately became vigilant. What? At Li Daxiang's mention, Guyi noticed the stark transformation of the scene before him. The eerie atmosphere had dissipated, leaving the surroundings stark and barren, yet amidst the charred remains stood a singular tree that should have perished. With a modest understanding of botany, Guyi observed this peculiar, leafless tree, stripped of bark, presenting an abnormal appearance. The most astonishing aspect was its roots, protruding from the earth, piercing through the bodies of Wang Jing and Shi Jingfeng. Although Wang Jing was a ghostly entity, it made no difference to this tree. Both Shi and Shi Jingfeng appeared to be withering. However, Guyi noticed her tightly embracing Shi Jingfeng, reminiscent of her words spoken within the haunted house. "You wouldn't understand." Indeed, she did not comprehend, yet this tree had flourished, becoming plump and verdant. Guyi murmured, prompting 2 burly men to cast her incredulous glances. "Ignorance is truly terrifying." The bald man pondered his words before stating, "It's an old tree experiencing spring." Gu Yi replied, "A learned, toe-picking brute is quite fearsome." Nonetheless, the tree was undeniably splendid, with feather-like leaves that were delicate and soft, a vibrant emerald hue akin to jade, adorned with clusters of pale pink flowers, presenting an exquisite sight. She recognizes this tree, scientifically known as Albizia julibriscendurez, commonly referred to as the night gate tree. It is a peculiar species, thriving in sunlight yet intolerant of shade, yet it currently resides in a dimly lit area with parched soil surrounding it, standing stark and bare. Its canopy is expansive, measuring a diameter of 7 or 8 meters and soaring to a height of 12 or 13 meters, indicating considerable age. Previously, Gu Yi deduced that this locale belonged to autumn, a season long past the time when such a tree would typically blossom. Yet, it has indeed blossomed, and with remarkable splendor. However, beneath the resplendent flowers, a man and a specter gradually wither away. The grotesque visage of the ghost and the handsome countenance of the man both dissolve into dust indistinguishable from the earth, scattering upon the ground, carried away by the wind. Beauty, cruelty, rebirth, or death? What sensations emerge from this? The bald man suddenly inquires of Gu Yi. Sensations? Gu Yi does not need to ponder. The man has perished. The ghost has perished, yet the tree endures. Under the apathetic gaze of the bald man, Gu Yi adds, "The flowers have bloomed." Is this a narrative of elementary school caliber? Ah, rather fluent, indeed. The bald man, disinterested in Gu Yi, turns to find his disciple deep in contemplation. Noticing his master's penetrating gaze, Li Daxiong speaks up. "Master, could this female ghost be transforming into a tree spirit?" "No, it is still flowering. Is it a flower spirit?" This indeed reflects a lyrical prose inquiry, reminiscent of kindergarten-level musings. However, it does touch upon a significant point. Despite profound emotions and splendid blooms, one cannot ultimately become a spirit. The inability to become a spirit does not imply that this tree cannot transform. Rather, it signifies his refusal to allow it to become one. Thus, when the flames consumed this splendidly blooming tree, its blossoms unknown yet captivating. One might ponder if Wang Jing and Shi Jingfeng had once met here. Li Daxiong, for a rare moment, grasped a fragment of romantic sentiment. Regrettably, he did not catch the full essence of it. Perhaps he would never comprehend the meaning of the flowering of the Hehuan tree, the morning devoid of feelings. Yet the evening filled with emotion, the farewell that is neither harmonious nor lingering. The verses of the long pavilion, the bridge by the river, and the wine, alongside a tree adorned with red tassels, flitted through Gu Yi's mind. Yet, she recognized that her heart remained untouched by any tumult. For, alas, the monkey, "Master," she fainted again. "Quick, remove your socks." She was caught in a continuous cycle of being held captive and fainting, without exception. When Gu Yi awakened, beads of sweat adorned her forehead, undoubtedly a result of profound fright, for she would not have struck Li Daxiong squarely in the eye otherwise. Remarkably, Daxiong maintained his composure, holding a bowl of kanji steadily. "Monkey, what are you doing? I haven't stolen your kanji." Initially, Gu Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, but upon seeing his expression, she could not help but smirk. Attempted theft, perhaps. "Well, fine then," Li Daxiong replied, a hint of disappointment on his face as he offered the plain kanji to her. "Ah, just plain kanji. Master said when your body is too weak, you must avoid overly rich foods. Plain kanji is good, refreshing. All right, as long as you know. You eat it yourself. I certainly won't feed you. Actually, you could feed me." "What?" Li Daxiong blushed, wondering if this monkey might be developing feelings for him. Upon observing Gu Ye's expressionless visage, he remarked, "In your presence, I find it impossible to eat. Thus, you may monopolize this bowl of kanji." Li Daxiong, "You are indeed cunning, full of schemes, and quite irksome." Li Daxiong, unable to withstand the rebuke, could only respond with a grim countenance, agreeing to sneak into the kitchen for 2 small dishes to appease her. Once he departed, Gu Yi swiftly transformed from a delicate figure into a relaxed individual, proudly holding the kanji. Humph, this rustic rogue thinks he can placate her with mere kanji? She had sustained injuries from labor. After satisfying her hunger, Gu Yi contemplated her surroundings, realizing she was now within the county office. Ah, her treatment had indeed escalated, transitioning from a humble into a government establishment. Li Daxiong remarked, "Why do I constantly feel as though you are mocking me?" "Indeed, I am," Gu Yi retorted, dismissing Li Daxiong before stealthily exiting the room. She had just learned from him that she had nearly slept for 2 days. No wonder she felt like a famished ghost, devouring the preserved radish and peanuts he had brought. Nevertheless, the matters concerning the Shi family and the Wang family of Li Village had been resolved, with only the final touches remaining, likely to be completed in 2 days' time. Guyi was now determined to seek out. The county magistrate had already been detained. Upon entering the main hall, Guyi could discern the unease and trepidation among the constables, indicating that the Shi family had uncovered the corrupt ledger linked to the magistrate. With the prominent figures apprehended, the lesser ones were naturally filled with fear. Guyi had long been recognized as a member of the Taoist sect, affiliated with the bald-headed master, thus the constables treated her with great respect. After entering and announcing her presence, before long, Qingyu emerged. Upon glancing at Guyi, he appeared less arrogant than before. He merely nodded in greeting and remarked, "The young master is still attending to official matters. Please wait a moment. Let us proceed to the side hall." "Very well, lead the way." Guyi had barely sipped a few cups of tea when he was informed to go to the study. Although he was aware of the numerous ancient customs associated with archaeology, he still felt that the protocol of announcing his arrival at the entrance, waiting in the side hall, and then discussing matters in the study was rather contrived. However, upon seeing the elegantly attired Master Lu, who had changed into resplendent garments, Guyi felt a sense of ease. As she entered, she went straight to the point. "Good morning. I understand you are busy, so I shall not intrude for long. I have come to discuss the funds we agreed upon during our collaboration in Wangjia village. It is time to fulfill that promise." The process of greeting, exchanging pleasantries, expressing concern, clarifying the main topic, providing reminders, and concluding was executed with such fluidity, reminiscent of a skilled courtesan in Luoyang performing a delicate pipa melody, graceful and seamless. If one had previously told Luigi that this youthful girl standing before him, not long ago, was of limited intellect, he would certainly have dismissed it as folly. "Oh, as long as you are content, my village girl. Do you not inquire how much?" Guyi instead smiled. Miss Wang is indeed a person of discretion. At that moment, Guyi observed the tall, imposing figure of Lord Lu, his elegant hand resting on the hilt of his soft sword at his waist. 100 taels, Guyi declared, effectively having her initial demands. Lord Lu responded with a subtle smile. "Miss Wang is truly a paragon of the younger generation of our great Tang. I had originally prepared 300 taels." "You scoundrel." Guyi smiled. "The banner, do not forget." Lu Yiji, in front of Guyi, opened the prepared pouch and extracted 4 silver ingots of 50 taels each, leaving 2 for Guyi. 2 pairs, quite auspicious. I would prefer something less fortuitous. Then just 1. Guyi tightened the strings of the pouch, tossing it into his hand and clasping his fists. "Thank you, Lord Lu, for your generosity. I shall take my leave." To simply take the money and depart, is it truly so pragmatic? "I beg Miss Wang to wait a moment," Lu Yiji suddenly interjected. "There are still matters I wish to clarify with you." Guyi regretted coming to collect the money. Chapter 34. The inquiry. "Are you asking me about something? In exchange for money?" Guyi turned, weighing the pouch in his hand with a semblance of a smile. "Consultation fee. How mercenary." In the past, Lu Yiji held a rather unfavorable impression of such behavior. However, considering their previous collaboration, and given his extensive experience in criminal investigation, there were times when the abundance of falsehoods forced one to confront truths. Hearing someone speak so candidly felt oddly refreshing, even liberating. Guyi nodded, maintaining a cooperative demeanor. "Of course. Who are you?" "Guyi." "Who is Guyi?" "Since Wang Xiaoya's passing, a rebirth. Have you forgotten everything? Whatever should be remembered has faded." "Then from where do you acquire the knowledge you possess now? For instance, your learning?" "I do not know." "Then why do you believe your name to be Guyi?" This is the final question. The interaction between Lu Darren and Guyi inadvertently revealed the former's intention behind questioning the latter. Indeed, he harbored suspicions that Guyi was not Wang Xiaoya, pondering the absurdity of a supposed recovery from idiocy. One might wonder where the narrative of time travelers outsmarting ancient denizens had gone, for those encountered were far from foolish. The most naive among them bore an innate clumsiness, yet possessed an uncanny ability to shatter stones with their chest. It was exhausting. Guyi felt a pang of anxiety for a fleeting moment and remarked, upon my awakening, "Someone informed me that I was once a fool. However, I perceive myself as remarkably clever, and the name Wang Xiaoya is utterly incongruent with my intellect. Thus, I've been contemplating, and have devised a name that is both melodious and profound." Lu Yiji seized upon a singular detail. Guyi had conjured this name herself. "Guyi, might I see you write it?" "Certainly." Guyi replied as she approached and meticulously inscribed the name. The characters were neatly penned, neither unappealing nor particularly exquisite. Lu Yizhi gazed silently at the two characters on the blank paper for a considerable time before commenting, in a rural setting. Given Wang Xiaoya's familial circumstances to produce such writing, it is commendable that you can write at all. One would assume that writing would be beyond your reach. Is Lu Darren expressing disdain for the ugliness of my handwriting? Guyi mused. Lu Yizhi, ever the impartial judge of aesthetics, noted her disdainful expression regarding her own work, and with a slight squint, added nonchalantly, in all the calligraphy I have encountered, it is the most unsightly. Thank you for your thorough comparison, Guyi replied, unfazed. All right. I've written the words, Guyi casually remarked, tilting her head slightly, her brows arching in amusement. In total, there are 6 questions, amounting to 300 taels. 6. Lu Yizhi was momentarily taken aback, calculating silently, his expression turning to one of incredulity. Could you perhaps write the last one for me to see? That counts as a question, doesn't it? Is there a fee for that? He was well aware that negotiating with this individual was futile. Moreover, his family's upbringing certainly did not encompass squabbles over money with women. Yet, there were only 200 taels here. Could we perhaps draft an IOU? You could come to my Lu family to collect it later, or inform me of your address, and I shall have a servant deliver it to you. A chuckle escaped her lips. If it weren't for his facade, Guyi might have believed he was attempting to charm her. But since that was not the case, it seemed, he was still suspicious, intending to continue his investigation in the future. How astute, truly befitting of a minister of the Dali court. There's no need for that, since Master Lu lacks the funds. Shall we consider this settled then? Allow me to pose a question to you instead. For the same inquiry, it will be 50 taels. I shall only ask 2. As expected, Lu Yizhi nodded. Pray tell, are you married? Lu Yizhi was taken aback, his brows knitting together slightly. Do you have someone you admire? No. And what next? That's all. A surefire tactic. No man feels comfortable probing further after that. Cunning. Lu Yizhi could only acquiesce with resignation. Guyi placed 4 silver ingots, each worth 50 taels, into her pouch, securing her 300 taels. She then prepared to take her leave. Before I requested you to write, I had inquired with Miss Qingwan, Guyi remarked, pausing abruptly. Given your circumstances, it is indeed understandable that no one has guided you in the art of calligraphy, as your parents are illiterate. However, you and a few others have been close friends with Yin Yu since childhood. The latter, being well-educated and cultured, took it upon herself to instruct you in the ways of literature and writing. While conventional and flawed, this approach paradoxically renders it impeccable. The choice lies between persisting in doubt, turning a blind eye, or quelling the matter at its inception. Guyi firmly dismissed the latter possibility, demonstrating her discernment and judgment. Ultimately, Lu Yizhi presented her with an unexpected surprise. If one seeks rebirth and a fresh start, desiring to allow a person named Guyi to thrive beneath this vast sky, one requires an identity document. Ah, indeed. Thus, you intend to. 250 taels, you old rascal. Currently, one finds it difficult to contend with the formidable, especially when the other party is affiliated with the government. Given her genuine need for that identity document, Guyi reluctantly surrendered the 250 taels of silver, retaining only a single ingot in her possession. Upon stepping outside, she encountered Wang Qingwan conversing with Qingyu in the courtyard. Both turned to regard her. Wang Qingwan's visage bore a melancholic hue, sorrow concealed in her eyes. Yet her expression softened upon seeing Guyi. Little duck, I'm still just a chick. Upon hearing this, Guyi felt a sudden shift in her demeanor. Indeed, she witnessed her typically proud and aloof classmate, Qingyu, breaking into an unrestrained smile. She casually remarked, and Qingyu glanced at the person, intending to mock her for her ignorance of the world's vastness. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that this girl, just a few days prior, had appeared disheveled and haggard, resembling a vagrant. Yet, after a couple of days of unconscious rest, her complexion had improved slightly, displaying a hint of vitality and cleanliness. Though she could hardly be deemed beautiful, her skin remained somewhat sallow and dark, and in the Tang Dynasty, fair and delicate features were highly esteemed. While she now possessed a touch of youthful charm, she was still not unpleasant to behold. Nonetheless, he felt no justification for derision. Mocking a mere monkey is vastly different from ridiculing a young girl. Of course, if comparing two young ladies, Wang Qingwan today donned a rather simple white outfit. Her pallor and frail appearance complemented by her natural grace, making her rather captivating. When it came to Guyi's comment, She merely paused for a moment before genuinely agreeing. Gu Yi, that sounds lovely. Gu Yi, unfazed by the thoughts of the two, softened her demeanor slightly, inquiring, are you looking for me, or for the person inside? The person inside? Qingyu sensed Gu Ye's annoyance towards Lu Yizhi and mused that this clever, monkey-like girl had finally met her match with his master, which made him smile. Miss Qingwan is here to see you. Me? Gu Yi turned her gaze towards Wang Qingwan. Qingyu, trained in discretion, stepped away a bit as the two engaged in private conversation. What is it? Gu Yi had also been lying in bed for quite a while. Although she had consumed some porridge and peanuts, the weight of the silver coins nestled in her bosom left her feeling somewhat hollow. Thus, she resolved to engage in casual conversation with the young woman before seeking out some food. What is it? Gu Yi inquired, but Wang Qingwan remained silent. Instead, she bent her knees and suddenly knelt upon the ground. What are you doing? Do not presume that in this modern society, where human rights are upheld, such behavior is commonplace. Even in ancient times, the act of bowing in reverence was not something to be taken lightly. My mother has wronged you several times, and although it was due to my actions, it is undeniable that we owe you a great debt. As a child, it is only fitting that I repay you, even if it is merely with my life. Is that the crux of the matter? Gu Yi, having grasped the situation, scrutinized Wang Qingwan's expression and demeanor. Her sincerity was palpable. After discerning that the young woman was not merely feigning remorse, Gu Yi felt a slight alleviation of her previous irritation. Very well. I do not require your life, but it is true that your mother has wronged me on several occasions. Nevertheless, I have heard that you treated me kindly during our childhood, so let us consider it even. Gu Yi spoke with an unruffled tone, while Qingyu perceived the young woman to be remarkably magnanimous. After all, he could discern that the attitudes of Wang Qingwan and Gu Yi were genuine. One was sincerely seeking forgiveness, while the other was genuinely gracious. It was quite a pleasing sight, was it not? Is there something else on your mind? Gu Yi noticed the heaviness of Wang Qingwan's demeanor. My mother wishes to meet you. Wang Qingwan hesitated to voice her request, but eventually managed to articulate it. I understand this may be quite difficult for you, yet I assure you, she harbors no intentions of causing you further harm. Where is she? She merely. Wang Qingwan yearned to implore Gu Yi a few more times, only to suddenly realize that Gu Yi had already acquiesced. Instinctively, she raised her gaze and beheld the simple, naive girl who had once trailed behind her in their youth, now gazing down at her. Those eyes sparkled with brilliance. Did you not wish to see me? Lead the way, Wang Qingwan exclaimed, her heart brimming with delight and profound gratitude towards Gu Yi. Had it not been for Gu Ye's rolling eyes, preventing her tears from flowing, she would have certainly embraced this childhood companion and wept heartily. Wang Xinyang was a criminal, yet she did not enjoy the same leniency as Gu Yi. She remained confined within her cell. Despite her numerous transgressions, the bond of maternal love commanded respect, and in the Tang Dynasty, filial piety was held in high regard. Therefore, in the interrogation room, Wang Xinyang was presently seated, exhibiting an unnaturally quiet demeanor. Chapter 35, Forgiveness? Duim is here. Double update tomorrow. As the loudest woman in the region, her infamous reputation resonated far and wide. Yet, who could blame her for her malice when faced with the plight of orphans and widows? It was well known that her daughter, a beauty waiting in her chamber, was equally renowned. The guards occasionally glanced at the haggard visage of Wang Xinyang, but found her strangely tranquil. Ah, retribution for evil deeds, they mused, though their disdain for her diminished when they considered her stunning daughter. Perhaps this was simply human nature, detached from the struggles of life and death. One could empathize with other sins if they seemed justifiable, revealing a saintly disposition. Yet, what thoughts occupied the mind of the criminal herself? With a loud clang, the door swung open, and the guard's gaze fell upon the graceful and gentle Wang girl, followed closely by a girl who was notably shorter than her. Oh, this young lady is indeed favored by the Taoist, and has connections with Lord Lu. Ah, my dear girl, you've arrived. Little duck, yet again. Gu Yi's spirits, which had been quite buoyant, faltered for a moment as he took note of the young guard. Wang Xinyang, seated there, lifted her gaze, and upon seeing Gu Yi, her eyes momentarily glazed over, only to quickly regain focus. You've come, she uttered, her voice now hoarse, almost unrecognizable to Gu Yi. Well, if it weren't for your daughter's plea. Wang Xinyang's eyes sharpened suddenly. She pleaded with you? Wang Qingwan felt a pang of unease. Mother, however, someone had already audaciously taken a seat across from Wang Xinyang, crossing one leg over the other and folding her arms defiantly. Indeed, She did plead with me, seeking my forgiveness, requesting that I come to see you. Isn't that rather vexing, disheartening, and painful for you? To be honest, Wang Qingwan was taken aback by Gu Ye's audacity. The guards stood in stunned silence. But no matter how vexed, disheartened, or pained you may feel, it doesn't compel me to forgive you. After all, Wang Qingwan is your daughter, not mine. And her years of confinement at the hands of Lady, she concern me not. Frankly, I owe you a slap for my narrow escape from death. And it seems only fitting. With a cold smirk, Gu Yi abruptly rose and delivered a swift slap to Wang Xinyang, then dusted off her hands. Consider this a settlement. We are even. With that, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. In the interrogation room, Wang Xinyang cradled her reddened cheek, remaining silent for a while, before taking Wang Qingwan's hand as it gently caressed her face. I feel relieved. Wang Qingwan's eyes brimmed with tears. Even in the absence of wailing and lamentation, the officials found their hearts heavy as they stepped outside, only to be met by two figures at the entrance, causing them to tense collectively. With a simple sweep of a sleeve and a piercing glance, the strangers rendered the officials silent, and they departed quietly. After a brief moment, Wang Qingwan emerged with reddened eyes. She beheld Lu Yizhi, who was resplendent in his fine attire, yet bore an air of cold detachment. Do you understand, Sir Lu? She began, her voice laden with emotion. Wang Qingwan, however, was a rare soul of profound insight. Her eyes glistened yet held a smile, reminiscent of pear blossoms adorned with tears. Her words served as a veil to obscure my disgrace, preserving the innocence of a maiden's reputation. By striking my mother, she had unwittingly resolved a knot in her heart, allowing her to depart in peace. Pausing, she met Lu Yizhi's gaze. You must condemn my mother to death, yet this too would grant her liberation. After all, a crime is a crime. As long as you comprehend this, it suffices. Lu Yizhi nodded, but then, for reasons unknown, he posed a question. Do you know why she showed your subordinates a measure of mercy? Mercy? The inquiry seemed to imply that Gu Yi was not as merciful as he appeared. Wang Qingwan, being an astute individual, a fact she had demonstrated on numerous occasions, possessed a sharp acumen that transcended mere cunning. This insight stemmed perhaps from her experiences as an orphan girl, which compelled her to remain ever vigilant. Thus, when Lu Yizhi had previously sought her counsel regarding Gu Yi, she discerned the suspicions that lingered in his mind. Yet now, was it still the same? Perhaps it was due to my compliments regarding her new name's melodiousness. Wang Qingwan offered a subtle smile. Maintaining an impenetrable facade, Lu Yizhi was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately chuckled, casting a glance at Wang Qingwan. I will ensure her identity documents are in order, and you can deliver them to her. To be candid, Gu Ye's perception of Lu Yizhi had fluctuated like a Ferris wheel, sometimes high, sometimes low. For instance, when Lu Yizhi had previously swindled her out of 250 taels, Gu Yi had mentally envisioned a scenario where she would stuff Lu Yizhi into a sack and beat him severely. However, when Wang Qingwan, clad in simple white attire, approached him with her identity documents, Gu Yi was astounded by the efficiency. It had been less than a day since their last encounter. His mood transformed from gloomy to bright, and he promptly rescued Lu Darren from the metaphorical sack, offering him a few compliments. This prompted Li Daxiong beside him to roll his eyes at such blatant pragmatism. Yet, upon scrutinizing Wang Qingwan's attire, he raised an eyebrow, noticing something peculiar about her sleeves. What is this? My mother has already been executed. Although Gu Yi was aware of Wang Xidang's death sentence, hearing it directly from Wang Qingwan felt profoundly different. She pondered the subtle nuances of the young woman's expression. To be frank, there truly existed an extraordinary talent emerging from this remote village. Have you come to terms with it? You wouldn't contemplate taking your own life, would you? Li Daxiong could not suppress his concern. However, this caused Gu Ye's expression to slightly stiffen as he cast a glance at Wang Qingwan, who shook her head in response. I won't. Gu Yi pouted. Although life and death are matters of personal freedom, he held a profound disdain for those whose lives were exchanged by others, asserting that for such individuals, seeking death was tantamount to committing murder. His words were quite harsh, and though he delivered them lightly, they left both Wang Qingwan and Li Daxiong momentarily stunned. Li Daxiong felt that Gu Ye's words might have been too severe. Yet Wang Qingwan appeared earnest, acknowledging, indeed, my life was exchanged for my mother's. I must live for her. Gu Yi nodded and then shifted the topic, asking, what about the documents? Here, Wang Qingwan replied, retrieving an identification document from her small backpack. However, there was another one inside, which was also hers. She took it out as well, but did not open it. She merely showed it to Gu Yi. Thanks to your assistance, Lord Lu also helped me obtain a document. Wow. Gu Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Huh. I did indeed rely on you. Lord Lu mentioned that you contributed extra silver. Thank you. No. I meant. Gu Yi genuinely wished to avoid accepting such a label of benevolence. He calculated that 250 taels in this world equated to around 60 to 70,000 modern currency, implying that half of it was effectively given to this charming young lady before him. Yet, meeting Wang Qingwan's sincere and grateful gaze, Gu Ye's lips curled slightly. Not at all. It was merely a trivial effort. How contemptible. Gu Yi found it amusing and genuinely laughed. But it was evident that Wang Qingwan's purpose for approaching him was far from over. Wang Qingwan felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, while lending financial assistance might be a noble act, it was somewhat difficult for her to broach the subject with this younger sister, especially considering the weight of her mother's past deeds, which could not be overshadowed by mere monetary contributions. However, she underestimated Gu Ye's generosity and open-mindedness. Giving money? That's splendid. Thank you. I find you quite delightful, someone exclaimed with a beaming smile, causing Li Daxiang, who stood nearby, to feel a bit bashful. Say, monkey. Don't you think this is a tad lacking in principles? Li Daxiang remarked. Shall we indulge in a sumptuous lunch? I think the pork bone noodle soup at the corner is quite good, and the beef from Old Wang's place to the west is also delightful. He rapidly listed an extravagant menu. Gu Yi, however, felt slightly overwhelmed. Despite the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty, it paled in comparison to the plethora of modern culinary delights. Are you planning to dine out? Since we are parting ways, why not allow me to prepare a meal for you? Wang Qingwan volunteered. Gu Yi and Li Daxiang eagerly accepted her offer, for Gu Yi was only knowledgeable about delectable food and the act of consuming it, while Li Daxiang was even less adept. In essence, they were simply two food enthusiasts. Thus, the trio promptly formed an alliance and, guided by the local Wang Qingwan, ventured to the market to procure an array of ingredients. Li Daxiang quickly came to appreciate the value of befriending this monkey. He had initially thought she would be as miserly as the bald-headed fellow, but he was pleasantly surprised by her generosity. 5 pounds of beef, 2 large ribs of pork, and whatever else is delicious and expensive. Wang Qingwan's culinary skills were exceptional, and soon a table brimming with dishes was prepared, just as they were about to dig in. A person entered and placed a jug of wine on the table. Knowing that you excel in culinary delights, he specifically procured a bottle of wine, and the bald man smiled generously, inquiring if you were pleased. The issue, however, was that none of the three here could partake in alcohol. Gu Yi believed he could handle it, yet he suspected that Wang Xiaoya's constitution might not withstand the effects of the drink, though others might manage, with so many present. If she were to become inebriated and utter inappropriate remarks, it would not bode well. Thus, the bottle held no significance for Gu Yi. This rustic bandit had clearly come to mooch off their meal. He had waited until they were all busy before making his appearance. Devious indeed. Nevertheless, considering he was an elder with a life-saving grace, Gu Yi internally grumbled but ultimately did not refuse. With 4 individuals gathered around the table, indulging in food and drink, the afternoon swiftly approached. Wang Qingwan departed. Gu Yi stood at the door, watching the pristine figure clad in white gradually fade under the sunlight. Where could she be headed? Youthful in spirit, yet outwardly composed, Li Daxiang felt a tinge of reluctance. To become a nun? Oh, to renounce the world. Li Daxiang was alarmed. Chapter 36. The Tea Pavilion, could it be true? Miss Wang, he mused. Li Daxiang was aware that Wang Qingwan was not being held captive and tormented by the envious Lady Shi, as the rumors outside suggested, but rather by Shi Jingfeng. Therefore, it was conceivable that she, unable to endure the humiliation, might seek refuge in a monastic life. Yet, how lamentable it would be for a blossoming young woman to take such a path. Is renunciation truly a commendable choice? In a serene landscape where mountains and waters harmonize, one finds solace in the recitation of scriptures and the chanting of Buddha's name, though the fare may be humble. A simple meal can still allow one to gaze lightly upon the clouds and rain within the mountains, unperturbed by the tumult of worldly affairs. Those who can renounce the world that will embody true freedom. At this moment, the bald man seemed to radiate an ethereal glow. You have just indulged in the most meat, haven't you? Master Li Daxiang remarked. The bald man ignored her. Turning instead to Gu Yi, she appears to have found her place. It seems that Lord Lu is indeed a man of compassion, ensuring her well-being. And what of you? Where do you intend to go? As for me, the world is vast, and there are countless destinations. However, I would rather you assist me in resolving the matter concerning the shadow first. Ah, so you seek my help. No wonder your words are so sweet. Nevertheless, I must confess that I am unable to assist you in this regard. What? But did you not say otherwise before? Gu Yi expressed her skepticism, recalling the man's previous demeanor, which had exuded confidence in his ability to handle the situation. Is this for real? You aren't planning on selling people, are you? Though not particularly handsome, she is at least a blossoming young lady. Gu Yi remained dubious. Is there a solution in Quishan? Indeed. Come with us to Quishan, monkey. My grandmaster is formidable. He is the master of my master. Li Daxiong asserted with conviction. Ah, this is indeed worth considering, for the bald man does seem to possess some skill, and Quishan sounds quite impressive. Gu Yi, being a decisive individual, replied, Very well, I shall accompany you to Quishan. After all, the illusion ring in her possession belonged to them, and the bald man had been fixated on her hand, clearly signaling either a hint or a veiled threat. It remains a mystery why she must journey to Kuei Mountain, undoubtedly with some ulterior motive, yet she finds herself constrained by circumstances beyond her control. Since Gu Yi intends to accompany her, the three of them promptly prepare their belongings. It is worth noting that although Kuei Mountain lies within the borders of Fanyang, it is not in close proximity to Shaoyang village. After a day of horseback riding, Gu Yi, feeling as if her bones might shatter, sits atop a small haystack munching on rice cakes. Upon learning that Kuei Mountain is still a 2-day ride away, she harbors deep skepticism regarding how the villagers from Lijia would seek assistance from the bald man. Those individuals, fearful for their lives, could not possibly be so sincere. Could they? It is not that simple. I merely accepted a commission from my master, and as fate would have it, we crossed paths with one of their villagers. Initially, they were so stingy that they wouldn't part with even a chicken. Ah, such a pity for the good girl. Her aged demeanor prompting Gu Yi to roll her eyes. You know nothing. Just because someone appears decent. The bald man sips his water, asserting that her temperament is indeed rare. Shaoyang village possesses its own peculiarities, teeming with eccentric individuals. However, this year has been particularly tumultuous, and in previous times, we seldom found sustenance within this territory. Casting a sidelong glance at Gu Yi, the tales of Li Meng and Yen Yu, Shi Jingfeng and Wang Qingwan, as well as Wang Jing, have spread throughout the nearby counties and towns. It is merely a rural love story, Gu Yi remarks wistfully. You seem rather dismissive. Aren't you young ladies supposed to find such matters intriguing? When I went to purchase wine today, I overheard someone say that Li Ming is infatuated. The bald man chuckles derisively. Infatuated? Gu Yi pursed her lips, reflecting that while poverty is not inherently dreadful, it is indeed rare to encounter someone whose destitution manifests in such a twisted and deranged manner, as if it were entirely justified. Miss Yin is truly unfortunate to have been entangled with such a character since childhood. Were it me, I would not constantly seek out perilous escapades in the depths of the reed marshes without even considering a change of scenery. Such behavior suggests either a profound lack of emotional intelligence or a complete disregard for others' feelings. It is clear that he has been enamored solely with his own pride throughout. Pausing for a moment, she glanced at the two individuals, inquiring if they believed that had he not been at his wit's end, and if the gathering had not been so crowded, with only he and Wang Qingwan present. Upon learning the truth from her, would he have experienced a moment of enlightenment? The bald man chuckled, asserting that certainly he would not. Moreover, he would undoubtedly eliminate Wang Qingwan and anyone else who might be privy to the matter, ensuring that his foolishness and obsession would remain unchallenged. He then took another bite of his pastry, observing the group nearby engaged in spirited discussions. Gu Yi expressed his skepticism, suspecting that Yen Yu had undoubtedly attempted to explain herself at that moment as it pertained to the lives of her family. However, Li Ming was consumed by hatred and initially felt that the Yen family looked down upon him. Thus, he certainly did not grant her the opportunity to elucidate. Yen Yu's tongue had been severed. The bald man, observing the astonishment on their faces, clarified that Lu Yi had later examined Yen Yu's corpse and discovered that her mouth was devoid of a tongue, with the root indicating that it had been cleanly severed by a sharp instrument. Therefore, there was no need for any sympathy towards Li Ming. Notions of love and compassion for such a person were far less deserving than the admiration one might bestow upon Shi Jingfeng. As for Shi Jingfeng and Wang Jing, many remained perplexed about whether their connection was one-sided affection or a case of abandonment. the unfortunate Wang Jing, who had turned love into hatred. Li Daxiong, despite his robust exterior, exhibited a remarkable sensitivity towards matters of the heart. Along this journey, he showed an abundance of tenderness towards various women, including Wang Jing, Wang Qingwan, and now Yanyu, which left Gu Yi and his companions feeling quite exasperated. What was there to pity? Whether one liked or disliked, or was willing or unwilling. It was entirely her choice. The consequences were her own doing, and how she met her end was ultimately her affair. Gu Yi was particularly weary of such romantic entanglements and preferred not to dwell excessively on the affairs of others. Thus he shifted the topic. Do you not think those people ahead have been watching us incessantly? The trio was seated beneath a tree at a small grass mound near the tea house, where typically passing travelers would enter to enjoy tea and snacks as part of the customary routine. However, the bald man was rather stingy, and given Gu Ye's generous spending the previous day, they now felt compelled to be cautious. Therefore, the three settled for some simple provisions to satisfy their hunger. However, since the arrival of the three individuals, those people have been casting furtive glances from time to time. Gu Yi observed for quite a while before confirming that there was indeed something amiss. The bald man pursed his lips and swallowed a large pancake, exhibiting a certain peculiarity. It seemed that Li Daxiong, with his coarse nerves, also sensed it, and naturally, his intuition could not be wrong. If one wishes to know, it is quite simple. He clapped his hands, and just as Gu Yi and his companion felt a sense of foreboding, he opened his mouth. Hey, what are you staring at us for over there? His voice was quite loud, causing the people in that direction to fall silent, and then turn back to their own affairs. Truly, Gu Yi felt quite embarrassed. Nevertheless, it proved effective, as shortly thereafter, a gentleman resembling a country squire approached. Might you be Taoists? The bald man clapped his hands to brush off the crumbs from his pancake. We are not Taoists, but we traverse the same path. Is there something you need? This gentleman displayed a degree of discernment. Upon observing the bald man's green staff and the pouch hanging from his waist, he deduced their affiliation. Whether they were Taoists or not was inconsequential, as in this world. Practitioners of various arts each have their own methods. Indeed, I am Zhou Bing, hailing from Yuzhou. Yuzhou? Gu Yi was taken aback. According to the Zhou Li, Jifeng, the northeastern region is referred to as Yuzhou, encompassing roughly the modern northern Hebei and Liaoning areas. In historical records, it was one of the ancient 9 provinces. In the early years of the Sui dynasty, Emperor Yang abolished the state to establish a commandery, thus renaming Yuzhou to Zhujiuan. Later, in the first year of the Tang Dynasty's Wuda era, 618, it was reinstated as Yuzhou, and in the first year of the Tianbao era, 742, it was renamed Fanyongjun. In the first year of the Qianyuan era, 758, it reverted to Yuzhou once more. Therefore, in a broader sense, Yuzhou is sometimes used interchangeably with Fanyang. In this somewhat tumultuous realm of the Tang Dynasty, Gu Yi contemplated that Yuzhou should be regarded as a designation for a city, while Fanyang serves as a collective term for this region within the Tang territory. The so-called Lu clan of Fanyang naturally symbolizes the affluent families of the entire area, rather than being confined solely to the city of Yuzhou. Must it involve the Lu clan once more? Gu Yi felt a slight discomfort, causing him to slow his pace in consuming his pastry. It turns out that a friend from Yuzhou is in distress. The bald man, noting the individual's refined attire, presumed him to be affluent, thus inquiring with a commercial mindset. It is not so much a dilemma as, Master, could you possibly be exorcising demons? Oh, what a superfluous statement. Observing the bald man's unsavory expression, Zhou Bing hastily apologized, stating, I spoke without thought. I have indeed been exploring the surroundings and consulted several Taoists, yet none could provide assistance. You have yet to clarify your purpose. Does this pertain to demon hunting? Gu Yi too sensed an uncertainty regarding the matter. The bald man was a quintessential example of one who would not engage in a venture without assurance of success. Master, please do not be hasty. Allow me to elaborate. Zhou Bing, noticing the bald man's impatience, quickened his speech. After all, I did consult a Taoist, and the first one I engaged claimed the feng shui was unfavorable. I believed him, compensated him handsomely to arrange the feng shui, and he went about it with great zeal. I was pleased and hosted a banquet in his honor, and guess what? He died. After consuming only a couple of drinks, he suddenly collapsed, blood gushing from his orifices, leaving me utterly terrified. The authorities arrived to investigate, but could not discern any apparent cause. Fortunately, our wise magistrate, Lord Kuai from Yuzhou, concluded that it had no connection to me. Subsequently, he summoned other Taoist priests for their insights, who proclaimed that he had fallen victim to malevolent spirits. This particular priest even ventured into my orchard, but never returned. Never returned? Li Daxiang gasped in shock, instinctively exclaiming, "Is he dead?" "Indeed. He perished, collapsing beneath the peach tree." "What was the cause of death?" Chapter 37. The 18 Forbidden Old Man Well? Zhou Bing pondered his words carefully. The coroner claimed it was due to a long-standing ailment, a heart obstruction that led to his demise. Gu Yi pondered this ancient explanation before inquiring, "Frightened to death?" "Huh." Li Daxiang laughed first, while the bald man shot a disapproving glance at Gu Yi. "Frightened to death? It was not you." However, the bald man did inquire about the symptoms of the deceased, discovering that there were no traces of ghosts or demons. What nonsense is this investigation? Even though Zhou Bing mentioned that other Taoist priests had also met unfortunate ends, the bald man remained unyielding. Frustrated, Zhou Bing could not help but exclaim, "I believe this Taoist is simply inept, deliberately putting on airs." The bald man replied with calmness, "Indeed." "Damn it." Zhou Bing was infuriated, as someone approached from the tea stall, urging him to leave amid the commotion. "Master, there must be spirits in that orchard. Why do you not investigate?" "Investigate? You must be joking. Yuzhou is the largest city in our region. Surely, there are capable individuals within it." Disregarding the mountainous region of Qishan, even the Yutong sect situated in Yuzhou remained silent, as do the wandering cultivators. This silence may suggest a lack of mystical occurrences in the area, or perhaps a depth of intrigue that keeps them observing from the shore. "Why should we venture into uncertain waters?" The bald man glanced at Zhou Bing, a cold smile gracing his lips. Moreover, this individual is acutely aware that the orchard has claimed numerous lives. While a few fatalities might be tolerable, the continuous loss of life should have necessitated the orchard's closure. Yet, he subtly hints that one should eliminate the malevolent forces plaguing the orchard, driven solely by greed. Furthermore, he implies the livelihoods of those orchard farmers, seeking my assistance in return. This reveals a profound cunning in his character. One cannot be certain of securing any monetary gain without risking being ensnared in his schemes. Following the bald man's analysis, Li Daxiang harbored no favorable sentiments towards Zhou Bing. Moreover, "Gu Yi, I wouldn't have known you loved me if you hadn't spoken." Li Daxiang. 2 days later, Gu Yi beheld Qishan. Qishan is an unremarkable mountain, characterized by its clear waters and lush scenery. Yet it does not rise to the status of a renowned peak. In the prosperous Tang Dynasty, where pollution is absent and resources abound, even the most modest of mountains surpasses the artificially constructed hills and amusement parks that define modernity. Here, there are no amusement parks, nor exclusive bathing resorts accessible only to VIPs. Qishan is neither too great nor too small, adorned with red maple forests, verdant pines, cascading streams, and fish darting through clear waters. The mountain is laden with fruits, fragrant blooms fill the air, and the clouds drift lazily above. It is indeed a splendid mountain. After riding for 2 days, Gu Yi felt as though her backside was on the verge of being sore. Upon reaching the summit, she experienced a rare moment of relief. Dismounting, she stretched her waist and remarked, "Your sect is quite commendable. The mountains are splendid, the waters pure, and surely the cuisine is abundant." This comment caused the bald man who had also dismounted to stagger slightly, turning to glare at Gu Yi, exclaiming, "Shallow. Humph. As if you aren't greedy for food yourself." The three of them ascended the mountain. Gu Yi initially found the Kuei mountain quite appealing, yet as they climbed higher, an unsettling silence enveloped her. "Is it always this quiet among your sect?" she inquired. "Indeed, we are rather refined," they replied. "Oh, so the creatures in your mountains are equally silent?" she continued. Yes, they have been influenced by us and have become quite cultured." Gu Yi fell silent, sensing that her situation was somewhat precarious. Indeed, half an hour later, after arduous effort in navigating the winding mountain path, she finally reached a few dilapidated earthen houses. Observing the desolate courtyard and the eerily silent forest behind, she remarked, "Is this where your sect raises pigs?" Her words rendered the 2 disciples speechless. Gu Yi turned to leave, but suddenly, bang, a sharp blow struck her neck, rendering her unconscious once more. "You promised to take me for treatment and to share a meal. One must not be so lacking in integrity," echoed a voice from within the decrepit dwelling. At that moment, Gu Yi found herself seated on the ground, encircled by the 2 disciples. "I have no money. What do you intend to gain by luring me to this mountain?" Gu Yi implored them earnestly. The bald man chuckled, now realizing his fear. Wasn't he quite clever before? Guyi observed the man's lewd grin, while beside her, Li Daxiong stared intently at her, causing her heart to constrict. You two, could it be that, due to your lack of wealth, property, or charm, you resort to abducting young girls? Li Daxiong, flustered, retorted. You're older than I am. The bald man sneered. I have a wife. Guyi disregarded Li Daxiong's comment, her curiosity piqued. Where is she then? Her words seemed to strike a nerve with the bald man. Shut up. If you continue to chatter, I shall marry you off to Daxiong as a concubine. How absurd. If I cannot be a wife, I shall not settle for being a concubine. What troubled Guyi further was how Daxiong, seemingly terrified, fell silent. A tiger fallen to the plains is bullied by dogs. Guyi felt despondent and could only seal her lips, contemplating that if these two truly harbored ill intentions towards her, they could act on it at any moment instead of dragging her up the mountain. Soon, she understood why. It seemed as though someone was singing, their voice wafting from the back mountain, now distant, now near, at times clear, at others fragmented, ethereal, yet melodious. Guyi listened, her expression growing increasingly grim. In the mountains, there's a girl named Xiaofeng, with delicate white hands, so smooth and slender, twisting and turning. Her calves long and fair. The symbols in between merely represent the harmonious words resonating in Guyi's mind, not meant for transcription. But do not doubt that this is undoubtedly an explicit song that would lead to arrest in public during the Tang Dynasty. And it was sung by a man. It's over. It seems I am truly destined to become a mountain bride. However, she soon realized her naivety. This was an old man. When Guyi saw the elderly figure, clad in a loose, faded indigo robe, strolling down the woodland path with an air reminiscent of a rogue, his legs swaying as he walked, the expressions of the three individuals aligned in disbelief. Upon entering the courtyard, the old man paid no heed to the displeased faces of the two disciples and scrutinized Guyi instead. You were told to bring me a girl. And you actually did. It's rare to see such obedience, though your taste leaves much to be desired, he remarked, dismissing her appearance. Guyi fell silent for a moment. Unable to restrain herself, you are not much to look at either. The old man glared. Repeat that. Guyi, too, was not one to hold back her temper and had no inclination to show deference to this elder, presuming herself to possess her own worth. She retorted with a cold smirk. I said, you are not. Her words froze in her throat, unable to escape. She felt as though a grip had silenced her for no apparent reason. This girl speaks nonsense and requires proper discipline, the old man stated slowly, while the two bald men, unusually, refrained from arguing back. Guyi was astounded by the old man's mysterious power that had rendered her mute without cause. No wonder the bald men appeared somewhat apprehensive of him. Yet, did seeking a bride from the mountains come with such stipulations? Was she truly being judged unfavorably by this old man? Guyi felt a profound sense of despair. She understood that one could not expect trust from a stranger. Yet she had not anticipated being so thoroughly deceived, lured to the mountains only to be exposed. However, what did a fourth-grade malevolent spirit signify? Was there a hierarchy among the demons and spirits of this world? Secrets? Undressing for an examination will suffice, the old man declared as he prepared to take action. Yu narrowed his eyes, fixating on the fellow. Oh dear, master ancestor, please refrain from such behavior. Li Daong exclaimed in desperation. What is there to see in such an unattractive monkey? It would be far better to gaze upon me. Guyi. The old man shot him a sidelong glance. Ha! A man whose wife has fled is often devoid of patience. The bald fellow erupted in fury. You don't even have a wife. The old man retorted, that is still preferable to having lost one. In this world, some things are better left unacquired. The greatest fear lies in gaining something only to have it snatched away. This remark prompted Guyi to scrutinize the old man more closely. He suddenly realized that despite the old man's seemingly disheveled appearance, he bore little filth. Rather, his skin was clean and delicate. Although there were wrinkles, there were no signs of age spots, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. His hands, too, were well kept. A jolt of realization struck Guyi. In ancient times, there were no beauty treatments or hormones. This man, with such remarkable physical upkeep, must either practice wellness or engage in cultivation. It appeared this individual was not to be underestimated. Chapter 38. The Upside-Down Golden Hook. The moon fills the universe. What is there to behold in this young girl? She isn't even undressing, and even if she did, there's little to admire. She is so thin, her skin so dark, as if she hasn't tasted meat in years. Oh, what sort of gaze is that? Guyi, being a pragmatic individual, immediately shifted his expression to one of sincerity and admiration upon recognizing the old man's considerable capabilities. Yet, this only made the old man more aware of his unscrupulousness. Trying to pin this on me? How absurd. Guyi found herself immobilized and speechless, struggling to hold her breath. Fortunately, the old man remained silent, merely surveying her with keen eyes. Strange. Indeed, it was peculiar. This young girl was, after all, a corpse. Upon uttering such thoughts, Guyi felt a jolt in her heart as the bald man cast a casual glance in her direction. She claimed to have resurrected in this body, her soul having departed and her memory lost, leaving her unaware of the underlying reasons. I observed her closely and discerned no deceit in her words. After numerous subtle tests over the past days, Guyi couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Oh, this situation had grown quite intriguing. A soul that had left its body yet was afflicted with amnesia? Throughout history, only 3 types of individuals have successfully possessed another's body. First, the malevolent spirits. Second, those with extraordinary soul-manipulating abilities. And third, individuals in possession of unique treasures. This young girl, despite her oddity, bore no trace of malevolence. And the bald man had evidently taken no action against her, suggesting she had committed no wrongdoing. Clearly, she was not malevolent. The second option could be dismissed. Judging by her unfortunate demeanor, she hardly seemed formidable, which left only the third possibility. The old man squinted, a smile gracing his face. A treasure, perhaps? He clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Well done, bald man. Such treasures are indeed rare and sought after." The bald man, with a righteous demeanor, retorted, "Am I that sort of person? Where's the treasure? Is it around your neck?" The old man raised his hand and turned to meet Guyi's gaze. Oh, this young girl possesses quite a sharp gaze, impressive indeed. He refrained from touching her neck, merely gesturing with his fingers, causing Guyi to notice the red string around her neck stirring. It was carrying the skeletal pagoda out from her clothing. Upon laying eyes on the skeletal pagoda, the previously indifferent old man suddenly transformed, his expression shifting dramatically, and an aura of coldness enveloped him, which caused the bald man's brows to furrow deeper. Only Li Daong remained perplexed, anxiously glancing at Guyi. The bone tower, such an ancient artifact, one he hadn't encountered in many years. The bald man pursed his lips. Ancient? This thing is not. He began to voice a thought. But upon noticing Guyi's countenance, he hesitated and fell silent. The old man's fingertips hovered in the void, and the bone tower floated before Guyi's eyes. Li Daong, being somewhat naive, did not contemplate the implications, but the bald man certainly understood something, and this old man seemed to possess knowledge that surpassed even his own. Strangely, Guyi felt this intuition. The old man swiftly tapped Guyi's shoulder. At that moment, Guyi became aware of the touch. But the other's speed was akin to lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had tapped her shoulder, and she had not noticed it earlier. Now, prepared, Guyi realized the slight movement of his elbow. Pressure point. Incredible. Guyi had always admired the agile movements of ancient heroes, akin to dragonflies skimming the water, and the exquisite art of pressure point manipulation. However, viewing it on television was one thing. She never hoped to witness it in reality. And yet, here it was. She remained silent for a considerable time, refraining from speaking, for the enemy's stillness indicated her own strategy of patience. Regardless of whether it was a plea for mercy or any other action, speaking first would only expose her vulnerabilities. Speak. Let us set aside what you have forgotten. Share what you remember. The old man moved slowly, and Guyi cast a fleeting glance at the bald man. I have conveyed all that I know to him. I am not he, and naturally, you are not the same as you are with him when you are with me. This moment is distinct from another. Flowers are not merely flowers, and mists are not merely mists. Guyi suddenly recalled the words of the old monk who often visited her home during her childhood. As he gently stroked her head, at that time, she did not understand, and even now, the meaning eludes her. Yet, she knows that she must never reveal her origins from another world, for that would be too terrifying, and she is uncertain whether the people of this world could accept it. Nevertheless, she possesses her own means of coping. So, do you wish to inquire about the past me or the present me? Ah, this little girl is indeed cunning. The bald man had encountered Guyi's sly side before. In a battle of wits, he would not easily outsmart her. However, if this little girl intends to bewilder the old man, that is permissible. I am not picky, but before that, kindly return the phantom ring to the old man. This will alleviate some of your pressure. You rascal. Guyi bit her lip, grasped the phantom ring on her wrist, unfastened it, and handed it to him. Naturally, her shadow vanished. The old man gazed thoughtfully at her disappearing shadow. then glanced at the bone pagoda, and suddenly remarked, "Sometimes, certain people and objects are not truly lost. They merely reside in places unknown to you, accompanying you." Guyi was taken aback. "What do you mean, senior? Do you wish to know?" "Yes, it is quite simple." The old man smiled faintly, a smile that could captivate an entire city. The inverted golden hook sufficed. Guyi had yet to comprehend the situation when the elderly man's large palm abruptly seized her ankle. In an instant, she was hoisted upside down, and with a swift motion, he propelled himself upwards like a bird, soaring to the rooftop 2 or 3 meters high. With another leap, Guyi found herself hanging upside down, gazing at the treetops below and the cascading sea of clouds in the valley. The scenery flashed by in a blur, weaving through the forest in a dizzying dance that she had never before experienced. As the fleeting images crystallized, Guyi felt as though she had been spun around 38 times on a roller coaster. Her stomach and throat turned inside out. She remained inverted. The old man, deftly balancing on bamboo branches several meters high, swayed like a willow in the breeze, his body undulating with the bamboo leaves. His hands formed intricate gestures, summoning strips of bamboo leaves that ensnared her legs, suspending her high in the air. Was it thrilling? Indubitably so, to the point that it felt as if her insides were about to rupture while rising to her throat. "What are you doing? Let me down." Guyi had initially believed the old man intended to assist her, but instead, "Why are you in such a rush, young one? If I don't turn you upside down and manipulate you properly, that shadow will never emerge. Stop spouting nonsense. Let me down this instant." Had Guyi truly believed this man's absurd claims, she would no longer be herself. The old man was far too peculiar, lacking any semblance of seriousness from the very beginning. It was a pity, as she had just begun to regard him as a sage from another realm. "Ah, master. Is this truly a jest? The monkey will perish." Li Daxiong followed closely behind the bald man, and upon seeing Guyi suspended upside down in midair, he was immediately struck with fear. Clinging to the revolutionary camaraderie they had forged through their shared struggles against the relentless master and their joyful feasts of fish, chicken, and pancakes, a sense of worry enveloped him. Will she die? If so, I would be at ease, but it won't stop. The two of them, master and disciple, found themselves powerless. Guyi had long since yearned for death. She had a mild fear of heights, and being suspended at such a height of over 10 meters was beyond the visual threshold of an ordinary person. Below them lay a lake, perfectly round, neither too large nor too small, with a diameter of approximately 20 meters. Its perfect circularity reminded her of modern artificial lakes. However, apart from that, she felt no mystical quality about the lake, nor did she sense any supernatural power in her precarious position. Since arriving in this otherworldly realm, she felt she had been teetering on the brink of disaster, longing for her former self in the modern world. "Senior, if I have offended you in any way, please let me know. Or if you truly wish to extract knowledge from me, I will certainly be forthcoming." The old man pondered gravely and asked, "What color are your undergarments?" The bald man face-palmed. Li Daxiong looked utterly despondent. Guyi nearly retched from the shock. "Old man, what exactly do you intend to do? I want to see if you will die." "What?" The bald man stared at Guyi for a moment, then suddenly chuckled enigmatically before turning to leave. Li Daxiong, feeling a twinge of conscience, called out, "Monkey, wait for me. I'll bring you something to eat." And with that, the old man's figure faded into the forest, followed closely by the bald man. Li Daxiong's figure gradually diminished within the forest. Guyi hung alone, inverted, in silence. Cursed thrice, she sealed her lips and closed her eyes. Blood surged to her head and eyes, and she felt as though death was imminent. Time eluded her perception. Dusk descended, accompanied by the cooing of birds in the woods. Yu opened her eyes, her expression devoid of emotion. She felt an intense hunger. Li Daxiong, that scoundrel, had yet to arrive. What happened to the promised camaraderie? With Li Daxiong absent, no one had come. Starving, Guyi gazed at the sky as it transitioned from twilight to night. It seemed as though she was the sole inhabitant of the mountain. A chilling breeze swept through the forest, causing the bamboo groves to rustle ominously. Fear enveloped her. It was profoundly terrifying. Additionally, the cold was biting, intensely so. The starry sky became increasingly clear yet frigid. The moon hung large and round. Guyi felt a burning discomfort in her eyes, as if tears of blood were on the verge of spilling. She could endure no more. Surrender beckoned. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Perhaps it was time to simply drift into slumber. Sleep. Just as Guyi contemplated closing her eyes, a glimmer of light captured her attention. It was the silvery moonlight cascading upon her neck, illuminating the white bone pagoda. The moonlight danced upon the bones. Gu Yi, with her head bowed, beheld the white bone pagoda swaying gently in the breeze. The discomfort in her eyes transformed into pain. The bone pagoda, the bone pagoda. Her life was more precious than anyone else's. Neither the mountains of blades nor the seas of fire could claim it. Suddenly, a surge of determination coursed through her. She glanced at the vines suspended on either side, prepared herself, and began to swing her waist. Her body swayed as her waist exerted force. Yet it was insufficient. She could not reach the vines. The bone pagoda, dangling from her neck, began to sway as well. It was futile. Gu Yi, undeterred yet unwilling to squander her energy, took a moment to rest and gather her strength. She then meticulously calculated the angle and force required. Once more, with a flourish, she swung at a 30-degree arc gradually. Gu Yi managed to control her strength, incrementally increasing it. The arc of her swing widened, and her waist ached more intensely. Yet, at that moment, her finger caught onto a vine. In an instant, her entire hand grasped it firmly. Success. Gu Yi clung to the vine like a sloth. Her body draped precariously over the slender tendril suspended in midair, a scene that seemed almost magical in the modern world. However, all she felt was exhaustion, overwhelming fatigue. After resting for a considerable time, the biting cold of the mountain air at night compelled her to stifle a sneeze. She could no longer endure it. How to descend? Gu Yi thought of sliding down the vine, only to discover that it was composed of bamboo leaves, and the edges of those leaves were surprisingly sharp. Just as she contemplated sliding down, her hands and feet were cut, leaving her with painful lacerations. Sliding down would feel akin to peeling a cucumber. The pain in her limbs deterred her from descending, leaving her with no choice but to look down. A lake. She could swim. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her regarding this lake. After lingering here for what felt like an eternity, she finally noticed something peculiar about its surface. It exhibited no ripples whatsoever, regardless of the wind or any other disturbance. And there were no birds or small creatures approaching to drink from its waters. It was eerily strange. As she peered down, her astonishment grew. The lake's surface gleamed like silver, perfectly reflecting the celestial brilliance and the full moon above. There was something amiss about this lake. Its oddity raised her suspicions. Yet, with no other options available, she resolved to take a leap of faith. She twisted her body and forcefully tore away the vine that had ensnared her ankle. Freed from her constraints, Gu Yi resembled a bird that had lost its wings. Splash! Water erupted. A figure plunged into the lake. She would remain oblivious to the silvery glimmers that mingled with the moonlight flowing from the skeletal tower, subsequently rippling across the entire lake. In that moment, the water's surface mirrored the sky, the moon illuminating all beneath it. Chapter 39. Tai Gui Lake. See the author's note for activities. 3 hours earlier, on the mountainside. In the old house. Li Daxiong, wishing to plead for Gu Yi, was abruptly dismissed to prepare a meal before he could utter a word. Status begets power. Li Daxiong could only resign himself to the task of kindling a fire for cooking. Yet he was no fool. He sensed that his master had some whispered conversation with the ancestral master. This is the most formidable skeletal tower I have ever encountered, sufficient to prove her capability. This was not your original intention. My intention has not wavered. I seek someone with a strong fate to alter the feng shui of our Kuei mountain. But you, pretending to be a big shot, luring her to the mountain, only to ask me to examine her, truly wishing to uncover the secrets she harbors. Am I right? Huh, you figured that out. Did you not say that not everyone can craft a skeletal tower? The 6 layers of her tower indicate there are at least 6 individuals. Enough. The old man narrowed his eyes, interrupting the bald man. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. Baldy, some matters cannot be forced. This girl is nothing extraordinary, merely pitiable. What have I said or done? The bald man, with an innocent expression, chuckled softly. I merely wish to assist her. Yet, it is peculiar that you, old man, would treat Tai Gui Lake as a place where even we are forbidden entry. Instead of merely manipulating her shadow and playing with her ossuary, why resort to such extremes? What exactly do you intend to achieve? Are you aware of the unwritten rule in Kuei Mountain? The old man replied, his hands folded. A master may oversee all matters concerning their apprentice, but the reverse is not permitted. Curse you! The bald man instinctively retorted, his face darkening. With a cold smirk, he added, I am eager to see what you plan to accomplish. He then rose to depart. The old man squinted, humming a tune, seemingly unfazed by the insubordination of his disciple. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the direction of the bald man. Damn it, the master has fallen into the latrine again, remarked Li Daxiang, peeking from the kitchen. Underwater, Guyi gulped several mouthfuls of water, almost choking, as the frailty of her body exceeded her mental preparedness. Previously, she had expended all her strength while suspended in midair, and now her waist and legs ached painfully, making it difficult to swim upward. In a moment of desperation, she found herself sinking. However, Guyi's will to survive was exceedingly strong, and regardless of the circumstances, she had an innate ability to remain calm for the sake of her existence. Therefore, despite the panic, she began to maneuver underwater, striving to ascend. She swam and swam, her face turning blue. What is happening? The water doesn't seem that deep. Why am I not reaching the surface? Could there be water ghosts lurking in this lake? That cannot be. Otherwise, how could the Kuei Mountain trio be so foolish? Guyi instinctively looked underwater. Above, the silvery moon shone brightly, while below lay an eerie expanse of pitch darkness, devoid of any light. At first glance, it appeared as though a stark division separated the realms of black and white, delineating a clear boundary reminiscent of the Chu River. For a moment, Guyi was uncertain whether she was racing toward a pale world or being dragged into a dark abyss, yet an inexplicable sense of panic gripped her heart. Moreover, she felt an unseen force tugging at her neck. No, more accurately, pulling at the skeletal tower around her neck. There was an unsettling sensation that something was watching her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the darkness below suddenly opened up. Two enormous crimson lights, akin to a smoldering copper furnace, emerged abruptly from the shadows, accompanied by a low, menacing growl. A beast, a colossal creature. Guyi felt her pores close in terror and quickly turned, kicking her legs frantically to swim upward. At last, she reached the surface. Just as Guyi was about to break free from the water, a sudden impact met her head. What on earth? As she reached out with her hands, she discovered the surface to be smooth and cold, resembling a glassy ice layer, entirely transparent. When her palm touched it, enchanting lotus-like ripples appeared. There had been nothing like this on her descent. Why now as she sought to ascend? Was someone outside casting a spell? That old man. Frustration surged through Guyi as she struck the surface with force. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact sent forth blossoming water ripples, yet her eyes threatened to roll back in despair. Damn it, I'm going to drown. The vibrations in her ears intensified as the roar of the giant beast drew ever closer. In desperation, Guyi quickened her strength and rhythm. Bang, 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 thud. Her palms were left bloodied and raw, bursting forth. Heedless of the lacerations inflicted upon her hands by the icy stratum, swiftly extricated herself from the water, staggering towards the bank, where she collapsed onto the verdant turf. Her frame trembling with trepidation, she cast a glance back at the lake, but beheld nothing untoward. It remained as placid as a mirror, gasped for air. Her legs quivering uncontrollably, seized by cramps. Overexertion had rendered her immobile. After a brief respite, the frigid air invigorated her somewhat. She rubbed her hands together, exhaling upon them, her breath manifesting as ephemeral vapor, as if to dissipate into the nocturnal mist. The blood trickling from the wounds on her knuckles congealed. So cold, she murmured. What manner of lake is this, devoid of ice? Prior to this, had been intently scrutinizing the lake's surface, yet no colossal beast had emerged. Only an eerie stillness, akin to stagnant water. Furthermore, there was no palpable chill, hardly indicative of the subaquatic conditions she had previously encountered. It was profoundly unsettling. Rose to her feet, intending to depart, but an inexplicable impulse compelled her to inch towards the lake's edge. She bent down, extending a finger to touch the water's surface. Ripples ensued. It was water, no barrier. Good heavens, she exclaimed. This is truly spectral. Did it possess dualistic properties? S mind was in a state of disarray, hesitant to linger. She turned to flee, but suddenly halted, transfixed by the water's surface. As the ripples subsided, the inert water transformed into a mirror, and as such, it reflected a visage. She beheld herself. It was indeed herself, not, in a daze, stared at her reflection, which mirrored her appearance from her previous life. After an extended pause, she managed to utter, "This lake is quite remarkable, faithfully reflecting my comeliness, even though this vessel is that of. Could it be that it recognizes the beauty of my soul?" After a night of turmoil, Guyi was initially consumed by a storm of anger. Yet her mood suddenly transformed to one of tranquility. However, the biting cold prompted her to decide to leave. Guyi turned around, tracing the path she had previously noted from high above, stumbling as she made her way downwards. The mountains were shrouded in darkness. She had hoped to rely on the moonlight for guidance, but upon glancing upwards, she was met with dismay. The moon had vanished. A sense of dread enveloped her as she peered down, spotting a faint glimmer of light below, likely emanating from the dilapidated abode of the three bandits. A sudden gust of mountain wind sent a shiver coursing through her, compelling her to steel herself. Although the bandits resided within that house, Guyi understood that her weakened state would not allow her to survive the night alone in the wilderness. She had no choice but to take a risk. As she descended, she soon approached the old dwelling. To be candid, this ramshackle structure bore no comparison to the modern row house she was accustomed to. Yet, after hanging upside down for an entire night, Guyi would have settled for a mere stable. Caution was paramount. As she hoped that fortune would favor her, perhaps she could slip in unnoticed by the three bandits. Even in the worst-case scenario, sharing a bed would be preferable to freezing to death outside. She surmised that the old man had spared her life for a reason, suggesting a glimmer of hope for her circumstances. With a sense of reckless abandon, Guyi crept into the backyard, glancing at the three adjacent small houses, her gaze fixating on the one to the left which emanated a flickering light. Recalling that Li Daxiong had mentioned he resided in the farthest left house, she concluded that he was likely the least harmful of the three. Yet, the promised dinner had not materialized. Guyi slipped past the flickering candlelight, only to discover that the door was surprisingly unlocked. It seemed she had forgotten that the people living in the mountains of ancient times were often quite simple, many lacking the habit of locking their doors as they were not accustomed to grand estates. A sense of delight welled up within her as she pushed open the small door, only to find that this room was adjacent to a modest kitchen, transforming her initial joy into elation. Though the kitchen was devoid of any occupants, the dim light from the nearby candle allowed her to discern the stove and its surroundings. Guyi proceeded to search cautiously. To her astonishment, she found a steamed bun resting in a pot. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to take it. Savoring each bite slowly, mindful of her thirst, she feared that eating too quickly might lead to discomfort. However, the bun's fermentation was lacking, its texture rather coarse. She resolved to make do with it. Once Guyi finished the bun, she felt a resurgence of strength and thought it was time to seek out the bear cub. She straightened her back and followed the flow of candlelight emanating from the bedroom, gently pushing open the small door. To her surprise, a wave of humidity greeted her. Accompanied by a floral fragrance, someone was bathing. Oh, there were fresh flowers on the table as well. Guyi pouted slightly, taken aback by the revelation that beneath the rough exterior of this bandit lay the heart of a refined lady. The room was surprisingly tidy, adorned with calligraphy and paintings. With a slight chuckle, Guyi turned her gaze to the artworks hanging on the wall, while her eyes drifted toward the sheer curtains. Yet, an unsettling thought crept into her mind. She involuntarily envisioned Li Daxiong reclining in the bath, petals floating in the water, steam rising as he gently caressed his powerful arms and legs. The image made her stomach churn with guilt. Chapter 40. Should the door be closed? However, she still felt herself too young, for she had witnessed the figure behind the curtain, immersed in a bath, lifting a leg, tilting her head at a 45-degree angle, her palm gliding sensuously from her calf to her thigh. Although separated by the curtain, Guyi could perceive the enchanting allure emanating from the scene, a tantalizing vision obscured yet strikingly vivid. Was this truly Li Daxiong? It seemed unlikely. The silhouette suggested a different physique, perhaps a half-formed Li Daxiong. The windows of the room were shut, initially devoid of any breeze, yet somehow, in Guyi's eyes, this dilapidated abode, deemed suitable for raising pigs, lacked effective windproofing, allowing a draft to seep through some crevice. As the wind stirred, the sheer curtain fluttered, and thus, Guyi beheld the sight. That fleeting glimpse nearly caused her to clutch the nearby wooden pillar to prevent herself from biting her own teeth in astonishment. Goodness, those legs were extraordinarily long, slender, and exquisitely smooth, devoid of any pore, resembling the texture of milk, with perfectly straight curves, surpassing even supermodels, and the figure exuded an undeniable grace. Even though part of her form was obscured by the edge of the bathtub, the delicate curve of her back was still visible, highlighting the elegance of her spine. Truth be told, even if her face bore the expression of a caricature, Guyi would have accepted it. Her long, raven black hair was casually held up by a wooden hairpin, the steam rising like wisps of art. Guyi pressed her forehead slightly. This was a woman. Indeed, it was her, not him. Why was there a woman in Li Daxiong's room? And she was undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty. Guyi fell into silence for a moment before turning to slip away. Big Bear, you rascal, where have you gone? Suddenly, the old man's voice echoed, and Guyi felt a surge of anxiety. This old man had previously hung her upside down, even if he bore no murderous intent. She feared his penchant for playful torment. In a moment of desperation, Guyi hurriedly lifted the curtain and climbed into the spacious bathtub, concealing herself beneath the other person's chest. She swiftly pressed a hand over the woman's mouth, taking advantage of her bewilderment. My apologies for the intrusion, dear lady. I simply need to hide for a moment, and I hope you will cooperate, Guyi whispered, her voice low. She marveled at the softness of the woman's lips beneath her palm, the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her, and such a flat chest. Flat chest. Guyi lowered her head, unable to ponder further. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Yao Yao, where's that scoundrel Big Bear? Ah, you're taking a bath. Honestly, do you always use so many flowers? Aren't you afraid of attracting bees? The exquisite woman, addressed as Xiao by the old man, had 2 strands of hair cascading down her cheeks, brushing against Guyi's ear, which felt somewhat ticklish. Guyi bit her lip, reflecting that although the woman was flat-chested, her skin was undeniably, when compared to her own in the past, it was merely acceptable. However, this old man's behavior was rather intolerable. Was it not inappropriate to barge in on a lady bathing? Was this beauty perhaps a virtuous maiden abducted and forced into servitude by these 3 ruffians? Guyi's imagination ran wild once more, but she remained concerned that this beauty might scream in fright. Fortunately, this enchanting beauty gently rested her delicate hand upon the edge of the bathing tub, her graceful chin subtly shifting, and her crimson lips, glistening in the steam. Spoke softly, Master Ancestor, the master instructed that De Xiong has departed to hunt for wild rabbits. Ah, that voice possessed an alluring resonance, captivating in its essence, as if it were perpetually imbued with the fragrant notes of fine wine. Guyi gritted her teeth, feeling an aversion towards this woman, whose charm was overtly enticing. Clearly not a paragon of virtue. Although she had yet to behold her face fully, the mention of wild rabbits stirred thoughts of gluttony, questioning the integrity of a disciple from Quishan sect. And you, refrain from using such an abundance of flowers next time, understood, Master Ancestor. However, regarding the flower wine I brewed enough, do as you wish. Very well, Master Ancestor. The elderly man turned, hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, Guyi remained notably quiet. Of course, silence prevailed, for the old man had not yet exited. Yet, her quietude stemmed not from this, but rather from her inclination to lower her gaze, concealing her petite form. Previously, she had marveled at the beauty's modest bosom, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at the thought of staring, despite a secret satisfaction in knowing her own superiority in that regard. Thus, she kept her head bowed. Then she discovered that while she possessed a slight advantage in height, the beauty had something more in other areas, specifically between her legs. Guyi observed intently for a considerable time, until she realized the water was remarkably clear, revealing far too much. Apologetically, she averted her gaze. Raising her eyes, she was met with a visage of unparalleled beauty, one that could astound the heavens and weep the spirits. It was exquisite, delicately refined to the utmost, yet so ethereal that it blurred the lines between femininity and masculinity. The individual lowered their head, their cheeks tinged with a faint blush, as akin to blooming flowers on the distant shore, and they gently bit their lower lip, seemingly suppressing something. This sight nearly left Guyi entranced. Was it a woman? A man? Had she misjudged? The interruption in the middle. Guyi felt a pang of guilt. The old man had finally left, closing the door behind him. Well, that showed some sense of public decorum. Guyi elongated her tone, pondering what to say. I saw you. My apologies for witnessing this. No, that would not suffice. I truly saw everything. None of these could be the crux of the matter. In a fleeting moment, Guyi spoke. If the water has cooled, shall I heat it for you? Yao Yao? This delicate figure, whether woman or man, pursed their lips and replied. No need. Please step outside. So fragile, so easily intimidated. Guyi felt emboldened, about to rise, when suddenly, the door was kicked open. With a splash, Guyi dove back into the water. The water surged, spilling over the bathtub. Xixiang, what are you doing, playing with water? Li Daxiong's gruff voice boomed through. Excellent. Guyi finally confirmed that this was indeed a man, and she was currently nestled against this man, who was even more feminine than a woman. Face to face, the distance between them was but, her head throbbed. And no, nothing at all. Is it fun? It's quite all right. Then I shall join. No need. You're too strong. You might break the tub. Oh, it appears I may be a tad too robust. Indeed, rather hefty. Upon hearing this, Guyi nearly burst into laughter. Li Daxiong's face fell. Senior brother, you only know how to bully me. I caught a rabbit, and I'm going to cook a midnight snack. Do you want some? If it's unpalatable, I won't eat it. Despite his evident pickiness, he possessed a gentle and refined air. Li Daxiong muttered under his breath and turned to leave. Guyi breathed another sigh of relief and was about to rise when Daxiong suddenly turned back. Guyi's expression was now impassive. What is it? Senior brother Yao Yao. Daxiong said, his expression indescribable. Do you need me to help you close the door? Just go. All right. Daxiong hooked his foot and slammed the door shut. Guyi went limp. But Yao Yao said, I'll get up first, shall I? Don't you think it would be rather awkward if you got up first? Why wouldn't you be the one embarrassed? Yao Yao pondered, his face flushed crimson and then pale. He bit his lip. Let's get up together. Together? Guyi nodded earnestly. Yes. At times like these, one must nod and be serious. Thus, they both rose together, stepping out of the wooden tub. Guyi was dripping with hot water. She touched her forehead and was about to speak when Yao Yao said, You're a girl, put this on. Yao Yao draped an outer garment over her shoulders, quickly handing another large robe to Guyi before even tying the sash on his own. This gesture earned him some goodwill from Guyi. Thank you. Guyi reached out to take the clothing when her foot slipped. She hadn't even put on her own clothes before she pulled the clothes off of him. In reality, it was nothing. They could simply put them back on. Guyi scrambled to her feet to return the clothing when the door slammed shut for the third time. Abruptly ejected, Guyi, disheveled, turned to Yao Yao. Yao Yao, how does one eliminate the gamey odor from rabbit meat? Baldy, the old man. And Li Daxiong stood there, witnessing the scene, utterly dumbfounded. Breaking the silence, Li Daxiong muttered, Good heavens, there's blood in the water, a lot of blood. It's all red. What have you two been up to? Baldy, have we arrived at an inopportune moment? The old man, little girl, what have you done to our Yao Yao? Guyi suddenly recalled the wound on her body and the blood it had shed. Now, should she claim the blood as hers, or his, for the sake of appearances? Chapter 41, Knockout. Late at night, even the owls in the mountains were silent. Inside the kitchen, firewood crackled in the stove, the fruitwood emitting a faint fragrance as it burned, its oils sizzling in the flames. Li Daxiong, drenched in sweat, poured the rabbit meat into a large pot, stir-frying it before adding water to braise. He casually wiped his forehead with a rag, set it down, and glanced at Yao Yao, his martial brother, sitting quietly against the left wall, then at the village girl tending the fire behind the stove. I would like to inquire, why is it that the three of us have ended up in this situation? This situation? What situation? Guyi cast a sidelong glance at her hands, smudged with soot, resembling charred chicken claws at first glance. Knitting. Guyi sighed, resting her forehead in her hand. I too wish to understand why I should assist you. The people of Quishan, in preparing rabbit meat over a fire, especially when merely an hour ago, I was nearly frozen while being dangled above the lake. Li Dahong. It is quite simple. It is because you have wronged our beautiful senior brother from Quishan. The beautiful senior brother, Yao Yao, fell silent for a moment, pausing in his actions, and glanced subtly at Guyi, exuding the same enchanting grace as ever. The blood belongs to this young lady, not to me. He appeared somewhat embarrassed. Guyi, indeed, it is not his. Li Dahong, although my education is limited, it does not imply that I lack culture. Even if it is yours, you still benefit from it. After all, it is always the unattractive who seem to gain the most. Guyi, are you aware that bear paw is a delicacy among mortals? Thus, the conversation reached an impasse. The aroma of rabbit meat simmering with wild ferns filled the air enticingly. Guyi, are both of you disciples of Quishan? Li Dahong nodded. Yes. I am the second disciple, and senior brother Yao Yao is the first disciple. Guyi looked over again. Yao Yao? The beautiful senior brother met Guyi's gaze. His red lips soft. They all call me Yao Yao. Guyi, peach blossoms are beautiful, radiant in bloom? Yao shook his head. No. My master and the others lack education and do not recognize such characters. They simply call me by my surname out of habit. Guyi, you, like me, possess the ability to see beyond appearances to discern the essence. A beauty and a village girl exchange smiles. Li Dahong, does bathing and shedding blood together make us family? Guyi rose. Where is the kitchen knife? Li Dahong, startled, hurriedly clutched the knife to his chest. Well, the jesting is over. It is time to address the matter at hand. What exactly do your master and your master's master intend to do? Li Daxiong shook his head, expressing uncertainty. I do not know, but while I was in the kitchen, I overheard the master mention that your so-called White Bone Tower has 6 levels. And at least 6. 6 treasures, perhaps? His eyes gleamed with interest as he fixated on Gu Ye's neck. A sense of unease tightened within Gu Ye. Yet he maintained a calm facade, responding nonchalantly. If you desire treasures, simply come and take them. Why must you dangle me over that peculiar lake? Oh, so you recognize its peculiarity. That is our sect's forbidden ground, Lake Taigawei, which ordinary individuals are absolutely forbidden to enter. Forbidden ground? Gu Ye pondered. Is there a colossal beast residing beneath? The moment those words escaped his lips, the sound of a knife clattering to the floor echoed. Gu Ye instinctively glanced at the astonished Li Daxiong, then shifted his gaze to Yao Yao, who appeared equally perplexed. Is there truly something down there? Have you encountered it? Their inquiries nearly overlapped. Gu Ye found it quite peculiar. How could you harbor such a monstrous creature in your sect's forbidden grounds and remain oblivious? Could it be that I have inadvertently fallen into it? To his surprise, both individuals nodded in affirmation. Gu Ye suddenly found himself at a loss for words, intertwining his thumbs, his eyes flickering with curiosity. Then what exactly is it? Judging by their expressions, they seemed to possess some knowledge of the creature, yet remained skeptical. However, the two fell silent, withholding any further information. Why must we remain silent? What is there to fear? Here, it is merely the 3 of us. Along with Daxiong, we have shared meals of chicken and fish together. I truly cannot speak. This is against the rules, and violating them leads to dire consequences. Your sect lacks even a signboard, and yet you speak of rules. Will you divulge or not? Gu Ye pressed on, inching closer to Li Daxiong, while Yao Yao's lips quivered, caught between words. Miss Gu, what is it? Violating the rules means enduring 3 days of hunger. Very well. Gu Ye realized that no amount of pressure could compel Li Daxiong to speak. He was a man who prioritized his meals above all else. Are you afraid of going hungry? Gu Ye's eyes darted towards Yao Yao. Yao Yao shook her head. I typically do not eat much. After a pause, she glanced at Li Daxiong. I fear gaining weight. I understand. A woman's figure is of utmost importance. Indeed. Do you not find this conversation rather peculiar? Li Daxiong retreated to the side, asserting, regardless, we cannot speak. No amount of coercion will change that. Gu Ye turned to Yao Yao. Are you skilled in double-sided embroidery? Do you know beauty-enhancing exercises coupled with dietary methods for health and beauty? KO. She then cast her gaze upon Li Daxiong. Have you ever dined on a Manchu Han imperial feast? KO. A second passed. Gu Ye wore a humble expression. Let me clarify. I am not forcing you. Compulsion does not yield happiness. How shameless. Li Daxiong. In fact, the name of our Quishan derives from Taigawei. According to my master, Taigawei is the guardian beast of our Quishan sect, formidable indeed, yet none of us have ever seen it, for Taigawei Lake is strictly off-limits. Gu Ye, but you must have sneaked in to take a look, as there seems to be no restrictions on that forbidden land. Li Daxiong nodded affirmatively. We have ventured in several times, yet we never dared to enter the water nor encountered Taigawei. We assumed it was merely a legend. Gu Ye, are you truly a sect? Li Daxiong, what do you mean? Do you look down upon us? Gu Ye, not at all. I was merely inquiring. Since you are a sect that eradicates demons, why do you target me, a mere unfortunate soul? After a brief pause, Gu Ye continued. Take a good look at me. Do I appear to be a villain? Li Daxiong, upon closer inspection, you resemble a monkey, not a human. Yao Yao. In truth, Miss Gu isn't particularly unattractive. Her beauty is just not immediately apparent. Thank you for the compliment, but farewell. Now that the fire is warm and we've had our buns. Gu Ye tossed aside the firewood, opened the door, and was taken aback, for there stood a headless corpse at the entrance. With a bang, Gu Ye swiftly shut the door and turned to the two. Did you just see that? They nodded in agreement. Gu Ye's face turned pale. Does your sect often have headless corpses visiting? Such proactive business. Li Daxiong shook his head. Yao Yao tightened her grip on her sweater. Typically, such occurrences are rare, unless... Knock, knock, knock. The door rang. Goodness, even a headless corpse is knocking. Gu Ye swiftly darted behind Li Daxiong, and Yao Yao followed suit. Daxiong, you are a man, you go? Yes, Daxiong, you are a man. Go. Li Daxiong replied, Senior brother you. What? Nothing. Reluctantly, Li Daxiong, being a man after all, approached the door. Oddly enough, it was empty. Who is it? I. The voice echoed, prompting Li Daxiong to instinctively turn his head. A headless corpse suddenly lunged into his embrace. Holding the lifeless body, he glanced down to see the gaping wound on its neck, and in that fleeting moment, his hand trembled, causing him to faint. Gu Yi, however, discerned the truth. It was indeed a headless corpse, the kind that was utterly lifeless. And the one who had thrown it at Li Daxiong was the bald man. There was no escape. Master, even at this late hour, you're still carrying corpses? Yao Yao remarked. Master, you could have performed a ritual in their village. Another sharp comment. The bald man shot a glare at Gu Yi, as if to say, so you think you're clever, huh? Gu Yi shrank back, feeling only moderately intelligent. The bald man smirked coldly. I never expected you to actually survive. I underestimated you. Gu Yi noticed a flash of malice in the bald man's eyes, startling him. Just as he attempted to evade, it was too late. He was already seized by the bald man and dragged out into the yard, swiftly entering the dense forest. Behind him were the distant shouts of Yao Yao and the recently awakened Li Daxiong, growing fainter. It was over. This bald man truly harbored ill intentions. Gu Yi's heart raced with anxiety. Suddenly, where are you headed at this late hour? The old man, standing on the wooden post, with his hands clasped behind his back, had his snow-white beard fluttering in the moonlight, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. Just taking a stroll to clear my mind, replied the bald man, his grin not quite reaching his eyes. Guy hastily called out, Elder, save me. This man intends to monopolize my bone pagoda. Both the old man and the bald man responded in unison. Do you wish to incite conflict among our sect, leading to mutual destruction? Guy was left speechless. With no intellectual advantage as a time traveler, how could he navigate such a predicament? Nonetheless, despite seeing through the situation, the old man had no intention of conceding. Kong, put her down. Master Kong chuckled. Old man, you usually don't bother with trifles. Why the sudden concern today? The old man replied. Isn't it simply to prevent you from making a blunder? What can I do? I merely wish to utilize her bone pagoda for my own purposes. Chapter 42. Is this how your ancestor operated? Long review activity. Suddenly, the bald man released Gu Yi, laughing, innocent. It seems you have been feigning ignorance. Allow me to be forthright. You are Gu Yi, are you not? Have you not pondered why you find yourself inhabiting the body of Wang Xiaoya? This is no mere coincidence. While the nature of the force that facilitated your soul's transference eludes me, Gu Yi maintained an impassive countenance and calmly stated, I seek your guidance. Wang Xiaoya possesses a solitary fate, one that is impervious and detrimental to those around her. In contrast, you are her antithesis. She harms those nearby while you are inherently frail, destined for demise from the moment of your birth. This fate is termed Chuan, denoting one who ought to have perished yet persists and appears to thrive, albeit in a fragile manner. The bald man squinted, observing Gu Yi with a smirk that was both mocking and inscrutable. It is due to the bone tower, is it not? Gu Yi's expression shifted ever so slightly. And what of it? Does it concern you? The bone tower, what does that entail? The bald man cast a glance at the grave old man nearby, his demeanor somber. To exchange life for life, one must sacrifice a person for each level of the tower. Your bone tower comprises 6 levels, indicating that at least 6 individuals have exchanged their lives for yours. Under ordinary circumstances, 1 life is sufficient for such a transaction. What manner of frail and extreme fate necessitates 6 lives? As Gu Yi's pallor deepened, the old man barked coldly, Enough. Kong. Indeed. It seems prudent to assess whether your disciple has made any progress, the old man remarked, as he flipped his palm, summoning a spiraling white light that resembled a seal. The brilliance was blinding, and Gu Yi witnessed the bald man's figure being struck by the luminous seal. Boom. It shattered. Gu Yi beheld the once vibrant forest now rendered starkly pale, as if the intricate patterns of the bark on the trees had suddenly become vividly apparent. Had the bald man been vanquished? Alas, Gu Yi ingested soil. Her vision momentarily obscured. She found herself consuming earth, having been transported beneath the surface. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she was deprived of breath, instinctively opening her mouth only to swallow soil as she traversed the subterranean realm. It was, of course, the bald man who conveyed her thus, employing a form of earth manipulation. Gu Yi felt enlightened, albeit while struggling to breathe. Abruptly, Gu Yi was ejected from the earth, landing and staggering before clutching a tree, where she began to retch. Yet, she was not alone in her distress, for the bald man, the earth manipulator himself, was similarly afflicted. Being amused that the Kuei Shan family possessed an eccentric nature. Detecting Gu Yi's disdainful gaze, the bald man retorted, You presume the earth puppet technique is easily wielded? Even with the puppet technique augmenting my earth, the human form is inherently unsuited for subterranean transit. As for you, Guyi interjected, as for me, have you discerned another extraordinary secret about me? Observing Guyi's sardonic expression, the bald man smiled. Was the bone tower insufficient? Were 6 lives inadequate? Before he could continue, Guyi, her countenance pallid, stated, 6 individuals, my maternal grandparents, my paternal grandparents, and my parents, totaling 6. You are correct. And then? She spoke with an air of nonchalance, seemingly impenetrable. The bald man found himself speechless. And you, elder, do you intend to remain concealed, eavesdropping? Or will you emerge? The night was profoundly still, the celestial expanse radiantly clear. The atmosphere seemed to carry only the susurrus of the wind. And then the old man leisurely emerged from the shade of the tree. However, Guyi chose to disregard him, instead fixating on the bald man. You initially probed in Shaoyang village, seeking to ascertain the nature of my unique fate. Bringing me to the mountain must surely be because Quishan harbors an environment conducive to exploiting my destiny. Pausing momentarily, Guyi turned his gaze back to the old man. As for you, from the very first glance at me, you discerned my lack of a shadow, naturally leading you to suspect the anomaly surrounding me. Until you became aware of the White Bone Tower, you undoubtedly comprehended its significance. No. It would be more accurate to say that you were already privy to the secrets I carried, including those of the White Bone Tower. Your astonishment was merely a fade, crafted to collaborate with this deceased bald man, a duality of light and dark, designed to obfuscate the truth and ensnare me in a sense of isolation and indecision, instilling the false impression that I had to choose between the two of you. Whichever choice I made would inevitably require me to divulge certain information that you both sought. Yet, I have evidently thwarted your intentions, leading to the subsequent step of suspending me over Taiguei Lake. Why? It must be to test me in some regard. Normally, disciples of Quishan are barred from entering Taiguei Lake. What right did you have to permit an outsider such access? You cannot possibly be unaware that I severed that vine. The elder remained composed, a smile gracing his features, an intriguing hypothesis, yet devoid of any substantiation. Should I interpret this as a manifestation of your fanciful imagination? Every inquiry is driven by intention, whether it be a quest for knowledge, the desire to obtain something, or the wish for me to perform a task. Firstly, concerning possessions. I possess but a solitary bone pagoda, which you may seize, albeit indirectly. Thus, we can dismiss this notion. As for the pursuit of knowledge, it is not pressing. For your questions lack specificity. It appears my origins intrigue you, yet this is not the primary motive. Hence, we are left with the final possibility. You wish for me to undertake an action. The bald man's palm rested upon the azure measuring stick, as if he relished the analysis. So let us proceed. However, you must recognize my perennial impatience, should you ultimately err in your conjectures, then. Guyi's gaze lingered on his hand before continuing. I am well acquainted with Li Daxiang, a simpleton with a kind heart. His earlier act of feigning death was met with indifference concerning my abduction by you. And then there is Yao Yao. He appears gentle and benevolent. Yet his earlier cries seemed contrived. The moment we slipped from view, he ceased his shouting. Under normal circumstances, he should have pursued us, should he not? A mere shout. And it concludes, a performance too theatrical. Let me ponder this. A sect, one that is impoverished and seemingly devoid of talent, with the master and 2 disciples all engaged in this charade. Guyi paused, then inquired, are you perhaps? The bald man exchanged a glance with the elder. It seems this young girl has truly guessed correctly. Thus, having been deprived of affection for far too long, I seek a woman to become my wife. I must clarify that I am not considering older partners, nor those who are overly robust or foolish. The one named Yao Yao is somewhat acceptable, but are there any further inquiries? The bald man is astonished. The old man is equally taken aback. You little monkey, are being so selective, truly believing that there are no women in Kuei Mountain? Our Yao Yao is 1,000 times more beautiful than you. Utter nonsense, simply absurd. What chaotic thoughts occupy your mind, young lady? We merely wish to assess your suitability for joining our Kuei Mountain as a disciple. After the old man and the bald man spoke, they paused, for they noticed Guyi smiling. The bald man muttered in disbelief. Damn it, we've been tricked. Indeed, they had fallen into a trap. The 2 masters fell silent, while Guyi wore an expression of exasperation. So it was truly about recruiting disciples. Is this how you operate? Does your Kuei Mountain's ancestral master approve of such antics? What nonsense you speak. What antics? Our Kuei Mountain has always adhered to tradition. We are few in number, not due to an inability to recruit, but because our standards are rather high. This has always been the case. Oh, it seems your ancestral master is rather troublesome as well. Hey, you little girl. The old man swiftly approached Gu Yi, delivering a light tap on her head. Young as she is, she possesses quite the cunning intellect. Attempting to ensnare us with her elaborate rhetoric and daring to speak ill of our ancestral master. She deserves a reprimand. Gu Yi, cradling her head in annoyance, retorted, "Is this how you take on disciples? Had I not been fortunate, I might have perished long ago. You treat lives with such disregard." Didn't you mention that I was already aware of your situation on the lake? Rest assured, I won't let you perish. Just look at the exhilarating sensation of surviving independently. It truly is a remarkable achievement, isn't it? Goodness. Gu Yi found the individuals from Quishan to be utterly deranged. However, do you think I placed you on Tai Gui Lake without reason? You should know that the use of magic is strictly forbidden there. Manipulating that bamboo vine was quite exhausting, all for the purpose of leaving you suspended for an entire day. Hee, thank you very much. Stop with the sarcasm. Just take a glance beneath your feet. Gu Yi felt a tinge of skepticism yet complied, casting her gaze downward. It was merely soil. Fool. Look at your shadow. When did this happen? She felt absolutely nothing. Could it be that she was suspended in the lake long enough for it to manifest? Gu Yi found the situation rather comical. The lake was so terrifying, entrapping one within. What if I were to perish? Don't worry, the bald man replied nonchalantly. After all, it's not me who will die. Gu Yi rubbed her temples. Chapter 43, Territory? Just returned home today. A double update tomorrow. Although my exceptional prowess has caught your attention, I personally harbor little enthusiasm for the matters of capturing spirits and demons. Just look at me. I am as thin as a monkey. What can I possibly do? I have no mastery of any spells. Do you recall the scene where Li Daxiang was struck by the headless corpse, and her head throbbed? She did not wish to spend the rest of her days entangled with these corpses and supernatural entities. Perhaps you could learn. Unlikely. You will learn. You possess the talent. The old man asserted confidently. Gu Yi stared at him in astonishment, while the old man's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he remained silent. It was the bald man who interjected. Didn't you previously mention to Li Daxiang in Shaoyang village that my chanting sounds akin to the hum of a sutra, which you find rather discomforting? Gu Yi replied, you were eavesdropping. The bald man dismissed her reaction, stating, that is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that ordinary individuals cannot perceive the incantations of our kind. Those who can hear them are either fellow practitioners or possess a natural talent for descending to the path. You, among the multitude, are one of the rare individuals endowed with such a gift. His words echoed with the flair of an elite insurance salesman. Gu Yi chuckled softly, acknowledging that this was not the focal point. The true essence was her lack of interest. You will find interest, he persisted, for individuals like you, with extreme destinies, are the favored prey of malevolent spirits. Consuming you would significantly enhance their powers. Furthermore, the white bone pagoda you possess, while you perceive it as a life-for-life exchange made by your blood relatives, what you fail to grasp is that only those with the purest hearts and substantial virtuous deeds can barter their lives with the underworld. The six-tiered white bone pagoda, formed by 6 virtuous beings, would drive countless demons and spirits into a frenzy. Do you comprehend? Either relinquish it, and I shall safeguard it for you, or keep it and risk being devoured by the fiends, or you may embrace the descending path, becoming one capable of contending with them. The old man spoke with a commanding clarity, leaving Gu Yi at a loss for words. She understood that he was not deceiving her. There was no longer a need for deceit. In truth, you find yourself without a choice. I am aware that you will undoubtedly acquiesce. Your instinct for self-preservation is paramount, reminiscent of your time in Shaoyang village, where despite your fear of phantoms and reluctance to descend into the lake, you plunged in regardless. You embody a contradiction, yet your objective remains clear, to enhance your own existence. The bald man released his grip, departing from Qing Chi, seemingly devoid of threats, yet in reality, he cornered Gu Yi, leaving him no alternatives. Contemplation, reflection, hesitation, within a mere 3 seconds. Gu Yi discerned the path most advantageous for his survival in this enigmatic Tang Dynasty. Very well, I consent. Huh. The bald man and the elder exchanged a knowing high five. A stark contrast to their earlier adversarial stance, devoid of any semblance of a master-disciple bond. You have consumed the steamed bun. Did you place it there? Indeed, indeed. See how well I treat you, old man. Is your Quishan always so impoverished? Can you possibly complain any further? From now on, you shall refer to it as our Quishin. This is indeed a sorrowful tale. Damn it. The night deepened, and both master and apprentice felt a sense of unease, as if their mutual scrutiny had stripped away their confidence, particularly in the face of the audacious young girl. By the way, monkey, do enlighten us on how you discerned that we were merely acting. Do not regale me with your prior analyses. They are superficial at best. You must possess deeper insights. You're of advanced years. You speak too much nonsense. Too much. Too much. The elder and the bald man swiftly advanced, lifting the certain monkey from the ground. You old rascal, put me down. When Guyi arrived at the old house, his demeanor was far from pleasant, and his complexion was rather pallid. Li Daxiong, brimming with joy, exclaimed, Monkey, I knew you would surely appreciate our Kuei Mountain. Yao Yao smiled gently. Welcome to our Kuei Mountain. The old man chimed in. Congratulations to us all. The bald fellow added, we can finally feast on rabbit meat. The five of them then settled around the hearth in the main hall, ready to indulge in their meal of rabbit. A large pot of meat simmered over the fire, the charcoal below providing warmth against the chilly mountain breeze, while the aroma of the rabbit filled the air. There exists a camaraderie forged through shared experiences, such as facing adversities together. Yet for the five bandits of Kuei Mountain, the act of eating was a profound bond of revolutionary friendship. The atmosphere was imbued with harmony and tranquility, largely due to the exquisite taste of the rabbit meat. None of them wished to speak, preferring to savor the delicacy in silence. As the final piece of rabbit caught the eyes of the five, a palpable tension arose. Li Daxiong broke the silence. Look, there are ants on the ground. However, her remark elicited no response. The bald fellow conjured a spell, summoning a headless corpse that hopped into the courtyard, resting against Li Daxiong's back. Yet, the old man skillfully bound the bald fellow's hands and feet with vines, showcasing his prowess. Nevertheless, this did little to deter the situation. Gu Yi and Yao Yao simultaneously grasped the rabbit meat with their chopsticks. Gu Yi remarked, eating meat at night will lead to weight gain, and with that, she claimed victory. Once the last morsel was consumed, Gu Yi contentedly wiped her mouth, signaling it was time to address the matter at hand. By the way, what exactly do you mean by descending the path? Is this sorcery unique to the Mount Kuei sect, or? While the other three were still preoccupied with thoughts of rabbit meat, Yao Yao calmly elucidated. The term subjugation path is a general designation for any sect capable of subduing demons and vanquishing evil. However, their methods diverge, their philosophies differ, and their specializations vary. For instance, the Maoshan sect excels at exterminating zombies and subduing corpses, while the 12 Veranda Moonlit Night, the Jade Hall sect, the Divine Firmament sect, the Qingwei sect, and others are paragons of demon slaying and ghost banishment. Nevertheless, none can rival the eminence of Mount Bei. Gu Yi inquired, I see. Just one question, where does Mount Kuei rank? The bald man responded, rankings are illusory, we mustn't be so superficial. Furthermore, it's our Mount Kuei, yours as well. Gu Yi pressed, but where do you rank? The bald man retorted, silence. Gu Yi understood, pursing her lips, last then. Li Daxiong countered, not last. We're simply not on the list at all. Gu Yi remarked, that's truly comforting, as she was once again met with disdain. The old man cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yi, remarking, regretting now is futile. You feasted well tonight, and after a sound slumber. Tomorrow marks the commencement of your formal training. Although you possess a modicum of talent for the Tao, mastery is achieved through diligence rather than frivolity. Hence, you must apply yourself with greater fervor. Gu Yi offered no resistance to this, for having chosen this path, one cannot afford to be half-hearted. May I inquire further as to why you wish for me to join Quishin? Spare me the nonsense about my innate talent. I am aware that your intentions were not entirely altruistic. Ah, well, it is evident that this girl excels in sophistry. The bald man pursed his lips and glanced at the elder, silently urging him to respond. Reluctantly, the elder replied, you possess a resilient spirit, capable of warding off evil and confronting malevolent forces. Gu Yi sighed. How does one descend the mountain? Having boarded this ship of thieves, it is seemingly impossible to disembark. Thus, I am left with no choice but to accept my role as a disciple of Quishin. It's late. You all should wash up and retire for the night. The elder waved his sleeve, embodying an ethereal presence, though he ended up belching, shattering his dignified facade. And where shall I sleep? Gu Yi was now in desperate need of a bed. Today marks your initiation into Quishin. According to our customs, the first day is dedicated to testing one's courage. Please, get to the point. We have but 3 rooms. And then, Regarding the accommodations, the options are my chamber, the elders, or the shared room of little Yao and Ursus Major, she stated, her countenance devoid of emotion. So, is it a custom of Kuei Mountain that upon a disciple's inaugural entry, you three are to selflessly share a room? To share a room? Such a crude way of putting it. Are you amenable or not? Is there a fourth alternative? Perhaps the woodshed or something of the sort. Indeed, there is. You may slumber alongside him. The bald man gestured towards the headless corpse on the ground. Guyi glanced at the cadaver and decisively addressed little Yao. Or would you prefer to join him? Little Yao's face flushed crimson. Ursus Major, utterly bewildered, inquired, and what of me? Guyi replied, you may select a corner from the four available. Damn it, this is our territory. How dare you, a newcomer, act with such audacity? Little Yao's delicate fingers twisted together. Her expression conflicted. Ursus Major protested, monkey, one cannot be so unscrupulous. It has always been little Yao and I together. Why should you usurp my place upon your arrival? Guyi clarified, I was merely inquiring whether little Yao preferred the bed or a pallet on the floor, while you would occupy the drafty space behind the door. Is there an issue? Ah, is that what you meant? Both little Yao and Ursus Major wore expressions of astonishment. Guyi lamented, from the lascivious glint in your eyes. I fear my innocence shall be forever tainted. Now, kindly assist me in heating water for a bath, for I am weary. The elder and the bald man exchanged glances, muttering, it feels as though some malevolent spirit has infiltrated the entirety of Kuei Mountain. Ursus Major, no match for Guyi's cunning, was easily deceived into heating water. In truth, Yao Yao is gentle and kind in her demeanor. Despite being in a male form, her beauty surpasses that of many women, strikingly exquisite and unparalleled. As Li Daong boiled water, she retrieved a neatly folded set of garments from the wardrobe. Your clothes are worn and outdated. Please try this set on first. If they do not fit, I will alter them for you tomorrow, if that is agreeable, she said. Guyi gazed upon this beautiful visage, then lowered her eyes to the delicate knitted dark blue long robe in her hands. How skilled you are, she exclaimed. Ah, women-esque clothing? Yao Yao replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. I may prefer this, but perhaps others wouldn't think it's suitable. Life is fleeting. One should embrace their own preferences, disregarding the opinions of others. In modern times, many possess a male form, yet exhibit feminine characteristics. Often unbeknownst to them that the world's most esteemed designers and artists frequently exhibit a touch of effeminacy. Moreover, Yao Yao's allure does not stem from being effeminate, but rather from an extraordinary beauty complemented by a gentle and kind nature, evoking a sense of comfort rather than discomfort. Therefore, regarding her concerns, Guyi remained noncommittal. She took the garments, thinking that those three uncultured ruffians lacked any aesthetic sensibility and were not worth considering. However, for someone like me, who possesses ideals and taste, you may frequently don these clothes to refine your skills. The wolf with the bushy tail swayed enticingly. Yao Yao smiled, captivatingly, all right. Once Li Daong had finished boiling the water, Guyi indulged in a lavish hot bath and changed into her undergarments. Ah, at last, I can truly rest. This day has been utterly exhausting. Chapter 44. The 3 key points of descent at merely 15 or 16 years of age. Guyi's physique resembled that of a sprouting bean, a sight that made him feel quite queasy. Thus, he felt no trepidation about sharing a room with 2 men. Li Daxiong, possessing a keen sense of self-awareness, obediently prepared the bedding. With Guyi's few words and a gentle smile from Yao Yao, he dutifully arranged their beds. Only after completing the task did he realize what he had done, and he was filled with indignation. Why did I assist in making your beds? He exclaimed. Guyi replied, I don't know. Perhaps you were just exceptionally kind? Li Daxiong responded, oh, is that so? I think so too. Is there anything else you need? I am more than willing to help. Guyi teased, would you be interested in washing my undergarments? Li Daxiong fell silent, his face reddening. Yao Yao, observing the ostensibly mature, yet inwardly youthful Li Daxiong becoming flustered by Guyi's playful banter, could only smile gently before lowering her gaze to continue knitting a sweater. However, her composure soon faltered as a certain village girl clambered onto the bed, abandoning her knitting to seek slumber instead. The urgency was palpable. Yao Yao blushed, while Li Daxiong rolled his eyes. Nevertheless, Yao Yao climbed onto the bed. Guyi nestled inside, while Yao Yao remained outside, covered by a thick blanket. Li Daxiong, ever responsible, whispered from his makeshift bed behind the door, Senior brother, if she attempts anything untoward, you must remember to call for me. Guyi quipped, and will you join in as well? Li Daxiong's face flushed crimson. and he quickly feigned sleep. Gu Yi, maintaining an air of calm, turned to the blushing Yao Yao and asked, "What are you looking at me for? Shouldn't you be sleeping? Or are you harboring mischievous thoughts?" Yao Yao's face reddened even further as she buried her snow-white visage beneath the covers. Indeed, having flirted with 2 men, Gu Yi felt thoroughly satisfied. Yet, she sensed that sleep might elude her. "Why?" Yao Yao inquired softly. "I crave mischief." "Enough of this." Yao Yao pulled the blanket over her head, while Li Daxiong rolled his blanket to cover his ears. "Humph, so easily defeated," Gu Yi smirked. Thus, the room fell into silence. The ethereal beauty was within reach. Gu Yi remained still, enveloped in unfamiliar warmth. Yao Yao lay beneath the blanket. A moment of silence passed. Then she turned to glance around. She beheld a face that was not particularly beautiful, yet possessed a certain youthful innocence. Just moments ago, she had witnessed her commanding presence, eyebrows dancing with defiance. Now she appeared to be asleep. She fell into slumber in an instant. Wasn't she supposed to be unable to sleep? Yao Yao chuckled softly, her smile enchanting. In that fleeting moment, Yao Yao exuded an alluring charm. Regrettably, Gu Yi could not perceive it. She had already succumbed to the realm of dreams, where she encountered visions. Oh, the rooster crowed at dawn. Gu Yi, groggy, opened her eyes. The day had barely begun, for the light was dim, and the air still carried a chill. She lingered in the remnants of her previous dream. A recurring one. Yet, the details eluded her, fragmented memories indeed. She remained unaware of the experiences that had led her to such disjointed recollections. But she felt an undeniable connection to a figure within that dream. She cared deeply, yet the face remained obscured. Gu Yi felt a peculiar discomfort, but upon waking, all she could recall was the existence of that person. In her haze, Gu Yi noticed Yao Yao lying on her side, her face turned towards her. To be frank, this face. Gu Yi pursed her lips, unwilling to gaze any longer, her eyes drifting downward to meet Li Daxiong's heartbroken expression. "Why are you looking at me like that? Your hand." The hand? Gu Yi glanced down and realized. Oh, she was indeed embracing Yao Yao's slender waist. It was exceedingly cold last night, so a little warmth was needed. "Is there a problem?" With an air of calmness, Gu Yi shot him a sidelong glance and casually remarked, "Didn't you also embrace someone?" Li Daxiong replied, "Me? Oh yes, it seems I did embrace someone as well." Upon uttering these words, Gu Yi and Li Daxiong exchanged horrified glances, their eyes fixated on the headless male corpse cradled in Li Daxiong's arms. Ah! A scream shattered the stillness. The sleeping beauty, Yao Yao, was roused from her slumber. A brief tea time later, both Gu Yi and Li Daxiong, shaken by the sight of the headless corpse, sat side by side on the steps, holding bowls of rice. The porridge within had been trembling for quite some time. Their shock was compounded as they spotted the grinning bald man lazily stretching in the morning light. "I spent a night with a male corpse. One of the men in my room embraced a male corpse through the night." The disparate experiences ignited a shared indignation within these 2 inherently timid individuals. However, before they could voice their grievances, the bald man took the initiative. There's one last bowl of porridge left in the kitchen. After breakfast, the bald man had pressing matters to attend to, specifically the handling of the headless corpse, naturally enlisting Li Daxiong as his laborer. As for Gu Yi, it seemed she had nothing of consequence to do. Washing dishes? Yao Yao had already taken care of that. It seems that this young lady has been responsible for the internal affairs of Quishan. What a pity for such a delicate beauty. "So, are you washing?" inquired the bald man. "Did I just say something?" Gu Yi feigned ignorance. However, without the need to wash dishes or manage domestic tasks, Gu Yi sat on the steps of the courtyard, swinging his short legs lazily as he observed the bald man and Li Daxiong busily attending to the corpse. The ritual of exorcism was merely a ceremony, yet Gu Yi still caught the incantation uttered by the bald man. Was the incantation a structured language or a mere jumble? Structured? Yao Yao, who had just finished washing the dishes and was basking in the sun while knitting, leaned against a wooden pillar and pondered, then replied, "Are you implying that this incantation has a predetermined script?" Gu Yi gave a thumbs up. "Clever." Yao Yao smiled slightly. "Indeed. Any practitioner of the exorcism must learn the exorcistic language, which is one of the 3 essential elements of the exorcism path. Pray tell about the exorcistic language, exorcistic power, and exorcistic tools, collectively referred to as language, power, and tools. The exorcistic language comprises written characters. Learning and reciting them constitutes the incantation, which serves to activate effects. However, one must first possess power, guided by attraction. The study of power requires the unique teachings of various sects, yet fundamentally, they are quite similar. As for the last element, the exorcistic tools, Gui began to understand. It referred to the illusion ring previously used on him, the bald man's azure scale, and Li Daxiong's heartguard mirror, correct? And also the glowing object used by the old man? That is the Quishan seal, the treasure of our Quishan sect. The old man's voice emerged as he descended gracefully from the rooftop. What a sight to behold! Gui noticed the sweet potato porridge that had accidentally fallen to the ground by Li Daxiong. He had forgotten to mention it earlier. The old man got up and scolded Li Daxiong from a distance, lamenting the scarcity of food in the mountains and the wastefulness of it all. Tomorrow, we shall be left to drink the cold winds of the northwest, he grumbled. Gui expressed her astonishment. Surely, there must be animals in these mountains. We could easily catch some for food, just like the rabbit from last night. The old man retorted that rabbit was from the neighboring mountain. This mountain has long been depleted, but there were roosters crowing this morning. We could kill one and stew it, Gui suggested, finding merit in her idea. Suddenly, she sensed an ominous presence. That's Master. In disguise, said Yao Yao. Gui sighed in disbelief, questioning the nature of the sect she had stumbled upon. Aren't you all still accepting jobs from those down the mountain? Are you short on money? Surely, it can't be that each job only yields a single chicken? Her gaze swept over the bald man, laboring alongside Li Daxiong, pondering if he was indeed a poultry specialist. The bald man raised his head and remarked, this time, it's 1 or 2 taels of silver. That family has some means. Isn't that sufficient? At least it amounts to 1 or 2, Gui contemplated, estimating that a tael could be worth several hundred RMB, enough for several hearty meals. Not so easily, the bald man scoffed. I just mentioned the talismans. They consist of both symbols and tools, yet the symbols alone can drain our resources dry, let alone these tools. Gui was taken aback. Do you have to purchase these items? Aren't they supposed to be crafted by yourselves? She recalled that in the television drama she watched, no sect was so feeble as to rely on procuring talismans from elsewhere. To embark on this journey, one must first master the art of the critical strike. The bald man and the elder exchanged flushed glances, yet the elder continued to struggle. The illusion ring is mine, he protested. You merely completed what I had begun. Enough, focus on your own affairs, Daxiong. The elder, feeling humiliated, turned to see Gu Yiming openly mocking him, which ignited a spark of irritation within him. You, little girl, cease your laughter and follow me. Gu Yi was abruptly seized and whisked away into the woods. Meanwhile, Yao Yao observed as Li Daxiong and the bald man high-fived each other. You deliberately provoked her to anger our ancestor. Do you not fear her vengeance in the future? Her voice was soft, yet Li Daxiong bristled. Who told her to take advantage of you this morning? Yao Yao interjected, it wasn't this morning. Li Daxiong responded in confusion. Huh? Yao Yao clarified, it has been since last night. Li Daxiong, incensed, dashed into the thicket. The bald man remarked, are you inciting his wrath because they drank the porridge without leaving any for you? Yao Yao smiled faintly, choosing silence. The forest remained unchanged. However, the previous night's darkness had obscured Gu Ye's view. Now, under the bright daylight, she noticed numerous wooden stakes embedded in the ground, varying in height and thickness, positioned haphazardly. Some horizontal beams hung from the bamboo, while a modest-sized lake lay nearby. What is this? From today onwards, you shall train here. Upon seeing these apparatuses, Gu Ye's mind conjured images of martial artists depicted in television dramas, and she felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Ah, venerable elder, it is said that we are practitioners of the Tao, and thus, there is no need for us to learn martial arts like mere mortals, is there? Just bestow upon me the unique sacred text of our Quishan lineage. Gu Yu believes that although the dramas may be mere frivolities, she has evidently entered a realm of gods and spirits. This martial training can only lead her to a level akin to Qingyu, which bears little relevance to exterminating demons and vanquishing evil. Little did she know, her perspective was met with scorn by the elder. Do you think entering the Tao is such a simple endeavor? With a frail constitution that reveals one's yin, we must frequently engage with unclean entities. Malevolent spirits and sinister forces abound. If one is too weak, they risk being possessed before even attempting to vanquish the demons. Consider your current form. Were it not for the protection of the Bone Tower, even without that Wang Jing, the haunted forest of Shaoyang village, where many met their demise, would suffice to ensnare your very soul. Very well, there seems to be some truth in your words. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that the exercises you assign me are merely to prepare me for confronting monsters. Indeed. Chapter 45, The Three Trials. Night Rain Guyi, powerless to resist, could only acquiesce. The first step is, bearing these 2 wooden buckets, proceed yonder to draw water. Ensure they are filled to the brim. Subsequently, traverse the plum blossom piles, and upon completion, empty the water into the large wooden tub. The daily completion of filling the large tub constitutes the successful navigation of the first trial. Following this, ascend the bamboo swing bridge and venture into the forest to unearth 10 bamboo shoots with a hoe. Finally, encase the 10 bamboo shoots within a sack and, bearing this burden, swim across the expanse of the lake. This shall mark the culmination of your daytime ordeal. Having listened, Guyi cast her gaze upon the scores of wooden stakes, then upon the multitude of bamboo swing bridges suspended and swaying in the breeze, and finally, she estimated the diameter of the lake to be approximately 300 to 400 units of measurement. And if I fail to complete it, persevere unceasingly, foregoing both slumber and sustenance. Guyi deliberated for a moment before inquiring, is it still within my means to renounce my affiliation with the sect at this juncture? The old man responded, it is indeed within your means. However, your demise would merely warrant a pauper's funeral, devoid of monetary compensation. Rest assured, we are also adept at conducting professional rites of deliverance. Are there any further inquiries? Guyi replied, none. Let us commence. Guyi retrieved the buckets, ambled towards the lake's edge, and filled both water receptacles to their capacity. Then, the old man observed as she, with a face flushed crimson, attempted to hoist the buckets thrice, yet failed in her endeavor. Her countenance was a spectacle to behold. Her frailty surpassed his wildest imaginings. Is it still within my power to expel you from the sect at this juncture? Guyi retorted. You old codger. Despite her retort, Mount Kuei remains Guyi's most secure sanctuary, and Guyi, in turn, represents Mount Kuei's most advantageous acquisition. A reciprocal affection, a mutually beneficial transaction. Though the process may prove somewhat arduous, Guyi exerted considerable effort to lift the 2 buckets of water, and with a trembling gait, she ascended the wooden stakes. Before she could even establish her footing upon the first stake, she plummeted downward, spilling water upon the ground. Laughter echoed from within the forest. Old Bear. The elder called out to him, and Li Daxiong, who was secretly squatting in the bamboo grove, had no choice but to emerge. Master Ancestor, what do you think of my junior sister? Ugly, he retorted. Damn it, Guyi rose, only to see a swift slap from the elder. Oh, her health is quite poor, utterly abysmal. How do you compare to her? Certainly far superior. Then go show me your bamboo step, the elder commanded. And Li Daxiong's face paled, yet he had no choice but to step onto the bamboo. It is said that this exercise demands utmost bodily balance. And Li Daxiong's greatest weakness was precisely that. Being so large, he swayed like a bear the moment he stepped up, and after merely 2 steps, he cried out in dismay and fell to the ground. Guyi chuckled swiftly. What a disgrace. How dare you laugh at others? From now on, you shall train with the monkeys. After so many years of training, still struggling with the bamboo steps, the elder sneered, while Li Daxiong's face flushed with embarrassment and fatigue, obediently carrying a wooden bucket alongside Guyi to fetch water. Of course, he was quite adept at the first hurdle. Yet the second challenge began a series of free falls. Guyi, however, was stuck at the first hurdle. In summary, the 2 of them screamed together amidst various free falls. Meanwhile, the elder had leapt to the top of the bamboo, reclining upon the slender, delicate stalks, dozing off. Impressive indeed. Guyi marveled at this fellow's strength and recognized her own frailty, gritting her teeth to persevere. Originally, Li Daxiong anticipated that Guyi would lament incessantly. However, contrary to his expectations, the usually eloquent Guyi fell into taciturnity. She relentlessly persisted, attempting, falling, and ascending repeatedly. Gradually, he too became silent. From dawn till dusk, Guyi and he found themselves without sustenance, their vision blurring with hunger as twilight descended. What shall we do? Li Daxiong inquired listlessly, his stomach audibly rumbling. Ashamed, are we? Guyi jested at Li Daxiong, before her own stomach betrayed her. As Li Daxiong was about to chuckle, he noticed her composed countenance. Not at all shameful. Shameless, more like it. Li Daxiong retorted, speechless. Were you always this inept? Guyi probed as she fetched water. Indeed. Then why are you still so unskilled? That bamboo swing is exceedingly difficult. I, on the other hand, found it the simplest. Humph. Then give it a try. I shall demonstrate for you. This is merely a balance beam. In her time, she frequented such contraptions, so it should present no challenge. Or so she thought. Thud. She plummeted. Li Daxiong erupted in laughter. Guyi stared blankly at the swaying bamboo swing above. She had overlooked the instability of the suspended bamboo branch, unlike a fixed wooden beam. It defied logic. The bamboo branch would recoil under pressure, the extent of which was unpredictable, thus disrupting the balance of force and traction on the wooden plank below, rendering it impossible to manipulate one's strength. Li Daxiong listened, perplexed. Can you speak in layman's terms? In essence, the designer of this contraption is deranged. Guyi declared emphatically. Li Daxiong suddenly wore a mischievous grin. Do you know who designed this? He inquired. Such a torturous contraption is also a test of intellect. Generally speaking, the three of you rascals evidently lack that intelligence, yet it seems imported. Or perhaps, just as he spoke, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Guyi looked up, feeling a coolness on his cheeks, and the fatigue in his body seemed to diminish significantly. But then, a soft and ethereal voice drifted through the bamboo grove. It is I. Guyi paused, turning to look. The fine rain in the woods resembled mist. Clad in a blue garment, ethereal and striking, the androgynous Yao Yao stood there, one hand holding an umbrella, the other clutching a lunchbox, amidst the gentle drizzle. The bamboo swayed gracefully, creating a serene and picturesque scene. Then Guyi exclaimed to Li Daxiong, "Food! Food! Food!" He rushed over, and Yao Yao shifted the umbrella slightly toward him, saying, "I anticipated that you would certainly fail to complete today's tasks. If you refrain from eating and drinking for an entire day, you will lack the strength for tomorrow, so I brought you some provisions. Is that permissible?" Guyi instinctively glanced behind Yao Yao, fearing that the two imposing figures would emerge to chastise them. "Of course, it's merely that your master has decided to hang you upside down for a day," Yao Yao remarked nonchalantly. "And what about you?" "Quite well, quite impressive. The best at internal affairs. It's raining. Let us eat over by the tree hollow." Tree hollow. Before Guyi could fully comprehend, he was led deeper into the woods by the familiar Li Daxiong and Yao Yao. Soon, he beheld a magnificent banyan tree. The ancient banyan tree stood venerable, and Guyi gazed upon it, imagining it to be a millennium old. Its roots were deeply entrenched in the earth, robust and sprawling. Yet the trunk bore a hollow at its base, concealing a moderately sized cavity, partially obscured by a wooden plank. Guyi was taken aback. This hollow had existed for as long as she could remember. In her childhood, she was unable to pass through and had to sleep in the woods. It was only after Yao Yao had brought her here that she began to spend her nights within, the longest being half a year. Li Daxiong pushed aside the heavy wooden board, revealing a large stone barrier that prevented most animals from intruding. As Guyi entered the hollow, she discovered it could comfortably accommodate 3 people. The ground was surprisingly padded with a layer of grass mats, and atop it lay a pristine blue cloth, accompanied by a fire pit and even pottery, evidence that someone had resided here frequently. Unable to contain her curiosity, Guyi turned to Yao Yao. "You were the earliest to enter this place, weren't you?" "Of course," Yao Yao replied, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. "My senior brother has been taken in by the master since he was very young. He is quite familiar with Quishan." She continued, "Well, it's not that I knew everything right away. It's just that after living here for a while, one naturally becomes acquainted. Moreover, the master and the others may not have been unaware, they merely accepted it." Guyi nodded, assisting Yao Yao in placing the cooked food into the pottery for slow simmering over the fire. The weather had grown somewhat chilly, without proper heating. The dishes would cool rapidly, especially with the rain falling outside. Soon, warmth enveloped the hollow, contrasting with the drizzling night outside. The soft glow of the fire illuminated the faces of the boisterous and somewhat foolish Li Daxiong, as well as the enchanting and exquisite Yao Yao. Guyi found the scene almost surreal. Shouldn't she be in a villa in the 21st century, gathered around a fireplace, watching television, sipping on red wine? A solitary figure. Chapter 46, The Mountain Spirit. However, Guyi is a person who adapts to circumstances. After a brief moment of daze, she succumbed to her hunger and snatched the food from Li Daxiong. Yao Yao sat on a wooden stump, resting her chin on one hand, gazing at them with a faint smile at the corner of her lips. It was then that Guyi realized Yao Yao was merely 18, while she herself was only around 15 or 16. "Yet, Li Daxiong, why do you appear so aged?" Guyi remarked while chewing on some grains. Li Daxiong replied, "Could you not be so blunt?" Guyi retorted, "If I'm not direct, I fear you won't comprehend. Enough already. Don't push me. Come on. Let us hurt each other." Li Daxiong nearly erupted into a scuffle with Guyi, while Yao Yao intervened to mediate. The campfire flickered fiercely, and the cave was enveloped in warmth as the trio erupted into laughter and mischief. However, Yi. You're injured. It's hard to look at. Wait, let me help you with that. It was then that Guyi noticed Yao Yao carried a small backpack, within which were white cloth and several small porcelain bottles. She extracted a clean cloth, stepped outside the cave to soak it in some rainwater, and gently wiped away the dirt from Guyi's wounds. Then she began to apply a medicinal solution, which carried the fragrance of herbal plants. The application brought a slight sting to the wounds, yet a cooling sensation followed. And Guyi felt the swelling diminish significantly. Hey, did you concoct this yourself? The effect is quite remarkable. Indeed. My esteemed mentor has bestowed upon me several medical texts and notes, which I perused during moments of boredom. After lightly applying the ointment for Guyi, Yao Yao skillfully bandaged her wounds. Guyi gazed at his brows and eyes. Yao Yao, whoever marries you will undoubtedly be very fortunate. Yao Yao was taken aback. Her face slightly flushed as she lowered her head and replied, I do not wish to marry. Li Daxiong interjected. Do you not find something peculiar in your words? What is strange? Guyi and Yao Yao simultaneously turned to him. Very well, it appears I was mistaken. Li Daxiong pouted. Have you not noticed that I have had my hand here for quite some time? It was only then that Yao Yao noticed Li Daxiong had raised his hand. He seemed somewhat perplexed. I am injured as well, senior brother. Oh. Tend to it yourself. Daxiong sulked, while Guyi unabashedly mocked him. Outside, the rain intensified. Guyi was aware that the weather in the mountains is notoriously fickle. One moment, the sun blazed brightly, and soon after, a torrential downpour ensued. No matter. We shall stay together and rest. There isn't enough space on the bed. Not to worry, you can simply squat and sleep, Daxiong. Despite the assertion, the tree hollow was neither too large nor too small. However, Guyi and Yao Yao were quite slender, and Daxiong could also fit. The bonfire was crackling, rendering the cold unnecessary, and there was no need for blankets. Yet, it was imperative to seal the entrance. The night air was cool, accompanied by humidity. Guyi contemplated this, yet observed Li Daong wearing an enigmatic expression, suggesting that the reason for the wooden board was far more profound than the weather. Soon enough, he would understand. With that, Li Daong secured the large wooden board over the opening and shifted a hefty stone into place. Guyi estimated the stone weighed at least 100 pounds, manageable only for someone as robust as Li Daong. Even a lion would struggle to move this stone. Their caution was commendable, Guyi remarked casually, but quickly discerned that the two were not guarding against a lion. That was. Yao Yao placed a finger to her lips and softly shushed him. Guyi fell silent, realizing these two were still playing coy. After all, there were 3 of them in the cave, and these 2 were well acquainted with the territory. There was little to fear. Having toiled throughout the day, Guyi, feeling well-fed and drowsy, soon succumbed to sleep after tidying up. Li Daong, equally fatigued, exchanged few words before drifting off as well. Yao Yao sat beside Guyi, observing the 2 men slumbering instantly, a hint of amusement crossing her face. However, she cast a glance behind the wooden board, her delicate brow slightly furrowed. The weather today felt rather peculiar, and the celestial phenomena seemed somewhat, coupled with the brief lunar absence from the previous night. She turned her gaze back to Guyi for a moment, then closed her eyes and lay down beside him. The rain intensified, and the wind howled ever louder. The 3 individuals were sound asleep. 2 were utterly exhausted, while Yao Yao maintained a commendable sleep schedule. As she slumbered deeply, Guyi felt an incessant whispering by her ear, a gentle call. The breath was somewhat suffocating, and it stirred memories of her university days, when a universally acknowledged paragon of perfection, both in character and appearance, had pursued her for several years. However, she remained oblivious to his intentions until that fateful day in the library, when he leaned close, his head bowed. He declared, I like you, Guyi. Guyi felt a warm sensation by her ear. Despite the seemingly restrained distance, she still experienced an unsettling tingling, an uncomfortable sensation. Biologically, it is said that humans, as primates, possess a heightened perception that aligns closely with their mental states. Her very soul resisted, independent of bodily instincts. And then, nothing further transpired with that individual. Except, of course, he later ascended to a prominent government position. Suddenly, Guyi jolted, pondering how she came to recall that person. But who was it that now breathed by her ear? Yao Yao? In a state of half-sleep, Guyi murmured a word. Upon opening her eyes, she indeed saw Yao Yao, who had placed her hand over Guyi's mouth, her expression grave as she leaned closer. Goodness, you, looking like a celestial being. Want to make a move on me, a mere wilted sprout? What happened to our shared aesthetic and taste? Guyi exclaimed as she pulled Yao Yao's hand away, blurting out her thoughts. Yao Yao, momentarily bewildered, suddenly pressed Guyi down, pinning her beneath her. What? Sensing an anomaly, Guyi discerned the apprehension in Yao Yao's gaze. Following Yao Yao's subtle cue, she peered outward. The substantial wooden plank remained, yet it trembled delicately in the tempestuous wind. And how does this relate to your earlier tumble upon me? She queried, amusement flickering in her eyes. As if comprehending Guyi's unspoken question, Yao Yao offered a wry smile, gently guiding Guyi to the rear of the door panel, where a small aperture was situated. Guyi, her curiosity piqued, cautiously approached the hole, peering through it. The tempest raged outside, the darkness punctuated by intermittent flashes of lightning that illuminated the inky expanse above. She observed trees, rain, a bamboo grove, and drifting silhouettes. Silhouettes? Guyi's thoughts faltered, as the lightning briefly illuminated the scene before plunging it back into darkness. Guyi turned to Yao Yao, who gestured towards her own lips before inscribing a line of text upon the earth. They are sensitive to sound. Sensitive to sound? Understanding dawned upon Guyi, explaining the injunction against speaking. But what are they? She wondered. Not human. Guyi's complexion paled slightly as she registered the pronoun, despite having initially perceived human figures, mistaking them for the bandits. What are they? Guyi silently mouthed, her gaze fixed upon Yao Yao, whose fingers danced once more across the ground, forming a single, chilling word. Shangui. Shangui? Guyi echoed in her mind. Mountain spirits? Your Mount Kuei is haunted? Why have they not been subdued? Mount Kuei was once a battlefield during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, where a significant ambush took place, resulting in the deaths of numerous soldiers. Their remains accumulated within the mountain, and when met with gloomy weather, they sometimes wander forth. As they are the souls of the fallen, having long since merged with Mount Kuei, they do not belong to the realm of evil spirits. Nor can they be easily exorcised. Our ethos on Mount Kuei is, the divine resides within 3 feet, and the righteous path is of humanity. What does it mean? To have a clear conscience. To have a clear conscience. Guyi gazed at those 4 characters in silence for a while before suddenly writing them down. If they were to approach us, they too would feel loneliness. And it is from this loneliness that possession occurs. If they are indeed spirits, then this wooden barrier will not suffice. Indeed, Guyi felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The breath she had just heard was returning. Chapter 47. The corpse of a man in the rain. Instinctively, Guyi turned her head and caught sight of a pale, misty visage ahead. Emerging through the wooden planks, enveloped in ghostly energy, slowly drawing closer to her. Guyi stared at Yao Yao. Yao Yao remained motionless, a mountain spirit coiling beside him. Guyi, who had always been apprehensive of spirits, felt a tightening in her bladder, especially as this mountain spirit seemed particularly fond of breathing near her ear. Yao Yao, usually indifferent and not a stranger to mountain spirits, found himself amused at the sight of Guyi's face contorted in fear, her struggle to suppress her terror vividly apparent. Do not be afraid. They generally do not mean harm. Generally? Then why are you blocking the door? We block the door because they occasionally possess the wild beasts of the mountain and may enter. Once corporeal, they can cause us harm. In the depths of the mountains. You suddenly comprehended the calm demeanor exhibited by Li Daxiang and Yao Yao, which had previously seemed so relaxed. It appeared that the beasts of the mountain had vanished, perhaps consumed entirely. Guyi felt a wave of tranquility wash over her, and her fear of the mountain spirit diminished somewhat. After all, it could merely be regarded as a projection of science fiction from the 21st century. Just as Guyi entertained this thought, an unexpected sound of footsteps reached her ears. Footsteps? Instinctively, she glanced at Yao Yao, pondering the impossibility of a spirit making sound, yet she noticed a hint of confusion on Yao Yao's face as well. Surely, with the insatiable appetites of the trio, there could not possibly be any wild creatures left in this mountain. However, upon closer inspection, the footsteps did not resemble those of any beast. Rather, they sounded distinctly human, and they grew progressively nearer, eventually halting just outside a hollow in the tree. An eerie silence ensued. Goodness, who else could possibly be in this mountain? Guyi was convinced it must be the bald man or that old brigand. How infuriating. Even on a rainy day, they managed to instill fear. Yet, exercising caution, Guyi peered into the small opening and glimpsed the hem of trousers, barefoot. A pair of large male feet. This is absurd. There is no need for fright while barefoot, especially when the ground is muddy. Moreover, Guyi had an unsettling feeling that those feet were familiar. Her gaze instinctively shifted upward. The clothing appeared strikingly recognizable, almost as if, oh no. Gu Yi's complexion paled dramatically as she suddenly saw the figure bend down. With a resounding crash, the immense force sent her, along with the wooden plank she had been leaning against, hurtling away. Gu Yi was knocked to the ground, pain coursing through her as she witnessed the cold wind and rain flood in, revealing the horrifying sight of a headless male corpse. A towering figure stood at the entrance of the cave, devoid of a head. It was impossible to discern its expression. Yet Gu Yi could distinctly sense a pair of eyes scrutinizing them. With focused determination, Gu Yi peered closer and was taken aback to glimpse a vaporous obstruction where the head should be, faintly outlining what appeared to be a spectral visage. Good heavens! It must be a mountain spirit that had possessed the headless corpse from the old house, and it had somehow traversed from there to this very spot. Where had the bald fellows vanished to? The absence of a corporeal form was somewhat reassuring. Mountain spirits were not known to be malevolent. Yet, what had transpired? On the ground, Yi exchanged terrified glances with Yao Yao. Trapped within the tree hollow, escape seemed a distant dream. And both were engulfed in dread at the unexpected arrival of the headless corpse. Gu Yi could only stealthily reach out to rouse Li Daxiao. But in that very instant, a sudden commotion erupted. The headless corpse lunged towards Yao Yao, who let out a terrified scream as she was knocked down onto the straw mat. A chill gripped Gu Yi's heart as he witnessed the ghastly figure tearing at Yao Yao's garments. Good grief! Daxiang, wake up, you wretched creature! Gu Yi shouted. Yet Li Daxiang remained oblivious, sleeping soundly like a dead pig. As Gu Yi watched helplessly, the headless corpse had already shredded Yao Yao's clothing, revealing her alabaster skin. In a frenzy, Gu Yi's gaze darted around, locking onto the iron pot they had used for their hot dishes. Seizing it, he swung it with a resounding crash. The impact of man and pot collided against the wall, jarring Gu Yi's very insides. Ai! Yao Yao cried out in alarm. After landing, the corpse paid no heed to Gu Yi, continuing its assault on Yao Yao. Gu Yi steadied the iron pot, spitting out bile as he witnessed Yao Yao's struggle. His resolve hardening. Seizing the iron wok. Bang! The iron wok crashed against Li Di's leg. The deafening sound coupled with the excruciating pain elicited a miserable shriek from Li, who leaped from the ground. He instinctively rushed forward, landing a punch on the headless male corpse, as if sensing a swift gust of wind from behind. The headless male corpse turned and retaliated with a punch of its own. Boom. A punch met a punch. The headless male corpse's physical attributes were evidently inferior to Li's, causing it to stumble backward. Gu was overjoyed, but soon realized she was being naive. After staggering back, the headless male corpse clenched its fist, and an aura of murderous intent emanated from its body. This kind of murderous intent was distinct from that of ordinary people, something that law-abiding citizens like Li and Gu did not possess. A soldier. The headless male corpse suddenly charged forward with lightning speed and formidable boxing techniques. Although its strength was not on par with Li's, its agility and footwork were demonstrably superior. It evaded Li's punches and kicks, sidestepped, seized Li's wrist with one hand, twisted it backward, and then delivered a fierce chop. Crack! Li's elbow was clearly dislocated, and he was then slammed against the wall by the headless male corpse. Not good. Gu rushed over, attempting to strike the headless male corpse's back with the iron wok. The male corpse waved its hand to chop at Gu. Bending low, Gu slipped between it and Li, attempting to pry open its hand that was strangling Li. But still, bang! Li was slammed against the wall, immediately losing consciousness. Damn it! How could this hulking oaf's combat prowess be so abysmal? Was he still asleep? Witnessing this scene, Gu knew that their chances of survival were slim today. To her left was the unconscious Li, and to her right was the delicate and disheveled. Before her stood the ferocious headless male corpse. Gu paused for a moment, then retreated backward. She turned around. She fled. She dashed out of the cavern. Incredulous, Yao Yao watched Gu Yi flee, only to find the headless cadaver advancing relentlessly upon him, bearing down with menacing intent. Within the cavern, two mountain spirits stood idly by, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Just as Yao Yao's trousers were about to be torn asunder, he pursed his lips, a faint glimmer of resolve igniting in his eyes. At that precise moment, a thunderclap reverberated across the heavens. The lightning, sharp and awe-inspiring, illuminated the scene. Yao Yao beheld the lightning and thunder drawing near. Just 3 meters from the cave's mouth, a figure held aloft a mirror, invoking its power with a fluidity and precision reminiscent of Li Daxiang's earlier ritual. The figure's stance, posture, angle, and incantation were all executed with decisive accuracy. Her lips moved, uttering what seemed to be a spell. It glowed, summoning the thunder. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the mirror, which in turn emitted a blinding light. The light ricocheted off the mirror's surface, guided by Gu Ye's deliberate angle, and struck the headless cadaver squarely. A vast expanse of white light erupted, shimmering with silvery luminescence. It illuminated Yao Yao's exquisite visage, rendering it even more ethereally beautiful, and jolted the unconscious Li Daxiong awake with stray sparks of electricity. As for the headless cadaver, it was engulfed in thunderous flames and reduced to ashes within mere moments. The two mountain spirits within the cavern emitted cries of terror, their voices echoing with a mixture of fear and desolation. In that moment, the thunderous exorcism awakened within them a profound sense of loneliness and sorrow that had been dormant for countless years. As the lightning dissipated, rain began to fall. Gu Yi, still clutching the mirror, turned to face the bald man and the old man, who had materialized in the downpour. The rain fell heavily, shrouding the surroundings in a hazy mist, rendering Gu Yi unable to discern their expressions. She remarked, "If that was your test, I must say it was exceedingly creative." With that, she tossed aside the mirror and collapsed wearily onto the ground. The expressions of the bald man and the old man darkened considerably. Yao Yao adjusted his clothing and, leaning against the wall, stepped forward to where Gu Yi sat drenched. A peculiar emotion flickered across his face, tinged with a softness that seemed ethereal. "I thought you would flee." Gu Yi lifted her gaze and offered a brief smile, rainwater cascading down her less than attractive visage. That smile was unmistakably the audacious, haughty grin characteristic of Gu Yi. "That you may not compel me to sacrifice my life for you. This wretched mountain spirit is not formidable enough to send me running. Why would I escape?" Her words, spoken by one whose physical prowess was akin to that of a frail chick, a novice yet to learn the ropes and already facing punishment, exuded an unexpectedly bold and domineering spirit. Yao Yao burst into laughter, his mirth dispelling the gloom of the night rain in the mountains. Yet, in that fleeting moment, both the old man and the bald man recalled the startling scene they had witnessed when emerging from the forest, a moment that left them genuinely awestruck, utterly amazed, as if their very vision had been dazzled. Chapter 48. The chicken. The bald man had now approached Gu Yi and crouched down before her. "Whether you believe it or not, that incident was indeed not orchestrated by me and the old man. We, the people of Quishan, are not so devoid of morality. However, the corpse itself was placed in the woodshed, and I failed to notice the roof tiles above had inexplicably developed leaks. The rainwater soaked the talisman, leaving the male corpse devoid of its protective spell, thus granting the mountain spirit an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. I acknowledge this error, and I admit it was my fault." The bald man bowed his head in apology. This was truly a first for him. Gu Yi is not one to be overly sentimental, deep down. She also assessed that the other party would not stoop so low as to sacrifice Yao Yao in such a manner. "I do not accept a mere verbal apology. So what now? A chicken?" The bald man hesitated, but ultimately conceded with reluctance. "Very well. But you must also tell me when you learned the mirror summoning technique." "What on earth?" "Do not feign ignorance. The heart-protecting mirror cannot spontaneously summon lightning unless you invoke it with a spell." Gu Yi then realized you were referring to the incantation I recited earlier. "You mentioned it in the ghost-crying forest. I remember it well and merely simulated it. Although I do not know its meaning, I can certainly mimic its form. Just now, I was also in a state of reckless abandon." "Are you implying you have never learned it? Has Yao Yao not instructed you yet?" The bald man displayed an intriguing expression as he met Gu Ye's tentative gaze. He chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "I see. It indicates that your talent is indeed passable, quite adequate, truly quite adequate. By the way, since you were injured, you can begin learning the art of descending tomorrow." "Oh, no need for the triathlon then?" Gu Yi expressed a hint of delight. "What triathlon?" The bald man replied, "Oh, that one? Of course. It is essential, and you must double your efforts. We are merely starting the lessons in the evening. The learning must be expedited, as time is of the essence. You are not getting any younger. Additionally, consider your future journey in the art of descending at Quishan." Gu Yi mused. "Perhaps it involves mastering the path and then defeating my masters and ancestors, seizing their treasures, precious techniques, and wealth, becoming the leader of Quishan, and ultimately marrying a wealthy and handsome partner to reach the pinnacle of life. Is this ambition sufficiently grand? Is it sufficiently enterprising?" The bald man and the elder exchanged glances, the elder scrutinizing Gu Yi keenly before suddenly breaking into a smile, the laughter somewhat enigmatic yet liberating. Then I shall await your progress, he said before turning to stroll away, appearing rather nonchalant. Do not forget my chicken. I am injured and require nourishment. If you do not remember now, I shall remind you again tomorrow. And do not forget to add goji berries and red dates. The two mountain spirits fell into a contemplative silence, but took a step back, fading into the rain. The bald man snorted coldly, his movements swift as the wind, leaping effortlessly into the trees. They have departed, have they? Emerging from the arboreal hollow, his mind still enshrouded in a hazy fog, Li Dexiang was met with an empty, rain-swept expanse. Master? Monkey? Senior brother? Alas, tarry for me, I implore you. Master, do wait for me. Li Dexiang cried out, hobbling in pursuit. As the door swung open, an ambrosial fragrance of chicken broth wafted through the air, instantly dispelling the lingering vestiges of slumber from Gu Ye's countenance, replacing it with a radiant smile. After completing her ablutions, she limped to the main courtyard, where she indulged in a restorative bowl of wolfberry and red date chicken soup. Naturally, Yao Yao partook as well. The old man and the bald fellow sat nearby, the quartet huddled around the hearth, seeking solace from the chill as they savored the broth. Yesterday's tempestuous downpour had given way to a persistent drizzle, sparing Gu Yi from further torment. Yet, one individual was excluded from this repast, Li Dexiang. At that very moment, he languished in the courtyard, drenched by the rain, a pail perched precariously atop his head, his hands burdened with brimming buckets, his stance a wide, unwavering horse stance. His gaze was fixed upon the steaming cauldron of chicken soup, his expression one of utter misery. Master, what is it? The bald fellow retorted, his mouth still full of chicken rump, his tone laced with impatience. I am famished. Precisely. The bald fellow clapped his hands together. That is the very essence of your punishment. Master, what transgression have I committed to warrant such chastisement? Li Dexiang lamented, his voice tinged with injustice. The bald fellow seized a chicken bone and hurled it in Li Dexiang's direction. You dare to ask? Observe the monkey and Yao Yao. Where were you when the spectral cadaver assailed them? Asleep. You slumbered like a swine. I awoke eventually, Li Dexiang countered, attempting to defend himself. Indeed. You awoke for a mere handful of seconds before being rendered unconscious, Gu Yi interjected, delivering a well-aimed blow to his ego. All right, Li Di could only submit, devoid of any strength to resist. Observing the injured Gu Yi, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt, resigning himself to the punishment. Didn't intercede on his behalf, as Li Di was occasionally susceptible to mishaps. Naturally, Gu Yi wouldn't plead for leniency either. Perhaps the punishment should be prolonged until we've finished consuming the chicken, Gu Yi suggested with candidness. This proposition was met with unanimous agreement from the other three individuals. And Li Di's gaze towards Gu Yi could have filled an ocean with tears. So, this is the kind of monkey you are. However, merely observing was too agonizing. Li Di couldn't help but inquire, Monkey, when did you pilfer from my chest? It was when you were shoved against the wall earlier. How did I not perceive it at all? The old man, setting down his bowl, lamented to be unaware of the theft of one's protective magical artifact. Add an additional hour to the punishment. Li Di was rendered speechless. By the way, what shall we do about the cremation of the male corpse? How will you explain it to the family down the mountain? Amidst the feasting, Guy brought up the matter of the male corpse, as she was concerned about the economic state of this impoverished. What else can be done? I'll simply state that it was possessed by an evil spirit and could only be resolved by my own hand. As the bald man spoke, he noticed Gu Ye's contemplative expression, and then, alternatively, you could inform them that your intervention was to ensure the tranquility of their ancestral home, preventing it from being tainted by inauspicious. Gu Yi and the bald man exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. Those individuals would certainly not cause any trouble. Hey, I did not deceive them either. This man is inherently unworthy. Despite the sweet words from his family, they actually harbor disdain for him, fearing his propensity for chaos. What crime has he committed? Rape, and the victim was not even 13 years old, truly a beast. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi was taken aback. A man, indeed. I never imagined that the people from this small town would have such depraved tastes. The bald man was stunned. No. It was a woman, a little girl from a farming family. And then, Li Dexiang inquired, why would he seek out a senior brother? Clearly, the monkey is the female. This was quite a revelation. Gu Yi asked, how do we descend the mountain? Yao Yao responded with silence. Chapter 49, the character Jiang. Memories. Happy birthday to Zhu Heyijuan, sending kisses. Despite the persistent drizzle, they managed to evade the triathlon, yet they could not escape the study of descending language. Due to previous poor performance, coupled with Li Daxiong's consistent lack of talent in this area, they commenced learning anew under Gu Ye's guidance. To their surprise, Yao became their teacher. The master had gone down the mountain to deal with that headless lecher, and the old man was inebriated. As expected, it was once again the senior brother who took over. Li Daxiong scoffed, clearly unimpressed by the two larger figures. It seems Yao taught them previously? Monkey, you might not be aware, but Yao is a genius in descending language. She mastered it when she was merely 12 years old. Although descending language is a form of communication, it remains incomplete, lacking a coherent system. To put it succinctly, currently, there are a total of 998 characters in the realm of Jiangdao. Each character demands formidable intention and insight for memorization, writing, recitation, and invocation. It sounds rather daunting. Guyi finds it somewhat magical. Being from Earth, she reminisces about the 9 years of compulsory education, encompassing vernacular Chinese, classical Chinese, English, and later, the Latin, Italian, German, French, and Japanese she selected during her time in an international school. Furthermore, after her transition to archaeology, she had to study the scripts of various dynasties. Just 998, merely 998, the Jiangdao literary package to take home. Difficult? Surely not. Yet, Guyi also notices Li Daxiong's expression, filled with profound sorrow. Aren't there just 998 characters? Must you act as if your wife and children have left you, even though you have neither? Li Daxiong, damn. It's not just 998 characters. Yao took a somewhat shabby little booklet from the shelf. Our question has merely 9 characters. Guyi paused for a moment and replied, Indeed, so succinct. Your words have left us blushing with embarrassment. In our humble Quishan sect, we are but a small and lesser-known faction, lacking in profound heritage and thus possessing little in the way of the Jiang teachings. Presently, the sect with the most substantial inheritance of these teachings is the Beatty faction. Yao, slightly bashful, handed a booklet to Guyi. In truth, what Daxiong remarked was somewhat inaccurate. The mastery of the Jiang language largely hinges on one's diligence. His lack of effort often leads him to slack off. It is not that he is entirely unmotivated. Guyi glanced at Li Daxiong and offered some kind words. Primarily, it's that you may not be very bright. Perhaps effort alone is insufficient. Li Daxiong responded with a silent gratitude. Thank you. Yao could not help but stifle a laugh. In any case, you should take a look. Begin by copying the first character, and I shall teach you its intrinsic meaning and pronunciation. With daily diligence, you shall surely make progress over time, especially considering your innate talent. Curiously, Guyi inquired, how do you know I possess talent? You were able to mimic the incantation after hearing our master recite the mirror summoning spell just once. Your potential in the Jiang arts is undeniably high. Li Daxiong nodded in agreement. Indeed, you should have seen the green gleam in our master and ancestors' eyes last night. So, those two rustic rascals were deliberately putting on an air of aloofness? Guyi chuckled, though she refrained from overestimating herself. For her exposure to this mystical world has been exceedingly limited. This must relate to memory. My recollection is quite satisfactory. Guyi held a degree of confidence in her memory capabilities. The comprehension of incantations transcends mere rote memorization. Otherwise, the cultivation of the mystic arts would not present such formidable challenges. An incantation necessitates initial observation, followed by memorization. However, it diverges from conventional script in that each incantation possesses the inherent capacity to influence the soul and the natural world, consequently causing a substantial diminution of memory. In essence, a prodigiously erudite individual, devoid of aptitude in the mystic arts, may indeed perceive and retain an incantation, yet it shall evanesce from their recollection in a fleeting moment. Repeated observation and memorization shall prove futile. As elucidated, he cited an example, such as Daxiong. Daxiong interjected, why is it always me? However, does Li Daxiong lack aptitude in the mystic arts? Daxiong possesses remarkable physical gifts and the capacity to cultivate mystic force. Yet he is deficient in the understanding of incantations. Conversely, perhaps I am his antithesis. S words were somewhat ethereal and distracted. Glanced at him, remarking, so, you are both halves of a whole, incomplete without each other. And Li Daxiong appeared perplexed. If collaboration is feasible, my constitution is frail, and my mentors forbid me from venturing beyond the mountain. Indeed, senior brother has remained within these confines since childhood. He has spent over a decade within this desolate mountain. It must be exceedingly monotonous. It is commendable that has maintained such a tranquil and gentle disposition. regarded with a modicum of compassion, casting her gaze upon the booklet. Compendium of the Mystic Inscriptions of Kuei Mountain. Then, I shall examine the 9 principal incantations. Turning the page, S. countenance assumed a grave expression as she lifted her gaze to meets. Indeed, the character for From Your Kuei Mountain is depicted so vividly, even illustrated in a picture. Picture? Yao Yao, puzzled, took the album into her hands. The illustration featured a man and a woman. This is truly. Yao Yao's face flushed crimson, and her hands trembled slightly, causing the album to fall to the ground. What on earth is this? Is there a mouse inside? Li Daxiong, intrigued, picked it up and examined it. After scrutinizing it closely, he turned to Gu Yi and Yao Yao. Oh, a man and a woman. What are they doing? I cannot comprehend it at all. Gu Yi glanced at him with a smile. I have no idea either. What about you, Yao Yao? Well, I cannot decipher it either. Since none of them could understand, I shall keep it for myself and study it thoroughly in the future, Gu Yi calmly declared as she tucked the album away. Yao Yao observed this audacious individual with a mixture of disbelief and resignation, ultimately stating, I do not even know where the original album went. I shall rewrite it. As for who transformed the little booklet into an illustration of a chaotic encounter between the genders, Gu Yi and the others shared a tacit understanding. The solitary old man, akin to a wingless angel, needed tender care. The desk was modestly sized, positioned against the wall and window, with Gu Yi and Li Daxiong seated opposite each other, while Yao Yao occupied the other end, grinding ink and transcribing. The scent of ink wafted gently through the air as Gu Yi focused on the first character of. To be honest, she had previously recalled the bald man's recitation. If she were to transcribe it, it would not be difficult at all. Gu Yi swiftly completed the first character, and it resembled the original quite closely. Yao Yao, in fact, had been attentively watching. She was not surprised to see Gu Yi finish the first character so quickly. 1, 2, 3. As Gu Yi diligently completed the 5th character, her pen hesitated, and her brows furrowed in contemplation. She had forgotten. Astonishingly, she could not recall its original form. Truly enigmatic. The 5th character. What was it like? Gu Yi yearned to assess her memory in comparison to that of other practitioners of the Tao. Perhaps it was the competitive nature instilled in her during her academic journey on Earth. After all, learning there was rife with rivalry, both abroad and domestically. Wherever there are people, there exists conflict, and Gu Yi, by nature, was quite competitive. Yao Yao pondered for a moment before stating, those of moderate talent typically begin to forget after 3 characters, which places you above average. Not too shabby. Gu Yi maintained a calm demeanor, studying diligently despite her injuries, which pleasantly surprised Yao Yao with her steadfastness and seriousness. This individual clearly possessed a dual nature. However, Li Daxiong, having witnessed this side of Gu Yi, was not particularly astonished. He was simply fueled by determination, as he lacked inherent talent in this arena. If he remained idle, he risked being outpaced by the newcomers. Indeed, Li Daxiong was primarily concerned about being bullied by her, for she was no pushover. By a stroke of fortune, Gu Yi's motivation spurred him into action, and Yao Yao, observing his efforts, felt a sense of satisfaction, thus teaching with even greater diligence. After completing the 9-character original text, Yao Yao stepped outside to brew tea for the 2. As she passed through the kitchen, she paused, catching sight of the old man. He was evidently waiting for her. Well, the 5th character? Not bad. The old man replied, neither surprised nor delighted. After a moment of silence, he inquired, has she mentioned that night at Tai Gui Lake? How long has it been since that night was brought up? Yao Yao tilted her head, gazing at the gentle drizzle in the courtyard. She remarked that she perceived 2 enormous eyes, reminiscent of a colossal beast. The old man was taken aback, his grip on the teacup tightening slightly. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, when you brew the tea, use fewer leaves. Tea can be quite expensive. Yao Yao nodded, watching the old man drift away. She glanced at the still warm tea, barely sipped, before bending down to gather the tea set. As she stood up, she cast a fleeting look towards the side door. Her brow furrowed in apparent confusion, but she ultimately turned and entered the kitchen. He turned away. At the side door, a bald man leaned against the wall. His gaze cast downwards, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Chapter 50. The passage of time flows like a stream. After 2 days of continuous rain, Gu Yi's injuries had nearly healed. During the day, he engaged in rigorous training, embodying the essence of a triathlete, while at night, he and Li Daxiong endured the exhausting repetition of their studies. Gu Yi, though inherently a teacher, found himself adapting to the role of a student in this shared journey. The trio occupied a study, or perhaps a bamboo grove, accompanied by two rustic bandits. A beauty smiled beneath the bamboo. Time flowed like water, and the ink seemed to paint a picture. Guyi tilted his head towards the sky, inhaling the scent of bamboo and the breeze. Sensing a subtle fissure within his very essence, a warmth coursing through. Yuzhou, originally a pivotal military stronghold in the north, housed troops and fortifications. And under the auspices of the Tang Dynasty, the position of Yuzhou's governor has always captured the attention of the powerful in Luoyang. Thus, they dared not exhibit foolishness or incompetence. Over the years, Yuzhou has maintained a semblance of stability. Yet, on this particular night, as the stars shone brightly, ominous clouds began to drift slowly across the sky, obscuring the luminous moon. In the southeastern corner of Yuzhou, there existed numerous grand residences, among which one particularly quiet estate, adorned with pomegranate trees entwining its walls, stood out. A night watchman, passing by, struck his gong, calling out the monotonous warning of caution against fire. Habitually, as he passed this estate, his gaze was drawn to the pomegranate trees, heavy with their vibrant, ruby-red fruits. Enticing and beautiful, the watchman paused momentarily, hesitating, unable to resist the dryness in his throat. Glancing around, he set his drumsticks and gong against the wall, climbed up to the top of the wall, and reached for a luscious pomegranate. As he tugged at it, the branch swayed, causing a moment of apprehension, and his actions froze. The rustling of the leaves ceased, yet he soon found it peculiar. Despite the stillness of the foliage, a creaking sound persisted. How strange! Could there be other nefarious thieves indulging in the same fruit? Listening intently, the watchman peered downward. Bathed in the bright moonlight, he caught a glimpse through the gaps in the pomegranate branches of a shadow crouched beneath the tree. Initially indistinct, the figure became clearer as the clouds parted, revealing a person hunched over, gnawing on an unknown object with a slow, deliberate motion. The sound possessed a cloying viscosity, imbued with a fishy reek that stirred a sense of nausea within him. He was beset by unease, perhaps born of a guilty conscience or a nameless dread. Or perhaps it was the odor that filled him with trepidation. He was on the cusp of descending from the wall when his leg brushed against the parapet, dislodging a small stone. It plummeted to the earth, shattering the silence and alerting the shadows. A head lifted, and in the moon's wan light, their eyes met. In that instant, the metallic tang of blood grew more pronounced. The nights of ancient cities teetered between tranquility and pandemonium, needing but a spark to ignite. When a harrowing shriek pierced the air, the southeastern quarter of Yuzhou, under curfew, stirred like water brought to a boil. A few households kindled lamps, voices rising in annoyance, cursing the ill-mannered wretch who dared to howl in the night. Yet, loath to brave the night's chill, they remained indoors, murmuring with spouses or children, pondering the cause of the wretched cry. Soon, they espied a sinuous line of torches flickering beyond the street, and the resonant clatter of armored soldiers, their hands drumming against their sheathed blades. Before long, the cadence of hooves echoed through the streets. Meanwhile, far away in Luoyang, Luigi was entering his study with a lantern in hand. The guards outside were keeping watch through the night, ensuring that someone was always present. So he felt no fear. His close aide, Qingyu, assisted him by holding the lantern and lighting the candles within the room. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "My lord, it is already the hour of the pig. Tomorrow, you must review important cases. If you continue to stay up late, it might prove quite arduous for you on the morrow." Luigi glanced at him, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Am I not aware that staying up late is detrimental? It is merely that my mind is troubled, and I recalled certain matters. I need to peruse the files related to this case. You may wait outside. I shall be but a moment." With a sigh of resignation, Qingyu was about to leave when he suddenly heard Luigi casually inquire, "Have there been any recent occurrences in the vicinity of Fanyang?" Qingyu was taken aback. If there were indeed matters of significance that warranted his master's attention, the Fanyang clan would have dispatched senior officials personally to inform him, or perhaps conveyed the information through family correspondence, without it ever reaching the ears of mere guards like themselves. Yet, the fact that his master had asked clearly indicated it was not trivial. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Some brothers who were transferred here have mentioned that Yuzhou has been rather unsettled of late, with occasional homicides occurring. However, the governor, Zhualangzhou, remains relatively clear-headed, having resolved some cases. Yet, speak plainly, there is no need for circumspection. However, the orchard murders, which had been rampant 2 years ago, seem to have resurfaced after 2 years of silence, resulting in the deaths of many farmers. This matter indeed appears to be the work of malevolent forces. Many subjugated officials perished back then, and now the flames of unrest have rekindled, causing considerable distress for the governor, especially since he and Yoshima Kwai Jinyun have long held opposing views. Luigi paused in extracting the documents and remarked with a hint of detachment, "If it is suspected that malevolent forces are at play, why does the Yutong sect, stationed in Yuzhou, not intervene?" He seemed to deliberately overlook the discord between the two governors of Yuzhou. It was rumored that the Yutong sect had been embroiled in internal strife for the past 2 years following the demise of their leader, with disciples and elders alike locked in conflict, rendering them incapable of dispatching personnel to investigate this matter. The clan head had inquired about this, though it remained uncertain whether there would be any response from the other party. Qingyu expressed his disdain for the Yutong sect, likely stemming from his humble origins. He held a certain contempt for such prestigious sects that, while enjoying the patronage of the court and the populace, only sought power and profit, disregarding their own reputation. It is worth noting that his hometown shared a similar fate. In contrast to the Yutong sect, the small Quishan sect appeared more straightforward, offering solutions through monetary compensation and capturing demons. Troubled by his thoughts, Qingyu could not suppress his feelings and uttered a comment, only to realize upon speaking that he had overstepped. He observed Luigi set the documents aside, his gaze profound. "My lord, it was a thoughtless remark," he acknowledged. 2 years have passed. Qingyu was taken aback, suddenly realizing the implication behind Luigi's earlier inquiry. 2 years had elapsed. How fared the village girl who had entered Quishan? Had she truly become a feather adrift in still waters, floating silently, or had she vanished without a trace? Her beauty rivaled that of a painting, set against the ethereal backdrop of a bamboo sea. "Ah, Jester, your defeat at my hands today is nigh inevitable." Indeed, a capacity for self-deception can be a peculiar strength, emboldening one to cast off all pretense of humility, day in and day out. With that, she seized a bamboo slat from above, her lithe form, languid as a boneless chicken fillet, gracefully unfurled from the hammock. She ambled to the lake's edge, where she filled 2 wooden buckets with a resounding splash. Her slender arms hoisted the vessels aloft as she traversed towards the plum blossom posts. There, she observed Li Daxiong descending from his own perch. Gu Yi, with unwavering poise, stepped onto the first post. Grasping the bucket handles, she advanced to the second, her footing secure. The third, even more so. By the fourth, a hint of precariousness crept in, her toes barely grazing the surface. The fifth, a mere third of the cross-section. From the 10th onward, her feet seemed to barely touch the wood at all. With a flurry of motion, the buckets remained full to the brim, not a drop spilled. Reaching the end of the posts, she glanced up to see Li Daxiong halfway across the swaying bamboo steps. His towering frame cautiously navigated the precarious path, each step a delicate dance against the lack of equilibrium. "Pray tell, has your increased stability compared to yesterday stemmed from a lack of sustenance after last night's gambling losses?" Gu Ye's jesting elicited a retort from Li Daxiong. "Savor your gloating. For should you suffer defeat today, it shall be you who endures the pangs of hunger." Yet, scarcely had the threat left his lips when he beheld Gu Yi emptying the contents of her buckets into the large wooden vat. Turning, she nimbly ascended the bamboo steps. Where his ascent was a ponderous quest for stability, her slender frame sought swiftness and agility. With a mere touch, her hands grasped the supports, and she traversed the path with a series of swift, fleeting steps, her speed surpassing his by a factor of 2. How swiftly time passes. Just yesterday, you were hiding your true self. Indeed, you are a monkey, the king of monkeys, Li Daxiong exclaimed, his ire unabated as he hastened his pace. Yet, Gu Yi drew ever closer, soon arriving directly behind him. In a sudden movement, Li Daxiong spun around, delivering a sweeping kick with his long leg. "Huh, down you go." However, the kick met only empty air, for Gu Yi had cleverly swung the rope to the other side. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce kick to Li Daxiong's lower back. The impact struck Li Daxiong's acupoint, rendering his back numb and weak, causing him to stagger downward. Yet, he adeptly managed to grip the wooden board and pull himself back up, launching a punch aimed at Gu Ye's back. Gu Yi sidestepped gracefully, one hand still clutching the rope, his entire form executing a half-arc spin. With the other hand, he seized Li Daxiong's wrist, not with force, but with finesse, wrapping the rope around Li Daxiong's arm with a deft flick. In a swift motion, he darted to Li Daxiong's side, delivering a powerful elbow strike. Bound by the rope, Li Daxiong found himself ensnared, helplessly exclaiming, "Ah, cunning monkey. You are truly treacherous. If you have the skill, let us face off directly. Forgive me, but in my eyes, a direct confrontation can only determine superiority in a hierarchical sense, not in skill," Guyi retorted. Face to face, superior and inferior, up, down. In a mere second, Li Daxiong's face flushed crimson. Meanwhile, on the other end, Yao Yao, who was sewing garments, also felt her cheeks warm. Only the woman, adorned with a carefree smile, danced across the wooden planks, gracefully entwined within the verdant bamboo grove, as if lost in a dream. Chapter 51. Passing the test? Yet, Guyi had shed the frail physique of 2 years prior. At this moment, he playfully teased his senior brothers and sisters before leaping down from the bamboo walkway, venturing into the bamboo forest. Upon entering the bamboo grove, Guyi cast her gaze around. This grove was vast, spanning several dozen acres. The old man possessed remarkable agility, allowing him to traverse the entire expanse daily with ease, and hiding a hoe within it was a trivial matter. Thus, locating it would require considerable time and mental effort. Guyi did not rush to search. Instead, she first surveyed her surroundings, examining above and below, before venturing to the left side. Swiftly, she darted through the forest, her slender form moving with the grace of a spirit monkey. After a brief moment, Guyi arrived at the eastern side of the bamboo grove, where the bamboo was older, representing the original growth. Once there, she scanned the area until her gaze settled upon a cluster of bamboo, where, amidst the hundreds of stalks, a hoe was conspicuously embedded. As Guyi approached, she assessed the narrow gaps between the bamboo, realizing that even her slender arms could not fit through. Her expression darkened. How audacious of the old man to have placed it there. The real dilemma was how to retrieve it. Attempting to insert her hand resulted in it getting stuck. After some twisting and turning, she managed to extricate herself, but the task seemed insurmountable. It was evident that the old man had employed some form of magic to place it there. Did that mean she was required to use sorcery to retrieve it? While she was well versed in the incantations of descending spells, having mastered 9 variations, she could not fathom why the old man and the bald fellow stubbornly refused to teach her any spells. Currently, she could only recall the mirror summoning technique from 2 years prior, which proved ineffective in this context. Should she set fire to the grove or strike it down? There was neither fire nor thunder to assist her, nor did she possess the mirror that hung upon the bear's chest. What was she to do? Cutting down the bamboo was arduous without a blade. Was she truly destined to be bested by that great bear today? At a height of 12 to 13 meters, the thread finally approached its destination, just above the hoe. Logically, at such an elevation, combined with the slightly obstructing branches and leaves, a mere mortal would be unable to discern the reality below. Yet Guyi remained unperturbed. She meticulously counted the bamboo stalks and confirmed their positions, ultimately locking onto one. She maneuvered the thread towards this particular bamboo, leaving a gap of approximately half a fist's breadth. Without even glancing down, she lowered the thread, and remarkably, it landed precisely. Guyi calculated the length of the thread, tugged at it, and found it still a tad short. She lowered it further and pulled again. It made contact. The junction where the blade meets the handle of the hoe possesses a connection, and upon contact with the thread, Guyi gave it a few gentle tugs, causing the thread to tie itself into a knot, securing it firmly. This principle is akin to a rider securing a wild horse. Strange as it may seem, this delicate and lustrous thread was capable of steadily hoisting the heavy hoe, lifting it several meters upwards until it landed in Guyi's hands, allowing her to finally exhale in relief. Damn it, my legs are numb. She then noticed an old man seated by the lakeside, his presence a mystery as to when he had arrived. The old man, with a blade of grass clamped in his mouth, surveyed the freshly unearthed spring bamboo shoots, which, having yet to break the surface, were the sweetest. Buried underground, their husks remained pale, and the wider they were, the more tender and fresh they became, thus more delectable. The old man appeared quite pleased with these shoots, silently contemplating a promising lunch. Flattery, flattery, he mused. And it's all thanks to the white silk I won from the bald man last year. In the realm of gambling, the principles remain unchanged: observation, inquiry, and a bit of luck. Employing a few subtle stratagems, it is rather facile to secure a few victories here. Seizing the opportunity, I managed to triumph over the bald fellow, winning a roll of exquisite silk, which, with a touch of ingenuity, can be transformed into something quite useful, though today, it may not be of immediate utility. Even the most trivial skills possess their merit. The old man seemed rather appreciative. Indeed, This hook could serve to unlock chests. Should the question ever find itself in dire straits, I could conveniently gather my belongings and venture forth to redistribute wealth, though, in truth, that impoverished state would pertain to herself. The old man remarked, "Truly, you are the most accomplished disciple Quishan has seen in centuries, without exception. How did you discern that I concealed the hoe there? You appeared to search with remarkable efficiency," he continued, having observed me discreetly and noted my purposeful journey. "This morning, during breakfast, I noticed your boots were muddied, and the dirt was of a yellow hue, quite fresh. The bamboo grove in question had suffered a deluge in years past, revealing the yellow earth beneath. Elsewhere, it remains untouched. You must have ventured there early this morning, as that area's bamboo is too aged to produce shoots. What other purpose could you have had but to hide the hoe?" Yao Yao sat nearby, her amusement deepening as she listened. "Your cleverness is indeed considerable. I shall grant you that you have passed 2 trials today." The old man, somewhat perturbed, inwardly chastised himself, realizing that he could no longer contain this spirited young lady. His head throbbed with the intensity of his thoughts. "In truth, I am not particularly clever. It is merely a rarity for me to exhibit humility. It is simply that you are less astute than I." The old man, his beard bristling with indignation, chanced upon Li Daxiong striding confidently towards him, a hoe slung over his shoulder and a basket in hand. How could this fellow be so swift? Both Gu Yi and the old man were taken aback. For this towering figure had previously lagged far behind Gu Yi, yet now seemed to have nearly completed the task. This was most peculiar. "Daxiong, where did you acquire that hoe?" Gu Yi exclaimed, his face draining of color. "What is the meaning of this? Is it sheer luck? Once could be excusable. But does this happen every day?" The old man felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face. For heaven's sake, he was merely teaching 2 disciples. And now he had to contend with the added burden of their fortuitous streaks. He felt utterly exhausted. "Well, regardless, you 2 shall not pass this 3rd trial easily." Gu Yi, upon hearing this, instinctively glanced around the old man and noticed 2 large fish baskets behind him. "What did you place in the water?" "Fish," the old man replied. "Are we having bamboo shoots stewed with fresh fish today?" Both Gu Yi and Li Daxiong's eyes sparkled with excitement, but the girl, Yao Yao, pursed her lips, a hint of worry shadowing her features. "Stop wasting time. You have a single tea's worth of time. Then please sip your tea slowly." "Nonsense, get down to the water." The old man swept his leg, nearly catching Gu Yi and Li Daxiong in the gust of his movement. They hastily packed the bamboo shoots into bags and embarked upon their task in the water. Now, both individuals are aligned on a level playing field, rendering any advantage negligible. Li Daxiong, summoning every ounce of his strength, propelled himself forward with unwavering determination. His endurance and physical prowess were evident, surpassing Gu Ye's capabilities in the depths of the lake where Wang Jing met her demise 2 years prior. Despite Gu Ye's remarkable progress over the intervening years, the disparity remained palpable. Nevertheless, swimming prowess hinges on both stamina and technique. Gu Ye's superior technique allowed her to rapidly close the distance, soon drawing level with Li Daxiong. They were swiftly approaching the midpoint, poised to conquer the triathlon's aquatic challenge. However, alas, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air as Li Daxiong was suddenly beset by a frenzied assault, his flesh torn asunder. Piranhas, a ghastly sight, incongruous with the geographical location. For such carnivorous creatures were unheard of within the Central Plains. The old codger was indeed ruthless. Gu Yi, her face paling with terror, surged forward with desperate haste. Yet, a sudden sensation assailed her lower leg. Alas, with a swift maneuver, Gu Yi somersaulted in the water, exposing her lacerated left leg. She struck the offending piranha with a resounding blow, dislodging its grip. Alas, the crimson tide gushed forth. It sent an irresistible beacon to the lurking predators. Gu Yi beheld the telltale ripples upon the water's surface, a harbinger of impending doom. Panic seized her, mirroring the dire straits of Li Daxiong. Their eyes met, conveying a shared sense of urgency. Simultaneously, they cried out, "Distract them. I'll make my escape. Curse you, you ingrate." Gu Yi inwardly raged, decrying the betrayal of their fraternal bond. Desperation fueled her frantic strokes, yet she knew such measures were futile. Unless, Yao Yao, her brow furrowed with concern, anxiously paced the shoreline. Suddenly, she espied Gu Yi raising her hand from the water's depths. A solution had been conceived? Ah, Yi was indeed ingenious. Heaven have mercy on the Grand Master. Yao Yao, old man, is it still possible to expel this wretched disciple from the sect? Chapter 52. A visitor, wishing a happy birthday to the young lady Qinglan Li sang. The old man flicked his fingertips, causing several leaves to drift from his sleeves, severed by the force of his gesture, and they fell upon the water's surface, creating ripples. The terrifying piranhas scattered in an instant, sinking to the depths. Gu Yi and Li Daxiong thus narrowly escaped death. Upon reaching the shore, the two found themselves in an indescribably disheveled state. The old man, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Those who understand the times are the true talents. Come, set down the bamboo shoots and let us redo the first and second challenges several times." At noon, the fire blazed in the stove, and a large pot above bubbled with steaming broth. The bamboo shoot husks lay strewn about, and tender shoots, white with a hint of yellow, were sliced into diagonal pieces and added to the pot to simmer, accompanied by diced salted pork, the aroma wafting a considerable distance along the mountain path. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a round-collared robe ascended the steps with steady footing. His square face and broad eyes exuded a sense of gravitas, yet his gait bore a hint of leisure, taking in the scenic beauty of the mountains as he strolled. However, following closely behind him was a tall, slender youth clad in a green outfit with a slanted collar. This young man had distinct features and sharp eyes, yet his demeanor lacked the leisurely grace of the man ahead. The sword at his waist swayed gently with his steps, grazing his garment. Despite his youth, his movements, though steady, lacked the ease of the man before him, as he scanned the verdant hills and waters, seemingly in search of something, until they caught the enticing scent. It appears that a middle-aged man smiled gently, his gaze lifted upward, where both of them beheld a few dilapidated old houses nestled amidst the verdant hills. The courtyard was spacious and remarkably tidy, dominated by a rudimentary bonfire, upon which a large pot simmered. Ah! The season of spring bamboo shoots in March and April is upon us. And with the renowned Zhao family village at the foot of Kuei Mountain known for its pig farming, the pork here is exquisite. If only they could cure it and stew it with spring bamboo shoots. He glanced over, momentarily entranced. Before him stood a remarkably youthful figure, perhaps 17 or 18 years of age, resembling a blossoming maiden. Yet, to describe her as such seemed somewhat inadequate, for her brow and gaze bore no trace of youthful innocence. She too had noticed the individual standing atop the woodpile. Their eyes met, and she, barefoot with her pant hem rolled up, revealed a slender, fair calf marred by a wound the size of a palm, blood oozing from it. The delicate skin of her calf evoked a sense of compassion, yet the injury traversed across her left thigh, one hand clutching a medicine bottle while the other held a medicinal salve. She gazed at him, and he returned her gaze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Although the cultural atmosphere of the Tang Dynasty was relatively liberal, imposing few constraints on women, and many were audaciously clad, there remained two categories of women who did not fall into this realm: the scholarly noble women of the Tang and the rustic village maidens. Village maidens? This term unexpectedly flashed through his mind, yet before he could ponder further, his thoughts remained suspended. The person surnamed Qing, if you continue to look, I shall have to charge you. Qing Yu was taken aback, as though struck by lightning, her mind a whirlwind of confusion, struggling to reconcile the image of this slender woman with that of the petite, frail girl from Xiaoyang village. You, Wang Xiaoya, please repeat that. Gu Yi. Only then did Gu Yi raise an eyebrow, casually tending to her wound, her fingers brushing the hem of her clothing as she stood up. For no apparent reason, why have you come here? To gaze at my calves? Qing Yu, being somewhat competent, was momentarily silenced by this remark, her face darkening as she leapt down from the timber, diverting her gaze from the other's legs to that rather unfamiliar face. Have you undergone some transformation? Gu Yi, initially beaming with a radiant smile, was momentarily taken aback by the question, yet she did not take offense. Instead, she touched her own face and retorted, Am I truly this beautiful now? Qing Yu replied, It can now be confirmed that I have indeed not made a mistake. Generally speaking, you are somewhat improved compared to 2 years ago. At least you are not unattractive. Qing Yu's demeanor was rather indifferent, and Gu Yi, well aware of this person's prideful nature, was unfazed. She pouted slightly, observing that another individual was approaching Qing Yu. She frowned, as Qing Yu coming alone could indicate that there was an issue on Lu Yiji's side. But what was the purpose of this man as presence? He appeared to possess some significance. The middle-aged man had previously overheard the conversation between the two individuals below. Although taken aback, he approached with composure, introducing himself. Young lady, I am Zhao Yuan, the registrar of Yuzhou Prefecture. I have long heard of the esteemed reputation of Quishan and have come to pay my respects. His words were eloquent and polished, yet Zhao Yuan noticed the strikingly beautiful and spirited woman respond with surprise. Reputation? I was unaware that Quishan possessed such a thing. Are you truly from Quishan? Caught off guard, Zhao Yuan found himself at a loss for words until he heard a voice of reprimand from behind the house. Wild monkey, have you become addicted to deceiving your own kind? An elderly man emerged, scrutinizing Registrar Zhao Yuan. Have you eaten yet? Zhao Yuan smiled politely. Not yet, esteemed elder. The elder's expression immediately soured, prompting Gui to interject. Well, our family is a bit short on food. Zhao Yuan was momentarily rendered speechless. However, Qingyu subtly smirked and retrieved a bundle from behind her back, revealing several delicacies wrapped in oil paper, specialties of Yuzhou brought as a gift. The elder's face brightened with delight. Welcome, welcome. Gui chimed in. Would you care for some tea, gentlemen? The warm invitation made the surroundings feel hospitable. Gui, favoring his injured leg, made his way to the kitchen. Yao Yao, we have 2 guests outside. Prepare a pot of tea. Li Daxiang, who was stoking the fire, turned to inquire, who are they? The one with the surname Liu, and the one behind him with the surname Qing. Gui replied casually. It doesn't matter much. I can't remember. Gui picked up a mountain fruit, pondering if these 2 were indeed looking for him, considering they brought food and drink. Oh, and the wine, his favorite, the Qingyejiao. Oh, is there food? Li Daxiong, in a flurry, expressed his intent to take a look around. Gui, aware of his gluttonous nature, made no effort to restrain him. Have you healed your leg? Yao Yao, having washed the vegetables, was boiling water and preparing tea leaves in an orderly fashion, yet her gaze remained fixed on Gui. Yes, it's just a minor injury. There's no need to trouble yourself, he replied. If not treated properly, it could leave a scar. Then let me take another look at it. Gui lifted his garment, revealing a patch of pale skin. Yao Yao paused momentarily, bending down to examine it closely. Without uttering a word, she turned and retrieved some medicinal cloth from a small cabinet. Though the wound had been treated with medicine, prolonged exposure to the air and dust from clothing could easily lead to complications, and it was crucial to avoid water, as Yao Yao cautioned him. She proceeded to bandage Guya's injury. You must avoid water. How am I supposed to bathe then? Will you wash me? Guyu teased, adhering to his habitual banter. Yao Yao's hand faltered, her eyes still lowered. Indulging yourself will only lead to a slick tongue. Do you still believe you're a child? Well, it seems I have truly matured, he remarked. Having spent the last 2 years in Quishan, Guyu was acutely aware of his appearance. Yet the psychological trauma from his recent transition had overshadowed his concerns. In Quishan, he had only encountered rugged men or Yao Yao, who remained oblivious to her own stunning beauty. Mirrors held little significance for him, and he had not mentioned his looks at all. Furthermore, having not descended the mountain for 2 years, he had little awareness of his physical transformation. Why did the old man and the bald monk not teach me any spells? And why not any methods to cultivate my strength? It was only upon seeing Qingyu that Guyu realized 2 years had slipped by. She has astonishingly nestled in a mountain for 2 years, a notion she herself finds utterly perplexing. However, had she not been so astute, she would not be Guyi. The cultivation methods and incantations are the essence of every sect, not to be casually divulged. Even the disciples, after years of rigorous training, would seldom be entrusted with such knowledge. Yet, there exists another layer of consideration. She lightly tapped Guya's cheek with her finger. Indeed, you have grown. Her tone carried a hint of affection, reminiscent of a parent observing their child blossoming into maturity. Guyi, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, Are you aware that I ought to be a full cycle older than you? You say that, but I am aware. Do you also know that I was once exceedingly beautiful, and that I shall grow even more so in the future? Yes, I shall simply observe as you blossom. She replied nonchalantly, as if indulging a certain someone's prideful demeanor. Guyi chuckled in response. Yet, outside, shouts echoed. Ah, the bald fellow has emerged. Chapter 53. The Pomegranate Case. Today, I must embark on a journey to attend a wedding. As Guyi stepped out of the kitchen, she beheld Qingyu and Zhao Yuan seated at one end, while the old man and the bald fellow occupied the other. The table was set in a square configuration, with 4 individuals divided into 2 factions. However, in stark contrast to the impeccably dressed Qingyu and Zhao Yuan, the leaders from Quishan appeared rather shabby, particularly the bald man who had just emerged from the woodshed, with dust and splinters still clinging to his hair, seated there in a rather uncouth manner. Zhao Yuan assessed the old man and the unkempt giant, maintaining his composure, and said, Master Kong, amidst your busy schedule. You have graciously taken the time to meet with me. Are you aware that I have pressing matters to discuss? Master Kong replied, No. It's merely that the bamboo shoots are now ready to be harvested. Oh, is it customary for you Quishan folk to be so lacking in manners? Zhao Yuan smiled silently. While Qing Yu remained unfazed, Li Daxiong had already taken the initiative to serve 4 bowls of steaming bamboo shoot soup. Although both men possessed backgrounds and experiences, having savored countless delicacies from land and sea, the pristine beauty of Quishan made this rare mountain delicacy particularly delightful. As Zhao Yuan inhaled the aroma and beheld the generous portions of creamy soup alongside tender bamboo shoots and savory pork, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he lifted his bowl and began to indulge. However, Qing Yu, aware of the nature of those from Quishan, opened the oiled paper under the unwavering gaze of Li Daxiong and the bald man, revealing the local marinated roasted meat, undoubtedly a delicacy of the highest order. The enticing fragrance wafted through the air, with glistening fat and tender skin, causing the gluttonous Quishan men to abandon their reservations and enthusiastically partake in the delightful meal alongside the sweet bamboo shoot soup. At that moment, Guyi approached with a wooden tub of rice. Upon seeing the others, he announced, The rice has arrived. Qing Yu looked up and stood to accept the tub. Guyi made no objections, for it was fitting that someone of the Fanyang Lu clan exhibited such grace. The tub was placed aside, and the gentleman, realizing that mere soup would not suffice, prepared to enjoy the rice. Yet, Qing Yu abstained from eating, not even sipping the bamboo shoot soup. As per the customs of the Lu clan, and none of the others remarked on it. Zhao Yuan, however, unabashedly broke the convention, directly addressing the 2 masters. Gentlemen, I have come seeking your assistance regarding some peculiar happenings in the city. As Guyi took his seat, he instantly sensed that matters were indeed afoot. The bald man seemed oblivious to his surroundings, merely gnawing on a chicken wing while exclaiming, I'm utterly exhausted. I nearly met my end out there, and I truly need to rest for a few days. Guyi was somewhat taken aback. Over the past 2 years, the bald man had consistently ventured out for projects, yet none had proven particularly challenging, even less so than the affairs involving the Shi family. These were trivial matters, with the bald man taking 10 days to a fortnight to resolve each, most of the time consumed by travel rather than the tasks themselves. However, this time Guyi was aware that the bald man had sustained an injury, which piqued his curiosity about the difficulty of this project. Yet, the bald man refrained from elaborating on the nature of the challenging project that led to his injury. Zhao Yuan's gaze flickered. Rest assured, master. This matter shall not be so troublesome. The bald man continued to chew his chicken, a hint of sarcasm in his tone, the infamous Zhao Dianshi of Yuzhou. That title carries significant weight. You are dealing with a matter of great consequence, if it has passed through your hands, combined with the influence of your superiors. How could it possibly be unmanageable? If it pertains to supernatural affairs, one could simply seek assistance from the people of Yutong. Why come to me? Zhao Yuan did not rush to counter, merely stating, Master Kong speaks wisely. This is indeed a worldly case. I hail from a background in forensic work and later became a Dianshi, yet my position is humble and my words carry little weight. So I scarcely dare to claim to handle such matters. As for those hollow titles, they are hardly trustworthy. Guyi was well aware that the position of Dianshi, originating in the Yuan dynasty and continued through the Ming and Qing, was commonly utilized in local governance, serving as an assistant to the county magistrate, lacking prestige and not truly representing an official of the court. Nevertheless, Zhao Yuan was certainly no ordinary Dianshi. So, your ascent up the mountain is predicated on entrusting me with a case not under your direct purview? The bald man's expression was ambiguous, a mixture of amusement and skepticism. Zhao Yuan, undeterred, responded with a subtle smile. In my humble capacity, I merely serve as a messenger for my superiors. Were it not for the case's intricate nature, defying resolution and lacking a clear avenue, I would not presume to trouble a master of your caliber. And what of the individuals from Jade Hall? Have they all perished? Surely, even without Jade Hall, Yuzhou possesses other subjugators. It seems you are fixated on exploiting my Mount Kuei. The bald man continued, rolling his eyes. Truly, Qing. Could it be that your young master Lu fears the starvation of Mount Kuei's disciples and has dispatched you to solicit patronage? Qing Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes at the bald man's words. Solicit patronage? For the 2 unrefined men and an old codger of Mount Kuei? Or perhaps the orchard? Upon hearing this, Guyi paused, her fingers momentarily still on her chopsticks. Red pomegranate? What manner of homicide warrants such a name? Has a red pomegranate tree achieved sentience? Gu Yi, who typically refrained from engaging in conversation, interjected with this remark, naturally drawing the attention of Zhao Yuan and his companions. Zhao Yuan dared not underestimate Gu Yi, for he had rarely encountered a woman of her ilk, young, yet possessing an intelligence that shone through her eyes, dispelling any notion of foolishness. It is not so. Do you know, Gu Xiaoyu, that there exists a place in Yuzhou called Pomegranate Village? This estate belongs to a prominent and affluent family in Yuzhou, headed by the Qin family. The venerable ancestor, Chen Yinxing, established their fortune 30 years prior through the cultivation of pomegranates. Although pomegranates are a modestly priced commodity, the modest profits allowed Chen Yinxing to lay a solid foundation. Subsequently, he ventured into the silk and cloth trade, and through astute management, he amassed considerable wealth, becoming one of the most renowned and affluent individuals in Yuzhou within 5 years. In gratitude for the pomegranates that facilitated his rise, he dedicated a substantial portion of land within the estate to cultivate numerous pomegranate trees. Consequently, the Chun residence became known among the people of Yuzhou as Pomegranate Village. Though their foundation may be relatively recent, the Qin family is nonetheless reputable and rarely embroils itself in disputes. However, a shocking incident transpired 10 days ago. Who perished? Gu Yi exclaimed. It was a death most brutal, far exceeding that of an ordinary woman. Zhao Yuan observed her closely, noting that the bald men were also listening, and continued. The deceased met a horrific end, marked by numerous stab wounds, all penetrating injuries. The fatal blow was a piercing of the heart, and the body was pallid, having lost a significant amount of blood, resembling a desiccated corpse. This gruesome sight has incited widespread panic among the townsfolk, who now whisper of a blood-sucking fiend roaming the streets. The citizens are in a state of trepidation, and as this tragedy occurred at Pomegranate Village, the Qin family, being of considerable standing, has placed significant pressure on the authorities. Does the Chun family have officials among them? Gu Yi inquired. Indeed, Miss Gu. You are astute, he replied. If the Qin family were merely a wealthy clan, the Yuzhou authorities would not pay them any heed. Matters would proceed as usual, without mention of pressure. Moreover, the official in question must certainly hold a significant rank, for Yuzhou is no mere township. It is incorrect. The Chen family holds no official position. Zhao Yuan countered Gu Ye's speculation. The bald man smirked, for who was unaware that 3 months prior, the scion of the Qin family had achieved the second place in the imperial examination, thereby gaining considerable renown in Luoyang and attracting the favor of the powerful. Consequently, the Qin family's status soared, and they hosted a 10-day banquet that became the talk of Yuzhou. Only a naive girl like you would indulge in such baseless conjecture. However, it was evident that the young master of the Qin family, despite his affluent background, managed to infiltrate the circles of Luoyang's elite. And while his prestigious title certainly adorned him, Gu Yi sensed that he was undoubtedly a formidable character. Yet, master, you must have partaken as well. Li Daxiong suddenly interjected. And what of it? The bald man responded, unperturbed. Despite being a distinguished exorcist, he felt no discomfort in attending such a banquet. Li Daxiong, however, was incensed, and Zhao Yuan mused that at least the younger disciples of Quishan were somewhat different from the previous 2 generations. You won't take me along, Li Daxiong lamented, leaving Zhao Yuan speechless, while Qingyu could only tilt her head in bemusement. Had he not recognized the intricacies of Quishan, he would not have endorsed the young master's actions. Yet, truly accepting them remained a challenge. Clearing his throat, Zhao Yuan interrupted the 2 disciples, stating, The young master of the Chun family has influential backing, yet my official rank is low, and I am not well informed. I only know that the inspector is concerned and has instructed me to investigate. Oh, then proceed with your investigation, but why bring up such sinister matters? Could it possibly involve ghostly murders? Be noted that the bald man seemed particularly resistant to this case today, as even Zhao Yuan's initial temptation had failed to sway him. Was it due to severe injuries, or perhaps ghosts? Zhao Yuan's expression was somewhat inscrutable. The face of the deceased had vanished. To be precise, the skin had been flayed away. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi, Li Daxiong, and the bald man all changed their countenance. What was the situation? Was it the second Wang Jing? Or had Madame Shi from the Shi family not yet met her demise? The bald man instinctively thought of Lu Yuan. Was it because he sensed a connection to Lu Yuan that Lu Yizhi sought to drag Kuei Shan into the mire as well? Chapter 54, A Matter of Life and Death. Indeed, it was due to this characteristic that both I and Yizhi harbored suspicions towards Lu Yuan. Yet we lacked evidence and had no other connections. By the way, there is one peculiar matter. Speak plainly and concisely. Fragmented information is unsettling to hear. The bald man was now taking Zhao Yuan more seriously. Zhao Yuan was indeed a person of considerable renown within the prison system. Yet he belonged to a different hierarchy than the bald man, rendering any comparison unnecessary. Since he was in need of assistance, he naturally adopted a humble demeanor and smiled. This individual had no face, his body withered like a dried twig, lacking any distinctive features, and his clothing was exceedingly ordinary, making it impossible to ascertain his identity. With no missing persons reported from the Chen family, the case had remained stagnant for several days. What troubled me and Shangwan the most was the suspicion that his death was not caused by a penetrating wound to the heart or excessive blood loss. Oh, this statement is contradictory. Gu Yi, previously, you mentioned a mortal wound. A mortal wound can be fatal, but it isn't necessarily the definitive cause of death. The cause of one's demise can stem from a multitude of factors. For instance, an individual might succumb to their injuries if left unattended for an extended period. However, if a frigid night were to descend, they might perish from hypothermia. Furthermore, if the person were already afflicted with an ailment, the situation becomes even more ambiguous. Even starvation is a possibility. Li Dexiong nodded, seemingly understanding, albeit vaguely. Gu Yi surmised that this encompassed three aspects: physical pathology, environmental factors, and human intervention. She was taken aback that ancient forensic officials already possessed such a conceptual understanding. So, it's impossible to ascertain the person's identity, the cause of their death, or even the time of their passing. If the deceased isn't a member of the Chen family, then they must be an outsider. How could an outsider infiltrate the Chen residence in the dead of night? In this dynasty, there exists a curfew. Except for the city's defense forces or individuals of official capacity executing urgent duties, those with special status should be easily identifiable, one would think. This reasoning has already been applied, and no such individuals have been found. Currently, there is a suspicion that the perpetrator is a thief who operates under the cover of night. However, such individuals are even more elusive, rootless, and formless. Their backgrounds shrouded in mystery. Moreover, night thieves tend to be exceedingly astute and cunning. How could they possibly meet such a tragic end within the Chen household? It is also plausible that it was the watchman, a suspicion that had arisen early on. Yet, the watchmen operate on a rotation basis, and after thorough investigation, no one has been reported missing. Zhao Yuan and the officials from Yuzhou are not lacking in capability. Rather, several avenues have been obstructed. Coupled with the peculiar nature of the corpse and the pressing urgency imposed by higher authorities, they have turned to Kuei Mountain. Of course, Gu Yi believes that Lu Yizhi has undoubtedly exerted influence from behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could the Yuzhou magistracy fail to enlist competent subordinates to ascertain the presence of malevolent forces? She does not perceive Lu Yizhi as harboring any particular sentiments towards Kuei Mountain, as there are no intersecting interests for both his family and his work. Kuei Mountain appears to be merely a chance encounter, non-conflicting, non-contradictory, and of no assistance, since the former two are not the case. And Lu Yizhi is not one to meddle in others' affairs. It must stem from personal reasons. On a personal level, Lu Yizhi holds a favorable impression of Kuei Mountain and wishes to offer some support. With this in mind, Gu Yi lifted her gaze towards the bald man, who was still engrossed in his soup, the sound of slurping filling the air. Li Daxiang seemed restless, perhaps due to having spent the past 2 years accompanying Gu Yi in arduous training amidst the mountains, growing weary of remaining in seclusion. After all, he is still youthful at heart and finds it increasingly difficult to contain his restlessness. Master, lives are at stake. The bald man shot him a glance. Your master is also injured. Do you fear my glorious sacrifice? Gu Yi responded. Then it is even more imperative to go. Li Daong chimed in. Indeed, indeed. You old rascal. Such audacious words elicited nothing more than a roll of the eyes from the bald man. Zhao Yuan, secretly astonished, attributed this to the lax discipline of lesser sections. The old man seemed utterly unconcerned, having dined on meat throughout. So, should they go or not? Qingyu remained silent. Merely a guide, indifferent to other matters. Zhao Yuan, unwilling to remain idle, spoke softly. Master Kong is injured, yet there is no need for excessive worry. Merely ascertain the truth. If it is determined that malevolent forces are at play, I can leverage my connections with the officials and even the governor to prompt action from the Beitang. If not, then it is a cause for celebration, as our mortal justice system will handle it. Regardless of the outcome, It will not tarnish Master S' reputation. Such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered, especially since it would enhance their standing in Yuzhou, where connections facilitate matters. Guyi noted the bald man's wavering resolve. The ultimate bargaining chip was clear. As long as Master Kong was willing to emerge from seclusion, 100 taels of silver would be offered up front, with an additional 200 if successful. Naturally, the official treasury has its limitations, but the Qin family is not lacking in wealth. What a blatant implication. Even Li Daong, a mere brigand, was captivated by the prospect. The bald man stroked his chin and suddenly inquired, "Monkey, what is your opinion?" To his surprise, he even asked his disciple. Guyi replied, "We people of Qishan do not merely covet money." Qingyu raised an eyebrow. However, considering the gravity of human life, even though you are injured, Master, you would undoubtedly be willing to sacrifice for the people. As your disciple, despite my limited knowledge and inadequate abilities, I am still willing to accompany you. Such words were delivered with sincerity that nearly convinced me. Qingyu silently scoffed, while the bald man smiled faintly, knowing she merely wished to explore the city. Guyi exclaimed, "Let us eat. The dishes have grown cold." The bald man snorted coldly yet acquiesced. "Indeed, what she said is precisely what I was thinking. We shall go and take a look." Having achieved his desire, Zhao Yuan was delighted and smiled, but suddenly froze in place, his expression and gaze betraying a sense of bewilderment. Zhao Yuan was not one to act so rudely, and Qingyu instinctively followed his gaze, equally taken aback. The person was. Yao Yao had emerged, carrying a teapot. He was not one to indulge in food, nor did he favor strangers. Usually, he would remain in the kitchen brewing tea, but his appearance now elicited a typical reaction from the two. Yao Yao, indeed. Li Daxiong, the bald man, and the old man nodded in agreement. His words surely did not include the three of you, at least not when it comes to appearances. Guyi finished eating, took a sip of tea, and playfully jabbed at the three of them. "You were the most handsome. Just 2 years ago. You were merely a monkey. Monkeys are capable of evolution, are they not?" Yao Yao, with a delicate touch to her face, raised an eyebrow. Her youthful and handsome visage, while not yet strikingly beautiful, suddenly radiated an air of boldness. Yao Yu remarked, "Monkey spirit." Guyi responded with silence, prompting laughter from the crowd. As they prepared to depart, the bald man took 2 of his 3 disciples with him. While organizing their belongings, Guyi opened her backpack. Observing Yao Yao meticulously arranging her essentials, she refrained from inquiring why Yao Yao could not descend the mountain, instead asking if there was anything she wished her to bring along. "No, I desire nothing," Yao Yao replied. "However, regarding you, although you have made some progress over the past 2 years, the fact that Zhao Yuan can mobilize forces from Yuzhou indicates that matters are far more complex than he suggests." Upon hearing this, Guyi scrutinized Yao Yao closely. Yao Yao looked up, assuring her, "Do not wonder why I possess this knowledge without ever descending the mountain. In the times before you arrived, I would listen to him as he recounted tales from below. Since my arrival, it seems he speaks less." Yao Yao continued, "Perhaps he realizes I am no longer bored." Her words flowed calmly like water, yet Guyi found herself smiling. The 2 master and disciple were accustomed to their playful banter. Zhao Yuan cast a casual glance, noting the bald man often claimed to be injured, though it was not readily apparent. As for Guyi, this young woman, seemingly extroverted at first glance, was, in truth, quite unassuming. Meanwhile, Li Daxiong, rummaging through his backpack and muttering about having forgotten his provisions, was momentarily disregarded. Of course, the old man, who only cared for food and sunshine, along with the extraordinarily beautiful woman capable of captivating anyone, had not descended the mountain. Zhao Yuan turned alongside Guyi, casting his gaze upon the dilapidated old house, secretly pondering the peculiarities of Mount Kuei. As Yuzhou served as a formidable military stronghold, its defenses were undoubtedly robust, with towering city walls and stringent inspections at the gates. Guyi and his companions rode swiftly, reaching their destination in less than 2 days, while Zhao Yuan presented his waist token for direct entry at the city gate. Following behind, Guyi observed the long queue of Yuzhou residents, some hurrying along their journeys, others coming from villages to trade goods or purchase necessities. The atmosphere was bustling. Although not as populous as modern times, it exuded a sense of prosperity. During their journey, Zhao Yuan gleaned some insights into Guyi's background, albeit the secrets of Shaoyang village were somewhat glossed over by Qingyu and the bald man, who merely mentioned that Guyi had been rescued and brought to Mount Kuei. Having never ventured to Yuzhou, they shared tales of the local customs and culture, Yet, all journeys must reach their conclusion. The five of them made their way directly to the government office, and without pausing to rest, they arrived at the mortuary. In the midday sun, which was quite warm, Guy felt no fear, for there was no definitive evidence of any supernatural entities. She speculated that the circumstances were more aligned with foul play, merely coincidentally reminiscent of the case involving Lu Yuan. She reasoned that it would be prudent to release her anxieties. However, as they approached the mortuary, even in broad daylight, it stood isolated, surrounded by peach and willow trees known for their protective qualities. At first glance, the scene was rather pleasing to the eye. As the crowd arrived at the morgue, Guyi hesitated, refraining from entering immediately. The guard on duty opened the door, and Guyi, standing in the corridor alongside Li Daxiong, was lamenting the missed opportunity of savoring peaches. Suddenly, a creaking sound resonated, prolonged and oddly delicate, instilling a sense of unease within her. Instinctively, she turned her head and noticed that the door of the bald man's room had swung open. Strangely, the window corresponding to her position in the corridor had also opened, and in an instant, a white shadow darted forth from the dimly lit morgue. The chilling, somewhat rigid form brushed against Guyi's face. It was a faceless visage, exuding a peculiar fragrance mingled with a hint of acidity. It glided past, merging into the peachwood and willow fluff, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Guyi stood in bewilderment for 3 seconds, while the equally horrified Li Daxing opened his mouth. His scream shattered the silence. Chapter 55, No Trace, arriving home today. 3 updates tomorrow. Li Daxiong's anguished cry was outpaced by the bald man and Qingyu. Qingyu, who had been closely following Zhao Yuan and the bald man, upon entering the room, also heard that inappropriate, lingering sound. With keen awareness, he suddenly noticed the window flinging open, and astonishingly, the corpse that had been lying on the slab surged forth as if propelled. A ghost. Yet, Qingyu charged ahead, witnessing Li Daxiong's terror and spotting Guyi. What are you screaming for? Hurry and pursue. The bald man barked. Only then did Li Daxiong fall silent and rush forward, while Guyi lagged behind. No. She remained utterly still, rooted in place. Unexpectedly, it is indeed insidious. Could it be that you, Brother Kong, are afraid? Although Zhao Yuan was astonished by the sight of a corpse floating in broad daylight, he was equally impressed by his companion, Gu Xiaoyu. While he was taken aback, she maintained an admirable composure. The bald man cast a glance at Guyi, scoffing at the notion of calmness. She was merely stunned. It was rather absurd, as she had been thinking there were no ghosts, yet a corpse had suddenly appeared before her eyes. What is the essence of a resurrection? One must first have a body, a lifeless form still imbued with a breath of life. It is only when disturbed by animals like cats and dogs, which traverse the realms of the living and the dead, that chaos ensues, leading to a so-called resurrection. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan remarked, I have indeed heard such assertions. However, a resurrection may also occur due to a malevolent spirit causing turmoil. Is it possible that the master has already confirmed the absence of such a presence? Had he been an ordinary person, he would have readily accepted the bald man's words. Yet, Zhao Yuan, being seasoned and possessing his own insights into criminal investigation, astutely grasped the implications within the bald man's speech. The bald man chuckled dismissively, but his gaze drifted towards Guyi. A body, you say? Are you certain? Although Guyi had undergone significant changes in the past 2 years, particularly in height, now resembling an ordinary young woman, she approached the window of the morgue, which was not particularly low. The ledge reached her chest height as she leaned to pull it open. Creak squeak with just a couple of motions. Zhao Yuan noticed a glimmer of silver behind the window, 2 slender forms, almost imperceptible. Yet, as the window opened and closed, he observed them intertwining and vanishing in the sunlight, stretching from the window to behind the door. As Guy lifted his gaze, he met the furrowed brow of the bald man. Zhao Yuan sensed a glimmer in the eyes of the master and apprentice that seemed to resonate at that very moment. Although he could not comprehend it, he was aware that a discovery had been made. When the door swung open, a slender thread was tugged, causing the window to open automatically, resembling a rudimentary mechanism. This, however, indicated, following the lead, Zhao Yuan traced the silver thread from behind the door to this side of the board. Below lay a long, ample white cloth, its edges nearly brushing the ground. The cloth was stark white, yet it bore no marks, for cleanliness is of utmost importance in a morgue. People harbor a fear of death, which compels them to keep the place immaculate. Naturally, the conditions in rural town morgues may not meet such standards, but the Yuzhou prefecture certainly would. Thus, What Zhao Yuan beheld was an impeccably clean white cloth, as if no grotesque corpse had lain here just a minute ago. Had all the blood drained away? Gui entered the room and was taken aback upon seeing the white cloth, astonished that the case remained unsolved. Surely the officials in this manner would not have tampered with the body, fearing the destruction of evidence that could impede a subsequent autopsy. Indeed, there had not been much left from the very beginning, and now it had been several days. Zhao Yuan's expression darkened. There had been little to discover. And if the sole corpse was also? The three men exchanged glances. After a moment, the bald man stretched lazily, seemingly resigned to the situation. Old Zhao, can we eat now? Zhao Yuan grimaced but acquiesced, feeling no need for further pleasantries, as the predicament was dire. Gui did not indulge in idle chatter. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the stark white cloth. Just as they stepped outside, Li Daxiong rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, we failed to catch up." However, Zhao Yuan and his companion displayed little interest in this news, their enthusiasm waning, while Gui felt a twinge of curiosity. "Neither you nor Qingyu managed to pursue them?" he inquired. "Indeed, it wasn't just my failure. You did as well," Li Daxiong replied, anxious to avoid being the sole object of ridicule. Just as he spoke, Qingyu appeared. With a glance at the embarrassed Li Daxiong, he swiftly vanished from sight. Yet, Gui couldn't shake the feeling. "No need for speculation, let's take a stroll," he suggested, pulling Li Daxiong along. Qingyu frowned, glanced at the morgue, and turned to leave as well. "Hey, Qing, why are you following us?" Gui called out. Qingyu remained silent, merely trailing behind them. Gui paid him little mind, noting the beauty of the peach trees lining the path. Li Daxiong guided Gui along the route they had previously traversed. "Here, this is where we chased them. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared." "If it's a ghost, it truly is a ghost," he muttered. Gui, however, was engrossed by the sight of the peach tree before him, his gaze lingering on the fresh leaves scattered on the ground. "Ah, it seems that white shadow brushed against these peach trees," he mused. "There are more over there," Li Daxiong pointed out, directing Qingyu's attention to a small house 200 meters away. With a swift motion, Qingyu dashed into the dwelling. By the time Gui and Li Daxiong arrived, Qingyu was already inside, but the place was empty. He departed. Li Daxiong, with a foolish expression, gazed at the empty room and remarked, "Depart? Ghosts can leave too, you fool." This establishment, known as Feng Manju, is a grand restaurant with 3 stories. Adorned with numerous flowering trees outside and pots of orchids within, alongside other exotic blooms that even Gui could not recognize. However, the fragrance was intoxicating. A tapestry of scents, complemented by pavilions and towers where melodious tunes of the Xiang River could be heard, accompanied by graceful attendants. Upon entering, Gui raised an eyebrow. This place certainly did not come cheap. Zhao Yuan was willing to spend, and the bald man was equally unreserved, ordering several signature dishes of Feng Manju. While the group indulged in their feast, they overheard patrons at the nearby table repeatedly discussing the murder case at Shiluzhuang. Naturally, much of the information was unknown to them, but the rampant rumors created a peculiar illusion that everyone in the vicinity was either a witness or a potential culprit. "You see, this is precisely why I had to shamelessly invite you all here," Zhao Yuan said with a resigned expression, and the bald man nodded in understanding. Having drunk enough to become inebriated. Fortunately, he did not become unruly. Otherwise, Gui would have lost his patience long ago. It was also fortunate that Qingyu and Zhao Yuan remained sober. After some eating and drinking, Gui stood up to head to the restroom. "Well, here it was referred to as the outhouse. Do you want me to accompany you?" Li Daxiong inquired innocently. A burst of laughter erupted from the group. Li Daxiong's face flushed with embarrassment, while Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at him. As Gui made her way to the restroom, she passed through the corridor and caught sight of several elegantly dressed young gentlemen indulging in hearty laughter and drinks, many of them ensconced in private booths. As she walked past the opulent chamber, she faintly overheard the raucous laughter emanating from the grandest of the booths. "Enough, enough, spare us the details. It's not as if we are unaware of the troubles at the 4th Master's household." "What troubles?" "Someone merely passed away." It's not as though they were family. It appeared that someone attempted to restrain another, while hushed reprimands floated through the air, though it was evident that one of them was inebriated. The 4th Master, however, remained conspicuously silent. Suddenly, the lanterns extinguished, and a wave of unease washed over Gui. A chill crept up the nape of her neck. A swift breeze approached. Chapter 56. Confession. Under the night sky, it was known that the mortuary harbored restless spirits, whether true or not, indicating that this case involved more than just Zhao Yuan's side being proactive. Gu Yi possessed a keen sense of foreboding, fundamentally rooted in a profound fear of death. This fear manifested as she sensed the lanterns in the corridor extinguishing, prompting her to be on high alert. The moment she felt the cold air at the back of her head, she swiftly pivoted, taking a step, and caught a glimpse of a shadow on the ground, which alleviated her anxiety. It was a person. With the knowledge that it was indeed a human presence, she felt reassured. She sidestepped, lifted her leg, and executed a precise side kick. The shadowy figure, only visible by the fluttering hem of their attire and a leg, was sent sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud. Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback by the apparent ineptitude of this individual, yet she advanced, placing her foot firmly upon their chest, intending to deliver a forceful kick. However, in that fleeting moment, a rush of wind swept through. Nearby, a cluster of lights flickered to life, illuminating the surroundings and sharpening Gu Yi's gaze, allowing her to discern the figures beneath her. However, before she could scrutinize the individual before her, she noticed the ethereal glow approaching. Were those will-o'-the-wisps? In truth, many individuals were bearing lanterns, gradually advancing. The light coalesced into a warm, hazy golden center where she discerned a young man. Clad in splendid attire, though not exactly breathtaking, he possessed a fair and noble countenance, embodying the essence of a young gentleman. As he strode closer, he spoke. "Since the moment I encountered you 2 weeks ago, I have felt that no one else could evoke such a medley of emotions within me, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy. It is said that the most beautiful experiences in life are serendipitous encounters, yet I believe the most exquisite of all is our initial meeting. I found you, and you found me, and from this moment." His words flowed like poetry, a heartfelt confession. Gu Yi listened in silence until his gaze, filled with ardor, emerged from the interplay of shadow and light. "Miss Su Lai, would you do me the honor of accepting my proposal?" A thunderclap of realization struck. "You have mistaken me for someone else." An abrupt stillness enveloped the space. A murmur rippled through the patrons on the second floor, who were enjoying the performance. "What do you mean, mistaken?" Someone chuckled softly. "If you are not Miss Su Lai, then who are you? What brings you here?" The young gentleman, visibly embarrassed, advanced with indignation. "It cannot be. I counted. It was indeed Miss Su Lai who entered just moments ago. How could it be you who emerged? Perhaps it was due to my rapid ascent," for laughter erupted from the second floor. Are you deliberately humiliating me?" It was then that he realized he was standing upon someone, a person he had arranged to be there. The plan had been to frighten Su Lai from behind, with a surprise appearance to follow, an effective combination of shock and delight. However, there seemed to be a flaw in this scheme. Gu Yi removed his foot and cast a glance at the man on the ground, clutching his chest and groaning. What was initially an entertaining display of an ancient confession had soured his mood, for this seemingly handsome young noble was, in truth, rather dim-witted. He was now obstructing Gu Yi's path. Gu Yi fixed his gaze upon the young noble and slowly rolled up his sleeves. There was no need to engage in idle chatter with such a fool. Showing weakness would only inflate his arrogance. A decisive and assertive approach was the sole remedy. Indeed, the group was taken aback by Gu Yi's straightforwardness. People tend to be intimidated by strength. Upon witnessing Gu Yi's icy demeanor, they felt a twinge of fear. Yet, Gu Yi underestimated the young noble's audacity. The noble suddenly fixated on her face, his gaze flitting to her exposed arm. "Since you have dared to impersonate Miss Su Lai and confront me, you must apologize. Otherwise, I, Cheng Yuan, shall not let this matter rest." With a flicker of his eyes, the young noble attempted to seize Gu Yi. Gu Yi glanced down at his own exposed arm, and then at the noble's gaze, speechless. Nonetheless, even a fool has his advantages, wealth and followers. Upon hearing his words, a multitude quickly gathered around. They now clearly discerned that it was indeed not the enchanting Miss Su Lai, but rather a young woman of 17 or 18 years, possessing a delicate exterior yet marked by a distinct sharpness and vigor in her brow. In the interplay of light and shadow, her eyes shone brilliantly. "Oh, young Master Cheng certainly has an eye for talent. Though this young lady may not rival Su Lai in beauty, she certainly possesses her own unique charm." Just as the crowd was about to take action against Gu Yi, the copper bell hanging from the small tower in the southeast corner chimed. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze in that direction. Curious, why did the bell toll before curfew? Who orchestrated this? Could it be that the residents of Feng Manju are deliberately warning us? As the crowd contemplated, Cheng Yuan's companions grew wary, and the earlier bravado diminished. However, Gu Yi glanced at the bell, a slight movement gracing his brow. Why fear? It is not curfew yet. Let us proceed. Chung Yuan, behind Feng Manju. Well, I am not the one causing trouble. This person has wronged me, and it cannot simply be overlooked. Cheng Yuan, feeling anxious, was not so much deterred by Feng Manju's potential backing as he was reluctant to leave in disgrace. He reached out to grab Guye. With narrowed eyes, Guye twisted his wrist, preparing to retaliate. Cheng Yuan, cease your folly. A voice called out from the second floor at the southeast corner. As Chung Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, he turned to unleash his ire. But upon catching sight of the individual standing on the balcony, his face paled in terror, a hint of apprehension creeping in. It was none other than his elder brother. Yuan Lin. You are here as well, he stammered. Ah, little Chung, it is not just your brother Yuan here, but us as well. Came the reply as the curtain was drawn aside, revealing several young men adorned in even more lavish attire. Though they bore the weight of a few more years, around 20 or so, compared to the youthful Chung Yuan. They exuded an air of maturity and a touch of reserved depth, yet one of them, with a hint of frivolity, smirked at the increasingly uneasy Cheng Yuan. Cheng Yuan. I have long heard of your particular interest in Miss Su Lai of Feng Manlu. Today, it seems, your intentions have been confirmed. However, I must regretfully inform you. Regretfully inform me of what? Cheng Yuan inquired, his curiosity piqued. The youth chuckled, deftly parting the curtain further, revealing the silhouettes of two figures within, a man and a woman. The man's form was indistinct, yet the woman moved with grace, emerging as the light caught her. Su Lai. Guyi did not need to see her to infer from the youth's words that the debauchery displayed by these affluent young gentlemen was not without justification. Su Lai, a name imbued with a certain feminine allure, much like the woman herself. She possessed a captivating beauty, her delicate features reminiscent of willowy smoke and flowing willows. With her head bowed and demeanor soft, she exuded a gentle charm. Clad in vibrant hues, she stood in stark contrast to the refined elegance of Wang Qingyuan. Her every glance, word, and gesture seemed to ensnare the attention of the men present. Indeed, as Su Lai made her entrance, numerous young men present were captivated, their gazes fixed upon her. Miss Su Lai, how did you come to be here? You are truly such a woman. The reason why Cheng Yuan is perceived as a fool lies in his inability to gauge the situation, his words lacking discretion. This statement incited the ire of Yuan Lin and others, even causing Su Lai to furrow his brow. Young Master Chung, I am not well acquainted with you. I kindly ask you to exercise more respect in your speech. Cheng Yuan, aware of his indiscretion, wore a disgruntled expression. Yet within him simmered a growing resentment towards Su Lai. After Cheng Yuan's retreat, Yuan Lin and the others felt somewhat disheartened. The frivolous youth turned to Su Lai with a smile, remarking, "This fellow has always been so presumptuous. Today, we have rid you of him. Let us see if he dares return." Su Lai maintained his composure and slightly bowed in gratitude. I am profoundly thankful for your chivalrous assistance. Haha, your gratitude seems directed at just one person, the youth quipped, raising his eyebrows. Yuan Lin cast a glance at Su Lai and said nonchalantly, "Third brother." The young man fell silent, and the previously reticent gentleman finally spoke. "It is almost time. Let us disperse." His words carried a certain authority, and none dared to contradict him. Though Su Lai felt a tinge of disappointment, he nonetheless smiled warmly as he escorted the group out of the private room. Just as they were about to cross the threshold, the youthful third brother suddenly recalled, "By the way, where did that little woman go? I did not even get a good look at her. What is there to see? She spoke so coarsely, likely just a vulgar girl." Speaking of women, fourth brother, you must have encountered many noble ladies in Luoyang, have you not? A lively conversation ensued, with Su Lai occasionally chiming in. Meanwhile, Guyi was walking along a small path in Feng Manju, accompanied by a tall young man. "Were you the one who struck the bronze bell earlier? A single stone is sufficient. There is no need for hostility." Qingyu, with a frosty demeanor, noticed Gu Ye's apparent curiosity regarding his stone-throwing skills and could not help but remark, "You have always been cunning and sly. Why were you so impatient just now? Nearly resorting to violence?" Gu Ye responded, "Praise me as you will, but must you employ such unflattering terms? Your words betray you, revealing a nature less forthright than your appearance suggests." Qingyu was suddenly reminded of his own indiscretion in the old house at Quishan. He turned his face away and replied coolly, "Let us speak of the matter at hand. Cheng Yuan's father is the chief inspector of Yuzhou. While he may not be a high-ranking official, his family is filled with elders in significant positions, and their connections are formidable. Moreover, that group of individuals shares similar backgrounds. It is a well-known truth that while the king of hell may be formidable, the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. You must understand this. Guyi chuckled. I know. So, has your time at Quishan for the past 2 years granted you such enlightenment that you no longer fear anyone? Qingyu's words were somewhat biting. Guyi cast him a glance. It seems your understanding is flawed. What do you mean? Their backgrounds may be somewhat respectable, but they are limited in influence. Incapable of transcending the divide between the fallen and the common folk, nor can they extend their reach beyond the borders of Yuzhou. Even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, it would not alter my fate. Pausing for a moment, Guyi smirked. I forgot to mention. Although I, Guyi, fear death, I am hardly afraid of trouble. Qingyu found himself at a loss for words, realizing that his comprehension was indeed quite inadequate. If his superior were present, he would surely discern the true nature of this seemingly humble girl of tender years, and whether he could perceive the contradictions within her. In silence, as they neared the place where they had dined earlier, Guyi suddenly uttered in a low, husky voice, I do indeed sense someone is spying on us. But it isn't someone from Cheng Yuan's group. Qingyu paused in his steps. Who could it be that can evade his guards and also elude Gu Ye's usually perceptive counter-surveillance, leaving absolutely no trace? It's only that indescribable intuition. Having once been stalked by Mengzi, she had no desire to be targeted by another deviant. On their way back, Guyi casually inquired about Su Lai. Su Lai? Yuan Lin, Han Gao, Su Dian, and Chun Yishuan, the 4 young masters of Yuzhou. Yuan Lin hails from the most distinguished background. His father is Cheng Yuan's father's superior, commanding a portion of Yuzhou's military forces, second only to the provincial governor. Han Gao's father is the Yuzhou judicial commissioner, well acquainted with Lord Zhao. As for the third, Su Dian, he comes from a renowned literary family in Yuzhou, possessing a rich heritage. As for the last one, I presume you can guess. However, I asked about a woman. Why are you telling me about men? Su Lai is a courtesan at Fengmenla, who plays the zither. And Fengmenla is a joint venture of the 4 young masters. What do you think? Guyi realized. Initially, she didn't believe Su Lai was a young lady from a prominent family. Otherwise, Cheng Yuan and the others wouldn't have been so casual. Though it is a confession. Having known each other for less than a month, such nocturnal antics are predominantly the style of those affluent young masters. If a man genuinely wishes to spend a lifetime together, any man with a modicum of sense would refrain from such ostentatious displays. After all, even in the open society of the Tang Dynasty, respectable families do not favor such flamboyant conduct. Thus, Cheng Yuan merely seeks amusement, and correspondingly, Su Lai must also hail from less than noble origins. However, her skill at the qin, in modern terms, equates to that of a principal pianist. Yet she is evidently looked down upon here. Qing Yu is well versed in the backgrounds of Yuan Lin and others, but only offers scant remarks about Su Lai, which leaves Gu Yi with a slight grimace. Does this imply that she is unimportant? It is evident that she is not. As Qing Yu perceives the indifference etched upon Gu Ye's brow, yet remains steadfast in his conviction, for he senses, she holds significance. Gu Yi smiles faintly and turns to leave, with Qing Yu following closely, perplexed. The ancient era lacks the vibrancy of nightlife. One can only imagine her reveling in various escapades during the late hours of modernity. Just as Gu Yi muses, the drunken bald man collapses onto the bed, mumbling a phrase that sends a chill through her. The room is dimly lit, the moonlight casting shadows upon the willow branches. Dew clings to the peach wood, glistening like pearls, while the willow catkins flutter gently. In the morgue, the sound of the table echoes, draped in white cloth, shrouded in darkness. Beneath a large table against the wall, Gu Yi huddles under a blanket, her expression blank, while beside her, Li Daxiong is equally despondent. What the hell? Is this what nightlife entails? Squatting in a morgue? In the dimly lit mortuary, the imposing table stood directly opposite the slab where the specter had once lingered. Draped in white cloth, Gu Yi and Li Daxiong nestled in the spacious confines beneath the table. Gu managed to find some comfort. While the towering Li Daxiong felt a bit cramped, yet both understood the necessity of their plan and refrained from any rash actions. Thankfully, Gu Yi was by his side, though a chill permeated the air. Wrapped in a blanket, Gu Yi furrowed her brow. The heavy atmosphere of the mortuary was palpable. Despite the assurances from the bald man that no malevolent spirits lingered and no other corpses were present, a sense of dread still enveloped them. Perhaps it was merely the workings of their anxious minds. How much longer must they endure this silence and darkness? The oppressive weight was almost unbearable, yet they remained silent, their innate restlessness simmering beneath the surface. As the tension reached a breaking point, a sudden creak broke the stillness. Gu Yi instinctively pinched Li Daxiong's thigh, rousing him from his drowsy stupor. It was happening. Gu Yi had already burned 2 small holes in the cloth above them, barely noticeable in the shadows. However, their familiarity with the dark allowed them to discern the movements within the mortuary, illuminated by the soft, ethereal glow of moonlight seeping through the window, the very window through which the specter had once floated. The silver thread still hung above, cautious not to alert any lurking entities. They refrained from dismantling it. Sure enough, a shadow, reminiscent of a dark specter, drifted through the window but paused, observing the silver thread to ensure it remained intact. After a moment of stillness, it began to survey the entirety of the mortuary with meticulous care. Such a cautious apparition. Gu Yi remained unhurried, and as a result, the typically impatient Li Daxiong was also subdued, patiently waiting. Ultimately, they triumphed. Once the shadowy figure confirmed the absence of onlookers, it approached the central table, placing a hand upon it and caressing the surface with remarkable tenderness. This singular action filled Gu Yi and Li Daxiong with repulsion. The twisted individual seemed to believe he was caressing a woman. After fondling the white cloth, the figure suddenly clawed at it, preparing to lift it. In that very moment, Gu Yi and Li Daxiong swiftly lifted the tablecloth and leapt into action. Gu Yi moved with greater swiftness than Li Daxiong, propelling herself onto the central table, bracing herself with one hand while lying sideways, her left leg slicing horizontally toward the shadowy figure. The figure, taken aback, raised a hand to defend against the attack. Although Gu Yi's form was slight, her kick was both rapid and fierce. However, the figure managed to block the strike. And with a reverse grip, its hand, akin to an eagle's talon, seized Gu Yi's calf, yanking her forcefully from the table and hurling her toward the wall. With a thud, Gu Yi collided with the wall. She landed with her arms raised as if holding 2 buckets of water, her feet firmly planted. Balance, a crucial skill honed through triathlon training, was her greatest asset. In this regard, Li Daxiong was no match for Gu Yi. Her feminine grace endowed her with a lightness of being. After the toss, she steadied herself against the wall, avoiding a collision and instead utilizing the momentum to propel herself forward. The speed of her movement caused the shadowy figure's gaze to darken, prompting it to abandon the confrontation and dart toward the window. However, the towering Li Daxiong had already positioned himself in front of the open window, and as the cloaked figure charged at him, he bellowed and launched a powerful punch. With a swift motion, Gu Yi observed the figure turn their head, hand rising and falling with a speed akin to lightning, striking Li Daxiong's wrist with a resounding impact. Such swiftness! Li Daxiong let out a muffled grunt. Yet his other hand was already launching a punch towards the intruder's abdomen. Gu Yi heard the sound of air being sliced through, but the blow missed. In a flash, Gu Yi charged from behind, aiming a sweeping kick. However, the figure in black leapt away, and as Gu Yi and Li Daxiong prepared to join forces, a glint of silver flashed through the air. Hidden weapon, evade! Gu Yi shouted, prompting Li Daxiong to quickly dive aside. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of projectiles striking the table echoed like gunfire. 3 or 4 impacts rang out, but Gu Yi noticed the figure's hand, glimmering with silver in the shadows. Moreover, Gu Yi and Li Daxiong were compelled to crouch under the table, forced to hide from the onslaught of hidden weapons. As the second wave of projectiles was unleashed, before Gu Yi and his companion could rise, the figure in black dashed through the window, escaping. How cunning! Yet, as Gu Yi emerged from beneath the table, a smirk graced his lips, for just as the black-clad figure landed outside, a vicious silver flash hurtled toward him. Compared to the fists and feet of Gu Yi and Li Daxiong, this blade was truly formidable. It was a lethal weapon, a knife belonging to the noble families of the Tang Dynasty and the Dali Temple. With a single strike, the previously composed figure faltered, their pupils momentarily quivering as they hastily leaped backward. Whoosh! The blade left a trail, blood scattering. The figure in black let out a low hiss, their gaze catching sight of Gu Yi and Li Daxiong poised to leap from the room. Facing a single adept like Qing Yu was already a challenge, let alone the harmonious cooperation of Gu Yi and Li Daxiong, one strong and one agile. With a sudden flick of his wrist, bang, 2 black projectiles hit the ground, releasing a cloud of smoke. Alas, this is the smoke bomb often seen in martial arts dramas. Gu Yi was startled, yet Qing Yu had already given chase. After all, this contraption was not a teleportation skill. It merely served to create a disorienting effect. With his wealth of experience, Qing Yu had been on guard the moment the black-clad figure produced the smoke bomb, darting out to a 3-meter radius. As the smoke erupted, he caught sight of the figure making its escape and swiftly pursued, just as he reached the treetops. Zhao Yuan, leading the constables with torches ablaze, illuminated the area, making the figure glaringly conspicuous. Gu Yi then discerned that the assailant's height and build were comparable to Qing Yu's. Yet he bore no distinctive traits, at least in the bustling street. One could easily find many like him. With the crowd's numbers, they should be able to apprehend the culprit. The officials appeared exhilarated, believing they were on the verge of capturing the perpetrator behind a long-standing murder case that had weighed heavily upon them for days. Zhao Yuan, however, remained composed, guiding his men to fortify their defenses meticulously, just as the atmosphere brimmed with excitement. Report, Sir Zhao, trouble has arisen. A murder has occurred at the Chun residence. What? This proclamation struck like a thunderclap, shocking all who believed they had cornered the true culprit. The genuine offender was here. How could there be a murder at the Chun household? Could it be that the murderer had committed a crime at the Chun residence before heading to the magistrate's office? Such audacity was unfathomable. Amidst the collective astonishment, the figure in black suddenly stirred, then leaped from the treetops, springing into the night like a coiled spring. Pursue. Qing Yu, the swiftest of them all, quickly set off in pursuit, with Gu Yi and the others following closely. The torches dispelled the darkness. Yet after a mere few breaths, a pallor settled over everyone's faces, especially Zhao Yuan, as he gazed at the deserted, desolate grove of peach and willow trees. It was empty. Once again, as if vanishing like a phantom, the figure disappeared. This is indeed the governor's office of Yuzhou. How remarkably strange. Chapter 58, The Sin of Acidity and Fragrance? End of Part 3, without hesitation. Gu Yi led the three of them towards the small house upon discovering the absence of the person. He instructed Zhao Yuan to lead the men in surrounding the small dwelling tightly, having previously deduced that the individual had fled there. Now, they could only take a gamble once more. Obey the orders of young friend Gu and brother Qingyu without question. Conduct a thorough search. Zhao Yuan, composed and resolute, issued commands before dividing his forces to head to the Qin family estate. In the dead of night, Gu Yi had little interest in witnessing any spectacle at the Chun residence. After all, they had descended the mountain solely to investigate whether there were any sinister occurrences surrounding the corpse. As for the case involving the Qin family, it was best left to Zhao Yuan and his men. There was no reason for them to involve themselves further. Thus, Gu Yi and Li Daxiong chose not to accompany him. With a torch in hand, Gu Yi followed the path cleared by Qingyu into the house, accompanied by the guards. Ultimately, however, Gu Yi was left disappointed. Despite the presence of dozens of individuals, each armed with a torch, a meticulous search of the premises yielded no sign of anyone. They had speculated about possible hidden mechanisms or secret passages, yet even digging to the depths of the earth bore no fruit. The darkness of the night, compounded by the limitations of their torches, rendered their efforts futile. After a thorough yet fruitless investigation, Qingyu decisively abandoned the search, ordering strict surveillance of the area instead. Returning to sleep, then, the bald man and Li Daxiong exchanged glances, their eyes alight with realization. How could Qingyu be unaware of their tendencies? The monkey. Are you still willing to use the blanket under the autopsy table? I dare not. It brings ill fortune. Then are you not afraid that the restless spirit will seek you in your dreams? The master has mentioned before that such items can absorb negative energy. I am aware, which is why I am using yours. The two engaged in playful banter. Qingyu found their exchange amusing, yet knew that they would soon be disappointed. For the autopsy room was already brightly illuminated, with torches affixed to the walls. There was nothing to fear as Li Daxiong entered. He reached beneath the tablecloth to retrieve the blanket, cursing under his breath. Suddenly, his tirade ceased, and he stared intently at Gu Yi. Confused, Gu Yi asked, "What is it? Did you touch a ghost?" "No, it's soft," Li Daxiong replied. "Of course, the blanket is soft," Gu Yi retorted. "But it's touching me." Gu Yi froze and immediately bolted toward the door. Li Daxiong exclaimed. Qingyu remarked, "What a strong bond of camaraderie." Li Daxiong wore a mournful expression, paralyzed with fear, his eyes pleading with Qingyu. Indeed, quite unbecoming. Qingyu frowned and explained, "I do not specialize in this field. If there truly is something beneath that table, I cannot act recklessly," implying that you would abandon me in my moment of peril. Li Daxiong's face turned pale, exclaiming, "It's touching me, monkey, monkey." Outside, Gu Yi gazed intently at the area beneath the tablecloth before suddenly stepping inside, torch in hand. Whether it be a ghost or a corpse, both are surely afraid of fire. She drew the torch closer, did she not, master? Upon uttering these words, the tablecloth below was suddenly lifted, followed by a shadow leaping forth. Li Daxiong let out a piercing scream as this figure pinned him down. After a breath, the faces of all the guards turned ashen. Qingyu appeared helpless, while Guyu rolled his eyes, remarking, I ask you, bald master, is this truly amusing? The bald man calmly rose, giving a kick to the frightened Li Daxiong, who at least was reminded that this wretched fellow remained a coward. Li Daxiong wore a distressed expression, pleading, Master, master, you can't treat me this way. What if I am so frightened that I end up selling your corpse for a ghost marriage? Oh dear master. Guyi wholeheartedly agreed. What were you doing down there? Merely to scare people. The bald man dusted off his clothes while tossing a blanket to Guyi. Am I so idle? I merely recalled our earlier venture into the morgue, where that scoundrel might have been hiding in this very spot. Guyi paused at this revelation, glancing at the area where she had just been with Li Daxiong. Are you suggesting that the fake floating corpse is not him? What special apparatus could it be? Otherwise, why would he need this silver thread? If it were truly him, wouldn't he have the capacity to open the window himself? Why resort to a rudimentary mechanism? The bald man pointed to the lingering silver thread. It is not feasible. What device could float over so swiftly? Guye's words suddenly faltered as she dashed out of the morgue, leaping onto the peach tree. Meticulously examining the tops of these peachwood trees with her torch, she widened her eyes, searching intently for quite some time. Indeed, a genuine revelation for Guyi, broadening her understanding. Silken threads? Each tree could only support a single person. Qingyu emerged, gazing up at Guyi in the tree, and queried, Affirmative. They should be connected to the other trees as well. The reason you couldn't pursue him is that he was gliding along these aerial silken threads. No matter how swift your movements, you couldn't catch up. Since the threads are linear and neither alive nor spectral, they wouldn't avoid branches, hence the copious falling leaves. Search and ascertain where these silken threads are linked. Guyi directed Qingyu to ascend the tree. Guyi descended and entered the dwelling, tearing down the silken thread behind the door, presenting it to the bald man. Li Daxiong stared at the silken thread, instinctively pondering. So, when we pursued the fake floating corpse prop, that person was in this very house. He was here while you, master, were present? The thought was truly terrifying. Hold on. If he had been here all along, he would have known we had discerned the silken threads connecting the door and window. Why would he bother inspecting tonight and inevitably be prepared? Therefore, he certainly wasn't here then. What you truly mean is, as Guyu spoke, she reached for the white cloth. Such a vast cloth could cover an enormous table. What lay beneath? Enough space to conceal her and Li Daxiong. And, with a flourish, the white cloth was pulled away, revealing the quietly arranged corpse beneath. Hands, body, head. A desiccated corpse. It appeared truly arid and devoid of a face. No wonder an experienced criminal investigator like Zhao Yuan couldn't trace its origin. If he had the time to set up a fake corpse to obfuscate our perception, why not simply steal the body or dispose of it directly? Is all this elaborate effort truly necessary? This is the point that perplexes Guyu the most. In her view, the actions of this cloaked figure seem rather irrational. The bald man fell into contemplation. Master, is this object uncommon? Is it silver? Li Daxiong, lacking knowledge in forensic examination, could not glean any clues, yet out of boredom. He tugged at the silver thread. The bald man cast him a glance. It is soft silver. Rumored to be a secret technique from Persia that can refine silver into a pliable form, drawing it into fine strands, which can be manipulated with ease and possesses remarkable resilience. It is relatively rare, having only been introduced to our Tang Dynasty for a few decades. How does it compare to my white silk? Rest assured, it is not as valuable. That brings me comfort. Thieving rogue. The bald man dismissed Guyi, directing Li Daxiong and another guard to assist in moving the corpse onto the table, then retrieved the 3 essential tools for examination from Quishan: rice, clean water, and yellow paper talismans. I have seen the master from the Northern Hall employ numerous intricate methods for corpse examination and spirit investigation, which seem quite cumbersome. I did not expect Master Kong's approach to be so straightforward. Indeed, we at Quishan have always adhered to a simple philosophy. If something can be achieved with the inexpensive, we shall not resort to the costly. The humble and unadorned is best, Master Kong stated matter-of-factly, earning the admiration of the crowd. Guyi exchanged a knowing smile with Li Daxiong, realizing it was simply due to their poverty. A few grains of rice were placed on the forehead, heart, or palm of the corpse, each arrangement differing based on the condition of the body, whether it had suffered penetrating injuries, blood loss, or an unknown cause of death, thus making the examination rather challenging. Guyi observed the bald man as he scrutinized the corpse for quite some time, then reached out to touch it. Ah! The military guard feigned nonchalance while gazing at the wall. Guyi and Li Daxiong had long grown accustomed to such behavior. After a while, the bald man slapped his own bald forehead and inquired, "Big Bear, can you detect any scent?" "What? None at all," replied Big Bear. "Then why not come over and smell his body?" "Master, why must you make things difficult for me?" "Refusing, are we? Your canine-like nose is a divine gift. We must not squander it," the bald man exclaimed, his eyes wide with urgency. Guyi interjected, "In truth, it is entirely feasible to refrain from smelling the corpse. Master, perhaps you could allow Big Bear to catch a whiff from your hand?" At this suggestion, the bald man chuckled. "That could work. Though I fear if I happen to relieve myself without any tissue and forget to wash my hands, it might impede Big Bear's performance." Without hesitation, Li Daxiong grasped the corpse's hand, took a sniff, and remarked, "There's a sour scent, a distinct sourness, unlike the typical odor of decomposing flesh. There's also a hint of fragrance." Initially, the military guards were somewhat skeptical about the notion of a dog's nose. After all, they too had dogs in their ranks, but these animals were notoriously averse to corpses. Moreover, it was implausible that a human could discern the scent of a body that had been dead for several days, especially given the pungent stench that accompanied it. Surprisingly, however, sourness, fragrance, could it be that this individual had applied perfume before his demise? One of the guards exclaimed in astonishment. However, Guyi suddenly frowned and remarked, "I have encountered that scent on the false corpse, and I have detected it on this man in black tonight as well. The aroma is quite similar, differing only in intensity." Upon hearing this, the bald man immediately squinted his eyes. A sourness, a fragrance? This peculiar odor shared among the false corpse, the cadaver. And the man in black, what could it possibly be? Chapter 59. Scratching the floral face? The bald man was well aware that his somewhat foolish apprentice possessed an extraordinary talent. His sense of smell was remarkably acute, particularly sensitive to clandestine matters. As for the third apprentice, it was difficult to assess. Yet, her ability to perceive such a scent evidently indicated an innate sensitivity, which had previously gone unnoticed. He stroked his stubbled chin and said, "Since both of you can detect this scent, be sure to remain vigilant." What does remaining vigilant imply? Li Daxiong was somewhat perplexed, but Guyi understood instantly. She merely patted Li Daxiong on the shoulder, and he suddenly comprehended. After all, he was merely following the monkey, who was clever. "Master, have you discerned whether this corpse harbors any malevolent presence?" Li Daxiong felt it was unfair that he and the monkey were toiling late into the night while their master still reeked of alcohol. The bald man, fully aware of his apprentice's thoughts, shot him a glare. "What's the rush? The rice has already been scattered." To the eyes of these military guards, the rice was merely rice. However, Guyi understood that this particular grain was cultivated by Kisan himself, though the exact location remained a mystery to the three apprentices. They only knew that the old man was in charge, presumably somewhere in the back mountains. Guyi had once examined a grain, noting its resilience, softness, and a chilling sensation, accompanied by a faintly crisp fragrance that seemed to invigorate the mind. The white light glimmered like stars, pure and crystalline as jade. As the falling stars were meticulously arranged, the bald man produced a teapot, crafted from purple clay, adorned with intricate runes on its exterior. Filled with the pristine waters of Lake Taiguei, a detail that the two bald men did not conceal from Guyi and the others. As for the yellow talisman, it was imported and the most expensive of its kind. Water flowed from the teapot in a gentle stream. The bald man flicked his fingertip upon the clear water, causing it to rise without touching the ground, forming perfectly round droplets that cascaded onto the falling stars. These droplets enveloped the grains of falling star rice like tiny water sacs, their luminous sheen emitting a soft, crystalline glow that resembled distant celestial bodies. The guards widened their eyes in astonishment. The yellow talisman was held delicately between the index and middle fingers. Guyi could hear the incantation escaping the lips of the bald man. Standing to the side, her expression went unnoticed by most due to her angle, and thus, they could not see her lips subtly moving in mimicry. The yellow talisman, once pliable, began to pulsate with the spell, the runes flowing as if carried by a current. With a gentle press of her fingers, the talisman adhered to the forehead of the corpse. As Guyi observed the talisman, she remarked, "His face appears to be." Their involvement in this case stemmed from a fear of being linked to Wang Jing. However, upon seeing this faceless man, They realized that his lack of features bore a distinct difference from the previous encounters. Wang Jing had meticulously peeled the skin from his victims, leaving the face intact. But this? Yu bent down, examining closely. His face was marred, and a soldier nearby, trembling with trepidation, watched Guyi approach the corpse. He remarked, "Indeed." Lord Zhao mentioned the same earlier, and he also noted that the muscle and blood flow of this disfigured face do not resemble the marks of a living person. Rather, they appear to have been inflicted post-mortem, with the skin torn and the eyes gouged out. Disfigured faces? Such a skill is commonly possessed by many women, particularly during altercations with their husbands. Their technique is so adept that they can leave a man too intimidated to step outside for months. Yet here, Guyi gazed at the grotesque visage, devoid of recognizable features, its flesh torn and scarred. She couldn't help but smirk and remarked, "Surely, this could not possibly be the work of a woman." The act of scratching a face seemed inherently feminine to her, though she held no prejudice against women. Perhaps it was a female ghost, the soldier interjected involuntarily. It appeared that these soldiers bore significant psychological scars. The Quishan disciples remained non-committal on the matter. "Why not give it a try?" the bald man suggested, gesturing towards Guyi. She shot him a disdainful glance, extending her hand in a claw-like manner, experimentally raking her fingers across the man's face. Observers began to discern the incongruity. Something was amiss. If a woman were responsible, the scratches would be finer. Yet these marks were evidently coarse and brutal, unless they belonged to an exceptionally rough-handed woman. Furthermore, the deceased's face was rather elongated, making it unlikely for a woman to have inflicted such deep scratches. Guyi's own hands were delicate, as were those of most women, making it difficult for the width of the scratches to align. A man? It remained but a suspicion. However, the expression on Guyi's face left those present somewhat perplexed. Given her appearance, it was rather difficult to discern any emotion. When the paper and brush were brought forth, Guyi felt a twinge of discomfort. It was not that she lacked the skill to write in calligraphy. After all, archaeology encompasses a multitude of disciplines, and familiarity with ancient literature is essential. Mastery of calligraphy is indeed a requisite skill for any archaeologist. However, rendering a diagram of skeletal musculature in calligraphy posed a considerable challenge. She resolved to contemplate how to procure charcoal pencils at a later date. As she pondered, she meticulously observed the orientation of the muscles, her brush gliding over the paper. After a considerable time, a lifelike illustration of the human facial musculature emerged. Even the bald man was taken aback, for they had never encountered such a representation before. This was a rough depiction of the musculature. Although it lacked skin, the thought of adding a face intrigued her. Could a face truly be reconstructed? Indeed, in modern times, one could employ scanning technology to recreate a semblance of a face based on skeletal and muscular structures. While not entirely precise, it could yield a reasonable approximation, contingent upon the extent of damage to the facial musculature and skeleton. Guyi was neither a machine nor an expert in this field. Her drawing skills were merely adequate. Yet her exposure to restoration work in archaeology, be it ancient texts or the crafting of human skeletal models, had afforded her some understanding over time. She handed the musculature illustration to the bald man. "Take a look at this one. I shall create another." "Another one?" The others gathered around, watching intently. After a while, Guyi produced yet another illustration. A man's visage, with features neatly arranged. Can such a countenance truly confirm his identity? Portraits are not an anomaly in this era. Yet many are left questioning how Guyi managed to conjure the deceased's true likeness. Who claims that it is indeed his visage? Guyi merely scoffs, declaring, "I did not paint him for his face." What then? The expression. Yes, the expression. Chapter 60. Eureka. No. This individual's mouth is slightly ajar, conveying an expression of horror and dread. Yet, the eyes are absent, leaving the eye sockets hollow, evoking an eerie and unsettling sensation. He was struck with terror. A vigilant soldier, observing intently, suddenly exclaimed that he must have witnessed something horrific. In a state of panic, he attempted to scream but was swiftly silenced, meeting his demise in an instant. The assailant, for reasons unknown, also gouged out his eyes and disfigured his face. The obliteration of the deceased's visage typically stems from one of two motivations, the first being a purposeful act, driven by the fear of the corpse being identified, often indicating that the murderer had a personal connection to the victim, thus fearing exposure and subsequent investigation. The second possibility is a lack of intention, fueled by passion, hatred, jealousy, or sheer madness, leading to a desire to obliterate the face. However, The act of removing the deceased's eyes suggests a deeper aversion or fear of what the victim had witnessed, prompting the assailant to eliminate that vision. Yet, it could also be, as the audience was enraptured, Guyi paused, successfully capturing their attention before adding, he simply desired the eyes. Her tone was light, yet several soldiers shivered involuntarily, glancing at the eerily empty mortuary. What purpose could there be for wanting the eyes? Indeed, it seemed that Lord Zhao had commanded us to search the vicinity, yet we found no trace of the victim's eyes. Could it be that the murderer had taken them? Guyi casually remarked, not necessarily. Perhaps they were not taken at all. Li Daxiong queried, huh? Not taken? Concealed within oneself. It surely cannot be consumed directly. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the mortuary, with several guards appearing pallid and ashen. Guyi gazed at Li Daxiong for a considerable time before softly remarking, all food enthusiasts of the world are akin to one family. This statement successfully nauseated both the gluttonous Li Daxiong and the bald man. Suddenly, a reaction occurred. At that moment, the talisman transformed into clear water, while the water pouch atop the descending star solidified, yet the star itself remained unchanged. The bald man remained silent for a while before stating, there is none, no malevolence. The expressions of the guards were intricate, uncertain whether to feel relieved at the absence of malevolence in this case or disheartened by the implication that, should a living person be the perpetrator, the burden of this case would continue to weigh upon the Yuzhou prefecture. The bald man was remarkably straightforward, as were Guyi and his companion, who promptly took their leave, leaving the guards in a state of despair. Li Daxiong, with a hoarse voice, grinned awkwardly but quickly concealed his hand upon seeing Guyi enter. Extend your hand. Ah, the right hand. Gritting his teeth, Li Daxiong, despite his apprehension of Gu Ye's impassive demeanor, extended his hand for treatment. However, Guyi merely glanced at his swollen wrist and placed the medicine bottle directly on the table. Administer it yourself. You made me extend my hand merely for a casual glance, Li Daxiong exclaimed in frustration, yet resigned. He could only tend to his own injury. That person is remarkably formidable. It is not that I am weak. Guyi, of course, understood that Li Daxiong's fear stemmed from the possibility of reprimand from the bald man. Indeed, the three of us are no match for them. They are undeniably formidable. However, if you continue to conceal this, by tomorrow your hand will be rendered useless, and it will inevitably come to light. Li Daxiong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and remarked, how was I to know it would be so powerful? Guyi glanced at Li Daxiong's swollen hand and furrowed his brow. This resembles internal martial arts. External injuries do not typically possess such lingering effects. That is the eagle claw technique, replied the bald man as he staggered in, placing a wine jug on the table before sitting down. It emphasizes rigorous practice, devoid of any reliance on innate talent. To attain this level of skill ordinarily requires at least a decade of relentless training. Furthermore, practitioners must immerse their hands in a scorching iron pot to stir pebbles for many years. Given your youth, your bones have yet to fully develop, making it unwise to engage in such training, lest your bones be damaged in the process. Hence, those who master this technique usually begin around the age of 18 or 19, meaning this individual must be at least 30. Thus, it can be concluded that the opponent is not a young person. Coupled with the aromatic sourness, we may glean some clues. However, does this have any relevance to us? Guyi countered. It is irrelevant, the bald man shrugged, casting a sidelong glance at the timid Li Daxiong. You've matured and developed a sense of shame. You know that being scolded is embarrassing. In truth, I do not chastise you solely because of your shortcomings. Li Daxiong felt a swell of emotion, master. The bald man interjected. It is simply that I find you deserving of reprimand. I have grown accustomed to it, and you should too, for I shall not change. Li Daxiong retorted, damn you. The house, it connected to the adjacent dwelling. Qingyu entered without hesitation upon noticing the door was ajar, only to find Guyi removing her outer garment, prompting an immediate retreat. However, Guyi remained unperturbed. She thought nothing of her current state, clad merely in an undershirt, and would have felt equally nonchalant in a tank top. She approached the doorway. About that small house from earlier? I still haven't inquired about its purpose. It appears to contain nothing of significance and seems uninhabited. Many years ago, it was merely a storage shed left in use by the Yuzhou government. Over the generations, various Yuzhou governors repurposed it for different uses, but ultimately, it was abandoned and left to languish. As you observed last night, it had not been cleaned in ages, resulting in a disarray of items, yet it could indeed conceal a person. I had someone work through the night to clear it out, We shall revisit it tomorrow. Qingyu did not gaze directly at Gu Yi. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi raised an eyebrow. For the bald man had previously examined the corpse and confirmed there was nothing nefarious. Turning to face Gu Yi, Qingyu furrowed her brow and asked, "So, are you leaving?" Gu Yi replied, "Not at all." Qingyu's expression softened. "At least indulge in the culinary delights of Yuzhou before departing." She hesitated, words lingering on her lips before ultimately bidding farewell. Gu Yi observed her departure with narrowed eyes. This case intrigued her. Why was Luigi so invested? Yet, as it was merely a matter concerning another family's tragedy, Gu Yi felt no obligation to lose sleep over the Qin family's misfortune and, after a refreshing wash, retired for the night. Of course, she was certain the bald man and Li Daxiong shared the same sentiment. There were no saints among the Quishan people. When it came to business, money was paramount. Chapter 61. Traces after a restful night. The sun streamed through the window the next morning, and Gu Yi was already awake. Unlike Li Daxiong, who relished sleeping in, she had cultivated a consistent routine since her modern life, rising early each day. Previously, she would wake up, have breakfast, and practice yoga, and here, she adhered to the same regimen. After performing a few stretches and engaging in a brief yoga session in bed, she finally ventured out for breakfast. The Yuzhou prefecture housed a considerable number of officials, and naturally, there was a dedicated kitchen. Upon entering the cafeteria, Gu Yi spotted Li Daxiong and the bald man already there. Just as they were sipping porridge, Zhao Yuan arrived. He had not changed his clothes, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes, resembling someone who had tumbled through a cornfield several times and had been struck multiple times. His disheveled appearance nearly provoked a laugh from Gu Yi. Yet, the situation with the Chun family was indeed troublesome. Zhao Yuan caught a glimpse of Gu Yi's expression and offered a wry smile. He sat down, disregarding any semblance of decorum, snatched the bald man's bun, and devoured it, gulping down half a bowl of porridge before speaking. "I kept watch at the Chun residence all night. Was the murderer present?" Gu Yi was taken aback. Who knows if they were? A maid was brutally murdered, and the horror of it unfolded before the Chun family, leaving them terrified and insisting on having someone guard the place. As you know, the previous case remains unresolved, and now there's this additional complication. Oh. And the governor was also visiting their home at the time. This is indeed significant. The governor was a guest there, and when a command is issued, those beneath him must naturally comply. After an entire night of this, following several busy days, I feel utterly exhausted. Die before them? Indeed, if you have the time. You may accompany me to take a look. Haha, certainly not. The bald man maintained an air of calmness. There is nothing nefarious. I investigated last night. Zhao Yuan also appeared composed, which was a good sign. No malevolent spirits were present. By the way, the Qin family asked me to deliver this to you. He produced a small box from his pocket. Upon opening it, they revealed a gold ingot, roughly the size of a palm and an inch thick. Kuei Shan and his disciples stared at the ingot, while Gu Yi remained unfazed. In her mind, she calculated, 1 tael of gold equates to 10 taels of silver. Thus, this single ingot represented 10 silver ingots, amounting to 50 taels of gold or 500 taels of silver. Goodness, that is approximately 200,000 yuan. 200,000. If one were to live frugally, it could sustain a person for a decade or two in the Tang Dynasty. Considering the relatively low cost of living in this world, if one refrained from excessive luxury, the thought of leisurely indulging in food and rest without work made Gu Yi's eyes glimmer with delight. However, the bald man, with a stern expression, remarked, "Are you attempting to humiliate me with money?" Zhao Yuan replied, resigned, "Not at all, Brother Kong. This is a request for assistance from the Qin family." The bald man turned to Gu Yi and Zhao Yuan, questioning, "Am I the sort of person who can be bought with money?" Li Daxiong interjected, "Absolutely not, master." Gu Yi added, "A person? Perhaps not a person. Master, in terms of being bought, it is not human." The bald man chuckled, shaking the flesh on his cheeks, rolling his eyes, yet ultimately accepted the box. "Let us not rush. It is best to eat well before we speak. You two young men should indulge yourselves a bit more, considering the exertions of last night." Zhao Yuan smiled, while Qingyu glanced at Li Daxiong, who was indulging in a feast. Naturally, he noticed the bandaged cloth wrapped around the latter's hand and shot a fleeting glance at Gu Yi. Qingyu's expression grew somewhat complex. He realized his own naivety. Upon learning that Gu Yi and the others would refrain from intervening last night, he did not feel disappointment, but rather a sense of inadequacy, fearing he had let down his elders. Consequently, he confided in Zhao Yuan. not anticipating that this seasoned individual would conjure such a clever plan even in a state of fatigue. It struck true. The allure of 500 taels was certainly beyond what the Yuzhou prefecture could offer. Only affluent families like the Qins would be willing to pay, for it pertained to matters of life and death. "Friend Gu, is this your drawing from last night?" Zhao Yuan inquired, producing a piece of paper. Gu Yi, skewering a bun with his chopsticks, took a bite and replied, "Indeed." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yuan remarked, "The deceased appeared to have witnessed something terrifying before meeting his end at the hands of the murderer, who is likely in his 30s, possesses eagle claw skills, and may be afflicted with madness, having removed the victim's eyes." After a brief pause, he continued, "Did you observe the hands of the deceased?" Gu Yi, chewing on the bun, responded, "His right hand must have been gripping something. The gesture is rather peculiar." Zhao Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization as he nodded, "Precisely. I extracted these from beneath his fingernails with a small knife. Take a look." He produced a handkerchief from his bosom, revealing faint pale pink stains upon it. His hands bore certain marks, and his nails exhibited traces that felt somewhat sticky to the touch. However, that was a matter of several days past, and the evidence had since faded considerably. This was a remnant from that day, imbued with a faintly sour scent intertwined with a delicate fragrance. If the marks had truly been left behind and wiped from a corpse, the odor would have been far more pungent and detectable. The bald man directly handed the cloth to Li Daxiong. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Li Daxiong appeared somewhat disgruntled. Yet he had no choice but to examine it closely. After a moment, he remarked, "This is a woman's handkerchief." Zhao Yuan interjected. Slap. The bald man struck Li Daxiong on the head, exclaiming, "Could you not speak such things so openly? Must you resort to whispers instead?" Zhao Yuan, caught between laughter and tears, recalled, "I had forgotten to mention that my daughter was present at the time. In a moment of urgency, fearing the marks would dry further, I borrowed her handkerchief. One could not help but wonder why your daughter had not severed ties with you." Gu Yi pondered, imagining the discomfort of having one's cherished handkerchief employed to wipe the remnants from a ghastly corpse. Nevertheless, the scent was indeed more potent than what had been detected the previous day, carrying a hint of something rather pungent. Pungent? Zhao Yuan's expression soured, mistakenly believing that Li Daxiong had insulted his daughter. Observing the situation, Gu Yi interjected, "Is it that the fragrance and sourness are intermingled with an additional pungency? Perhaps the scent of urine?" "No. It resembles the odor of a certain animal, though I cannot quite place it," Li Daxiong replied, visibly distressed. The others hesitated to press him further, yet Zhao Yuan remained resolute in his certainty that his daughter had never associated with any sort of beast. That is to say, the scent that clung to the deceased that night was either from the environment of death or from the murderer himself. Zhao Yuan's gaze flickered as he finally exhaled, feeling a sense of discovery, no longer as blind as before. "As for the nature of this scent and trace, my friends, do you have any conjectures?" Gu Yi, the bald man, and Qing Yu fell into a moment of silence, until Qing Yu spoke up, "Pomegranate." His words struck the mark. The Chen family's pomegranate orchard. It perfectly aligns. The faux props, the deceased, and the murderer all bore the fragrance of pomegranate, which could not be mere coincidence. At the very least, it established an undeniable connection between the three and the Chen family. No matter how composed Zhao Yuan was, he ultimately could not suppress his excitement. Having finished their meal, the bald man picked his teeth and led the group away. Before leaving, they all visited the small room within the yamen. Chapter 62. Desperate measures. The room had been thoroughly cleared. To be honest, even without inspection, Gu Yi knew that no hidden mechanisms or secret locks could be found. After all, the officials of Yuzhou were not idle. There were certainly experts in mechanisms and secret passages who had examined it meticulously. Since nothing had been discovered, it was unlikely that they would find anything upon their arrival. Thus, Gu Yi leaned against the door, casually glancing around. Her mind was preoccupied with another matter, the posture of the deceased's body. Slightly leaning forward, right hand extended, legs bent, and the body contorted to a moderate degree, exhibiting the rigidity of rigor mortis. This was typical corpse stiffness, coupled with an expression of sheer terror. What kind of death could result in such a posture? And what kind of environment would compel him to maintain it? Zhao Yuan and the bald man clearly did not wish to engage in fruitless endeavors, instructing their companions to keep watch before departing on the road to the Chen family. Did the Chen family also perceive this as a malevolent disturbance? Gu Yi inquired of Zhao Yuan. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Yuan succinctly described the situation. Desperate times call for desperate measures. After all, funds are not a concern. However, Li Daxiong expressed curiosity as to why such a case did not attract the direct involvement of officials like the magistrate or the general. Zhao Yuan mentioned that the magistrate happened to be at the Chun residence last night, piquing Li Daxiong's interest in observing these prominent figures. Gu Yi casually remarked, prompting a moment of astonishment from both Zhao Yuan and Qin Yu. To put it plainly, even during the Tang Dynasty, public education was markedly deficient, and even within affluent families and noble households, the education of their progeny predominantly adhered to the confines of classical literature and moral doctrines. Instruction pertaining to the realms of governance and commerce was largely limited to those deemed worthy of inheriting familial legacies. This restrictive educational paradigm resulted in a widespread lack of awareness among the populace, with the common folk remaining woefully uninformed about the intricacies of officialdom, and the younger generation within those circles possessing little insight. Yet, this girl, hailing from a farming background, devoid of any formal education, and having spent 2 years in seclusion within the mountains, nonchalantly articulated such profound thoughts. Her origins. Gu Yu undoubtedly sensed the skepticism from the two. Raising an eyebrow as he addressed the bald man across from him, the old man's historical tomes have been thoroughly perused, with several even missing. Was it you who took them? Just wait until he decides to deal with you. Gu Yi continued. I presume you swapped the instruction manual from Quishan with an erotic illustration, which should lead to a rather severe reckoning for you. Only then did Zhao Yuan and the others cast aside their doubts. As for the pomegranate courtyard, the name had been heard from the outset. Yet it was not until a day later that they actually beheld it. The crimson pomegranates were visible from a considerable distance. The estate boasted an outer wall, behind which stood pomegranate trees laden with vibrant, crimson fruits. As the wind rustled through the branches, Li Daxiong shook his head and scratched it, his expression one of bewilderment. However, no one seemed to notice his demeanor. The entrance to the Chun family estate was guarded by 2 stone lions, their stature far inferior to those before the governor's mansion, for the expenditures of the court and those of the common folk could not be equated. Such was the protocol. Nevertheless, the Qin family, being affluent, had endowed their lions with an imposing presence. The estate itself sprawled extensively, surpassing the former Shi family residence by a considerable margin, a testament to its status as a bastion of wealth in Yuzhou. Upon entry, a broad path led straight ahead, flanked by winding side paths that meandered into secluded corners. Yet, what truly captured one's attention was not the grand entrance or the main thoroughfare, but rather the spacious courtyard, adorned with pomegranate trees at every turn. Although the pomegranates emitted no discernible fragrance, their abundance created a palpable atmosphere. Should a bird alight upon the branches to peck at the fruit, the sweet-sour aroma would waft into the air, mingling with the earth. Gu Yi and his companions exchanged glances of relief. This was indeed the place. The Qin family could not escape their connection to the matter at hand. Yet this also signified that they must tread carefully to avoid alarming their quarry. After all, the individual capable of concealing such items within the Qin estate was likely no ordinary person. The Qin family's young master wielded considerable influence, and it remained unclear which powerful figure from Luoyang stood behind him. Gu Yi was acutely aware that the Tang Dynasty represented a peak of noble lineage in Chinese history. During this era, the aristocratic families of Tang exuded the elegance of the Wei and Jin dynasties, while also embodying the martial vigor of the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods. The authority wielded by these noble families was formidable, unimaginable by contemporary standards. In this realm, to offend a noble could easily result in the forfeiture of one's life. Justice? Justice was ostensibly for the people, unless a mightier force intervened to impose its will. Thus, Gu Yi dared not underestimate the Qin family, which was sheltered by formidable forces. It was akin to Zhao Yuan, a seasoned veteran, who bowed his proud head within such a power structure. Yet, Zhao Yuan was not the Song Ci of later generations, and thus there was little to scorn or reproach. In truth, Gu Yi recognized that he too belonged to this class of pragmatic individuals. Members of the Qin family were already aware of Zhao Yuan's arrival and naturally recognized that Gu Yi and his companions were not officials. After a courteous bow, they welcomed him, expressing that it was a fortune for the Qin family to have the master from Quishan visit in person. Gu Yi scrutinized the seemingly ordinary elder before him, who appeared unremarkable yet undoubtedly shrewd. Otherwise, he would not possess such confidence while remaining so courteous. Quishan was not a prominent sect. Gu Yi cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yu, suspecting that the latter had placed significant importance on the Lu family. Qin Yu represented Lu Yizhi, who in turn represented the Liu family. The elder, being polite, did not carry himself with arrogance. After exchanging pleasantries, he promptly addressed the matter at hand. It was indeed unfortunate for the Qin family. Just a few days prior, an unknown individual had perished within their ranks. And last night, a maid named Xiao Chui had met a mysterious demise, leaving the Qin family in a state of trepidation. As the head of the Qin family spoke, he led the group into the inner courtyard. Gu Yi observed the remnants of a banquet nearby, indicating that a number of guests had been invited the previous night. Among them was the most prominent figure from Yuzhou, the Yuzhou governor, Zhuolongzhou. Indeed, upon entering, Gu Yi spotted a man seated in the main position, sipping tea. After Zhao Yuan performed his greeting, Gu Yi and the others followed suit. Zhuolongzhou, in his 40s, possessed a handsome visage and, for a governor, was considered relatively young. His eyes were sharp, and his demeanor was profound, exuding an air of authority and gravitas. Compared to Zhao Yuan, the atmosphere was significantly more vibrant. He glanced at Zhao Yuan and the others entering, his gaze lightly sweeping over the trio of bald men, yet lingering with particular attention on Qin Yu. Gu Yi sighed inwardly. Once again, it was the Liu family. Master Kong had resolved the series of murders in Shaoyang village and vanquished the malevolent spirit, earning him a reputation as a person of virtue and talent. His willingness to lend assistance today was a fortunate event for both my office and for you, my esteemed brother Chun. This flattery was rather excessive, leaving Gu Yi with a sensation akin to being adorned with an unwelcome crown of honor. The bald man, being quite the seasoned character, responded with a touch of levity, "My lord, you jest." The resolution of that case was solely due to the efforts of Liu Shaoqing. I merely employed my rudimentary skills to deal with ghosts. It is a rare honor to be regarded favorably by Liu Shaoqing, prompting me to recommend my assistance to Brother Zhao. However, after a full day and night, I have uncovered little, and have, regrettably, indulged in several meals at the expense of your office, which is rather embarrassing. You hold Liu Yi in high regard. Yet if I were to bring him out for a stroll, you wouldn't cast me as the scapegoat, would you? As expected, upon hearing this, Zhuolongzhou's eyes deepened, and he chuckled. A few meals are nothing to fear. In the future, all meals will be provided by my office. The head of the Chun family quickly added, "My lord, your concern for the lives of over 100 members of the Chun family is an act of great benevolence. Master Kong has also offered his assistance. Naturally, we must extend our hospitality as hosts." Gu Yi, listening from the side, felt a tinge of frustration. In the realm of officialdom, encountering businessmen and seasoned characters like the bald man could lead to a year of back-and-forth exchanges. Impatience simmered within Gu Yi, while on the surface, Li Daxiong's irritation was palpable. Fortunately, the elderly Qin patriarch was even more anxious, finally bringing up the deceased maidservant. Upon their arrival, it was revealed that the maid had perished in the side hall, causing considerable alarm among the women and children present at the time. We had been drinking outside, and upon hearing a sudden commotion, we rushed in to discover. He ushered them inside, but Gu Yi was immediately struck by a pungent scent of blood. There, he beheld the fallen maid, clad in a green dress typical of a servant. Her legs lay limply on the ground, arms outstretched, one hand still clutching a tray from which fruits had scattered. Her head was tilted to the side, lips slightly parted, and a viscous crimson fluid mixed with black oozed from her mouth, pooling on the floor. Blood also streamed from her ears, nose, and eyes, an unmistakable sign of severe hemorrhaging. Yet, this was not an ordinary case of bleeding from the 7 orifices. The volume of blood was excessive. The bald man glanced at her, scoffed, and remarked with disdain. Zhao Yuan, taken aback, nodded in agreement. Indeed, she had been poisoned. "What business do you have with me regarding a murder by poisoning?" The bald man rolled his eyes, preparing to depart. "Brother Kong, do not be hasty. Come and examine this," Zhao Yuan urged, lifting the maid's hand and rolling back her sleeve to reveal a section of her wrist. The maid, akin in age to Gu Yi, though a servant, was in the bloom of youth, her skin fair. Yet, both Gu Yi and Li Daxiong widened their eyes in horror, for upon that pallid wrist were unmistakable marks of livor mortis, dark purple splotches, stark against her complexion. The formation of these post-mortem stains requires at least 6 hours. However, from the moment Xiao Zui suffered a sudden and violent death, bleeding from all orifices, to my arrival at the Chun residence where the stains had barely formed within half an hour, such an anomaly could hardly be attributed to ordinary circumstances. Zhao Yuan, having solved numerous cases with great expertise, found himself perplexed by the 2 recent cases in Yuzhou that had emerged within a mere fortnight. His experience proved futile here, compelling him to seek alternative avenues. Zhuo Longzhou observed silently from the side, while the elder of the Chun family wore a troubled expression. He was not overly concerned about the assassination of a mere maid. After all, he could investigate. If no answers were found, it would be of little consequence, merely a maid. Yet, should some malevolent force be involved, even with his son's connections in Luoyang, resolving the matter would not be assured. The realm of the supernatural has always been more formidable than the righteous path of humanity. At that moment, the bald man focused intently, bending down to scrutinize Xiao Zui's remains, his fingers pressing against the post-mortem stain on her wrist. After a brief pause, he stood and inquired, "Monkey? What monkey?" The elder of the Chun family replied. Zhao Yuan interjected, "The monkey refers to." Guyi had already begun to turn away. "Monkey, come here, let's inspect her clothing." "We cannot do so in this crowded space," the bald man stated. It was then that Zhao Yuan grasped the intention behind his words, to check for additional post-mortem stains on Xiao Zui's body. Given the presence of so many people, particularly men, it would be disrespectful to hastily remove her clothing. This gesture instilled in Zhao Yuan a modicum of respect for the bald man. Beneath his rugged and avaricious exterior lay a semblance of principle. He, like Zhao Yuan, was indeed a good man. "Indeed, Brother Kong. I conducted an examination last night and discovered no cadaveric lividity on Xiao Zui's person, save for the peculiar discoloration on her arms. However, should you desire to inspect her further, feel free. I merely fear that Master Gu might find himself unaided. Thus, it would be prudent for you and I to remain. A venerable Taoist master and a coroner by trade, none could reasonably object to our presence, especially with the addition of a young woman. Furthermore, Xiao Zui is but a maidservant. Her virtue is of little concern to anyone, thus no objection shall arise." Zhuo Longzhou cast a prolonged glance at Gu Xiaoyu. The party then departed, and the side hall door was closed. Li Dexiong stood guard outside, flanking Qingyu on either side of the door like sentinels. He observed the imposing official engaging Qingyu in conversation. "Warden Qing, how fares Vice Minister Liu of late?" Qingyu responded with rigid formality. "The minister is well, though preoccupied with official duties." "Your concern is appreciated, sir. Naturally, Liu Xiaoqing is a talent that emerges but once a century in Fanyang. His sagacity has earned the personal commendation of the sage, and it is anticipated that he shall soon assume full authority over the court of judicature." Zhuo Longzhou offered a genial smile, devoid of obsequiousness, merely expressing measured admiration. Qingyu was well aware that his master was deserving of such praise from a dignitary of this stature. However, he suspected that the dignitary's intentions lay elsewhere. "Given your family's esteemed position and the pressing demands of their duties, it is apparent that your esteemed master shares a profound camaraderie with Zhao Yuan. Their mutual understanding in criminal investigations has fostered a bond that is indeed admirable." Upon learning of Zhao's perplexity regarding this case, and reflecting on the remarkable capabilities of Master Quishan, I was dispatched to serve as an intermediary. However, I was taken aback to discover that the prefect was also present here last night. Zhuo Longzhou chuckled lightly, remarking on the elegance of Chun Jia Xiaoxian, "A rare talent I hold in high regard. I sincerely hope he can follow in your master's footsteps, bringing honor to us in Fanyang within both literary and political realms." While maintaining discretion, he nevertheless afforded considerable prestige to the young master of the Chen family. Luigi. What a formidable task lies before him. He is among the elite of the Liu clan, a distinguished lineage of Fanyang, and represents the younger generation. In contrast, Chen Yishuan can merely be considered a merchant's son who has achieved some acclaim. Were it not for the favor of the powerful, 100 of his ilk would not compare to a single Liu family scholar. Even Li Daong noticed the Chun family's evident pride and understood Qingyu's skepticism, particularly when Zhuo Longzhou unexpectedly remarked, "By the way, the young lady inside, is she not the one that the scholar once asked me to keep an eye on?" Upon hearing this, Li Daong's eyes widened in surprise, while Qingyu tilted his head, scrutinizing Zhuo Longzhou. Within the room, Guyi had unfastened the garments of Xiao Chui. As a young maiden, she was indifferent, and the 2 gentlemen, seasoned as they were, had encountered countless corpses, rendering the sight of her youthful form devoid of significance. Zhao Yuan glanced at the body and stated, "Indeed, the livor mortis is present on the right arm." This detail had already been noted. Thus, Zhao Yuan observed the profound expression shared between Gu Yi and the bald man. After a moment of contemplation, He spoke unexpectedly. This corpse mottling appears rather fortuitously. It should not manifest at all, yet the expected signs of decay remain absent. To others, these words would undoubtedly be incomprehensible, but for Gu Yi, they resonated with clarity. Typically, superficial mottling emerges within a couple of hours, while the purplish-red marks witnessed by Zhao last night should only materialize after 6 hours, rendering the situation quite enigmatic. Presumably, everyone believed there to be some malevolent force at play. However, the body bore no lingering traces of sinister energy or ghostly presence. Logically, other regions of the corpse should exhibit the usual signs of decay over time, yet they did not. Gu Yi paused, casting a glance at the bald man. He had already reached for a pouch at his waist, retrieving 3 star quietening pills and placing them into the slightly agape mouth of Xiao Chui. Why was Xiao Chui's mouth open? Was it in agony, yearning to expel blood? Gu Yi soon realized that the situation was more complex. As the pills descended into her intoxicated state, it was not long before she and Zhao Yuan witnessed the movement of Xiao Chui's throat. She was alive. Chapter 64. The blood scarab. Gu Yi initially believed she was about to witness a genuine resurrection of the dead, and her instinctive reaction was to leap backward with agility. This swift motion left Zhao Yuan astonished, yet he understood the terror of witnessing the dead return to life and also retreated a few steps. Unbeknownst to them, their actions elicited a barely concealed mockery from the bald man. "Look at how cowardly you are." Such words were far from pleasant. "Master, this is a resurrection." Gu Yi retorted, somewhat disgruntled. "Who told you it was a resurrection? Is it not?" As the bald man spoke with such conviction, a coarse and unsettling rasp emanated from the side chamber, resembling the sorrowful wails of a ghostly apparition. It was a sound that sent shivers down the spine, akin to the weeping of a female specter. Indeed, this could only be described as a resurrection of sorts. Gu Yi leaned against the wall, his nerves taut, as the eerie sounds permeated the modest chamber, growing increasingly distinct, as if the source were drawing nearer. It appeared that the noise originated from above. Zhao Yuan's complexion turned pale, internally chiding the bald man's earlier assertion of no malevolent presence. Today's events were a stark contradiction. Both Zhao Yuan and Gu Yi instinctively glanced upwards, only to find the bald man sneering, unperturbed, casting a fleeting glance at them before suddenly extending his hand. His movements were swift as a shadow, and Gu Yi sensed a subtle disturbance in the air. Lowering his head, he caught sight of something dark and ominous slithering onto the tongue of the girl named Chui. Just as Gu Yi was about to discern what it was, the creature lunged forth directly towards him. Instinctively, Gu Yi seized a nearby vase, yet the bald man's fingers had already struck the creature. With a soft thud, the object, roughly the size of Gu Yi's palm, fell to the ground. The bald man produced a small vial, and a droplet of water from Tai Gui Lake was released, hissing as it made contact with the creature, which began to emit a foul vapor, as if scorched. Yet, both Gu Yi and Zhao Yuan could still discern the grotesque sight of a plump scorpion lying on the floor. A truly horrifying revelation that something so vile could emerge from a corpse. Only Gu Yi was startled by the dark, ominous scorpion, whose tail bore a small cylindrical bell fused with it. However, there were no rattling beads within, only peculiar holes. Was this truly a scorpion? And what was that bell-like object hanging from its tail? It was not a scorpion, it was a dung beetle. A dung beetle? Do not belittle my limited knowledge. Gu Yi thought. Isn't a dung beetle merely a creature that feeds on excrement, known for rolling its fecal balls around? How could this one be so plump and resemble a scorpion? Could it be that it had consumed an excess of dung, leading to some extraordinary mutation? Zhao Yuan could only conclude that this young lady was well-versed and possessed a sharp wit, grounded in humor. He simply could not think of how else to compliment her. In truth, Gu Yi was not particularly knowledgeable. Her understanding of entomology was akin to that of an average person. Her interest in the obscure term dung beetle stemmed from a memory of watching Su Ke's legendary film The Dragon King of the Capital, which featured a mystical 1,000-year-old dung beetle from the western regions. She found it fascinating and, driven by curiosity, sought further information online. However, that endeavor had left her feeling somewhat disheartened. That is a common dung beetle, known for its fecal diet. However, this particular beetle is formidable, typically thriving in graveyards and other sites of decay, feeding on venomous insects and toxic plants. Once its growth cycle concludes, it can lay its eggs, feeding on the vital blood within the human body. In less than 3 days, it can grow to a considerable size, subsequently releasing toxins into the human system, which can lead to sudden death. The bald man pointed to the beetle on the ground, referring to it as a blood beetle. The symptoms of its venom manifest as bleeding from all 7 orifices, accompanied by the infusion of cadaveric energy, resulting in livor mortis. However, these marks are not as extensive as those seen in true decomposition. They appear only in localized areas. The presence of livor mortis indicates where the larvae of the blood beetle have penetrated the body, as they carry cadaveric energy that, once inside, is absorbed by the body's vital blood. Look at her arm. Does it not bear a small wound? Gu Yi remarked, and upon closer inspection, they indeed found one. Zhao Yuan fell into deep contemplation. When I checked last night, I also noticed this small wound. I inquired with the maid who shares her quarters, and she mentioned that the pomegranate orchard, with its sweet aroma, attracts various insects and birds each year. Although the estate regularly exterminates pests, some insects occasionally linger in remote and poorly maintained areas, such as the washroom and kitchen. Not only Xiao Chui, but the other servants also bear minor wounds from this. At the time, I did not give it much thought and overlooked this significant clue. Zhao Yuan felt a pang of self-reproach, while the bald man attempted to console him. Even the best of horses stumble. After all, you are not as young as you once were. This was hardly comforting. Zhao Yuan pouted, casting another glance at the tightly shut doors and windows. Since it is a blood beetle, and one that has been transmitted from the western regions, it is certainly not something that an ordinary person could handle. As for the Qin family, let us assume there is something sinister at play. The bald man remained non-committal. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for me, Kuei Shan, to continue enjoying my meals. Zhao Yuan nodded with a smile and lowered his voice to say, in total, the Qin family consists of 24 members. The individual we just encountered outside is the head of the Qin family, named Qin Yuanfeng. He has 2 brothers, each with their own families. Yet he only has 2 sons. The younger son is Qin Yishuan, born of the family matriarch, while the elder son is Qin Yixing, whose mother is a concubine of the Qin family. Is Xiao Chui serving her? Indeed, though her status among the maidservants is rather low. Is there an issue between the concubine and the elder son? Gu Yi was keenly perceptive. Zhao Yuan cast a deep glance at her, realizing she was quite knowledgeable about the hidden affairs of large families. Indeed, the elder son, Qin Yixing, suffers from a condition that renders him taciturn. A concubine, unless favored by the master, can only rely on her offspring to secure her position. With the elder son's issues, she too has been met with indifference from Qin Yuanfeng. Thus, Xiao Chui, who serves her, holds little status. However, given the peculiar circumstances last night, I could not investigate thoroughly. It would be more convenient once the magistrate departs. Ah, so you are considering the emotions of the Qin family members. Inquiring rashly could provoke their ire and bring disgrace upon the magistrate. Being an official is indeed no easy task. This is your responsibility now. Safeguard this corpse. I suspect this young girl must have known something she ought not to have, and was silenced as a result. The bald man, being experienced, and Zhao Yuan, too, shared a tacit understanding, leading them to refrain from further discussion. From the sidelines, Gu Yi remarked that it would likely prove challenging for Master Zhao to ascertain which member of the Qin family bore an injury. A seasoned veteran, indeed. Gu Yi mused that he had already dispatched individuals to monitor apothecaries, observing who might seek remedies for knife wounds, a strategy akin to awaiting a rabbit by its burrow. Master Zhao smiled, extending a thumb towards the bald man, confessing that he had initially suspected favoritism in Yi's recommendation of the Kuei Mountain contingent. Yet, upon encountering little friend Gu, he realized Yi's discerning eye. Now, upon further reflection, he deemed the notion of favoritism unfounded, for little friend Gu was undeniably a talent. The compliment, however, struck an odd chord. The bald man grinned lewdly, assuring Master Zhao that he was mistaken, for the two had only met a mere 2 years prior, when their monkey was but a fledgling. Thus, no illicit entanglement could have transpired, though he conceded that he remained a monkey, albeit one of passable countenance. Gu Yi, ever the unconventional spirit, merely offered a gentle smile, inquiring if such unions were permissible in their locale. The query prompted a moment of profound contemplation for both Master Zhao and the bald man, their countenances shifting subtly. The bald man, adopting a serious demeanor, suggested they proceed with the matter at hand. The corpse, leaning against the wall with composure, Gu Yi declared her preference for conversing with elder gentlemen, finding depth and substance in their exchanges. The 2 gentlemen bowed their heads, engrossed in their own affairs. How disappointing. Gu Yi pouted, feeling a tinge of boredom. In this world, There was no companion with whom she could indulge in lively conversation until dawn, which rendered her existence rather dull. In her ennui, she glanced at the blood beetle on the ground, picked up a chopstick, and prodded it, only to observe the creature stir slightly. Well, it seems this bald-headed fellow is still alive, merely in a state of slumber. Deciding to take advantage of the two men preoccupied with their tasks, Guyi retrieved a small wooden tube from her pouch, deftly nudged the blood beetle inside with the chopstick, and sealed it. Feeling restless, she pushed open the door, prepared to step outside. Zhuolongzhou's expression softened slightly, yet he smiled. Your esteemed elder is quite occupied with official matters. There is no need for further inquiry on such trivialities. However, for your youth, romance is a natural pursuit. It is indeed a splendid time of life. That young lady. Li Daxiong could no longer contain himself and interjected with righteous indignation. Dear sir, please refrain from such fanciful talk. Our monkey is quite unattractive. Young Master Lu would never take an interest. He is not blind, after all. Zhuolongzhou remained silent, while Qingyu observed the exchange with a knowing glance. With a soft creak, the door swung open, and Guyi emerged, closing it gracefully behind her. She turned to Zhuolongzhou, saying, My senior brother is naturally a bit dim-witted. He often speaks without decorum and has no sense of propriety, much to your excellency's amusement. Impolite. That hardly makes you a paragon of etiquette, Zhuolongzhou replied, his eyes darkening momentarily before he chuckled. Qingyu watched the retreating figures of Guyi and her companion, choosing not to follow, but instead remaining steadfast in his position. He surmised that a discovery had likely been made within, prompting Guyi's timely exit. It remains unclear what her intentions are. This girl has always approached everything with a carefree spirit, yet there seems to be an ulterior motive, rendering her unpredictable. Hey, monkey. What are you doing? My backside hurts. Guyi shot her a glance. If I don't pull you out, that high-ranking official will take notice. He could easily fabricate a reason to separate your head from your backside. The governor of Yuzhou is akin to the political leader here, if he possesses a generous disposition. He may regard their childish antics with leniency. However, if he is petty-minded, what Li Dahong just said could indeed be considered offensive. Moreover, an elder. Li Dahong remarked with newfound respect, yet he could not help but retort, It seems you are the one who has offended him. Guyi raised an eyebrow and laughed. One offense is an offense. Two offenses together suggest problems with the Quiescent sect. If he truly harbors a narrow-minded disposition, he must first address the two significant issues above us. What concern is it of ours? This is indeed the correct approach for disciples of the sect. Li Dahong felt he had gained some insight. Meanwhile, while Qingyu pondered Guyi's potential grand plans, Guyi had already taken Li Dahong to pick pomegranates. Of course, this was with the Chun family's permission. With so many pomegranates at their disposal, they could never consume them all. Naturally, they often offered them to guests. Even if Guyi and the others did not mention it, the Chun family would still present them. It was also quite common for the younger generation to wish to pick them themselves. The steward graciously led them to the backyard. This backyard was expansive, with a tranquil and spacious courtyard, where pomegranate trees stood in orderly rows, their fruits glowing like flames. Miss Gu, Mr. Li, these are the finest pomegranate trees in our Chun family's orchard. Please feel free to select and pick some for yourselves. These are old pomegranate trees, their branches robust, and the fruits are exceptionally plump and abundant, with some as large as half the size of Li Daxiong's head, impossible to grasp with one hand. Look over there at the red ones. That one. No, that one is not ripe yet. Don't pick it. Guyi directed from below while Li Daxiong climbed the tree to gather the fruits, their collaboration proving quite harmonious. The steward, observing their lively energy, felt a lightening of the gloom that had settled from the recent spate of unfortunate events. While guiding, Guyi inquired, with so many pomegranates, what will you do if you can't consume them all? The steward, noticing Guyi's clean and bright demeanor, her lively features indicative of a well-bred background, felt an increased fondness for her. Knowing she was a disciple of the Taoist sect, he recognized she was not an ordinary young lady. Who wouldn't he wish to avoid misfortune by associating with someone like her? He replied with a smile, If we were to leave them for the birds and insects, it would indeed be a waste. Our lady is quite skilled. She has people pick the pomegranates to store them. When the autumn air is crisp and the weather pleasant, she extracts the juicy pulp to make a refreshing drink or a delightful sauce, much adored by many ladies. Oh, pomegranate juice? That sounds delightful. He mused, realizing that the ancients had quite the flair for creativity. If any modern individual ever claimed that ancient people were dull, she would be compelled to give them 2 slaps. Are these not yet ripe? I see that the pomegranates over there have not been harvested. Indeed, they require about another half-month to reach maturity. However, the older trees in this area tend to ripen a bit sooner. Look over there. Some have already reached maturity and have been picked by the lady servants. Now stored in the warehouse. The warehouse. Chapter 66. The Slingshot Boy Big Bear, that one to your left. Guyi chuckled, then sighed inadvertently. What a splendid pomegranate orchard this could have been, had it not been tarnished by that wretched incident. Who could argue otherwise? The steward suddenly became agitated. Let us set aside Xiao Chui for a moment. That unfortunate man, whose identity remains unknown, perished on our pomegranate estate, casting a pall over all of us. Who knows where he came from? Perhaps it was a deliberate scheme by someone in the business world, disposing of a body near the well. The well. Guyi gasped, and upon noticing her alarm, the steward grew anxious as well. Yes, the well. The officials have already investigated, but found nothing. Later, the master ordered that well to be sealed. Is there an issue? He suspected Guyi might have an ulterior motive, worried that something was amiss. This is rather inappropriate. Guyi pondered, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. The steward, growing anxious, urged, Young master, you must speak plainly. With over 100 souls in our estate, if there is something amiss, the repercussions could be dire. It is difficult to articulate, Guyi continued. But I once heard my master mention that the water in a well is meant to sustain many lives. Water is essential for humanity. Yet a well reaches deep into the earth, connecting the earthly and the ethereal. In our practices, it is often said that wells can harbor negative energies, becoming favored hideouts for malevolent spirits. Furthermore, even in the absence of such entities, it is a well-known fact that many individuals have a penchant for disposing of bodies in wells after committing murder. Thus, many wells in the mortal realm are far from pristine. Upon hearing Guyi's half-truths, the steward appeared increasingly disturbed. However, the body was found beside the well, not at its depths. This is rather peculiar, Guyi mused, a frown of concern etched on his face. This situation is even more perilous. The steward's eyes widened in alarm. The presence of a body near the well could stem from 3 possibilities. First, the murderer could have slain the victim at the well's edge and fled, leaving the victim to die unjustly, thus carrying a heavy grudge that would undoubtedly affect the waters below. Second, the murderer might have committed the crime elsewhere, dragging the corpse to the well's vicinity for abandonment. This raises a critical question. If the intent was to conceal the body, how could it be that this well, still in use, went unnoticed? Therefore, it is plausible that the body was left there deliberately to implicate the Chun family, aligning with your earlier suspicions, steward. Thirdly, Guyi intentionally paused, causing the steward to feel anxious. What is the third? He implored. Master, please, do tell. The great kindness you have shown shall be forever remembered. Thirdly, a person was slain by something sinister. That well? It's hard to say. Understood, I see it clearly. The steward shivered and immediately declared, Young master, please wait a moment while I inform the master, so that the area may be unsealed for you to visit with your master. Very well, go ahead. No, it's just that I almost believed what you said, Guyi remarked. With your intellect, you have indeed been swayed. Li Daxiang felt vexed but acknowledged the truth of his own belief, continuing to pluck pomegranates. Guyi, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, leisurely peeled the largest pomegranate. Delicious. How sweet. These ancient fruits are purely natural, truly sweet, unlike the tasteless modern watermelons. As Guyi savored the fruit, Li Daxiang frequently called out, yearning for a taste, but a mere glance from Guyi made him retreat. Ah, the youth. It was not their first encounter. Were they not the F where he had met that fateful night at the Windy Manor? He hadn't observed them closely then, but in the bright light of day, he had to admit they were rather handsome. However, with the absence of the fourth, they were now F3. 6 eyes locked onto 2 eyes. The wind blew as the figure seated on the steps, indulging in pomegranates, met their gaze for 3 seconds before turning away to continue enjoying the fruit. It was a remarkably composed and swift act. Hey, that woman. Her demeanor does not resemble that of a maid. Rather, she appears to be a guest of considerable stature. Hello, madam, are you a guest of the 4th family? The 3rd son, Su Jian, is a notorious dandy, rather frivolous in nature. Guyi raised her gaze to him, offering only a non-committal Ah, this woman is truly something. Beside them, Han Gao cast a glance at Guyi, seemingly indifferent, his attention drifting toward Li Daxiang perched in a tree. He sensed that this tall man possessed considerable strength. Su Jian appeared somewhat reluctant when suddenly, "Ah, what struck me?" Su Jian jumped as if electrified, leaping aside. Gu Yi then heard a faint whistling sound and quickly rose to her feet, sidestepping. Her eyes scanned the scene, landing on a boy of about 8 or 9 years on the balcony of the second floor, wielding a slingshot, relentlessly firing small fruit pits while shouting, "I'll kill you bad people. Bad people. I'll kill you." The barrage of projectiles continued unabated, targeting her and Su Jian. "You little brat." Su Jian cursed, while Yuan Lin and the others dodged to the side. Gu Yi, losing her patience after 2 near misses, seized a pomegranate from a nearby basket and hurled it toward the boy on the second-floor balcony. The nearly ripe pomegranate struck the railing with pinpoint accuracy, bursting open and splattering juice everywhere. Not only did the boy behind the railing end up drenched, but Su Jian below did as well. Amidst the chaos, the boy and Su Jian glared furiously at Gu Yi. "You vile woman, you bully me. I will tell my father and brother." Su Jian, on the other hand, laughed heartily. "Huh? A woman visiting has struck the young master of the house. You shall be driven away." Gu Yi tilted her head, once again plucking a pomegranate, tossing it high in her hand while casting a sharp gaze at the boy. "Say that again," she commanded. With a resounding thud, the large pomegranate landed in her palm, its crisp sound resonating with her suddenly frigid demeanor. The boy, recalling the lightning-fast descent and explosive burst of the pomegranate, was struck by Gu Ye's uniquely chilling eyes. Devoid of any mercy or sentiment, she truly meant to harm me, unlike those cowardly individuals who cowered like dogs. In sheer terror, the boy shuddered and stumbled backward, ultimately falling and letting out a whimper. The few people in the courtyard below were left astonished. He cried. This unruly little demon actually shed tears. Chapter 67. Enjoying the game. So Dui Li Daxiong had initially intended to leap from the tree to assist Gu Yi when he noticed the boy weeping uncontrollably, and his resolve faltered. "The kid is crying." "Indeed, I see that. What should we do?" "His tears are not my concern," he retorted. "Ah, that is true." Thus, the two ruffians continued their respective pursuits. One indulged in the pomegranate, while the other resumed plucking more. Not a single glance was spared for the sobbing child, who was indeed the most audacious guest in history. Su Jian was momentarily taken aback, while Han Gao furrowed his brow. Yuan Lin, however, regarded Gu Yi and the boy with a penetrating gaze before ascending the stairs to console the upset child, only to have the boy wail even louder. The cries echoed so loudly that Su Jian and the others grew increasingly impatient, yet they could do little but accompany the scene, casting resentful glances at the carefree Gu Yi and her companion. If it were an ordinary guest, they would have long since raised a fuss. However, being an exceptional guest, they naturally accompanied their smiles with apologies to placate the little tyrant. These two individuals exuded an undeniable air of distinction, suggesting a formidable background. Their skills hinted at a connection to the martial world. At that moment, the butler arrived with a group of people, and upon seeing the scene, he appeared utterly bewildered. Su Dian's gaze flickered as he stepped forward to exchange a few words with the butler, who frowned in response. Just then, the child seemed to have found an ally. Scampering down the stairs and shouting, Uncle Zhang, this wicked woman is bullying me, she even hit me. You must teach her a lesson." Oh, how this little brat truly was insufferable. Gu Yi descended from the tree and approached. Upon seeing Gu Yi, the child recoiled in fear, retreating behind the butler. "Hey woman, what are you trying to do? Are you intending to harm my little treasure?" Su Jian spoke with malice. The butler instinctively glanced at Gu Yi. Yet, Gu Yi's hand moved like lightning, swiftly snatching the slingshot hidden in the child's pocket. "You enjoy playing with slingshots, do you? We should have a friendly competition sometime." She then bent down, picked up a small stone from the ground, placed it in the slingshot, drew it back, aimed, and released. A straight trajectory ensued. With a series of pops, 3 pomegranates were pierced, and for reasons unknown, the force was so tremendous that not only did it puncture the 3 pomegranates, but it also caused them to explode. Juice splattered everywhere. One could hardly say the child was left quaking in fright. Even Su Dian and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. Guy bent down and tucked the slingshot into the pocket of the small child, then gently patted his stiff little face. "I enjoy playing with little brothers like you," she said, "but your crying is rather loud." The small child's eyes were red, biting his lip, too frightened to cry out. It was quiet, so very quiet, obedient. Guy stood up and glanced at the butler, inquiring, "Shall we depart?" The butler, His lips trembling, replied, "This way, young master." His politeness was exceptionally courteous. Once Guyu had left, Chen Bao was also led away by a maid. Han Gao observed Guyu's retreating figure, squinting slightly. Since when has Yu Zhou produced such a remarkable individual? Her martial skills are quite impressive. Yuan Lin absent-mindedly twisted the sleeve around his wrist and remarked, "I am more curious about where she is accompanying Zhang Bo." As they conversed, Su Jian suddenly clapped his hands. "Ah, I remember now. We have met her before. She is from Feng Manju." The person Cheng Yuan mistook was indeed her. No wonder she looked familiar. As for inquiring about Zhang Bo, that was unnecessary. If they asked Zhang Bo, the Chen family's patriarch would soon find out, which would render it pointless. By the way, where are Su Lai and the fourth? Su Jian suddenly asked. At this question, Yuan Lin smiled faintly. The butler was a man of great decorum. Guyi was a guest, and he knew all too well the temperament of that small child. It was a rare occurrence for him to bully others, and who among the guests would be so idle as to torment the host child? Only Guyi had the audacity to retaliate, yet etiquette must not be overlooked. Chen Yibao holds a rather unique position within the Chen family. He is favored, yet does not possess significant status. After all, his parents have passed away, and he is not the eldest son, lacking proper upbringing. In families of officials and aristocrats, there exists the protection of familial hierarchy, but the Chen family is merely a commercial household where personal interests reign supreme. Thus, despite the affection shown by the patriarch, Chun Yuan Feng, there are always those beneath him who harbor their own judgments. Has he only recently become troublesome? Guyi inquired casually. Indeed, previously, he was merely sharp-tongued and disinclined to study, never exhibiting such outrageous behavior as he has in recent days. Where does he reside? Yes, that place is quite commendable. It offers a broad view and exquisite scenery. Indeed, it was personally arranged by the patriarch. With a flick of her fingertip against her sleeve, Guyi smiled. By the well, there were indeed some fences erected, along with guards from the Qin family. Lord Zhao had visited several times, stating that since this is the site of a deceased individual, it must be carefully protected, hence no one has been allowed entry. Just moments ago, when I sought the Patriarch's counsel, Master Kong was also present with Lord Zhao, and he mentioned that this matter can be handled by you, young master. Actions speak louder than words, as they say, and considering Gu Yi is a young lady, the steward initially regarded her with skepticism. However, reflecting on her recent decisive and astute actions, along with her previous logical analyses, he promptly altered his perspective. Thus, I implore you, esteemed master, to scrutinize diligently. Should there be any discrepancies, I would be grateful for your intervention. Gu Yi smiled lightly, remarking that he would merely take a casual glance, as he was not a member of the official residence, and was only concerned with discerning any malevolent presence. Please step back, so as not to disturb the atmosphere. Certainly. I appreciate your assistance. The steward, though lacking understanding in such matters, was aware that those who practice the way of exorcism most abhor interruptions from outsiders. Therefore, he withdrew beyond the fence and instructed the guards to maintain a distance of several meters. The vast expanse of the well's courtyard was left with only Gu Yi and Li Daxiong. Once the surrounding individuals had retreated, Li Daxiong spoke up. Monkey, have you discovered something? Such a query was rather abrupt. The well. Is there something beneath? Gu Yi retorted, I have only just arrived. What could I possibly uncover? He cast a sidelong glance at Li Daxiong. Do not feign ignorance. My inquiry pertains to that area over there, the very spot where that little creature resides. Despite his disdain for Chun Yibao's mischievousness, Li Daxiong possessed a modicum of compassion, thus refraining from harsh words. Gu Yi was taken aback. This fellow seemed unusually astute today. How could you presume that I have indeed discovered something? If you had not stumbled upon any peculiarities, why would you exhibit such enthusiasm? You have never been one to meddle in others' affairs unless something piques your interest. Given your evident curiosity, it stands to reason that you must have encountered something intriguing. Though not particularly clever, Li Daxiong had lived alongside Gu Yi for 2 years, sharing life and death experiences. It was improbable that he would remain oblivious to Gu Yi's disposition. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi scrutinized Li Daxiong for a moment before remarking with a serene tone, having spent so much time aloft, did you not discern that the trees in that vicinity, along with the edifice itself, are of considerable height? Ah, indeed. But what of it? Li Daxiong inquired, his suspicion piqued. Merely on this basis? That seems rather peremptory. Furthermore, how did you ascertain that he spends his days indoors, engaged in writing and drawing? His sleeves bear traces of pigment, and his fingers. along with the recesses of his nails, are more deeply stained than is typical, undoubtedly with ink. This is indicative of persistent, cumulative residue, even after repeated washing. It is implausible that this could occur without incessant practice. As for being peremptory, are you not aware that all investigations, all evidence, originate from here? Guyi tapped her temple with a finger. Imagination. Without audacious imagination, one can never keep pace with the perpetrator's machinations. Solving a case is akin to a cat pursuing a mouse. One must follow the scent, trace its path, and ultimately locate its lair. Though I may not fully comprehend. It sounds remarkably impressive, Li Daxiong exclaimed, his eyes wide and mouth agape. He was about to speak when he noticed Gu Ye's frown, tinged with vexation. Oh, why am I divulging this to you? Your intellect is unlikely to grasp it. Damn you, Li Daxiong retorted, his face darkening. However, if that youth potentially witnessed the murderer committing the act and disposing of the body, why has he remained silent? Therefore, your deduction is erroneous. Guyi lapsed into a momentary silence, allowing Li Daxiong a fleeting moment of smugness before she uttered, with a light and airy tone. His silence is precisely what renders it intriguing. What is that supposed to mean? I detest conversing with you perspicacious individuals. Yet Guyi seemed to relish teasing him. Do not fret. All will be revealed this evening. This evening? Is there anything amusing or delectable? This thought invigorated Li Daxiong as he glanced at the ground. Recognizing it as the very spot where the corpse lay, Guyi observed that the officials had already marked the area, distinctly outlining the posture of the deceased. Hand me the paper. Guyi extended his hand, and Li Daxiong retrieved the sheets from his embrace, presenting them to Guyi. These sketches, previously drawn by Guyi, did not depict the earlier visage, but rather the cadaver's rigid form, rendered in lines that approximated the deceased's state of demise. Monkey, you handed me this last night. I have examined it several times, and the manner of death is quite peculiar. It gives me an odd impression. Indeed, it is strange. I inquired with Zhao Yuan, and he mentioned that the body was in such a condition. Guyi held one end of the paper, the illustration appearing as if it were affixed to the ground, with the back of the corpse oriented downward. Yes, it is thus. Yet, how peculiar, Li Daxiong exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He resembles a frog. In fact, a deceased frog lying on its back with all four limbs in the air. Guyi chuckled, flicking Li Daxiong's forehead with his finger. You little rascal. Your description is quite vivid, but aren't you afraid of ghosts seeking you out? Li Daxiong shivered, cautiously glancing around, and retorted, Don't scare me. There are no ghosts. The master has already stated that it's unreasonable for him to have died like that. After a brief pause, he added, So he didn't die in such a manner, and this is not the place where he was murdered. Monkey, we must urgently inform that Zhao fellow. Guyi held him back, saying, Do you think he is unaware? He comes from a lineage of coroner expertise, having handled countless cases. Surely he can discern this? It is precisely because he knows that he did not investigate this location further. After all, it is not the primary crime scene. Otherwise, how could the Chen family seal off this area without scrutiny? Understanding dawned on Li Daxiong, who ceased his retreat and squatted beside Guyi. In that case, what are you still examining? Footprints. Eh? Monkey, you seem unusually daft. With so many footprints here, those officials must have trampled all over. How could one possibly identify the murderer's tracks? Guyi cast a sidelong glance at Li Daxiong. If the murderer moved the body, there are only two possible methods. Li Daxiong tilted his head, dragging or carrying. The ground here is soft, as Zhao Yuan mentioned. This well has only been dug for a little over a year, and the soil has been freshly turned, making it easy to leave footprints, as well as dragging marks. Yet here, there are only footprints and not a trace of drag marks, which indicates that the murderer did not drag the body, but rather carried it. Moreover, despite Zhao Yuan's prior admonitions, some officials remained behind. However, it is evident that certain footprints bear significant indentations, almost double that of others. Look here, and over there. My goodness, even the monkey's footprints are present. In fact, right beside the well, there are two deeply recessed shoe prints. Guyi scrutinized these two imprints. Surely, that Zhao fellow must have discovered this as well. Li Daxiong expressed his indignation. They had assisted Zhao Yuan in solving the case, yet he appeared to withhold numerous details, which was rather ungrateful. Did he not mention that their role was merely to exorcise spirits? Knowing too much could be detrimental. While he was not entirely wrong, it seemed he had noticed these two footprints, prompting him to seek assistance from the spirit realm individuals. Guyi stood at the edge of the well, peering down into its profound depths. The well was quite deep. Typically, servants would lower a bucket to draw water, and the likelihood of a living person descending was nearly non-existent, as one would struggle to return. If not a living person, then it could only be a ghost. Perhaps that was Zhao Yuan's line of thinking. Yet, why were there no traces of malevolence upon the corpse? Chapter 69. Poison. As Gu Yi pondered this perplexity, he suddenly noticed Li Daxiang moving towards the exit. "Where are you going?" he inquired. "Please be quiet. I believe I can detect a scent." "What?" Gu Yi paused, casting a glance at the approaching butler and others, and discreetly signaled to Li Daxiang. With tacit understanding, Li Daxiang was cognizant that these individuals were more concerned about Gu Yi than himself. Consequently, Li Daxiang meandered aimlessly through the undergrowth. The steward initially took note of this, but swiftly discerned that Gu Yi had produced an object from her pouch. It was crystalline and translucent, its nature unknown. As his curiosity piqued, Gu Yi beckoned him. "Esteemed monk, what is that you possess? Do you still utilize the water from below?" "We do not. It has been disused since the incident transpired." Gu Yi nodded, proceeding to lower a hook made of white silkworm silk. Once it reached the bottom, she remarked, 5 zhang? Indeed. Can the esteemed monk accurately measure with this white thread? Truly remarkable. It is commonplace. However, your family's well is quite deep. Typically, they do not exceed 4 zhang. Upon hearing this, the steward offered a smile, suggesting, perhaps the groundwater is deeper here. He then inquired, but is the esteemed monk solely measuring the depth? Gu Yi noticed a fleeting unease in his demeanor. Diverting the subject, are we? No, this is white silkworm silk, an instrument of my Taoist practice. It can detect ghostly and malevolent energies. We shall observe it upon retrieval to ascertain if there are any issues with the water below. In truth, Gu Yi was merely feigning. While white silkworm silk can indeed purify malevolent energies, its efficacy is not particularly potent. She was simply putting on a display for the steward. However, after the hook had been submerged for a time, and as Gu Yi was about to retrieve it, her expression abruptly shifted. There was something beneath the water. The steward, positioned by the well, also witnessed the once slack white silkworm silk suddenly straighten. Anyone who had observed fishing would recognize this as an indication that something had taken the bait. By heavens, there truly was a specter. Initially, the nearby guards were craning their necks to witness the spectacle, but upon seeing this, their faces turned pale with fear. Had the steward not urgently summoned them, they might have fled in panic. Just as a group rushed in, Li Daxiang swiftly approached to assist Gu Yi in pulling with great effort. However, it was evident that the creature below was quite vigorous, as the sound of water could be distinctly heard from 5 zhang deep. It was surfacing, while still submerged. Its identity remained a mystery, but as it ascended and the light illuminated it, clarity emerged. Yet, with the well's perilous edge, who would dare to look? It was only the broad daylight that kept the onlookers from abandoning their posts in terror. Gu Yi, valuing her life, naturally refrained from taking risks. Yet, the more she listened to the creature's splashing, the more she felt an odd sensation. Could it be a fish? Li Daxiang finally exerted a tremendous pull. With a splash, a creature the size of a grown man's head was forcefully yanked from the well's mouth, flailing about before ultimately landing atop Li Daxiang's head. Everyone was left speechless. A giant frog, an enormous frog. How utterly awkward this situation had become. However, as the crowd stood in stunned silence, Gu Yi sprang into action, executing a kick that struck the massive frog perched on Li Daxiang's head. Bang! The frog soared 3 to 4 meters away, landing with a thud, kicking up dust as it rolled over, ferocious and croaking, its mouth agape, a slimy tongue thrusting out, aimed directly at Gu Ye's face. It is well known that the tongues of toads, frogs, and lizards possess remarkable extensibility. The larger the creature, the longer its tongue can stretch. Thus, the tongue of this toad, extending from several meters away, astonishingly reached before Gu Yi. Seemingly enraged by Gu Ye's kick, the tongue, coated in a viscous green slime, posed a potential menace if it were to make contact. However, Gu Yi, being astute, deftly evaded the lash and swiftly drew the blade from the waist of her nearby guard. With a swift motion, she severed a portion of the tongue. The creature, in pain, emitted a cry and leaped forcefully, retreating back into the depths of the well, leaving behind a writhing fragment of its tongue on the ground. The onlookers were still shaken. Of course, they could not truly fear a mere toad, yet its immense size and audacity to attack were disconcerting. What manner of toad is this? One that has attained some semblance of spirit, perhaps even a demon? One guard muttered apprehensively, while the housekeeper, possessing some discernment, initially bemused by the sight of such a creature, now regarded it with a grave expression, recalling its formidable size and ferocity. He dismissed the other guards and approached Gu Yi, who was examining the severed tongue on the ground. "Little master, do you not think this creature is rather precarious? Just look at its girth. It could easily overpower a dog." Gu Yi remained unsettled by the force with which the tongue had struck, particularly the unsettling slime that adorned it. "This mucus is toxic and should not be touched. However, I cannot precisely identify the species of the toad. Never mind. I shall show this tongue to my master shortly. Moreover, no one should approach this well, especially the children in your household. One can never be certain if something larger is lurking below, perhaps like your young master, who seems to be quite playful." This remark startled the steward, who nodded vigorously, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Thank you, young master. How fortunate we are to have you. Otherwise, we would have remained oblivious to the dangers of this well. The presence of so many children in the residence heightens the concern. Indeed, young Master Bao lives nearby and often plays around here. It is possible he has encountered something sinister." Before the old man could finish his thought, he had already begun to spiral into wild speculation. However, he also recalled her previous antics, realizing she had managed to deceive them. Li Daxiong nudged Gu Yi, winking knowingly. It was true that Chun Yibao often played in this vicinity, and he might have truly stumbled upon something unusual. As they proceeded, they encountered numerous youthful and humble maidens. Li Daxiong recognized Gu Yi's adeptness at navigating paths, understanding that inquiries were imminent. Along the way, Gu Yi casually inquired about Xiaozue. Poor Xiaozue had always been diligent and well-behaved, yet she had inexplicably become entangled in this predicament. It was as if she were possessed. No wonder she had appeared off in recent days. Chapter 70. Knowledgeable. What do you mean by off? Is she possessed and going mad? It is not so severe. The rest of the women were also unclear about the situation, prompting Gu Yi to refrain from further questions. Once they arrived at their destination, she simply let her go. "The monkey, how can you ask such precise questions? It turns out this person is indeed a roommate of that Xiao Chui." It goes without saying that although the Chun family has many servants, there is a distinct separation between those who serve and the dedicated laundry maids. Their attire is also markedly different. Like Xiao Chui, she is a clothes-attending maid, and the garments she wore to the washing room undoubtedly belonged to a certain madam. Hence the probability of her being a roommate of Xiao Chui is indeed high. Well, she is quite honest, and rather loquacious. Loquacious? It merely depends on whether she wishes to speak. Gu Yi watched the maid's hurried departure, pondering that the mastermind behind this likely underestimated the genuine sentiments of those beneath such identities. The girl's words hinted that Xiao Chui had learned something she should not have known, which led to her silencing. It seems the bald man's ominous predictions were indeed accurate. Gu Yi entered the room and saw Zhao Yuan conversing with the bald man and Chen Yuanfeng. While the man from Longzhou was absent, Chen Yuanfeng expressed profound gratitude to Gu Yi, but the bald man, eyeing the poisonous frog, remarked, "Your Chen family is quite fortunate. Such a rare frog is indeed present." The bald man's statements were often unpalatable, leaving Chen Yuanfeng in an uncomfortable position, utterly bewildered by the origin of such a frog. Is it truly venomous? Absolutely venomous. Just a drop the size of a fingernail can be lethal to a person. This revelation horrified Chen Yuanfeng. Then, the well water. If the Chen family were to drink that water, wouldn't it result in the deaths of over 100 people? What is there to fear? This creature dwells in the water, its venom typically concealed and not used indiscriminately, much like a bee, which sacrifices itself after deploying its stinger. It understands the art of ambush, refraining from releasing venom into the water. Even if it were to do so, the vastness of the water would dilute its potency. Moreover, the subterranean currents would prevent it from exterminating your entire family. However, retaining such a menace ultimately poses a threat, and capturing it is no simple task. Thus, one can only take precautions beforehand. Chen Yuanfeng, having lived a considerable number of years, with wealth at his disposal and a promising son, naturally cherishes his life. He promptly arranged matters with great care and warmly invited the disciples of Quishan to dine. Dinner? Of course, one must partake. There was no need for pretense. After all, they had helped the Chun family unearth a toad. Since there was a meal to enjoy, departure was unnecessary. Moreover, the bald man, enticed by the spaciousness and affluence of the Chun residence, had agreed to stay the night, with promises of a midnight snack. To this, Gu Yi and Li Daxiong could only disdainfully comment, while secretly approving in their hearts. Zhao Yuan, being a public servant, was preoccupied with his investigation and departed first. However, before leaving, he pulled Gu Yi aside and imparted a profoundly meaningful piece of advice. Young friend Gu, remain vigilant in all matters. Thank you for your kind words. Zhao Yuan chuckled heartily and took his leave. As dinner commenced, Li Daxiong finally seized the opportunity to indulge in pomegranates. After seeing off Zhao Yuan, Gu turned around to find the rustic fellow in the backyard, greedily devouring pomegranates. He clutched one in hand, while a pile of 5 or 6, the largest and reddest, lay beside him. Gu Yi approached, and Li Daxiong immediately shielded the pomegranates with his substantial frame. What do you intend to do? Oh, I merely wish to inform you that while pomegranates are indeed beneficial for one's health, excessive consumption may adversely affect the kidneys. Are you aware of what the kidneys are? What are they? The utility of that organ situated between your legs depends entirely on its condition. Li Daxiong's face turned pale as he instinctively recoiled. You speak nonsense. Indeed. I was jesting, Gu Yi chuckled. This cunning monkey has always been deceitful, employing tricks of illusion. Never mind, since you are my junior sister. I shall grant you a token of generosity. Li Daxiong feigned magnanimity and tossed over the smallest pomegranate. Gu Yi caught it with a smile, saying, Thank you, Li Gonggong. Li Daxiong. The two ruffians from Quishan resumed their snacking on the steps. Qingyu remarked, I do not quite understand why you Quishan folk enjoy sitting on the stairs to eat. Gu Yi replied, It connects us to the earth and the divine. There are spirits above our heads. Qingyu was rendered speechless, as were Yuan Lin and others who approached. You again. Su Jian stepped forward with a grin, miss. We have met before at Feng Manju. Gu Yi glanced up at him. And then? I find you quite intriguing. Shall we be friends? I am still young and not considering marriage at this time, but I am open to playful companionship. By the way, how old are you? The conversation faltered. Su Jian was taken aback, staring at Gu Yi, who continued to enjoy her pomegranate, smiling at him. Subsequently, Han regarded Gu Yi with an alien curiosity, while Yuan Lin smiled. The young master is a transcendent being, unique and enlightening. Ah, this one is indeed more astute, Gu Yi thought, casting a sidelong glance at him in silence. Li Daxiong, habitually disinclined to engage with these young masters, knew his monkey could trounce them in a contest of cunning and treachery. Ah, Yuan Lin, you've arrived. Where's Shinner? It's unseemly for him not to attend to you, his guests. Qin Yuanfeng seemed well acquainted with these younger individuals, who returned the courtesy with bows. It seems Yi Xin has gone to. Father. Gu Yi paused at the refined voice, turning her head to see 3 figures emerging from the pomegranate grove. A man, a woman, and a child.